Chapter 1 Greetings, Prandal. Today marks the day of the game's closure for Chaos War, and numerous players are frantically casting their equipment in protest. This game is so enjoyable, the operation has been running smoothly. And I've heard there are still many features yet to be unlocked. How can they simply shut it down? Sitting in the carriage, Tang In felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Just recently, he had spent a staggering billion gold coins to acquire a vast territory at the border, as the first fully leveled mage in the game and the first player to obtain both land and a title. He hadn't even had the chance to manage his territory and confront the chaotic army before the game was abruptly ending. Could there be anything more frustrating than this? Before long, Tang In would discover the answer. This game is about to shut down. Please log off immediately. Other players in the guild were already logging off one by one, resigned to their fate, but Tang In decided to stay until the final countdown. 3, 2, 1. It was time to bid farewell to this world. Farewell. Prandal. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness began to blur. Tang In had grown accustomed to this sensation. When he opened his eyes again, he would find himself back in the mundane and monotonous reality. Light flooded in, and before he had fully opened his eyes, he was greeted with the scent of fresh grass, the air suffused with the warmth of sunlight, and the crisp sound of hooves echoing in his ears. What was happening? Tang In opened his eyes to behold a familiar wooden ceiling above him. After a moment of daze, he sat up and gazed out the window, where undulating hills stretched before him. The carriage beneath him trembled incessantly as the wheels rattled on the uneven dirt road. Is this the Radiant Hills? Tang In marveled at the scene, a land he knew intimately, yet in this moment, it felt entirely devoid of the virtual world's ethereal quality. The scents in the air, the vibrations of the carriage, the searing warmth of the sun, everything felt so palpably real. What on earth was happening? Had he truly crossed over into another realm? Ah, you finally woke up, Lord Tang In. A voice suddenly greeted him from nearby. Tang In turned his head to discover another person beside him. He recognized him as the steward who had accompanied him to the territory upon purchasing the land. A steward had been included as a bonus. However, this individual appeared far from an NPC. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a living, breathing person. Yet why did his tone sound so peculiar? To confirm his suspicions, Tang In feigned confusion and asked, "Who are you?" "Lord Tang In, have you been sleeping too deeply?" The steward chuckled. "I am, of course, your steward." Unable to ascertain his name, Tang In furrowed his brow. "Eek!" the coachman suddenly exclaimed, hastily bringing the carriage to a halt, his voice trembling with fear. "My lord, there's a bandit blocking the road." Bandits? A jolt of anxiety shot through Tang In, his breathing quickening that if this were the game world, he would fear no mere bandit. With a flick of his wrist, he could dispatch them effortlessly. But if he had truly crossed over, this was a tangible world. A careless mistake could lead to real death. The steward's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he regarded Tang In with a sardonic smile. "It appears we have guests, Lord Tang In. You should disembark." Tang In was taken aback, staring at the steward in bewilderment. "What? Do you expect me to ask you to let me down?" The steward looked at him with scorn. "This is the Radiant Hills, Lord Tang, and that I cannot ascertain whether you are genuinely ignorant or merely pretending. To come here without even a single guard. Do you truly think that as a noble, you can roam freely as the lord of this land? I regret to inform you, Lord Tang In, that you are still woefully naive. Step down." Tang In's heart sank. "You are in cahoots with the bandits. How can you say such a thing? We are not allies. We merely cooperate," he retorted. The steward's mocking smile further darkening Tang In's mood. Upon disembarking the carriage, he witnessed a group of bandits attacking a convoy. The members of the convoy were nearly all dead, leaving only a beleaguered guard and a panicked blonde young lady. "Damn it, Tommy, I thought you had forgotten our agreed time." The steward immediately unleashed a torrent of curses upon the leading bandit. "If you ruin this opportunity, Buck will surely take your head. Haha, but there are other ventures. When we ambushed this merchant convoy, I thought it was the fat sheep you mentioned," Tommy said, brandishing a rusty longsword. His gaze fell upon Tang In, scrutinizing his attire for a moment before breaking into a grin, his yellowed front teeth glistening in the sunlight. "Indeed, judging by this delicate skin, he is a noble lord, a prime target." Tang In remained silent, taking a slight step back. He could smell the foul stench emanating from the bandit, even from several meters away. "And my lord, Perhaps we should just give her the goods. These bandits are ruthless and will kill without hesitation. The coachman was trembling in fear. The steward, growing impatient, said, Tommy, spare us your prattle. Deal with this fellow first. He must possess a Stellar Bank crystal card. A Stellar Bank crystal card. Tommy's eyes gleamed with avarice. Looks like we're in for a significant haul. Let me handle this first. With that, Tommy turned to the bandits and bellowed, Step aside. How can a mere bronze stage guard take this long? Let me handle it. The bandits retreated, granting the guard a moment's respite. He glanced at the corpses on the ground, his face pale with dread. The blonde young lady bit her lip, her knuckles turning white. Was she truly destined to die here? As a descendant of the Golden Rose family, to perish at the hands of an unknown bandit? Tommy laughed maniacally as he charged forward, a faint glow surrounding him, his speed surging. At that moment, the guard suddenly seized the blonde lady and shouted, I surrender. I will hand her over to you. Tommy halted, grinning wickedly. Smart lad, hand her over to me, and you may walk away. The blonde young lady looked on in disbelief. You would betray me, Lady Fiona. If there is blame to assign, it lies solely with you. The guard's voice was laced with bitterness. The Golden Rose family no longer exists. You cannot even pay our wages. Why should I sacrifice my life for your foolish ideals? Now she belongs to you. He pushed Fiona toward Tommy and turned to flee. A flash of steel and blood sprayed forth as the guard's head rolled to the ground. The crimson blood soaked the earth. The stench of death permeating the air, and the head, eyes wide open, staring blankly. Tang In stood frozen, utterly shocked. This could not be a game. The coachman fainted from sheer terror. Tommy flicked the blood from his sword. Disdain evident in his voice. Traitor, you deserve this. He then shoved Fiona aside and approached Tang In. Keep an eye on her. After we dispose of this fat sheep, we'll deal with the girl properly. The steward cautioned. Be gentle. Remember to extract the crystal card's passphrase from him. Leave it to me. I can just break an arm. And he'll have no choice but to spill the password. Tommy laughed, brandishing his sword toward Tang Un's right arm. Tang In's focus sharpened instantaneously as he watched the blade descend upon him. His mind even had time to ponder other matters. Was he truly going to die like this? Yet, why was Tommy's speed so sluggish? It felt as if he could evade it at any moment. Tang In stood there, lost in thought, failing to make a move to dodge. This guy is completely paralyzed with fear. Exactly, he's just a sheltered noble lord who's never seen battle. Of course, he's petrified at the sight of a sword coming toward him. A flicker of compassion crossed Fiona's eyes as she suddenly shouted, Stop! Don't kill him. I can give you money. Who do you think you are? Not only is your wealth ours, but you cannot escape either. Tommy mocked, showing no signs of halting. Instead, his speed increased, the sword flashing as it swiftly descended upon Tang Un's right arm. Fiona squeezed her eyes shut, as if everyone could already envision Tang In's severed arm flying through the air, blood splattering everywhere. Clang! Tang Un's scalp prickled. A sharp sound rang out as Tommy maintained his sword-swinging motion. The blade lodged within Tang Un's clothing, yet it could advance no further. The smile on Tommy's face froze in place. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted as a whirlwind suddenly enveloped Tang In, sending Tommy hurtling through the air. Brother Tommy! The bandits gasped in shock, rushing to assist him. The steward looked at Tang Un in horror. How is this possible? Tang In stood there, equally astonished, the very moment the sword was about to strike. Something within him had been activated, and then Tommy was flung away. Fiona's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something extraordinary. A spell, a shield? Tang Un's eyes widened. A spell shield? Wait a moment, with various protective spells perpetually surrounding him. Could it be that? Don's heart raced as he silently recited, attributes. A translucent panel materialized before his eyes. Staring at the familiar character information, Don stood transfixed, and after a brief moment, he slowly raised his hand. With a mere thought, a swirling fireball suddenly appeared in his grasp, swiftly transforming into frost, then a whirlwind. Indeed, he was a mage. Fiona's expression was one of sheer astonishment. The surrounding silence was palpable. No one dared utter a sound. The mountain bandits and the steward gazed at the constantly shifting magical radiance in Don's hand, swallowing hard as their legs began to tremble. Don shook his shoulder and burst into laughter. Ha! 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 His laughter grew louder, echoing across the hills. Chapter 2. Legendary spells. Had he merely traversed to Prander, Don's most likely fate would have been to be torn apart by monstrous beasts or slaughtered by various bandits. However, gazing at the attribute panel, a peculiar smile crept across Don's lips as he flicked his hand, causing a small, ornate ring to vanish from his palm. The items in his game inventory and his previous equipment remained intact. He could even access his storage. What was this? It was akin to a spatial pocket. At this moment, Don felt a pang of confusion. Why had he suddenly found himself in another world simply because the game servers had shut down? Was it a world identical to that of the game? Prander, a perilous realm, yet one brimming with allure. He pondered the distinction between the spells in this reality and those in the game. His gaze fell upon Tommy and the steward. Were they not perfect subjects for experimentation? Spare me, spare me. The steward suddenly knelt, a mix of shock and regret flooding his heart. Had he known sooner that the new lord was a master mage, he would never have dared conspire with Buck against him. Let me share a secret, Don said coldly. I am a harbinger of death. My right hand has extinguished the lives of over 100 million. What? Spare me. The bandits felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, wailing in desperate pleas for mercy. Fiona was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that this mage would be so bloodthirsty. Suddenly, a torrent of vibrant green light surged around Don, an ominous power compressed within a minuscule space, warping the air around him. Disintegration spell. Don's lips moved slightly as he whispered the incantation, his fingertip unleashing a twisted green ray. Upon striking the steward, the flesh rapidly aged and disintegrated in the green glow, pieces falling to the ground as the steward continued to wail, his cries growing weaker until he was reduced to mere dust. The steward's clothing fell, and Tommy, along with the mountain bandits, found themselves paralyzed with fear. Though they all knew the mage was formidable, they had never anticipated such a horrific display. Was this even human? Fiona stood in stunned silence. Having encountered numerous mages before, she could swear by the god of light, Yaberni, that she had never witnessed the spell Don had just employed. What rank of spell was that? Moreover, he hadn't even chanted the incantation, spellcasting without words. Was this not an extraordinary anomaly? After casting the disintegration spell and witnessing the transformation of a man into ashes, Don felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Yet, as there were no traces left, he quickly regained his composure that he silently assessed the magic pool within him. Although the status displayed on the attribute panel was straightforward, this was a tangible world, and he needed to ascertain his current state. The magic pool has only expended a portion. At the current rate of recovery, it will soon replenish. However, while the disintegration spell is one of the legendary single-target spells, its lethality and consumption increase with the opponent's strength that if the opponent is powerful, the cost will undoubtedly soar. After calculating, Don realized that with the recent expenditure, considering his current magic pool and recovery rate, he could sustain combat easily. Had he become stronger in this world than he was in the game? This thought left Don with a peculiar expression. The consumption and casting time for spells ranged from 1 to 9 tiers, including the pinnacle legendary spells. Yet due to his mastery of silent and instantaneous spellcasting, he could invoke spells directly. He had not expected to arrive in this real world and still not require verbal incantations. This could indeed serve as a significant advantage, a hidden card up his sleeve. Don remained silent, but Tommy and the bandits were frozen in place, unable to move, their minds devoid of any thoughts of escape. Faced with such a powerful and terrifying mage, where could they flee? Despair spread rapidly within them, silent and insidious. Don raised his head and glanced at Tommy. That one look sent Tommy reeling in icy terror. Spare me, spare me. Tommy prostrated himself. Noble mage, I was wrong. I should never have dared to plot against you. I beseech you, spare my life. Don remained mute, magic swirling once more around him. This time the distortion of space was even more pronounced, causing the grass beneath his feet to wither. Realizing Don intended to show him no mercy, Tommy, in a fit of desperation, suddenly roared and lunged at Don with his sword aimed at his chest. Clang! Don stood unmoving. Tommy couldn't even breach his defenses before being flung back by an invisible barrier. Death's finger. Don pointed a finger at Tommy suspended in midair, and the beam of light struck him, tearing him apart in a horrific explosion, leaving Don's expression slightly altered as his stomach churned violently. This was not like the silent killing of the disintegration spell. The shredded flesh flew through the air, a crimson mist enveloping the bandits, and a foul stench filled the atmosphere. Fiona, accustomed to death, remained far calmer than Don at this moment. Her shock stemmed from Dawn's overwhelming strength, for she had never witnessed such a devastating magic. Furthermore, she reaffirmed that this noble mage truly possessed silent spellcasting abilities. Indeed, high-level silent spellcasting, as a legendary single-target spell, Death's Finger was far more gruesome than the disintegration spell. Don fought against his rising nausea, repeatedly reminding himself of the bandits' heinous deeds. If he did not eliminate them, countless others would perish at their hands. Moreover, as the lord of this domain, their lives belonged to him. After a considerable time, Don finally regained his composure, his gaze falling upon the remaining bandits, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolution. The bandits understood that their fates lay in Don's hands, desperately bowing and pleading for mercy, swearing oaths of innocence. Seeing the hesitation on Don's face, Fiona spoke urgently. "Noble mage, these individuals are ruthless bandits. Their hands stained with blood and lives. They must not be spared." Don, having already made his decision, no longer hesitated. He was acutely aware of the dangers lurking beneath the seemingly peaceful surface of Prander. One must never show mercy to enemies, for that would be an act of cruelty towards oneself. Repent your sins in the fiery blaze. In a bid to instill fear in Fiona and to further his plans, Don deliberately adopted an aloof and merciless demeanor. Flames erupted from his palm, and beneath the bandits, the ground transformed into a sea of raging fire, intense heat melting the soil and rock. These bandits were no skilled fighters. In an instant, they were all reduced to ashes. Fiona gasped, excitement coursing through her as she trembled uncontrollably. Instantaneous firestorm. He could effortlessly unleash a fourth-tier spell, Firestorm. Moreover, it was both instantaneous and silent. By the heavens, Fiona never imagined that during the most perilous moment of her life, she would encounter such a formidable mage. As she witnessed the bandits entirely consumed by flames, Fiona barely managed to control her emotions, tidying her disheveled hair. After taking a deep breath, she approached, intent on making the acquaintance of this immensely powerful mage. "Noble mage, I am Fiona Jinqiang. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. May I inquire your name?" Fiona waited anxiously, only to realize, to her bemusement, that the mage had fainted while standing. Upon regaining consciousness, Don's face was a mask of distress. His first attempt at appearing aloof had utterly failed. The impact of incinerating so many bandits was far greater than he had anticipated. The moment he caught a whiff of the roasted flesh, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Nonetheless, he believed that should a similar situation arise again, he would undoubtedly manage to endure it. That moment, he noticed Fiona had remained by his side. "You are awake," Fiona exclaimed with delight, handing him a water pouch. "Please, have some water." After drinking, Don inquired, "How long was I out?" He recalled Fiona's soft voice as she had sought to protect him. "Just under half an hour. You must have exhausted yourself casting spells." Fiona had not anticipated that this esteemed sorcerer would be so approachable, and her heart swelled with joy at the thought that with his protection, her safety would be significantly assured. Perhaps she could even restore the former glory of the Golden Rose family. With this in mind, Fiona eagerly inquired, "Noble sorcerer, may I ask where you intend to go?" I plan to return to my domain." Don picked up the butler's garments, rummaging through them until he discovered a leather pouch containing his appointment papers, along with a few coins of gold, silver, and copper. Fiona stood there, astonished, stammering, You are also a lord?" "A sorcerer, a lord? How could that be possible? The Silver City would never consent. Or could it be? Are you a rare and powerful wild mage?" Fiona's excitement grew. Wild mages, untethered by any faction, were already scarce, and those of such immense strength were even more so. "Indeed." Don casually nodded, but then furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you know the way to Ellington?" "Ellington?" Fiona was taken aback, a flicker of disappointment crossing her mind. "Beyond the Radia Hills, it is not far to Ellington town." Don nodded, recalling the map. The terrain appeared largely unchanged from what he knew. It seemed that this world bore a striking resemblance to Prandal from Chaos War, which could be seen as both a blessing and a curse. He felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemming from the fact that Prandal was currently relatively peaceful. The power he possessed could afford him a measure of safety, and the knowledge he had from Earth could prove invaluable in his territory. The concern, however, lay in the reality that Prandal was a world created by deities, a realm inhabited by gods and demons. Moreover, according to the game's backstory, chaos was soon to invade this world. In a world where true deities existed, anything could happen. Although he was the mightiest sorcerer in the game, having even exploited a positioning bug and divine artifacts to single-handedly loot dragons. The concepts of being the strongest and invincible were not synonymous in a typical scenario. A high-level boss would require hundreds or even thousands of max-level players to conquer. Now, in this tangible world, dragons would not foolishly allow one to exploit positioning, nor would bosses' idiocy fixate solely on the main tank while spells bombarded them. Death here would be final, and the peril was palpable. With these thoughts, Dawn felt a pang of anxiety. This world harbored too many terrifying entities. With his current strength, merely catching the attention of any deity could spell his doom, perhaps, until he fully comprehended the true power dynamics of this world. It would be wise to maintain a lower profile. Fiona perked up, responding respectfully. Please, go ahead, my lord. There's no need for such formality. You may call me Dawn. That cannot be. You are a noble sorcerer. Dawn recognized that his earlier display of grandeur had made an impression. After a brief pause, he asked, Are you aware of any formidable figures in Prandal? Of course. Fiona's spirit lifted. There are many powerful heroes. Excellent. Dawn grinned. I believe we can have a more in-depth conversation. Chapter 3. The attack on Ellington. Fiona and Dawn engaged in delightful conversation, making it difficult for her to grasp his perspective. Her possessing such immense power was a source of great pride, yet Dawn seemed to regard it differently. Despite his formidable abilities, he remained remarkably humble, which only heightened Fiona's astonishment. Dawn glanced at Fiona's belongings, furrowing his brow, and asked, What will become of your goods? Fiona felt troubled. These items represented her last vestige of capital. She had intended to traverse through Ellington and then detour to the northern Kasparmi fortress in hopes of a fortunate turn of events. However, with everyone else dead, she was left alone and utterly unable to carry these possessions with her. Dawn inquired, You are a merchant, are you not? Indeed, Fiona replied, her pride evident. I am a member of the Golden Rose family. The Golden Rose family. Dawn pondered for a moment before recalling that in the game's lore, it was a vast trading consortium that had accompanied the rise of the Ilris Empire, once thriving throughout the explored regions of Prandal. But now entirely vanished. Fiona was likely the last surviving member of that illustrious family. I perceive your current predicament is rather dire. In light of this, how would you feel about being appointed as the chief commercial advisor of Ellington? Dawn understood that the development of his domain hinged upon talented individuals. With no one else available, and recognizing Fiona's capabilities in this area, he saw an opportunity to secure her assistance, especially given her apparent eagerness to accept. It would be an honor, Fiona exclaimed, her delight palpable. This was perhaps her only chance. Although Ellington was a remote and desolate locale, its expanse was comparable to that of a count's territory. With a lord like Dawn backing her, who could say what the future held for Ellington? In that case, let us temporarily store your goods with me. Upon finishing his sentence, Dawn raised his hand, and the mage's hand spell ensnared her belongings, transferring them into his backpack. Spatial equipment. Fiona gasped in astonishment, but upon reflection, she quickly accepted this reality. Given Dawn's immense power, it was not surprising that he possessed such rare artifacts. Dawn declared, From this moment forth, you are my chief advisor. Understood, my lord. Just call me Dawn. That would be too impolite. Very well. Awaken the coachman. It is quite an ordeal for him to have been unconscious for so long. After rousing the coachman, he was understandably perplexed by the vanishing bandits, but did not inquire further. Grateful to have escaped with his life, he resumed his duties as Dawn and Fiona boarded the carriage, continuing their journey towards Ellington. Inside the carriage, a heavy atmosphere enveloped Fiona, causing her to feel restless. She gazed at the silent Dawn, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally asked, My lord, what prompted you to purchase Ellington as your territory? Dawn opened his eyes, intrigued by her question. What makes you wonder about that? Because while Ellington is vast and currently the largest unclaimed territory in Ilris, its remoteness, proximity to the border, and the encroaching Radia Forest and Ambrose Mountain Range severely limit its potential for development. Even the northern Kasparmi would be a better choice. Kasparmi may be appealing, but Ellington is not as dismal as you suggest. Dawn shrugged. At the very least, From my perspective, the abundant mineral and natural resources within Ellington are unparalleled by other territories. Fiona offered a wry smile. My lord, you truly are an optimist. I fear you may not feel as jubilant upon arrival. The poorer the land, the greater the opportunity to realize your worth, is it not? I shall endeavor to do my utmost. Dawn smiled silently. And soon Fiona would understand why he held such confidence to the local inhabitants. Ellington was undoubtedly a remote place. Yet from the perspective of players, it was a different story altogether. The natives were unaware of what lay within the Ambrose mountain range. While Dawn knew it all too well, the dwarves and gnomes had their stronghold nestled within the southwest. The Emerald Forest housed the elven capital, the Emerald Crown, and a short distance to the east lay the human capital of Ulincus. A veritable nexus of transportation. Establishing connections with the dwarves would yield a wealth of mineral resources, while the nearby forests offered an inexhaustible supply of timber, alongside vast expanses of undeveloped land. In the game, numerous players from various races traded here. It was, without a doubt, a treasure trove that, of course, games are games, and reality is reality. Dawn could not guarantee that this world would mirror the game world precisely. For now, he could only proceed cautiously as he explored. Upon crossing the final hill, the landscape opened up before them, revealing a silver ribbon of water flowing through the plains towards the horizon. It was the Emerald River, cascading from the Ambrose Mountains, with a small town nestled upstream beside the forest. There lay Ellington. Indeed, the vast territory of Ellington had its administrative center in this modest town. Fiona glanced at Dawn, hoping to see disappointment etched on his face, but instead, she found only excitement and joy. Noticing Fiona's gaze, Dawn chuckled. Curious as to why I am so elated? Fiona nodded, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Dawn contemplated for a moment before smiling. Allow me to share a story. Fiona immediately focused her attention. In a distant kingdom, there was an ordinary person who inadvertently came into possession of a fortune worth 10,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins. Fiona gasped in astonishment. For an ordinary person, that truly is an immense sum. And then what happened? Did he use that money to start a business and then become a noble? Someone asked him, what do you plan to do with these 50,000 gold coins? He replied that he intended to purchase a house in the outskirts of the royal city and make a down payment. Fiona was momentarily taken aback by a house. A down payment. Dawn continued. Someone pressed further. What about the rest, the remaining amount? The man said he would pay it back slowly. Fiona was utterly bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend. Dawn sighed, his expression one of profound disinterest. Ah, what a world where one cannot understand a cold joke. Life truly feels as lonely as falling snow. Fiona lowered her head in embarrassment, feeling utterly ignorant in Dawn's presence. As Dawn gazed out the window. Beneath his calm exterior lay a heart brimming with excitement. Land, such vast expanses of land, stretching endlessly, all belonging to him. Here, he would be the king of this territory. He could wield his pen freely, manifesting his ideas without concern for anyone else. However, the residents of Islington do have rather peculiar schedules. They've already begun cooking this early, Dawn remarked as he observed the smoke rising above the town. Fiona squinted and gasped. That's not cooking smoke. The town is on fire. Dawn was taken aback. What? Fiona immediately urged the driver to hasten, saying, cooking smoke cannot be black, and look at how many people have gathered around the town. Something must have happened. Dawn was instantly furious. Has someone dared to cause trouble before I even take possession of my territory? Fiona hesitated for a moment before saying, Islington is quite remote, and thus its security is abysmal. Bandits and robbers frequently attack. What about the current lord, the constable, the militia? Are they all useless? Fiona sighed, realizing that some truths were better left unsaid. Once they arrived in Islington, Dawn would soon learn the reality of the situation. Before long, the carriage reached the outskirts of Islington, but the driver adamantly refused to go any closer. After paying the fare and dismissing the driver, Dawn, with a grim expression, walked toward Islington alongside Fiona. Even before entering the town, the sounds of wailing and the raucous laughter of the depraved reached their ears. Child! My child! Ha ha ha, die gold! Food! Women, they're all ours. Fiona's face turned pale, instinctively retreating behind Dawn. Seeing the man before her, she felt a flicker of reassurance. With him around, she knew she would be safe. After all, he was such a powerful sorcerer. The ground of the town was littered with blood and entrails. the lifeless eyes of its residents glaring at Don, as if condemning him for arriving too late. Don took a deep breath. The acrid smoke searing his lungs, his eyes slightly misting. These bandits deserve death. With that single sentence, he had condemned them to their fate. Follow me. Don strode toward the center of the town. Are there still resistors? Just as the words left his lips, a bandit lunged out from the side. A glint of cold steel aimed at Don's neck. Clang! Don seized the long sword with one hand, leaving the bandit momentarily stunned. Unarmed, grabbing his sword. How could he be unscathed? Die! With a snap of his fingers, flames erupted, instantly reducing the bandit to ashes. A fierce wind surged from behind, and with a swift motion, Don spun the longsword around, slamming it against the head of another bandit. Boom! The bandit's skull exploded like a watermelon. Don spat. You thought to ambush me. Do you not know that every sorcerer possesses a heart for close combat? I have specialized in melee spells. Even Fiona, who had witnessed many brutal scenes, felt her stomach churn at the sudden onslaught of bloodshed. In contrast, Don, having mentally prepared himself beforehand, had grown accustomed to the chaos. He casually picked up the bloodied longsword and tossed it to Fiona. Take this for self-defense. With you here, I won't need it. I won't need it either. Don inhaled deeply. Using a sword to kill them would be too merciful, rather than allowing their bodies to be easily torn apart by blades. He found greater satisfaction in shattering their bones piece by piece. Ha ha ha. Lie down obediently, or I'll slaughter you. No, please, help, anyone, please save me. From behind a house came the coarse shouts and the cries for help from a woman. Fiona clenched her fists in anger. These scoundrels. Fear not. Don turned to walk toward the sounds, his voice chillingly cold. This is my territory. They shall all perish. Chapter 4. Iliadon waved his fingers lightly, his unseen magical power coalescing into a mage's hand, shattering the bandit's leg bones as he helped the woman to her feet and handed her to Fiona. Trembling with fear, the woman looked at Don, unsure how to express her gratitude. It's all right, Don assured her, turning his gaze back to the bandit. How many of you are there? How dare you resist? Brother-like will surely kill you. The bandit, undeterred, gritted his teeth and refused to divulge any information. Don's expression grew cold. If that's the case, you shall die first. With that, Don crushed the bandit's skull to him. It mattered not how many bandits came, since he refused to speak. He would simply eliminate them one by one. Don surveyed his surroundings with a calm demeanor, a habit formed from his gaming days. As a sorcerer, one must always be aware of their environment. Islington was somewhat different from the game. The architecture here was more chaotic, lacking any coherent planning, the ground paved with gravel, and the gaps between buildings illogical, with sizes varying greatly, making it easy for enemies to hide. Islington scoundrels. Perish. Don casually cast a fireball, shattering the bandit's skull, silently counting the 8th. As they approached the town center, the number of bandits encountered steadily increased. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted as a bandit, cursing loudly, burst from a house carrying a large sack of grain. Upon seeing that Don hadn't fled, he excitedly dropped the grain and charged at him with his sword. There were still those who hadn't run away. The bandit lunged at Don with a sinister smile. Don stepped back, and just as the bandit lunged, an ice arrow imbued with chilling energy shot forth. Thud! The ice arrow effortlessly pierced the bandit's heart. The 9th. The bandit's body collapsed to the ground. The resident from the house rushed out to reclaim the grain, casting a furtive glance at Don before slamming the door shut. Don was left speechless. Where were Islington's militia? He frowned, upon encountering an enemy attack. There was not a single guard in sight, and Don shook his head in disbelief. He continued forward, with Fiona trailing behind, hiding in the shadows as she watched Don carve a path through the chaos. Both awed and admiring his prowess. Yet, she was filled with confusion. He was undeniably a powerful sorcerer, but how was his physical prowess so extraordinary? Although she hadn't witnessed him using combat techniques. He had initially disarmed a bandit with ease, and those bandits couldn't even approach him. Could it be that his natural strength was that formidable? Don's pace faltered as his pupils constricted sharply. In the square ahead, a little girl stood helplessly, crying, while the surrounding villagers fled in panic, completely ignoring her, rendering her so utterly alone and vulnerable. The buildings were set ablaze by the bandits, flames and smoke billowing everywhere amid the chaos and the bodies strewn about in the dim sky. The cries of birds seemed to herald an ominous future, The little girl stood there, her hair and face smudged from the smoke, tears carving paths down her cheeks. "Sister Elisa, where are you? Ilya is so scared." Ilya sobbed as she wandered, the fleeing villagers paying her no heed, and even in their panic, some deliberately avoided her. "Die, you little scoundrel." A bandit on horseback laughed cruelly as he charged toward Ilya. The iron hooves of the steed rose high, and it seemed she was about to perish under their weight. Ilya stood there, stunned, before suddenly screaming as shimmering lights flickered around her, and the air began to warp. Don was taken aback, his expression changing drastically, without a moment's thought. He dashed forward, swiftly scooping her into his arms and rolling aside just in time to evade the crushing hooves of the warhorse. "There's even a little scoundrel from Islington. Kill." The bandit spurred his horse, charging toward Don with a wild cry. The glint of the raised sword flashed ominously. Fiona, watching from a distance, gasped in terror, exclaiming, "Be careful." Don pressed Ilya down to the ground, and she let out a cry of despair as she crawled on the ground. With a dismissive wave of her hand, the warhorse exploded into fragments, sending the bandit flying in shock. However, little did they expect that the bandit, before hitting the ground, had already adjusted his posture, rolling to his feet and cursing at Don. "How dare you kill my beloved steed? Die!" The bandit raised his long sword and swung it fiercely towards Don's neck. Don didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he flicked his finger, and an arcane missile whistled through the air, decapitating the bandit. Don's gaze remained fixed on Ilya in his arms as he gently inquired, "Are you all right?" I'm fine." Ilya seemed to be experiencing the sensation of being held for the first time, compounded by the fright she had just endured, leaving her dazed, her face blackened by smoke, with clear trails of tears marking her cheeks. "Rest assured, I will protect you. You are safe now." Don patted her head and stood up. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as a glimmering blade approached. Clang, clang, clang. Don, with his left arm around Ilya, casually deflected a series of fierce attacks with his right hand, the astonishing force causing the assailant's arm to swell with shock. To his astonishment, his attacks had no effect. Lake couldn't help but exclaim, his mind racing with doubts. The formidable strength of the warrior Elsa had been summoned by the militia captain, Ronnie, to defend the Lord's manor. How could there be someone in this town capable of withstanding his attacks? He was a bronze-tier swordsman. How could this person be stronger than him? Moreover, the way he effortlessly blocked his strikes without even looking was so practiced. It was as if he had trained on the battlefield for over a decade. No. Even more adept, it was a mastery beyond that of a veteran. Could he truly be a master? This was inconceivable. Lake's gaze suddenly darted towards Ilya, and a thought crossed his mind. He once again surged forward with all his might. Attacking Don with everything he had, the cavalry sword struck upwards, downwards, diagonally. Each blow aimed at Ilya nestled in Don's embrace. Ilya was terrified by the glimmering blade before her, and once more, sparks of light appeared around her. Feeling the surge of magic at such close quarters, Don confirmed his suspicions with renewed astonishment. Indeed, she was a magic affinity body. In the game's lore, a magic affinity body was a gift from the gods. Yet it was also a heavy burden for humanity. This blessing was not something everyone was fortunate enough to receive. Those born with a magic pool that expanded over time risked losing control if they failed to master its use correctly. The resonance with surrounding magical fluctuations could lead to catastrophic consequences, resulting in explosive deaths, leaving a desolate wasteland for miles around. All beings with a magic pool, be they human or beast, would be detonated simultaneously. In the game, this manifested as player self-detonation. Those fortunate enough to acquire such a rare talent were nearly invincible, able to self-destruct at a moment's notice, dragging everyone around them to doom. Which led to a collective aversion against players with magic affinity bodies. Ultimately, those players found themselves isolated and helpless, fearing to trigger their own self-destruction. Of course, that was in the game. Now, in the real world. Should magic go out of control, Don felt a cold sweat break out. Fearing that Ilya's uncontrollable magic might resonate with his own, he dared not cast any spells. Instead, he picked up a wooden stick from the ground, defending against Lake's assault while soothing Ilya. "Ilya, stay calm, stay calm. I will protect you. You have nothing to fear." Talk big," Lake scoffed. "If you have the ability, survive under my hand." The clash resumed, sparks flying, and though Lake was drenched in sweat, His expression remained remarkably composed. He hadn't made a single mistake from the beginning. He could not afford to. Clang. Damn it. Blocked again. Lake was infuriated. His swordsmanship was already considered exceptional under the one-eyed Buck's tutelage. Or else Buck wouldn't have entrusted him with such an important task. Yet at this moment, he found his strength and skill utterly ineffective. His strikes consistently thwarted. What was meant to be aimed at the neck of this little pest ended up being lightly deflected, landing harmlessly on the ground. What angered Lake the most was that his opponent wielded no proper weapon, merely a common wooden stick picked up at random, and yet he held a sharp cavalry sword. Glowing faintly, a magical weapon of minor light. Someone had blocked the attack of a bronze-tier swordsman with a long stick, while the swordsman wielded a magical weapon. Who would believe such a tale? Lake suddenly recalled the sensation of facing his instructor at the training ground. Yes, that overwhelming pressure from above. This was impossible. Terror gripped Lake, but he quickly restrained it in a small town like Ellington. How could there be such a formidable individual? It must be an illusion. With this thought, Lake tightened his grip on his cavalry sword, striking towards Ilya with lightning speed. Humph! Don let out a cold snort, and with a swift motion, the wooden stick lunged forth like a viper, aiming for Lake's chest. Lake was startled and quickly abandoned his attack, retreating in haste, hearing the stick emit a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Lake broke out in a cold sweat. That strike, if it had connected, would have surely slain him on the spot. I didn't expect such an exceptional master to emerge from Ellington. This truly surprises me. But having killed my subordinate, you must be prepared to return to Gritlin's embrace. Spare me the chatter. Come if you wish to die. Don had no time to waste on Lake. He needed to stabilize Ilya's emotions. Should the girl lose control and trigger a magical explosion, the entire Ellington he had yet to secure would be reduced to ashes. Arrogant. Before Lake's words could fully escape his lips, he charged forward. Battle technique. Heroic strike. Utilizing bloodlust to amplify his physical strength, doubling the weapon's damage. The sword glowed red, and the sword's aura surged forth. Don remained remarkably calm as he raised the wooden stick. If it were just him, he could have easily dispatched Lake, but now he needed to calm Ilya, which posed a challenge. This little girl was far more troublesome and infinitely more precious than Lake. Boom! Splinters flew as the wooden stick shattered under the force of bloodlust. Lake cackled madly as he swung his sword towards Don's neck. Did you truly believe that a mere stick could withstand my battle technique? Die! Clink! A light sound rang out as Lake stared in disbelief at the finger that stood before the blade. Noisy. Don flicked his finger lightly, and a tremendous force surged forth, sending Lake staggering back several steps, his expression one of utter incredulity. Chapter 5. The mighty Elsa. How could this be possible? Lake was utterly dumbfounded. Who was this man? Blocking a minor light magical weapon with a wooden stick was already abnormal, but to deflect his battle technique with a mere finger, and to remain unscathed. By the gods above, am I dreaming? Lake rubbed his eyes vigorously and glanced back at Don, who held Ilya, gritting his teeth. He charged forward once more. Kill! Lake was consumed by rage. It had to have been an illusion. He had been bested by this little pest, and his warhorse had been slain. This was intolerable. Battle technique. Heroic strike. Clink! Lake's heroic strike descended upon Don like a mountain. Yet in a moment of despair, Lake witnessed Don once again effortlessly block his attack with a single finger. Infuriating, Lake cursed and thrust his sword, the blade tearing through the air, aimed directly at Don's eyes. Instinctively, Don shielded his eyes. Fool! Lake twisted his wrist, pouring the remaining strength into his strike. The longsword suddenly changed direction, darting towards Don's neck like a striking serpent. I have him! Lake's heart leaped with joy, only to find the sword halted, unable to advance an inch. Upon closer inspection, Lake realized that Don had somehow pinched his longsword between two fingers. A chill ran down Lake's spine, and he yanked forcefully, yet the sword remained immovable. Upon meeting Don's cold, menacing gaze, he felt a shiver of dread and instinctively let go, retreating in haste. It was only after releasing his grip that Lake realized the gravity of the situation. Glaring daggers at Don, wishing he could tear him apart. His weapon was gone. Lake could hardly believe this was reality. Was this truly Ellington? By Yberni, was he trapped in a nightmare? Lake was genuinely afraid. He suddenly turned and fled. Die! With a wave of his hand, Don sent the long sword hurtling after Lake, piercing through his heart and pinning his body against the wall. Who on earth was he? This was Lake's first thought. I am dying. This was Lake's second thought. Darkness engulfed his consciousness. Ilya, it is over now. You are safe. The bad man has been dealt with. Dawn continued to soothe Ilya, who was now significantly calmer, the magical fluctuations around her no longer so intense. Dawn looked at Ilya, who was crying like a little kitten, and felt a sense of disbelief. This girl named Ilya was a resident of Ellington, was she not? That meant she was one of his subjects? How had he gotten so lucky? Tang In observed that when Ilya encountered danger, her emotions fluctuated violently, causing a resonance of magical energy in her surroundings. This was evidently a characteristic of a magic affinity body. A magic affinity body is an exceedingly rare gift, as the name suggests, possessing an astonishing affinity for magic. Consequently, it grants immunity to arcane magic, reduces elemental spell damage, and results in a denser magical presence than that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, the cultivation of spells becomes significantly more effective, making it an extraordinarily scarce talent. Wow. You're bleeding, woo-woo. Ilya continued to cry, though her emotions had improved considerably. It is not my blood. Tang In smiled and waved to Fiona, who hurried over. He entrusted Ilya to Fiona, saying, "Take care of her. I will continue to deal with the mountain bandits." Fiona nodded. "Leave it to me." Big brother. Ilya grasped Tang In's sleeve, still anxious after being rescued and reluctant to part from him. "Stay close behind. Let this sister attend to you first." Only then did Ilya release her hold on Tang In. The area remained chaotic, with the bandits oblivious to the fact that Lake had already perished, still running about setting fires and pursuing the villagers. Meanwhile, at the Lord's manor, "Scoundrel, those are your subjects. Will you merely stand by and watch them be slaughtered?" A young girl, her face flushed with anger, confronted the portly figure before her. This rotund man was Baron Hogg, the current Lord of Ellington, while the girl was Elsa of the Ellington militia. "Impudent! How dare you speak to my lord in such a manner?" Hogg's steward reprimanded Elsa. "No matter." Hogg smiled, his face nearly squished together with fat. "Elsa, I maintain my stance. If you agree to my terms, I shall dispatch the guard to rescue those wretches. Otherwise, let them fend for themselves. There is news I have yet to share with you. I will soon be leaving Ellington." "What?" The steward was taken aback, a piece of information he was unaware of. Conversely, a look of joy suddenly appeared on Elsa's face. If this vile lord were to depart, the residents of Ellington would surely find greater happiness. "I have long since grown weary of this godforsaken place. It's absurd that there are fools willing to donate such a large sum of gold to purchase it." "Utterly ridiculous," Hogg scoffed, waving his hand dismissively, and looked at Elsa with a sly grin. "Do you still expect the new lord to be benevolent? You are too naive. Do you think he can earn back such a large investment?" Elsa's expression darkened considerably. Captain Ronnie of the militia clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to punch Hogg. Elsa was the woman he admired, and this wretched, fat lord dared to have designs on her. A fierce glint flashed in Ronnie's eyes. Perhaps it would be better to let Buck's men take care of him. "You won't go. I will go myself." An enraged Elsa turned towards the door that Hogg's guards blocked her path. Elsa coldly commanded, "Stand aside." Hogg's expression shifted slightly, just as he was about to instruct his guards to let her pass. It was already too late. With a casual flick of her hand, the sound of air being pierced echoed as two guards were sent flying. Elsa let out a cold huff and strode out. Gritting his teeth, Ronnie followed her. Seeing their captain leave, the militia members, knowing Hogg would soon depart as well, chose to follow Ronnie out. "Humph, a bunch of fools eager to meet their demise." Hogg grunted, wiping the sweat from his brow, muttering to himself, "Elsa's strength is still as monstrous as ever. Perhaps her refusal to align with me is a blessing in disguise." Just as Tang In prepared to continue eliminating the bandits, an uproar of furious battle cries suddenly erupted from the north of Ellington. "For the villagers' vengeance, defend our homeland," Elsa shouted, wielding her sword with ferocity. The gust generated by her swing was terrifying, cleaving the head off a war horse, causing a bandit to scream as he fell to in the blink of an eye. The enraged militia had reduced the bandits to mere pulp. "Ilya, please be safe." Elsa gripped her sword tightly, anxiety gnawing at her heart. Ronnie wiped the blood from his face, noticing Elsa's unease. "Elsa, go find Ilya. Be vigilant. These scoundrels are devoid of humanity and know nothing of mercy." Elsa longed to seek out Ilya immediately, but hesitated before shaking her head, saying, "I have duties to uphold. I am a member of the militia. and I must protect Ellington alongside everyone," Ronnie declared resolutely. "We have enough with us now. If you, a mere girl, need to worry, it means Ellington is nearly finished. Enough chatter, hurry." Elsa felt her eyes welling with tears, nodded firmly, and dashed into the village. After watching Elsa leave, Ronnie felt a surge of pride. He knew Elsa had always been sensitive about her strength, desiring to be treated like a little girl in need of protection, so he had intentionally said that to showcase his charm and win her favor, a twofold success. With a determined glint in his eyes, Ronnie swung his sword fiercely and shouted, "Let those scoundrels witness the might of the people of Ellington. Leave none alive. Slay them all. Slay them all." The militia members, initially filled with fear, found their spirits lifted by Ronnie's encouragement, their blood ignited by rage as they charged toward the bandits. "My lord, what should we do? Damn it, Lord Lake is dead. These militia are returning too quickly. That bastard betrayed us. Retreat. Everyone retreat." Ilya. As Elsa entered the square, she immediately spotted Tang In and Ilya, her heart soaring with joy. Ilya was unharmed, but then she noticed the bloodstains on Ilya, gasping in alarm as she rushed over. "The scum of Ellington. We shall return soon. Take this chance to flee." "Ha!" The remaining 6 or 7 bandits laughed maniacally as they retreated northward, drawing their bows without aiming, shooting backward. "A parting gift, die." The arrows whistled through the air. "Danger!" Tang In's pupils constricted, instinctively holding Elsa back. "My lord!" Fiona exclaimed, but upon seeing the arrows suddenly halt mid-air, she sighed in relief. Elsa, held by Tang In, was momentarily stunned. "Apologies." Tang In released Elsa, having no time to converse. Did these bandits think they could escape after plundering and burning? Such a notion was absurd. Today, they would all perish here. Tang In's mental energy locked onto the fleeing bandits in the distance, and with a gentle flick of his finger, the suspended arrows whirled and shot away. Ah! One arrow pierced through 3 bandits. Several arrows struck down the remaining bandits on horseback. "Who are you?" Elsa gazed at Tang in shock, bewildered by the presence of this unfamiliar sorcerer. When did Ellington acquire such a formidable figure? Tang In. He paused briefly, smiling, a passing wild mage. Chapter 6. The blood of the goddess. Elsa clearly did not believe Tang In's tale. "Elsa," a voice called from afar. "I am here." Elsa responded, and Tang In felt a stir in his heart. "You are called Elsa? A member of Ellington's militia?" "Indeed." Tang In frowned. "Since you are a member of Ellington's militia, why were you not present when the town was attacked?" Elsa stamped her foot in frustration. "Is it not due to that foolish, pig-headed lord, concerned for his own safety? He ordered Ronnie to gather us all." "Lord Ronnie. Baron Hogg is a complete and utter fool," Elsa exclaimed angrily. "And Ronnie, as the captain of the militia, behaves like Hogg's private soldier. Utterly disappointing. What have I done?" The impetuous Ronnie approached. "And who is this gentleman?" Elsa, cradling Ilya, huffed. "This is Tang In, a passing wild mage. If it weren't for him, Ilya might have faced dire consequences." "Thank you, Tang In, for your assistance, but this is our matter in Ellington, and we are confident in handling it ourselves," Ronnie replied curtly, his gaze toward Tang In filled with disdain. If it weren't for him, the spotlight would have been on himself, and he had to answer to Buck. "Is that so? Yet I believe you are capable of nothing more than protecting that pig-headed lord," Elsa retorted mercilessly, leaving Ronnie feeling quite embarrassed, turning his frustration towards Tang In. "By the way, your appearance here is rather convenient. Could you be in league with the bandits?" "No. The situation is too perilous. You must be investigated." "Tang In, you would do well to surrender quietly." As Ronnie gazed at the bewildered Dawn, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him, prompting him to continue. "We shall only release you once our investigation confirms your lack of involvement." This fellow, is his brain filled with mush? "Ronnie." At that moment, Hogg's mercenaries arrived, demanding sternly, "What of the mountain bandits?" "I have slain them all," Ronnie boasted audaciously, claiming the glory for himself, and then pointed at Dawn, declaring, "This individual appears suspicious. I must investigate his identity." The mercenaries immediately cast unfriendly glances at Dawn. Tightening their grips on their weapons, Elsa shouted, "Ronnie, that's enough. Dawn, dear elder brother, is not a villain." Elliot timidly supported Dawn, only to shrink back into Elsa's embrace when Ronnie shot her a glare. "Cease this at once." Fiona rushed forward, her voice piercing. "How dare you?" Dawn quickly gestured for her to hold her tongue, leaving Fiona momentarily stunned, forcing her words back down. What? Upon seeing Fiona, Ronnie and Hogg's mercenaries were instantly captivated, leering as they inquired, "What is the name of this lady? Given the current state of affairs outside, might you not wish to accompany us back to the Lord's Manor for some respite?" Fiona revealed her family crest and replied coldly, Fiona of the Golden Rose. Although the Golden Rose family had long ceased to exist, intimidating these rustic folk with her crest was still effective. Ronnie recoiled slightly, inhaling sharply, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. "Greetings, Lady Golden Rose." Despite his lecherous nature, Ronnie was acutely aware that a noble lady was beyond his reach. Especially in a remote place like Ellington, where they had never encountered a noble woman aside from Lord Hogg. Fiona scoffed. "Dawn is a master alchemist employed by my Golden Rose family. How dare you question his identity? I shall ensure your lord punishes you severely." Panic set in for Ronnie. Lady Golden Rose. Hogg's mercenaries discreetly tugged at Ronnie's sleeve, advising, "My lady, it would be best to discuss this with our lord. We cannot make decisions here. We will speak with him, but not at this moment." Dawn interjected nonchalantly. "There are still numerous residents injured by the bandits, yet you waste time here." Ronnie retorted coldly, "We do not require your reminders." Hogg's mercenaries disdainfully added, "Those peasants may die. They are of no comparison to our lord's well-being." While Dawn was already aware of the stark social hierarchy in this world, he realized he had been overly conservative. However, this was his own territory, and with the population being relatively small, he could not stand idly by as they perished. After a moment's contemplation, Dawn turned to Elsa and said, "If you do not mind, could you gather the injured in this square? I have medicine that may aid in their treatment." Elsa's eyes sparkled with joy. "Is that possible?" "Of course. Ronnie, provide me with 10 individuals, and you lead the others to extinguish the fires. Clear the wreckage and search for the wounded." Elsa commanded decisively. Though she was not the captain, her proven leadership skills and formidable combat prowess had earned her the respect of her peers. Reluctantly, Ronnie took his leave with his men, while Elsa, along with 10 others and Elia, set about tending to the injured. "Are you truly intending to heal them?" Fiona inquired softly. "If you possess healing potions, there seems no need to squander them here." Dawn regarded Fiona with a bemused smile. "Do you consider this a waste?" Though Fiona said nothing, her eyes conveyed her disbelief. "Fiona, understand this. The opportunity to win hearts so effortlessly is worth more than gold." Fiona remained somewhat perplexed. After all, Dawn was soon to be the lord here. Why then should he concern himself with the sentiments of these common residents? Hogg's mercenaries were not under Ronnie's authority, so they remained nearby, watching Dawn and Fiona closely, while word of the situation began to spread. "What did you say? A noble lady accompanied by a wild mage has driven off the bandits?" Hogg exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. The noble visiting this desolate place, and alongside a wild mage, was beyond his comprehension. "Indeed. That wild mage now intends to treat the injured peasants. Since when did alchemical potions become so devalued?" Hogg furrowed his brow, his eyes darting as he remarked, "Continue to monitor them and report any developments immediately." "Yes." In the square, Elsa had mobilized the residents to gather the injured, and a cursory glance revealed hundreds were gravely wounded, not to mention those with minor injuries. The square was filled with cries of anguish. And Elsa looked at Dawn with hopeful anticipation. These individuals had cared for her in the past, and now witnessing familiar faces suffering was a profound torment for her. Dawn estimated the number of injured. Suddenly feeling somewhat troubled, he had not prepared many healing potions in his backpack. Although there were ample materials in the warehouse, he could not simply conjure potions out of thin air at this moment. He decided to first test the efficacy of the healing potion and see how many he could save. Feigning a search within his cloak, he produced a vial of potent healing elixir. Administering it to a nearby wounded individual to his astonishment, as the gravely injured man took but a small sip, several severe wounds instantly healed, and a severed arm miraculously regrew, rendering him as if he had never been harmed. Good heavens! Dawn was taken aback by the astonishing effectiveness of the healing potion, and before he could fully process the event, Fiona let out a shrill scream, startling him anew. "What is it? This, Fiona stammered, pointing at the crystalline, vividly red vial of potent healing elixir in Dawn's hand. Unable to articulate her thoughts, Dawn blinked in confusion. "It's just a healing potion. What's the matter?" By the goddess. The blood of the goddess. This is the blood of the goddess. Fiona's expression was one of shock, her composure unraveling. You possess the blood of the goddess, and intend to use it to save these commoners. Fiona had previously seen the blood of the goddess at an auction, where several prominent families had paid a staggering price for a mere vial. Just one small vial of the goddess's blood had fetched a price of 100,000 gold coins. Had not the transformation of the man who drank the potion been so dramatic, Fiona would not have dared to assume Dawn held the blood of the goddess. Such a treasure could not merely be described as a waste. It was said that only the Holy See had a limited stock of the goddess's blood, capable of reviving a mortally wounded individual with just a drop, an effect akin to resurrection magic, and most remarkably, it bore no side effects. Many healing potions crafted by alchemists would have diminishing returns if taken repeatedly in a short span. But the blood of the goddess had no such drawbacks and could restore one to their most optimal state. This invaluable treasure, and he was using it to heal these peasants? Fiona was at a loss for words. As she was merely Dawn's commercial advisor now and had no right to criticize the Lord's actions. Blood of the goddess? Dawn found it peculiar. It sounded as though the healing potions he had consumed in the past were akin to drinking the goddess's menstrual blood, which unsettled him. Fiona exclaimed in exasperation, "Do you realize? If you were to sell that vial of the blood of the goddess, you could purchase nearly half a town." "Oh, I see," Dawn replied nonchalantly, nodding. "I had no idea it was so valuable." Valuable is an understatement. Wait, what are you doing? Fiona initially thought Dawn had finally grasped the significance of the blood of the goddess, only to see him approach another gravely injured peasant and administer a small sip, causing Fiona to stomp her feet in anguish. "I am, of course, saving lives," Dawn stated matter-of-factly. "No matter how precious a potion may be, if it is not consumed, it serves no purpose, does it? Besides, I am an alchemist. I need not concern myself with such matters." You, sigh. Fiona sighed deeply, utterly speechless. Chapter 7. Magical equipment. In truth, Dawn had not anticipated that the potent healing elixir would hold such value in this world. After all, in the game, such items were commonplace, often discarded without a second thought. Who would have imagined they would be so precious in reality? The residents of Ellington had initially felt a modicum of gratitude toward Dawn for his assistance, but upon hearing Fiona reveal that he had offered such a valuable treasure for their healing, they were overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Had Dawn not intervened, they would likely have fallen to their knees in gratitude. The mercenaries observing Dawn and Fiona, upon hearing Fiona's words, exchanged glances filled with greed and excitement, and one rushed off to report the news. However, Fiona still failed to persuade Dawn. "Since you insist on using it, then leave it to me." Ultimately, Fiona had no choice but to concede, gritting her teeth as she said, "This is simply too wasteful." Wasteful? They are mere mortals, not heralds of the apocalypse. A small amount of goddess's blood is all they need to recover. Forcing them to consume an entire mouthful is sheer extravagance. Fiona snatched the potent elixir of life from Dawn's hand and, with irritation, said, "Miss Elsa, could you please fetch me some water?" "Water? Sure." Elsa quickly returned, arms raised with a massive wooden barrel filled to the brim with water, which she thumped down before Fiona. "Is this enough? If not, I can get more." Yes, this is sufficient." Fiona tugged at the corner of her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief. Elsa was merely 16, and she didn't appear to be a herald either. How could she possess such strength? Fiona opened the potent elixir and poured about 1/5 into the barrel. Despite only being a fifth of the potion, it transformed the entire barrel, which was taller than a person, into a translucent crimson hue, exuding a faint, pleasant aroma. "Distribute the potion among them. Just a sip each will suffice," Fiona instructed. Following her orders, the militia led by Elsa promptly sprang into action, although the potion had been diluted hundreds of times. As Fiona had indicated, it was more than adequate for these ordinary people, and the injured soon found themselves healed. Once recovered, these individuals naturally expressed their profound gratitude to Dawn and Fiona. Dawn, feeling unperturbed, smiled joyfully, while beneath Fiona's smile, she inwardly lamented the wastefulness of it all. Wasteful, indeed, excessively wasteful. While Elsa tended to the wounded, she led the remaining individuals to clear the battlefield, despite the chaos wrought by the bandits. Life in Ellington must go on after they were driven away. Is this fellow really Lake? Elsa scrutinized Lake's lifeless body, poking it without a hint of fear typical of a normal girl facing death. She had grown accustomed to it. Elsa removed the longsword embedded in Lake's corpse and dragged the body towards the cart, intending to gather the corpses outside the town for cremation. Clink. Elsa noticed a necklace fall from Lake's body, adorned with a small sapphire that appeared quite exquisite. Being a normal girl, she had a fondness for bright jewels, and upon seeing the necklace, she was instantly enamored. However, after a moment's thought, she picked up the necklace and walked over to hand it to Dunn. Dunn, Elsa called out cheerfully, I found this trophy on Lake. It's yours now. Oh, Dunn took the necklace, glanced at it, and sensed the magical aura emanating from it. It was indeed a low-light magical necklace. Consider it a gift. Dunn casually returned it to Elsa. Wear it. This low-light magical necklace can enhance the wearer's strength. Magical equipment. Elsa exclaimed in a flustered manner. No. You've done such a tremendous favor for Ellington. We cannot repay you. Since it's magical equipment, you should definitely keep it. Dunn, of course, did not care for such a trifling low-light magical item. And with a gentle smile, he replied, Have you forgotten who I am? I am not only a wild mage, but also an alchemist. Do you think I lack magical equipment? Elsa paused momentarily. Oh, right, and that longsword. Dunn pointed to the longsword in Elsa's hand. That longsword is a low-light magical weapon with an added sharpness attribute, making it quite advantageous as it enhances damage against armor and increases penetration probability. It would serve you well. So keep it. All right. Elsa was overjoyed. As a mere militia member of Ellington, she had only heard tales of magical equipment and weapons. When would she ever have the chance to hold one? Now, not only had she held one, but she had also obtained 2 magical items at once. She nearly fainted from happiness. Although Fiona was not a herald, she understood the immense value of magical equipment. Seeing Dunn so casually bestow 2 magical items, she felt a surge of frustration. Spendthrift. This was utterly prodigal. Those were magical items. How could they be given away so freely? With the goddess's blood healing common folk without charge and magical equipment being handed out so nonchalantly, did he truly consider himself a deity descended to illuminate the masses? What do you plan to do with these corpses? Dunn casually inquired, as improper disposal could lead to a plague. We'll take them outside the town and burn them. It's a decree from the Church of Light, intended to prevent necromancers from desecrating the dead. I see, that sounds good. Dunn nodded, having forgotten this detail. Due to the necromancers, many regions in Prandal had adopted cremation practices, making life increasingly difficult for the necromancers. At the Lord's Manor. What did you say? Hogg abruptly stood up, his jowls trembling. He had lost his composure for the first time. My lord, that noble lady claimed it was goddess's blood, and we witnessed those commoners instantly recover after consuming the potion. It was truly miraculous. Goddess's blood. Hogg's face was filled with avarice, his eyes darting as he declared, Send word. I wish to host a banquet for them. The private soldier hesitated. My lord, when they come for the feast, you will. Hogg whispered a few instructions, and the soldier immediately understood, grinning. The Lord is indeed wise. Rest assured, we will handle this matter well. Yes, do well. Hogg patted his shoulder with satisfaction. If you manage this successfully, I will reward each of you with 10 gold coins. Thank you, my lord. The captain of the private soldiers was elated and promptly set about making arrangements. Meanwhile, in Ellington, outside the town, thick smoke rose into the air. A pungent, acrid scent permeating the atmosphere, particularly the unmistakable odor of human flesh burning, which caused Elsa's expression to sour. This is the last batch. Roni clapped his hands and approached Elsa, saying, Elsa, shall we train together tonight? Not interested. I need to stay with Ilya tonight after the scare she received. Elsa huffed, deeply disappointed with Roni's poor performance today. Just then, Elsa noticed a cart approaching from a distance, her expression brightening with surprise. Roni hurriedly exclaimed, Elsa, Uncle Abaddon is back. Let us go greet him. Elsa abandoned Roni and dashed towards the approaching cart. Abaddon, upon seeing the thick black smoke, frowned, but his face broke into a smile upon spotting the running girl. However, as he observed her increasing speed, his smile faltered. Abaddon's expression changed dramatically as he jumped down from the cart to meet her. Upon seeing her father rushing towards her, Elsa gradually slowed her pace, and when he reached her side, she threw herself into his embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. Daddy. The immense force took Abaddon by surprise. causing him to gasp for breath, cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet he forced a smile. Elsa, what happened in the town? Elsa released Abaton, her voice tinged with anger. The bandits came again. Many people died in the town. Abaton's face grew stern. Is that so? It seems that scoundrel truly seeks his own demise. It's all that fool Hog's fault. If he and T stopped us from acting, so many Wu and T have had to die. Abaton knew Elsa's grievances against Hog were long-standing. Ruffling her hair, he said, the dead cannot be brought back to life. All we can do is care for their families. Yes, but Daddy, we owe a great debt to a big brother who saved many people, including Ilya. Elsa said cheerfully. If it weren't for him, many more would have perished. He not only killed the bandits, but also provided potions to treat the uncles and aunts. Sister Fiona mentioned that the potion is called Goddess's Blood, and it seems quite precious. Fiona, Goddess's Blood. Abaton's expression shifted dramatically, astonished as he exclaimed, would anyone really be willing to use such a precious item to heal these commoners? Yes, Sister Fiona also said that about Brother Dunn. But Brother Dunn seems quite indifferent about it, Elsa remarked, not fully grasping the significance, yet feeling happy that so many had been saved. Dunn, you mean the one who killed the bandits and rescued people is named Dunn? Abaton was taken aback. Yes, Elsa nodded. Do you know him? Daddy, I do not know him personally, but I have heard of him, and I fear we shall soon be acquainted. Abaton's expression was laden with significance as he patted Elsa's head. Your mother misses you. Go back now and take me to meet Mr. Dunn. All right. Elsa joyfully dashed into the carriage, engaging in cheerful conversation with her mother, while Aberton led the horse, swaying gently as they made their way to Ellington. Uncle Aberton, you and Auntie have finally returned, Ronnie exclaimed, running over to ingratiate himself. I've been feeling that my swordsmanship has improved recently, and I was hoping Uncle Aberton could offer me some guidance. We'll discuss it later, Aberton waved dismissively, his mind preoccupied with weighty matters, leaving little room for conversation with Ronnie. Embarrassed, Ronnie took a few steps back, watching as Aberton and the carriage entered the town, his expression darkening as he muttered, How dare you look down on me? One day, you will regret this. Chapter 8. Him, the Lord Master. What did you say? Don questioned, suspecting he had misheard. You heard correctly. Because you saved many people and assisted Captain Ronnie in repelling the bandits, the Lord Master has decided to host a banquet for the two of you this evening. The captain of the private soldiers stated sternly. Dinner time is approaching. So please prepare to head to the Lord's manor. Assisting Ronnie in repelling the bandits, Don wore a look of disbelief, while Fiona's face turned ashen with anger. It's utterly shameless. It was clearly Don's achievement. And you dare to brazenly steal his credit. The captain of the private soldiers ignored Fiona entirely, casting a greedy glance at Don, lingering on the supreme life potion before departing. Don pondered this with a sardonic smile. Interesting. Fiona spoke in a low voice. That lord must have ulterior motives, of course. The avaricious gaze of his captain towards the supreme blood of the goddess has already betrayed their intentions. Don shrugged, bemused, never expecting that a mere vial of life potion would incite such envy. At that moment, he spotted Elia rushing towards him, the young girl seeming somewhat anxious as she nearly stumbled. Don quickly stepped forward to steady her. Elia's cheeks flushed, and she shyly stammered. Big brother, Daddy Aberton is back. Sister Elsa said he wants to see you, so please don't leave just yet. Uncle Aberton? Yes, he's Sister Elsa's father. Elia spoke with envy. I don't have a mommy or daddy, so I'm really grateful to Daddy Aberton and Mommy Clara for taking care of me. Don was taken aback. You an orphan? Elia looked at him curiously. No. I have Sister Elsa. Don was momentarily stunned, then gently patted Elia's head, smiling. Yes, that's right. From now on, I'll also be your family. I will take care of you and protect you. Elia's face turned crimson as she looked down, fiddling with her fingers, feeling bashful. Does Big Brother want to marry her? But isn't that a bit too early? After all, she is only 12, and besides, she hasn't even developed feelings for him yet. But if he really said that, what would she do? As Elia sorted through her thoughts, mustering the courage to refuse Don, at least temporarily, she suddenly realized he had vanished. The little girl felt deflated. Unaware of Elia's distress, Don had already spotted Elsa and approached her. The middle-aged man walking beside Elsa, with a weathered face, must be her father, Abe. Don, this is my father, Abe. Elsa joyfully introduced him. Daddy, this is Don. The one who saved so many people. Aberton scrutinized Dawn for a moment before stepping forward with grave seriousness. Just as Dawn wondered what he was about to do, Aberton unexpectedly knelt before him on one knee. Instantly, Elsa, Elia, and the surrounding townsfolk were left dumbfounded. "Daddy!" Elsa exclaimed in shock. "What are you doing?" Aberton lowered his head slightly, speaking solemnly. "I, Aberton, on behalf of all the residents of Ellington, express our gratitude for the Lord Master's benevolence." Dawn, along with Fiona, who was busily working nearby, stood in stunned silence. They exchanged bewildered glances. They had agreed to keep this a secret, so how had it come to light? Elsa and Elia remained in a state of shock. Frozen in place, the murmur swept through the crowd. What had Aberton just said? Lord? The one who intervened to save Ellington was actually a Lord Master. Impossible. How could a noble save us common folk? There must be a mistake. Did Aberton misjudge? Dawn sighed deeply, then couldn't help but ask, "Do you know me?" "I just returned from a lynx," Aberton replied. Hearing this, Dawn realized the news of his purchase of the territory must have spread in a lynx. Thus Aberton had learned of it. He felt somewhat helpless. He had intended to conceal his identity and explore Ellington incognito, but now that his identity was revealed, many things would be out of reach. "If our new lord is indeed you, then we need not worry at all," Aberton smiled. "A lord willing to use such precious resources to heal the common folk surely can govern Ellington well. Please rise." Dawn helped Aberton to his feet, his action unmistakably confirming to those around them that what Aberton had said was the truth. Dawn truly was the new lord of Ellington. What strength! Aberton's eyes widened in astonishment as Dawn assisted him. Nearby, Hogg's private soldiers were left dumbfounded by this extraordinary turn of events. After a moment of shock, they hurried back to report to Hogg. "What?" Hogg thundered. "You mean that wild mage who produced the blood of the goddess is the new lord?" Question mark. That's what Aberton said. "We didn't see him present the lord's appointment letter. That Aberton has returned from a lynx as well." Hogg's face darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he coldly stated, "This news is to remain a secret. No one is to know he is the new lord, understood?" "My lord, are you planning?" Hogg revealed a cruel smile. "What if the new lord were to be killed by bandits on his way to assume office? Would that not align perfectly with the current state of Ellington?" The others immediately caught on and chuckled knowingly. In the square, Dawn learned from Aberton about the various issues facing Ellington: heavy taxes, a miserly and greedy lord, and frequent raids by bandits. Even the most prosperous city would struggle under such circumstances, let alone a remote town like Ellington. The land here was not particularly barren, but neither was it abundant. The frequent bandit incursions severely impacted farming, compounded by a greedy lord demanding 80% of the harvest in taxes, leaving the residents barely able to fill their stomachs, let alone protect Ellington. Upon entering Ellington, Dawn observed that the majority of the populace appeared malnourished, while the militia seemed better off, as they were relied upon to maintain order and protect the town. Hogg's private soldiers were clearly in a better condition. Dawn realized that if he wished to establish himself in Ellington, his first order of business must be to ensure that the residents had enough to eat. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "If the bandits are so rampant, why hasn't the Lord led soldiers to exterminate them?" Aberton chuckled. Of course, he couldn't possibly remain inactive if he were to show no signs of action. How could the noble council allow him to maintain his position here? However, action is one thing. The effectiveness of the bandit eradication is another matter entirely, Aberton said meaningfully. Every time they arrive at the bandits' lair, it is always deserted, with not a soul in sight, only remnants of plundered wealth left behind. Lord Hogg collects a portion of that wealth to present as tribute, declaring the eradication of bandits a success, while another portion lines his own coffers. Dawn narrowed his eyes. "Are you implying?" "I said nothing at all," Aberton shrugged. "What to do is entirely up to your discretion." "Lord Master," Fiona approached, "all the injured have been treated. There are a total of 352 seriously injured and 448 lightly injured, all of whom have now fully recovered. There is still more than half a barrel of diluted blood of the goddess, which I have arranged to be bottled for future use. Diluted, yet still needing to be bottled again." Dawn was left speechless, marveling at Fiona's resourcefulness. After reporting the situation, Fiona looked at him with admiration. "However, Lord Master, your use of such a precious resource to heal them has won you the goodwill of the residents of Ellington. Once you take office, you will face minimal resistance in implementing policies." Dawn nodded noncommittally, then said, "The time is near. Accompany me to the banquet." A banquet? Fiona gasped in surprise. Lord Master, are you truly planning to dine with that man? This could severely impact your reputation among the residents. Don chuckled. Fear not. They will understand. Having just arrived, and with the in-game coins being of no use in reality, to take the first step wisely, it is essential to engage in a thorough discussion with this hog to secure a sum of political seed money. Don believes that once the news of his extortion of hog spreads, it will surely allow the residents of Ellington to vent their frustrations, and at that point, by timely introducing some beneficial policies, he will undoubtedly solidify his position at AS for the future developments. Don chuckled to himself, with the knowledge he acquired on Earth. His expansive worldview and foresight, developing a territory would be a piece of cake. Now, Hog serves as his stepping stone. Uncle Abaton, Ronnie rushed over, observing Don's departing figure with a furrowed brow that he scoffed. That guy is so sneaky. He must be up to no good. I will certainly capture him later and interrogate him thoroughly. Why are you all looking at me like that? Ronnie noticed the peculiar gazes of those around him, feeling somewhat bewildered. Ronnie, you must not show disrespect to the Lord. Elsa shouted. The Lord has offered precious treasures to heal everyone. How could you defame him like this? Him. The Lord, Ronnie exclaimed in disbelief. Elsa, are you joking with me? If he is the Lord, then I am the king of Ilris. How incredibly shallow. Elia, let us go. Elsa tossed her hair back and took Elia home. After watching Don leave, Abaton addressed Ronnie. Don is our new lord. You must not be rude to him. I shall return now. Please do not disturb me for the next few days. With that, Abaton departed as well. Ronnie's expression darkened significantly. What sort of trickery was this cursed Don employing? How could he possibly be the Lord? Sorcery. He must have used some vile sorcery to deceive everyone. No, I must expose him. Chapter 9. Act according to my countenance. As Don contemplated the matters ahead, he and Fiona made their way to the Lord's manor, just as he had considered upon assuming the lordship. The immediate issues to address were Ellington's public safety and the residents' food supply. However, to resolve the food situation, it was necessary to conduct a field observation of Prandal's agricultural conditions and devise targeted solutions, which could not be accomplished in a day or two. Before improving agriculture, the food shortage could be temporarily alleviated through external purchases, so it was not an urgent matter. In the meantime, the public safety issue was more pressing and manageable. Once Hog was dealt with and control over Ellington's militia was secured, they could be taken out to eliminate bandits, while also honing their teamwork. Upon arriving outside the Lord's manor, Don smirked. Despite the evident poverty of the townsfolk, with most houses leaking wind and rain, the Lord's manor in Ellington looked quite grand, starkly contrasting with the surrounding architecture. Don addressed the guards. Please inform that Don and Fiona have come to attend the banquet at your invitation. Fiona leaned in and whispered, My lord, is it truly necessary to be so courteous to such a fellow? She recognized this guard as the one who had leered at her before, harboring a grudge. Don shook his head and replied softly, You must understand. One must exercise caution and maintain a low profile. Many people enjoy playing the fool to catch the unsuspecting. If Hog has a hidden expert among his ranks, we could find ourselves in peril. Fiona widened her eyes. My lord, are you sure you aren't speaking about yourself? The guard's gaze shifted from Fiona to Don, and in a mocking tone, he said, Invitation? I did not hear the Lord mention anything of the sort. Do you two lowly peasants intend to sneak into the Lord's manor? Speak. What are your intentions? He drew his weapon as he spoke. Impertinence. Fiona's brows furrowed in anger. Before you stands Don, the Lord of Ellington. I only know that Lord Hog is the Lord. You, lowly peasant, dare to impersonate the Lord and deceive, die. The guard bellowed, swinging his weapon directly at Don. Are these fools filled with nonsense? Don merely raised a hand to catch the longsword, disarming the guard with ease. And before the guard could utter a word, he swiftly struck him down. Watching the blood spray, Fiona was stunned. My lord, did you not say to remain low-key? Don shrugged off the blood from his sword. Pausing momentarily, forget I said anything. Although Fiona was puzzled by Don's sudden change of heart, she was elated that he had dispatched the vile guard. What is happening? The commotion at the gates drew the attention of mercenaries, and soon a throng surrounded Don and Fiona. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, the mercenaries regarded Don with predatory gazes, filled with malice. In the Lord's manor, by the window on the second floor. Hog squinted. Do you think they can take care of this fellow? If these men could directly eliminate Don, that would be the best outcome. If they failed, a second method would have to be employed. Uncertain, a man beside Hogg shook his head, though he claims to be a wild mage. He has only employed some rudimentary spells. The intelligence is insufficient to ascertain his true strength. On the contrary, his brute strength seems quite formidable. Brute strength, similar to Elsa's? A shadow flickered across Hogg's face. But he quickly smiled. Even if he possesses strange strength, what of it? With you in action, a mere wild mage with brute force should be easy to handle. Indeed, the man boasted proudly. I, Jordan, am a bronze-tier warrior. How could a nonsensical wild mage possibly be my match? However, to be safe, I have prepared additional measures. Hogg revealed a sinister smile and whispered to Jordan. Meanwhile, the atmosphere outside was on the brink of explosion. To dare cause a ruckus at the Lord's manor and kill our man, you shall pay with your lives. The mercenary captain growled ominously, waving his hand. Kill the men, capture the women alive. About time. Haha. Leave the women to me. A group of mercenaries screeched as they charged forward. Daddy. In the distance. Elsa anxiously watched Abaton, wanting to rush over to assist. Do not worry. Abaton stopped Elsa. He will not be in danger. But, rest assured, I have a feeling he will surely become the Lord of Ellington. Upon seeing their revolting expressions, Don's warm smile vanished instantly. You wretches, your very existence is a waste of my land and air. It is better for you to die. Though he lacked combat skills, the power and agility derived from being a max-level mage granted him an overwhelming advantage over these foes. Coupled with his rapid casting speed, the soldiers were intercepted by the suddenly manifested mage's hand before they could even reach him. Crack! As the mage's hand snapped the neck of one soldier, Don seized the longsword, parrying another soldier's attack. The clash of the two swords resonated with a thunderous sound, sending the oncoming mercenaries flying with immense force, shattering their own weapons in the process. Too fragile. Don tossed aside the broken sword, his gaze fixated on the others. Everyone, charge. Even if he is a mage, he cannot withstand this many of us. Kill him. What is there to fear? Kill him. That woman will be ours. Everyone, attack. As the mercenaries surged forward, Don revealed an elegant smile. How Navi, it seems spells do not instill fear in you. Indeed, a more visceral battle is far preferable. In the next moment, Don plunged into the fray, using his overwhelmingly powerful physique to charge through the mercenaries. Seizing one at random, he struck him squarely in the face, sending the unfortunate soul flying. In that instant, Don effortlessly snatched away his longsword, and his aura shifted dramatically, a chilling murderous intent radiating outward. Not good. Quickly kill him. Curse it. His strength is too great. We can't even touch him. Don ruthlessly pressed forward. These men who had ignored the bandit raids on Ellington were deserving of their fate in mere moments. The courtyard of the Lord's manor was stained crimson with blood, corpses strewn about, and Don himself was drenched in the aftermath. The remaining mercenaries trembled, barely able to stand. Impressive. In the distance, Elsa watched Don with wide eyes. Astonished. Although he had saved her before, she had never witnessed Don's prowess in close combat until now, realizing just how formidable he truly was. Indeed, Aberton nodded in agreement. If he could relinquish his current mastery of spells and dedicate himself to honing his swordsmanship, he would surely achieve great success. What are you doing? At that moment, Hogg's steward abruptly emerged from the Lord's mansion, bellowing, Don is the guest of the Lord. How dare you lay a hand on a guest? Cease at once. The private soldiers were on the verge of tears. It was no longer a matter of whether they would stop, but whether their adversaries would relent. Don glanced at the steward. A knowing smile gracing his lips as he casually drove his sword into the ground. He could clearly see that the steward had come out to protect those private soldiers, yet this aligned perfectly with Don's intentions. These soldiers could not be killed just yet, especially the captain, as he still had questions for them. Don inquired, is this how Baron Hogg treats his guests? The steward furrowed his brow, noticing that Don referred to Hogg by his title, implying a hint of his own noble identity. However, the Lord is the ruler of this land. Everything here belongs to Lord Hogg. How he treats his guests is not for others to criticize. The steward turned away, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Come in. The Lord has been waiting for you for quite some time. Fiona muttered. So many have died, yet this fellow still maintains such airs. That is because, in their eyes, these private soldiers are mere expendables. Their deaths are inconsequential. Don remarked with a hint of sarcasm. And surely you don't think that fellow genuinely intends to host us? Of course not. So, be cautious and act according to my demeanor. My face isn't dark. Is it? Fiona paused for a moment. Certainly not dark. Why do you ask? Just confirming you can see clearly. Compared to the outside, the interior of the Lord's mansion was adorned with even greater opulence. Massive magical crystal chandeliers emanated a dazzling light, as if they were not fueled by expensive magical crystals. The marble floor gleamed, and Don cast a glance downward, only to regretfully raise his gaze. Fiona's crinoline-style gown completely obscured the splendid view. Soon, Don and the others followed the steward into the banquet hall. "Welcome, welcome." As they entered, Hogg boisterously greeted them. "As the Lord of Ellington, I never anticipated that my territory would host two such esteemed guests." Fiona's expression soured. "I hardly believe any noble would greet his guests with weapons. A misunderstanding. A pure misunderstanding." Hogg waved his hands repeatedly, his face beaming with smiles. "I have already given orders, but there may have been some error in communication. You know how easily misunderstandings arise in word-of-mouth exchanges. Deceiving the undead. Are we? How could one possibly misinterpret inviting guests as killing guests?" Chapter 10. Turning the tables, gazing at the smile on Baron Hogg's face, Fiona felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Dawn held her back, cheerfully declaring, "I sincerely appreciate Baron Hogg's warm invitation to dine." With that, he boldly seated himself alongside Fiona. Upon seeing where Dawn had chosen to sit, Hogg's eyes twitched, and the steward barked, "Such rudeness! That seat is reserved for the Lord." "Oh, what did you say?" "Apologies, but your voice is too soft for me to hear." Dawn feigned ignorance, showing no intention of rising from his seat. Attempting to assert his authority, a fleeting shadow crossed Hogg's face. But he quickly masked it with a loud laugh. "Ha, no need to mind. Now that our guests are seated, let the kitchen begin serving the meal." Hogg took a seat opposite Dawn, while Fiona settled beside him. Soon, the first course was served, local Ellington delicacies accompanied by a fine red wine, which was quite delightful. After sampling a few bites, Hogg snapped his fingers, and the steward promptly presented a bottle of red wine with great reverence. Hogg boasted, "This is the exquisite elven crescent wine that I procured at a high price. Common folk cannot even dream of tasting it. This time, to thank Mr. Dawn and Miss Fiona for assisting Ellington in repelling the bandits. Let us savor this bottle of crescent wine together." The steward opened the bottle, carefully pouring 3 small glasses before recapping the remainder of the wine. "Crescent wine." Fiona wore a skeptical expression. "You mean to say this is a bottle of crescent wine worth at least 10,000 gold coins?" "Indeed," Hogg proclaimed with great pride. "Ordinary individuals can scarcely drink this wine." "Ah, what a fragrant and enchanting aroma," Hogg exclaimed, raising his glass. "Come, let us share this toast." Fiona sniffed the wine, swirled it in her glass, glanced at it, and then smiled. Dawn observed the liquid within his glass. A peculiar smile forming on his lips as he prevented Fiona from speaking, snatching the wine glass from her hands, exclaiming eagerly, "This is crescent wine worth over 10,000 gold coins. I've never tasted it before." "Fiona, you mustn't drink it. It's all mine." Fiona was taken aback, about to say something, but upon noticing Dawn's expression, she closed her mouth. Hogg smiled, yet internally he was filled with disdain. Indeed, a rustic who had never experienced the world. Making a scene over a mere bottle of crescent wine worth 10,000 gold coins, lacking the grace of a noble. Drink up, gulp it all down, and then your life, along with the blood of the goddess, will belong to me. Dawn eagerly downed both glasses of red wine, smacking his lips, expressing mild dissatisfaction. "Is there more? This is rather insufficient." "Umph," the steward scoffed. "Do you think crescent wine is the kind of swill that costs a gold coin a bottle? Drink as much as you wish." "Huh." Dawn feigned astonishment. "Isn't this red wine a gold coin a bottle?" The steward retorted with disdain. Truly a provincial, unable to discern the flavors of fine wine. "As for whether I can appreciate the flavor, I cannot say, but I know for certain that this is definitely not crescent wine." Dawn chuckled, rummaging through his pocket to produce a bottle of wine, pouring himself and Fiona a glass. "This scent." Fiona gasped in awe, inhaling deeply, then swirling her glass. Noticing a crescent glow on the surface of the liquid, she exclaimed excitedly, "Crescent wine. Now this is the real crescent wine." "What?" Hogg was stunned, and soon he too caught a whiff of the intoxicating aroma. It was entirely different from the red wine he had just presented. Compared to the current wine's fragrance, the previous bottle, while rich, bore a touch of vulgarity. The essence emanating from the wine Dawn had produced was ethereal. imbued with a natural aura. Merely inhaling the fragrance was enough to intoxicate one, sapping all motivation and instilling a desire to recline and savor the leisurely passage of time. This was indeed the hallmark of the crescent wine hailing from the elven realms. Hogg's face turned ashen. He had been deceived. To mistake a bottle of fake wine for crescent wine and keep it in his collection was a profound disgrace for a noble. After savoring a small sip, Fiona became utterly entranced. She had tasted crescent wine long ago, but after the Golden Rose family encountered misfortune, they could hardly afford to purchase even decent ornaments, let alone crescent wine. Reflecting on this, Fiona couldn't help but gaze at Dawn. Whether the Golden Rose family could rise again hinged on whether Dawn was willing to assist her. Dawn swirled his glass, downing the delectable crescent wine in one gulp. Then shaking his head, he remarked, "While crescent wine is indeed delightful, I must say that your earlier red wine was quite commendable as well, at the very least. The poison within it has its own unique flavor." Hogg's smile froze upon hearing the latter part of Dawn's statement. "What?" Fiona gasped. "There's poison in the wine? Then why are you drinking it?" Dawn shrugged nonchalantly. "It's merely poison. What is there to fear?" "Ha ha ha." Hogg paused for a moment, then burst into maniacal laughter. "Dawn, I must admit, I underestimated you. However, you have also underestimated the poison I employed." "Underestimate? No, it's not underestimating you, but rather completely disregarding you," Dawn chuckled. "As long as you aren't poisoning me with excrement, I would dare to drink it even if you added dozens of other poisons." The toxicity of the concoction was inconsequential to the current Dawn, thus he harbored no fears. "Humph, soon you won't be so arrogant," Hogg sneered. "Do you believe I used just any poison? The poison I employed is a special toxin used by assassins of the Dark Serpent. Even a silver-tier seer would be rendered useless, and a golden-tier expert would suffer severe damage. A mere ordinary person like you, the moment you drank that glass of wine, you were already dead. Dark Serpent, it seems I have stumbled upon some extraordinary news. Alas, I must disappoint you." Dawn sneered. "Who taught you the foolish idea of poisoning an alchemist's wine?" Hogg paused momentarily, suddenly recalling that the individual before him was not merely a wild mage, but also an alchemist. The most renowned aspect of alchemists lies in their wondrous, near-magical methods. "What if you are an alchemist? Today, this place shall be your grave." Hogg gritted his teeth. Having made his choice, there was no turning back. Dawn must die today. Only with his demise could the information remain concealed, and Ellington continue to be under his control. At that moment, Hogg abruptly stepped back several paces, gesturing emphatically as he commanded. "Jordan, kill him. Capture the woman alive." "Ha ha ha. At last, it is my time to shine." Jordan emerged from the shadows, wielding a massive axe with a disdainful smile. "Kid, you have kept me waiting." Dawn's expression was one of confusion. Who was this fool? As if sensing Dawn's bewilderment, Jordan slammed his axe down onto the floor, causing the marble to shatter into fragments, and proudly declared, "I awakened my talent as an apocalyptic at the age of 15, and now at 34, I am already a bronze tier 3 warrior. Before I reach 40, I shall ascend to the black iron tier. To die at my hands is your honor." Dawn's expression grew complex. Just as Jordan assumed Dawn was intimidated, he saw Dawn looking at him with pity and said, 34 years old and only at bronze tier 3. You truly have been striving hard to stay alive." Jordan's fury ignited. "You seek death? Brother, heed my words," Dawn said earnestly to Jordan. "You might as well find a block of tofu to smash your head against. Do not embarrass yourself any further." Jordan awakened his talent at 15, becoming an apocalyptic, which might be a point of pride in the remote Ellington, but as far as Dawn knew, the world of Prandal was home to many prodigious talents. Jordan could only be deemed a bottom feeder, slightly above the common folk. Arrogance, talent, frenzy. Jordan activated his talent, his eyes blazing with crimson light, his form swelling, skin flushed, veins protruding as he exhaled hot breaths. He swung his axe, and the restaurant was swept by a fierce whirlwind. "Ha ha ha, you are utterly foolish. You have provoked Jordan." Hogg cackled from the entrance. Jordan's talent is one of tremendous strength. Once activated, his combat power doubles, instantly reaching bronze tier 4 or even tier 5. Your demise is assured. Hogg's eyes gleamed with fervent greed. "The blood of the goddess belongs to me. And that woman is mine as well. Ellington is my domain. No one can take it from me." "Quite the talent you possess," Dawn observed Jordan with amusement. When he played games, one would only discover their talent upon character creation. Don's talent was to be a step ahead, granting him a 50% increase in experience points. Although this talent became trivial after reaching the maximum level, it allowed him to be the first to achieve it, completing many unique quests and obtaining several exclusive spells. In another light, this talent also bolstered his combat prowess while providing him with a precious advantage. Jordan panted heavily, his bulging muscles twitching as he wielded the massive axe as if it were a mere straw. "Roar! Die!" Jordan bellowed, his axe cleaving through the air towards Don's face. Don could even discern the glint of cold steel on the axe blade. "However, it is of no consequence to you." With a calm demeanor, Don raised his left hand, gently pinching the blade of the axe between two fingers, silencing the shrieks and calming the tempest. The scene froze in that instant. Jordan, rendered immobile, simultaneously, a magical vortex appeared in Don's right eye. Chapter 11. Entering the Lord's Mansion. Ugh, ah. Jordan, in his frenzy, exerted every ounce of his strength, his muscles having reached their limit, his blood surging to its peak. This was his most formidable moment in battle. Yet, his massive battle axe remained firmly lodged between Don's fingers, unmoving that as the vortex in Don's right eye materialized. Jordan suddenly sensed a strange force connecting him to Don, as if a powerful and irresistible will had descended, scrutinizing him inside and out. To think it could be utilized. Don shut his right eye, and after a moment, reopened it. The vortex now vanished, revealing a delighted smile upon his face. "I in this tangible world." What had once seemed a trivial skill might unleash incredible potential. He had completed a unique hidden quest, receiving a reward that endowed his right eye with a long-lost ancient spell, talent theft. While the term ancient magic in Prandal specifically refers to time and space magic, broadly it denotes magic lost before the first chaos invasion. This spell had a cooldown of 24 hours, but once used, the stolen talent could be retained until another was taken. Unfortunately, as the original owner retained their talent, it could not serve as a lethal trump card. Even so, this ancient magic, by Prandal's current standards, was undoubtedly legendary in tier. Jordan gritted his teeth, the floor beneath him cracking under the immense force. The fractures spread rapidly, soon shattering the entire restaurant's floor. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive surge of muscle and blood power rent Jordan's clothing and armor asunder. Once merely robust, he now transformed into a colossal muscle-bound giant, his sinewy muscles grotesquely exposed like the ancient bark of a millennia-old tree. Each breath he took released dense, scalding steam, shrouding his visage in a mist that rendered him all the more mysterious and formidable. Fiona, merely standing beside him, felt an overwhelming pressure. "Deep frenzy," Hogg cackled. "It seems the great god of light, Yaberni, does not wish for you to leave here alive. Don, your death is inevitable." Fiona clutched her chest, struggling against the sensation of suffocation. Her face a mask of shock. This guy actually comprehended deep frenzy at such a moment. Talent progression. Don was somewhat surprised, unable to discern whether this was luck or misfortune for Jordan. Despite awakening an exceedingly rare frenzy talent, he had toiled for over 30 years to reach bronze tier 3, yet after being struck down a notch, he now experienced a talent evolution, transforming into deep frenzy. Boom. Jordan swung his axe, the force this time more terrifying than before. Following the deep frenzy, Jordan's strength surged from bronze tier 3 directly to bronze tier 6, a grotesquely disproportionate increase. The dining table shattered with a mere gust of wind, and both Hogg and the steward at the door felt the chilling air of the battle axe, as if it were perpetually poised at their throats. Clang. Once again, Don grasped Jordan's axe blade, the chaotic energy swirling in the room instantly calming once more. Hogg was taken aback. "How is this possible?" "Jordan is in deep frenzy." "And what of it?" Fiona replied with pride. "In the presence of Lord Don. Does a mere fish's combat power increasing by 100 or 200 make a difference? To dare call me a mere fish, die?" Jordan, now devoid of rational thought, was easily provoked. Upon hearing Fiona's words, he immediately shifted his focus. With a sudden exertion, crack, the massive axe shattered in his grip. Jordan then seized the remaining half of the battle axe and charged towards Fiona, the ground trembling beneath his feet with a thunderous roar, as if the entire Lord's mansion were quaking. Don exhaled a plume of incandescent steam, his skin flushed red, a surge of power coursing through his limbs. For someone accustomed to wielding magic, this was an entirely novel experience. So this is how it feels. Don clenched his fist, acutely aware of the throbbing blood vessels at his temples, his heart beating with newfound vigor, blood delivering immense strength throughout his body. In his field of vision, the world seemed to slow down considerably, akin to having received an adrenaline shot. Lord Don. Fiona's complexion shifted dramatically, her heart filled with terror at that moment. If she were to flee, it would mean losing face for Don. Gritting her teeth, driven by her trust in Don, she closed her eyes and resolutely stood her ground. Whoosh! With eyes blazing red, Jordan raised his massive axe, propelling himself into the air, his entire being concentrating a torrent of blood and energy into a singular point. In the next heartbeat, he was poised to cleave Fiona in two, when suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. In the blink of an eye, the axe blade pierced through Jordan's body and, with a deafening whoosh, shattered the Lord's mansion, vanishing into the distant sky. Almost immediately, as Jordan plummeted, his form erupted into two halves, showering the room with blood and entrails, staining the entire dining hall crimson. Thud! Jordan's wide-eyed head rolled to a stop before Hogg, who was utterly paralyzed with fear. Now, can we discuss matters? Don approached Hogg with a broad grin, and though the frenzy had dissipated, Hogg, having witnessed his might, dared not underestimate the youthful man before him. What do you wish to discuss? Naturally, Don stepped closer, patting Hogg's shoulder with a smile that revealed his teeth. How much are you willing to pay for your life? Understand, murdering a noble, let alone a lord, is a capital offense. Hogg felt darkness closing around him. Realizing he faced an immense choice. Just how many gold coins was his life worth? How many could he muster? Even if he appeased Don, could he truly leave with the rest of his gold? Cold sweat trickled down his brow like a stream. A wave of excruciating pain struck, and Hogg turned in disbelief to point at his steward. You dare betray me? The steward wore a malevolent grin, swiftly drawing a dagger and plunging it into Hogg's chest multiple times. In an instant, Hogg's breath ceased. The steward then discarded the dagger and knelt before Don with a sycophantic expression. My Lord Don. No, Lord, I know where Hogg concealed all his wealth, and now, of course, it is yours that I can lead you there. A guide, indeed. Don felt a pang of sympathy for Hogg. This man would likely die with his eyes wide open. Though he needed the steward's guidance, Don held no fondness for traitors. One who would betray Hogg would surely betray him in the future. No one harbors affection for a traitor. The steward, brimming with confidence, led Don and Fiona to the treasure room of the Lord's mansion, oblivious to the odd looks from the servants. This is Hogg's treasure chamber, where he has hoarded gold coins over the years. Additionally, there is a small vault within, containing valuable magical crystals. Inside the chest lay an impressive accumulation of gold, silver, and copper coins, totaling over 100,000 gold pieces, alongside finely crafted armor and weapons. Presumably intended for his private soldiers, yet inexplicably left unused, worth at least several tens of thousands more. The steward approached the wall and, with deft movements, opened a recess, revealing the vault, from which he extracted the magical crystals and some magical gems. While the quality of these magical crystals and gems was rather ordinary, considering Islington's circumstances, Hogg's ability to acquire such items was no small feat. The magical crystals, though of average quality, could substitute for one's magical energy during spellcasting, while the gems could be fashioned into ornaments, potentially fetching a handsome sum. This unexpected treasure was undoubtedly a boon, and it aligned perfectly with Don's political ambitions. With this funding, Islington's development would proceed with far greater ease. Don felt a surge of satisfaction at that moment. However, the steward delivered an unexpected revelation. My lord, there is actually more to Hogg's fortune that remains hidden in the mountains. In the mountains? Both Don and Fiona were taken aback. He stashed gold there. No, the steward replied with a fawning demeanor. In truth, those bandits raiding Islington are Hogg's private militia. What? Fiona exclaimed, incredulous. He sends his own soldiers to pillage his own territory. What advantage does that bring him? Numerous advantages. Don replied with a cold smile. It allows for the swift exploitation of the local populace's wealth, rendering them powerless to escape, while creating chaos in Islington, making it undesirable for others. Thus, he can continue his reign as the local tyrant. Fiona fell silent. Don inquired, do those soldiers outside know the previous bandits? Yes, my lord. The steward lowered his head, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. Moreover, the captain of the militia, Ronnie, has also been bought off by Hogg, so each time a raid is planned, he deliberately leads the militia away from the raiders. Ronnie, that fellow, Don recalled the man who had harbored animosity towards him upon their first meeting. Fiona, hearing this, was filled with rage. How despicable, to betray one's kin for mere gold. Ronnie must pay. Don regarded Fiona thoughtfully, nodding in acknowledgement. No need for you to say it. I know what must be done. Chapter 12. The King of the Salted Fish. I have decided, Fiona whispered. What do you intend to do? I have a plan. Don nodded slightly, but said nothing more. After inspecting the treasure room, he commanded the door to be locked and returned upstairs. Gather everyone in the hall. After instructing the steward to summon the others, he sat in contemplation, while Fiona, concerned that the steward might seize the opportunity to flee, followed closely. Ronnie was Hogg's man and must be dealt with. The steward, too, must meet his end. Though Don was not a heartless individual, he understood that as the Lord of Islington, he must embody the essence of a ruler. Enemies of value should be enslaved. Those without must be eliminated to establish authority. Moments later, nearly 100 individuals from the Lord's mansion, servants, cooks, attendants, and various overseers, had gathered in the hall, filling the space with a palpable tension, murmurs of anxiety filling the air. Don raised his eyelids and immediately spotted the steward's sycophantic smile, which filled him with revulsion, prompting him to dismiss the steward to the side. Fiona subtly nodded to Don, indicating that everyone had assembled. Don stood, and an immediate hush fell over the room. I am aware that you do not know me, but that is of no consequence. You shall know me now. Don employed a minor magical trick, using wind elements to carry his voice directly to each person's ear, making it feel as though he spoke beside them. That a few ill-intentioned individuals in the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Deterred from making any rash moves, observing how easily he had instilled fear with such a simple technique, Fiona's admiration for Don deepened. I am Don, the new Lord of Islington. Fiona timely added. The former Lord Hogg attempted to murder Lord Don and has been slain. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. They clearly had not anticipated Hogg's abrupt demise, especially the few loyalists who served him, who now appeared utterly flustered. In their panic, they lost all rationality. Impossible, one overseer shouted. Lord Hogg was appointed by the Imperial Nobility Council as the Lord of Islington, a noble of the Empire. How could you kill him? This is a grave offense. The steward quickly whispered in Don's ear. This is the brother of Hogg's mistress, responsible for procuring supplies for the kitchen and sometimes delivering provisions to the people in the mountains. Don nodded and said, Now, separate Hogg's people from the ordinary servants. Those loyal to Hogg stand on the left, ordinary servants on the right, and those uncertain in the middle. Is there a problem? None at all. The steward, invigorated, immediately set to work, knowing that the better he performed, the more likely he was to save his own skin. Soon, the assembly was divided into two distinct lines. The left consisted mostly of well-dressed individuals, while the right was starkly plain, resembling the local populace. Don pointed to the left group and declared, effective immediately, all of you are dismissed. That I do not wish to see any of you before me again by tomorrow. What? You cannot do this. Hogg's mistress's brother cried out, inciting a ripple of outrage among the crowd, with many casting vengeful glances at the steward, wishing to flay him alive. Yet the steward wore a smug expression, entirely unconcerned. Do you wish to stay? Then leave your life behind. Don hurled a sword, and with a piercing cry, Hogg's mistress's brother was impaled through the chest, pinned to the floor. No one had anticipated Don would so readily resort to murder. The dissenting voices immediately vanished. These individuals had relied on Hogg's tyranny, and with his death and Don's decisive ruthlessness, they dared not gamble with their lives. You shall continue your duties within the Lord's manor, and as for your remuneration, it shall temporarily remain as it was. Don wiped his hands, then addressed those on his right, who immediately displayed expressions of delight. Most of these individuals were locals of Ellington and had no ties to Hogg. Initially, they had feared that they would be implicated, but they were taken aback to find that Don had chosen to retain them. In truth, Don was reluctant to keep these people on, yet, in such a vast manner, it was impossible for him to inhabit it alone. Merely maintaining cleanliness and order required a considerable number of hands. Assigning Fiona to perform the tasks of a maid would be a gross underutilization of her capabilities. Thus he had no choice but to continue employing them. Now, you lot, gather your belongings and leave at once, Don commanded those on his left. He then instructed the servants on his right. You shall monitor them closely. And should they attempt to abscond with any items from the manor, notify me immediately. Yes, my lord. Before long, the hall was emptied, leaving only Don, Fiona, and the steward. Rest assured, my lord, I have a firm grasp on these individuals. Not a single one shall escape my notice, the steward pledged, thumping his chest. In the future, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to assisting you, ensuring these people serve diligently. In the future? Oh, Don appeared momentarily bewildered, prompting Fiona to turn away. In the next instant, a flame erupted from Don's fingertips, enveloping the steward, who was reduced to ashes in an instant, without even a cry of despair. I have no interest in men, hence you have no future, Don remarked, rubbing his fingers together. The ease with which he dispatched life still felt surreal to him. Fiona turned back, glancing at the pile of ashes with a curious expression. What did you mean by that statement? Which statement? Because you have no interest in men, he has no future. Ah, that is easily explained, Don replied with a charming smile. Were it a beautiful woman, I would not mind discussing a future with her. I see, Fiona nodded, silently labeling Don as lecherous in her mind. Little did she know that there were layers to Don's words, and she greatly underestimated his lack of decorum. What do you intend to do next? Compared to taking over the Lord's manor, Fiona was evidently more concerned with Don's plans for Ellington, as it pertained to whether she would reclaim the glory of the Golden Rose family. Don responded matter-of-factly, Of course, we shall eradicate the bandits. This endeavor would not only elevate his status among the residents of Ellington, but also allow him to methodically eliminate potential threats and stabilize the surrounding area while acquiring a substantial amount of gold, an opportunity too advantageous for Don to overlook. That evening, Don settled into the Lord's manor, and Fiona, without hesitation, took residence there as well. It was Don's first night in Plandar, and he found himself unable to sleep, his mind racing with thoughts of the past, the present, and the future. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the bedroom, Don opened his eyes that he had come to a realization. Having arrived in this new world, he would let go of the past and embrace the unique pleasures this realm had to offer. Upon exiting his room, he found Fiona waiting at the door. Don was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Upon seeing him, Fiona's expression brightened. She sensed a change in him compared to yesterday, not in appearance, but rather an inexplicable aura. Yesterday, she had perceived an ethereal quality about Don, as if he did not belong to this world. Now, however, he seemed like a tangible, living man. After they had breakfast together, Don said, Fiona, locate Elsa and have the militia contact the residents of Ellington, instructing them to gather in the square. Yes, my lord. Fiona promptly sought out Elsa to relay Don's message. Elsa, known for her swift action, wasted no time. Despite Ronnie's reluctance to follow orders, he found himself with little choice, especially since Don was now the lord. Soon, the militia had notified every household in Ellington. Just as Don finished sipping his tea, Fiona returned with news. Is it all arranged? Then let us proceed. Don was decisive, heading straight for the square. Upon arrival, he found the area filled with a dense crowd, though Ellington was a small town. Its population numbered in the thousands, and such a gathering was formidable. As the residents were preparing for their day's work, they were unexpectedly assembled by Don, leading to a chorus of complaints. Unbeknownst to them, their lord had changed, and they feared Hogg was up to his old tricks. Yet, when Don stepped onto the platform, the crowd fell silent. Some who had seen him the previous day were particularly astonished. Unable to comprehend his ascendance to that position, Fiona glanced at Don, who nodded, prompting her to step forward and call out, Everyone, please settle down. With the militia maintaining order, the noise gradually diminished. Fiona continued, Now, it is my honor to present the Lord of Ellington. Lord Don, please give him a warm welcome. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? The Lord Don, not Hogg. What is happening? Typically, when a territory changes lords, an announcement is made a month in advance, allowing everyone to be informed. But this transition felt sudden, leaving the residents bewildered. Don stepped forward, ignoring their astonishment, cleared his throat, and flashed a radiant smile. The king of the salted fish, cough, cough. I hereby declare myself the king of Ellington. After delivering his proclamation, Don felt quite pleased with himself. He continued, Indeed, I am your bona fide new lord. Your previous lord has been sent to meet death that I cannot say much, but rest assured, as long as you stay with me, there will always be food on your table. Fiona felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly fainting. In Arlinks, she had witnessed many nobles speak and had encountered numerous lords, yet she had never heard one make such crass remarks upon assuming office. Stay with me, and you will not go hungry. While undeniably straightforward, it was shockingly vulgar, utterly lacking the dignity of nobility. It sounded more like a bandit's recruitment speech. Despite Fiona's disapproval, the reaction from the residents was unmistakable. Their faces lit up with joy, clearly perceiving this new lord as far more reliable than Hogg. Those residents who had received Dawn's assistance just the day before were particularly thrilled. Dawn's generous offer of the precious goddess's blood to aid their injured had proven he was not a miser, now that he was the Lord of Ellington. Would he be stingy with his subjects? Clearly not. Among the crowd, Abaton gazed at Dawn with a smile, thinking that Ellington had finally found its true master. I am aware many of you have pressing concerns, but we shall address those matters shortly, Dawn said with a smile. For now, I have an imperative task to undertake. Captain Ronnie of the militia, respond. Ronnie, who had been yawning at the edge of the crowd, jolted awake. Present, gather all militia members capable of combat immediately. Dawn paused, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. For I shall personally lead the charge into the mountains to eradicate the bandits. Eradicate the bandits. Ronnie was taken aback, his mind racing. Such a command from a newly appointed lord was astonishing, especially one who intended to lead the charge himself. When had Hogg ever done such a thing? My lord, venturing into the mountains to confront bandits is extremely perilous. You cannot risk yourself. Indeed, my lord, you need not go personally. The residents of Ellington, relieved to have a dependable lord, were anxious about the prospect of him facing danger in the mountains. If another unreliable lord were to emerge, they would be in dire straits, prompting them to urge Dawn to reconsider. Is my life less valuable than that of the militia members? Dawn declared, his expression earnest. They bleed and sweat, risking their lives to fight the bandits. How could I stand idly by? They are your children, and now they are mine as well. Thus, I shall lead the charge into the mountains. After uttering these words, Dawn glanced at the bearded militia members, astonished by his own audacity. Had he not known Dawn's true capabilities, Fiona might have been moved by his speech. However, she could only roll her eyes. In truth, Fiona was still quite taken aback. Just yesterday, Dawn had shown no semblance of nobility, yet today he had already mastered the art of political maneuvering. Stealing a glance at the crowd, she found her suspicions confirmed. Every resident present was captivated by Dawn's rhetoric. After the speech concluded, the crowd did not disperse. Instead, they continued to gather around, observing intently. Soon, Ronnie returned with a large group. You stay in Ellington and organize the various financial and tax documents accumulated in the Lord's manor. Additionally, I have stored your goods in the warehouse. How you wish to handle them is up to your discretion. Dawn gently patted Fiona on the shoulder, subtly casting a tracking spell. This would allow him to sense Fiona's situation at any moment and teleport to her side if necessary. Fiona nodded, watching as Dawn strode purposefully into the militia's ranks. Ronnie called out loudly, "Bring the horses." "No need," Dawn replied. Shaking his head, he took a sword belt and calmly said, "I will walk alongside everyone." Ellington was a destitute territory, and horses, as military resources, were exceedingly valuable. A fine warhorse could fetch hundreds of gold coins, almost equivalent to a typical suit of armor for cavalry. The militia was not equipped with warhorses. The few available were used by the miller for grinding, and Dawn did not wish to requisition them. Without further ado, each member brought some provisions and water, and the militia set off. Captain Ronnie led the way, with Vice Captain Elsa accompanying him, while Dawn closely followed. Occasionally glancing around at the others, the militia's equipment was quite inadequate. To Dawn's eyes, their gear barely qualified as even rudimentary armor. Moreover, this equipment was painstakingly gathered by the residents of Ellington. Underscoring the dire poverty of the region, they embarked on their mission to eliminate bandits in the mountains. One of the individuals expelled from the Lord's manor the previous night appeared at their destination. Lord Buck, that bastard, the new Lord, has killed Lord Hogg. This man was a devoted confidant of Hogg, whose previously comfortable life had been shattered by Dawn's actions, and now he wished nothing more than to see Dawn brutally punished. However, he lacked the strength to achieve this. The only one who could assist him was the late-stage bronze-ranked Buck. Hence, he sought out Buck, the one-eyed Buck, Hogg's most formidable subordinate, was even stronger than Jordan and was his most trusted aide. Sent here to masquerade as a bandit to plunder wealth for Hogg, Buck had once been an adventurer until an arrow struck his left eye. Severely injured, he nearly perished but was saved by Hogg, subsequently pledging his life to him. This grave injury had hindered Buck's growth, preventing him from breaking through to the 4th stage of bronze. Nevertheless, working under Hogg had afforded him a comfortable life. And over time, the ambition to break through had faded. Little did he expect that Hogg, a baron of the empire, would be slain. The cup in Buck's hand crumpled into a mass of scrap metal as his brooding gaze fixed on the man. What is that person's name? Don. Lord Buck. That man's name is Don. He is currently in the Lord's manor. You must. The giant axe swung out, and before the man could finish his sentence, he was torn apart by the force of the wind. A useless wretch. Go serve Lord Hogg in death, Buck coldly remarked, crushing the lifeless head beneath his boot, then hoisting the axe onto his shoulder before grabbing a barrel of liquor and drinking voraciously. Moments later, he hurled the barrel to the ground, wiped his face, and roared, "Brothers, it is time to get to work." Upon hearing the news, the bandit stronghold erupted into chaos. Under Buck's command, half the men remained to guard the lair, while the other half mounted their steeds to assemble. Buck bellowed, "Brothers, follow me to Ellington. This time, I will utterly destroy it. Gold, women, food. Whoever seizes it is entitled to it." "Lord Buck," a subordinate shouted, "you must keep your word. Elsa is mine. No one can take her from me." Buck grinned mischievously. "As long as you can defeat that strong woman, she is yours." Laughter erupted around them. "Let's go." The gates of the bandit lair swung open, and a throng of over 100 bandits surged forth, their horses pounding against the earth, causing the very mountains to tremble, as if reluctant to witness the fate that awaited Ellington. Meanwhile, Don and his group had just departed Ellington, entering the thicket. "Ronnie, you must have some experience from your previous encounters with bandits, right? How many bandits do you estimate are in this area?" "Sir, it's hard to say. Bandits are like weeds. No matter how many you eliminate, new ones will appear each year." Don scoffed inwardly and inquired further, "You must at least know where their lair is located?" "I can't guarantee that. They may have changed locations." Ronnie still hesitated to answer directly. "I know," Elsa interjected. "I know a shortcut. We can reach the foot of their lair by this afternoon." Ronnie was taken aback. "How do you know that?" Elsa replied proudly, "Not long ago. I followed the bandits alone to gather information." Ronnie grew anxious. "How could you do such a thing? Don't you fear encountering danger? Uncle Abbott will certainly be furious." Don cast a glance at Ronnie and said to Elsa, "Excellent. You will lead the way." "No problem." Elsa beamed with delight. Although she was a member of the militia, others often treated her like a child, shielding her from danger. Only Don regarded her as a true adult. She resolved to prove herself and not be underestimated by the Lord. With newfound determination, Elsa eagerly set off ahead to guide them. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Buck was on a direct course towards Ellington, having just crossed paths with them. "Ellington is just ahead. Brothers, draw your weapons and follow me straight to the Lord's manor. Watch me slay that Don in one fell swoop." Roar. Lord Buck is invincible. Hooray. Lord Buck is mightily unmatched. At this moment, the residents of Ellington became aware of the commotion in the distance, their faces turning ashen with fear. They never anticipated facing bandits 2 days in a row. Panic and terror rapidly spread. The watchmen sounded the alarm, and the residents abandoned their tasks, seeking shelter, even though they knew it would be of little use. Buck laughed maniacally, spurring his horse forward into Ellington, heading straight for the Lord's manor. Revenge for Hogg? Loyalty? After Hogg's death, everything was meaningless. Only the gold and treasures lying in the Lord's treasury were real. Kill Don and seize the riches. Perhaps he could even conceal his intentions and become a lord himself. Buck's heart raced with excitement. Chapter 14. A battle of wits and courage. The sound of that bell. The bandits are coming again. Near the northwest of Ellington, at the foot of the Ambrose Mountains, Abbott paused outside a small wooden cabin, frowning that as he turned around, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. "They are back. The disturbances have been growing increasingly frequent in recent years," Abbott murmured, gritting his teeth as he suppressed the impulse to return to Ellington. He turned back and entered the cabin. The tremors gradually subsided. Inside the Lord's Manor of Ellington, Fiona felt a headache coming on as she perused the ledgers left by the tax officials. In such a destitute town, managing to extract 10,000 gold coins in profit in a year, Hogg was truly ruthless. Fiona doubted the authenticity of the ledgers. Knowing the tax officials as she did, they were surely capable of manipulation. This meant that Hogg likely extracted at least 15,000 gold coins from Ellington each year. And this was a place as impoverished as Ellington. The tax rate here must be problematic. What is that sound? Fiona suddenly froze, a sense of unease washing over her as the urgent tolling of the bell echoed from outside. Then, a tremendous crash resonated from below, followed by a wild roar. Where is Dawn? Come out and face your death. Fiona's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. She hurriedly drew back the curtains, only to discover that the Lord's manor had been besieged by bandits. Panic surged through her. If Dawn were here, she would not be afraid. But he was currently out hunting bandits, leaving the manor vulnerable. What should she do? The militia had completely departed, leaving Ellington like a defenseless lamb at the mercy of the bandits. The treasury. No, that's even more dangerous. The cabinets. No. Is there a secret chamber here? Fiona began frantically groping along the walls. Generally, the Lord's manor would be equipped with numerous secret chambers for emergencies. However, footsteps approached rapidly. Overwhelmed with fear, Fiona found a sudden calm as her gaze fell upon the table. She dashed over and quickly rolled up a piece of beast hide into a scroll, clutching it tightly in her palm. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Fiona turned to shout, "Who goes there?" "Oh, it's a woman." Bark was momentarily stunned, then burst into wild laughter. "This little beauty is countless times more exquisite than my concubines. My dear, you now belong to me." Impudent. Fiona feigned mystique, her voice icy as she retorted, "I would like to see who dares to touch me." "Little girl, are you attempting to test Lord Bark's patience?" Bark's singular eye fixated on Fiona. In all his travels, he had rarely encountered someone as stunning as her. He had made up his mind to possess her. "In Yalinkas, no one dares to challenge me. And you, a mere country bumpkin, think you are worthy?" Fiona disdainfully lifted her long, fair neck, casting a scornful glance at Bark. "Let me inform you, I am equipped with 4 pieces of exceptional grade magical gear, each capable of annihilating you worthless fools in an instant, triggered automatically by any ill intentions directed towards me." Exceptional grade magical gear. Bark's heart tightened, and he instinctively halted, calling for his subordinate beside him. His gaze roamed over Fiona, particularly fixating on her earrings and necklace, causing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. "Though I possess but one eye, I am not blind." Bark sneered at Fiona. "Exceptional grade magical gear emanates a brilliant elemental glow. You do not presume I am unaware of that, do you?" Now it was Fiona's turn to feel a pang of anxiety. Yet she maintained her composure, retorting coldly, "You merely lack knowledge. Have you not heard of the famed constant spell?" Constant spell? Bark was bewildered. He had indeed never heard of such a term. However, after a moment of stalemate, Bark bellowed with a menacing grin. "Regardless of what this constant spell is, we shall test its authenticity. Duanji, go and assess." The subordinate, called by name, felt a jolt of fear. Nearly on the verge of tears. "Brother Bark, why must it be me? Were you not eager to acquire Elsa's affection? Now, here stands a beauty akin to her, and as your elder brother, I must indulge you." Bark grinned wickedly. "Enough nonsense. Be off." Under Bark's coercion, Duanji reluctantly approached Fiona. She felt increasingly tense, her heart racing audibly in her chest. Almost there, Fiona silently counted, her right hand subtly trembling as she revealed a hint of a scroll. "Stop." Bark immediately commanded Duanji to halt. His singular eye fixated on Fiona's right hand. "What do you have in your possession? Show it to me." Fiona met his gaze for a moment, then slowly and cautiously brought forth the parchment scroll, her left hand resting atop it. Bark inhaled sharply, a cold smile creeping onto his face as he remarked, "A clever young lady. I suspect that the exceptional grade magical gear is a ruse, and this magical scroll is your true trump card." Finally, she had him hooked. Fiona secretly sighed in relief, coldly regarding Bark, remaining silent, her demeanor suggesting she could tear the scroll at any moment. The scroll. Bark scrutinized it, noting the edges had yellowed, yet it was remarkably well preserved, indicating its owner had carried it frequently without using it. There could only be 2 reasons. Either the owner had not encountered a situation necessitating its use, or its power was immense and precious, thus sparing it. Regardless of the reason, it was bad news for Bark. If Bark were a mage, he would easily see through Fiona's deception, as the scroll bore no magical fluctuations. Alas, he was not. Compared to Fiona, his intellect was lacking. Little girl, are you threatening me? Fiery storm. Fiona recalled witnessing Dawn unleash the fiery storm spell the previous day. It was the only spell she recognized, and she coldly declared, "What I possess is a 4th-tier spell scroll for fiery storm. Tear it open, and the entire Lord's manor will be reduced to ashes. I am but a mere mortal, and I too would perish, but I do not wish to die. Do not force my hand." Bark's expression shifted dramatically. What? Bark's subordinates grew increasingly anxious, though they were unaware of the 4th-tier spell Fiery Storm. They understood that a fireball was a 1st-tier spell capable of incinerating a person effortlessly. A 4th-tier spell. Good heavens, its power must be terrifying. Bark's face flickered with uncertainty. He was unsure whether to gamble on this. Winning would only grant him a beautiful woman, but losing might cost them their lives. Little girl, who are you? A nameless individual could not possibly possess such a valuable magical scroll. Moreover, when had this beauty appeared in Lord Hogg's manor? It was evident she was allied with the new lord. Daunt, it seemed, the deception could continue. Fiona, her thoughts racing, proudly declared. Yelinka's, the Golden Rose family, Fiona Golden Rose, an inspector of the Noble Council, here to confirm the new Lord Dawn's ascension. Should I perish here, the Knights of the Noble Council will raise all of Ellington. You shall not escape either. Bark gasped. Though he was unfamiliar with the Golden Rose family, he certainly understood the implications of the Noble Council. He could also discern the innate nobility radiating from Fiona, a demeanor cultivated through years of noble education and upbringing. Bark began to reconsider. Miss Fiona, you have one. Bark sheathed his weapon, a shadow of gloom crossing his face. However, Dawn must die. Lord Dawn is not present. Fiona inwardly wished for Dawn to be there. Such an adversary could easily be dealt with at a mere flick of his finger. Bark seethed with rage. What? Has he fled upon learning of my arrival? Flee. Only cowards run. Fiona scoffed derisively. Lord Dawn is no coward. He has taken the militia to raid your home. The militia? Bark paused, then erupted into laughter. What did you say? That new lord intends to raid my home with the militia? Naive, utterly naive. Naive? Unbeknownst to him who was truly naive, Fiona's heart was coldly amused. If Lord Dawn were serious, he would not require anyone else's assistance. With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate the entire bandit hideout. Very well, I shall await his return here. Before he eliminates him, I kindly ask you to remain in this room. Duanji, at once. Why was it always him? Duanji felt on the verge of tears. Find another brother. The two of you keep an eye on her to prevent any unexpected movements. Bark commanded. Casting one last icy glare at Fiona before turning to leave with the others, the cold sweat broke out on Fiona's back. She longed to exhale in relief, but Duanji and another remained fixated on her, forcing her to maintain her facade and endure the tension. Meanwhile, Dawn and his group had arrived early at the bandit hideout. Why so soon? Elsa pondered, feeling unusually light on her feet during the mountain trek. She was oblivious to the fact that Dawn had secretly employed magic to hasten their journey. Otherwise, at their normal pace, they would likely have arrived by nightfall. Up ahead lies the bandits' lair. Established on that small mountain for several years. Previously, we attempted a direct assault, but each time we were repelled. Elsa expressed her frustration. If only we could fly up there. Fly up? Dawn glanced at the steep slope rising hundreds of meters. For ordinary folk, such a strategically advantageous stronghold was indeed challenging to breach. However, Ronnie, do you have a plan? Dawn summoned Ronnie over. A plan? What plan? No plan. Dawn's brow furrowed as he chastised mercilessly. We have arrived at the enemy's doorstep. Yet as the captain of the militia, you possess no strategy whatsoever. How did you ascend to this position? Ronnie felt a surge of indignation, vehemently protesting. Our duty is to maintain order in Ellington, not to exterminate bandits. That is the soldier's task. We are merely militia. Now, Dawn's expression remained impassive as he declared, I hereby announce that you are now conscripted as my private soldiers. Soldier, I command you to lead the charge. What? Ronnie was left dumbfounded. How could this man be so shameless? The reason Abaton had secluded himself in Ellington was Chapter 15, Assault on the Bandit Hideout. The Lord conscripting his subjects as private soldiers did not require their consent. It was a coercive measure. Under normal circumstances, Ronnie would have said nothing. But now, what was he asking him to do? to march to his death. The audacity of claiming to conscript him as his private soldier to face certain doom left Ronnie seething. Do you intend to defy my orders? Don's gaze pierced Ronnie, devoid of any discernible emotion. I dare not. Ronnie gritted his teeth. At this juncture, saying anything was futile, and he could only brace himself to comply. He hoped his comrades would recognize him and refrain from being overly harsh. Lord, let us go together. Of course. Though Tang Yin harbored intentions of eliminating Ronnie, he was not foolish enough to provide his adversaries with ammunition for their accusations. Drawing his longsword, he declared, I shall charge alongside you. What? Elsa was taken aback, stammering. That cannot be. You are the Lord. It is already excessive for you to accompany us in this campaign against the bandits. How can you possibly join us in battle? You need only await our success in breaching the bandits' lair. Do you underestimate me? Have you forgotten my previous battles? Tang Yin fixed his gaze upon Elsa. You, a mere girl, have taken to the battlefield. Yet you expect me to remain behind and observe? And no, that is not the case. I am not like other girls. Elsa fumbled, her words faltering. I possess great strength by nature, and ordinary attacks cannot harm me. Which is why I am able to join the militia. In my eyes, you are simply my subject, an ordinary girl, Tang Yin replied coolly. Thus, there is no need for further discussion. Prepare yourself. Elsa stared blankly at Tang Yin. Her emotions a tumultuous sea. Resolutely, she vowed to protect her lord at all costs. Soldiers. Tang Yin raised his longsword. Tell me, what do you hold in your hands? A chorus of bewildered expressions met him. What else could they possess but weapons? No. It is not merely weaponry, Tang Yin asserted. It embodies your lives, the lives of your families, and serves as a vital instrument for the safeguarding of Ellington. Now, the bandits' lair, which seeks to slaughter our families and seize our wealth, lies before us. Speak aloud. What is to be done? A very young militiaman shouted with fervor. Exterminate them. Defend Ellington. Excellent. Tang Yin nodded. What is your name? Danny, sir. Danny clenched his fists, overwhelmed with excitement. After all, this was the Lord. When would he ever have the chance to encounter such a distinguished noble? His only prior experience was with the grim visage of the tax collector. Danny, I shall remember that, Tang Yin acknowledged. Continuing, everyone, listen closely. From this moment forth, the militia shall be officially renamed the Ellington Security Guard, and all members shall be integrated into the Lord's personal retinue. Each person shall receive a monthly salary of 5 gold coins. Upon the conclusion of this bandit extermination, every individual shall receive an additional 5 gold coins, and similar future operations shall offer the same remuneration. Furthermore, for each bandit head brought in, a reward of 1 gold coin shall be granted. With no upper limit, this applies to all. In an instant, the militia erupted into fervor. They had formed this militia out of love for their homeland, driven by the desire to protect Ellington, but where had they ever received a salary? Many aspired to serve as personal soldiers to the nobility but had never been afforded such an opportunity. Yet now, with a single proclamation from Tang Yin, they had been elevated to the status of personal soldiers. Complete with salaries, they could not only defend their homeland but also earn a substantial monthly income of 5 gold coins. Spurred by the promise of gold, the militia, the security guard, ignited with fervent resolve. Eager to charge forth and engage the bandits in battle, Danny began counting on his fingers. With a monthly salary of 5 gold coins, plus the bonus of 5, he would earn 10 gold coins for doing nothing. Not to mention any additional income from slaying bandits. Given that the cost of living in Ellington was low, a single gold coin could sustain an average family for an entire month. Danny's father, an ordinary millworker, could only hope to earn a few gold coins in a good month, with a portion taken away by taxes owed to Hogg, barely managing to put food on the table. Realizing this, Danny's breath quickened. Heavens, he could earn more in this single venture than his father did in several months of hard labor. With such a lord, how could he worry about a prosperous future? Seeing the excitement among the men, Tang Yin smiled gently, lightly pressing his foot down, sending out a wave of invisible energy. 4th tier spell, Storm Guardian Aura. 4th tier spell, Earth Smite Aura. In the next moment, nearly everyone felt their faces flush, their breaths becoming labored, as an overwhelming and uncontainable power surged within them, their combat prowess soaring. Except for Ronnie, deemed an enemy by Tang Yin, who observed with mild surprise at his comrades. Tang Yin raised his longsword high. For Ellington. For our families, annihilate them. For Ellington. For our families, exterminate the bandits. The security guard roared in unison, causing Elsa to clutch her ears, internally muttering, We are right beneath the bandits' lair. How can they not fear being overheard? Charge! Tang led the way, storming upward. Witnessing their lord take the lead, the security guard followed suit, rushing into battle. How could they allow their lord to take the front? Even Ronnie, begrudgingly, joined the charge, praying fervently in his heart. Above, at the bandits' lair, nearly 100 bandits on guard had already sensed the commotion below. Seeing their adversaries charging up, they immediately began to prepare their defenses. Logs and boulders were rolled out from behind the barricades. Cascading down the slope, members of the security guard immediately began to panic. "Do not panic," Ronnie shouted. "Let Elsa go first." Tangen was taken aback, only to see a path open before Elsa, though somewhat flustered and embarrassed. She sprinted to the forefront. A massive log descended from above. Any ordinary person struck by it would likely be crushed to a pulp. Elsa's face flushed slightly, but without uttering a word. She delivered a punch to the center of the log. Boom! The colossal log shattered upon impact. Following the log's destruction, a boulder rolled down, trembling the entire mountain. Tangen's heart tightened, preparing to intervene, but he observed Elsa. Undeterred, charging directly at the enormous stone. Unsurprisingly, the boulder, too, was obliterated by her single punch. As debris scattered, Elsa wore a sheepish expression. "Onward! Advance!" My goodness! Tangen was left speechless, although he had witnessed Elsa's immense strength before. It was even more palpable now. The members of the security guard cheered loudly, closely trailing behind Elsa, who served as their blade, steadily pressing towards the bandits' barricade. Having experienced this before, the bandits were not alarmed. They gathered at the edge of the barricade and began to draw their bows and arrows. From their elevated position, the lethality of their arrows was no less formidable than that of logs and boulders. Had it not been for Tangen, it was likely that many among the security guard would have been severely injured or killed in a single volley. Previous attempts to eliminate the bandits had failed due to the potency of their archery. However, Tangen wore a disdainful expression. The fourth-tier spell, Storm Guardian Aura, served not merely to enhance speed. It could also deflect arrows' attacks. If mere bandit arrows could pierce through the Storm Guardian Aura, what was the worth of a fully fledged mage such as himself? He might as well return home to sell sweet potatoes. As arrows rained down from above, the initially panicked members of the security guard soon regained their composure, realizing that the bandits, whether intoxicated or otherwise, were shooting with astonishingly poor accuracy. After a volley, not a single individual was injured. With their hearts reassured, they accelerated their charge towards the peak. The burly bandit sub-leader panicked, bellowing, "What in the world is happening? Have you all been drinking? For heaven's sake, shoot your arrows." "Boss, we don't know what's wrong. The arrows we shoot inexplicably veer off course." I aimed right at that guy's head, yet the arrow inexplicably curved and struck the ground. A cacophony of complaints ensued, their frustration palpable. "Enough with the nonsense. Keep attacking. Logs, boulders, do not cease. That strong girl is of no concern to the gate." The sub-leader roared, "If Boss Buck returns to find our home in ruins, you shall all meet your doom." Reluctantly, the bandits resumed their futile assault. Yet, as before, logs and boulders posed no threat to the formidable Elsa, who struck like an indomitable blade, driving the troops relentlessly towards the enemy's heart. The arrows, too, lost their previous lethality after several rounds of fire. Not a single life was claimed. As the bandits prepared to notch their arrows once more, they discovered that the members of the security guard had already reached the barricade. "Curse it!" The sub-leader's face paled. Drawing his weapon, "Abandon the bows. Prepare for close combat. Find a way to breach the gate." Elsa, "Ah, all right. Why must it always fall to me? Does having greater strength mean I must shoulder this burden?" Elsa seethed internally, clenching her fists and jumping up, delivering a punch squarely to the center of the wooden door. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the heavy wooden door was shattered by her single blow. The bandits' lair lay open before them. For Ellington, for gold, annihilate them. The members of the guard howled as they charged into the bandits' lair, engaging in a fierce battle with the remaining brigands. Observing their commands, Don's expression was one of peculiar disquiet. It seemed his significance in their eyes paled in comparison to that of Ellington and the gold. Chapter 16. He is not alone in battle. The bandits' hideout had descended into utter chaos, with skirmishes erupting in every corner. "Die, you traitor!" roared a bandit sporting a scruffy beard, lunging at Ronnie. This was Buck's lieutenant, the second-in-command of the bandits, who believed Don's appearance here was a result of Ronnie's betrayal. "Please spare me, Lieutenant. I swear it wasn't me." With no one around, Ronnie fell to his knees, exclaiming, it was that new lord. The one called Don. He just arrived and is intent on eradicating the bandits, even leading the charge himself. I had no choice. No choice. What a convenient excuse. The lieutenant's long sword was pressed against Ronnie's throat as he sneered. Because you had no choice. You betrayed us, did you not? That's not true. Lord Hogg and Lord Buck treated me so well. How could I ever betray them? Ronnie protested loudly, his expression seemingly genuine, momentarily causing the bearded bandit to falter. In an instant, Ronnie sprang up, closing the distance, and a sharp dagger plunged into the lieutenant's heart. Whether I betrayed them or not is irrelevant, I assent it. Ronnie revealed a sinister grin. What matters is that Hogg is dead. He is no longer the Lord. And it is high time the skies over Ellington changed. Withdrawing the dagger, bloodless, Ronnie whistled. This enchanted dagger, a gift from Buck, possessed the property of armor piercing, making it perfect for close assassination. The lieutenant fell to the ground. His eyes wide open, fixated on Ronnie, unable to close them in death. Outside, the battle raged on, the air filled with anguished cries. At that moment, Ronnie spotted Don overseeing the fray, igniting a fire within him. Why should I serve him? I am the captain of the militia. In Ellington, my word carries weight. Hogg at least knew how to win me over. This fellow doesn't even acknowledge me. Does he look down on me? Ronnie had felt a surge of resentment towards Don since their encounter yesterday. Despite appearing to be of similar age, how could he become the Lord? Why did Elsa regard him with such esteem? It was merely his better birthright. Were he a commoner, what could this good-for-nothing achieve? If he were not a noble, Elsa would never spare him a second glance. Indeed, he must be inferior to me. Elsa only fancied his noble status. If only I were a noble. If only I were a lord. The more Ronnie thought, the more furious he became, especially after Don had overshadowed him yesterday, culminating in Elsa's endorsement of Don's command. Elsa is the woman I have set my sights on. Yet, that Fiona, the woman Don brought, is also quite extraordinary, Ronnie recalled, swallowing hard, having never encountered a true noblewoman. He was utterly defenseless against Fiona's innate aristocratic grace. If I were the Lord, both Elsa and Fiona would be mine. Moreover, all the other girls in the territory would be at my disposal, and that enviable. The faster his heart raced, the more fervently his blood boiled. He panted heavily, his mind unwittingly recalling Hogg's earlier words. This is Ellington, a vast, sparsely populated realm, a place even merchants shun. As long as taxes are paid, the noble council hardly cares who the Lord is here. An idea long buried in the depths of his mind began to resurface, becoming clearer and gradually consuming Ronnie's thoughts. Eliminate him, and I shall become the Lord. Once I am Lord, I can transform Ellington into a land of prosperity. I will ensure happiness for Elsa and Fiona. Only by becoming the Lord can I realize all this. The crime of killing Don. Once I am the Lord, how I report it to above is entirely at my discretion. Who would dare challenge the Lord's actions? Even if a new Lord were sent, it would likely be years from now. Until then, Ellington will be my domain. Most importantly, I can have Elsa and Fiona. Ronnie gasped, already envisioning the splendid life of being a lord, with Elsa and Fiona regarding him with adoration. It's done. Ronnie gritted his teeth. Only those who dare to take risks can reap treasures. This principle of adventurers applies here as well. Though he had pondered this for a while, in reality, only an instant had passed. Don remained there, observing the battlefield, showing no signs of departure. Ronnie's eyes flickered. Cautiously, he pocketed the dagger, then turned back to sever the lieutenant's head with a single stroke. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Lord, Ronnie exclaimed, rushing towards Don while holding the lieutenant's head aloft, his face alight with elation. I have slain their lieutenant. A smirk graced Don's lips. How could he not be aware of the unfolding events in the corner? The lieutenant's words confirmed the intelligence revealed by Hogg's steward. This Ronnie was indeed in league with them. Yet, did he truly have the resolve to kill the lieutenant to win favor? Time was of the essence. Don had sensed Fiona's heart racing, indicating something was amiss in Ellington, but her heartbeat soon stabilized, and she exhibited no signs of distress, which is why he did not hasten back. Lord, at that moment, Elsa rushed over, her expression urgent. Just now, Uncle Depp learned from a bandit that One-Eyed Buck has brought a large force to Ellington. What a coincidence! Don was taken aback. Could it be that Fiona's earlier emotional fluctuation was due to Buck? Elsa, how did she arrive here? Ronnie, now beside Don, was astonished, but Don's gaze was fixed on Elsa, presenting the perfect opportunity. To act, or not to act, to strike in front of Elsa. Ronnie hesitated, but the next moment, He steeled himself in life. If one does not act decisively or take risks, how can one achieve great rewards? What does it matter if she sees? The outcome is what matters. Once I become the Lord, leading everyone to a prosperous life, could Elsa truly turn against me for an outsider she has only met a few times? As long as Dawn is dead, all issues will become moot. Dawn must die. With this thought and determination, Ronnie approached Dawn, holding the lieutenant's head as if to present his loyalty, while his other hand stealthily reached for where the dagger was concealed. Elsa, Lord. Ronnie. Elsa, speaking to Dawn, felt her pupils constrict as she caught sight of the glint of the dagger in Ronnie's grasp, thrusting towards Dawn's back with fierce intent. In that instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through Elsa's mind. But ultimately, they coalesced into a singular question. Why? Why would Ronnie do this? Why would Ronnie seek to kill Dawn? The moment those thoughts surfaced, Elsa instinctively reached out, attempting to grasp Dawn's arm. Yet her hand was not long enough to reach him. Must she watch helplessly as he fell to Ronnie's blade? Elsa's eyes widened. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. I did it. Ronnie was elated, sensing the dagger's tip about to pierce Dawn's garment. Ready to tear into his flesh, to plunge into his heart, delivering him to the clutches of death, power, wealth, beauties. Here I come. Everything would be within reach. Ronnie's eyes were blinded by the imminent spoils. Indeed. Once Dawn was dead, all of Ellington would belong to him. Dawn would surely perish. I am a bronze-tier seer. Such a close-range, full-force strike, he could not possibly evade. The armor-piercing enchanted dagger would easily rend his clothing, penetrate his heart, and claim his life. Ah, great Lord Ronnie of Ellington. He would inherit the glorious legacy of Ilris. Enraptured, Ronnie envisioned future generations singing his praises, his entire being trembling with excitement. The god of death, Gritlins, and the deceptive god, Gibconsize, possessed him at this moment. He represented the future of Ellington. In this instant, he was not alone in battle. He was not alone. Closer, closer. It is done. Ding, a crisp sound echoed in Ronnie's ears, penetrating him like ice. The dagger was caught between two fingers. The smile froze on Ronnie's face. The dream, as elusive as a mirage, shattered in an instant. No, this cannot be. How is this possible? Ronnie shouted incredulously, how can you block my full-force strike? Dawn looked at Ronnie with a bemused smile. He had never expected that Ronnie would truly possess the audacity to attempt his assassination. Is everything all right? My lord is unharmed. Elsa's heart, which had been suspended in trepidation, finally found solace, yet it was swiftly followed by a wave of bitter anguish that spread through her. Why did your dagger strike at my lord? Elsa's voice was laced with sorrow, as if she could scarcely believe the scene before her. Ronnie, have you mistaken my lord for a bandit? Ronnie, you must explain yourself to my lord. At that moment, others also turned their gazes toward the unfolding drama. Explain? Was there still a need for explanation? Ronnie felt a deep sense of unwillingness. There was no turning back for him now. Why? Why are you still alive? Ronnie roared, his eyes aflame with rage. Die. Just die. You must die. With that, Ronnie relinquished his dagger and drew his longsword, aiming a lethal strike at Dawn's neck. Skill, heavy slash. I have wagered everything on this single opportunity. How can you possibly survive? You must die. As the sword descended, Dawn could clearly discern the rough patterns along its blade, even having the leisure to lament the primitive state of metallurgy in this world. For, even if he were to swing that sword for 100 years, it would not harm a single hair on his head. Chapter 17. You have ambitions, learn from me. Ronnie attacked Dawn with reckless abandon, leaving both the guards and the bandits in a state of bewilderment. The guards were astonished by Ronnie's aggression towards Dawn, while the bandits were perplexed by his contradictory actions. Why would he kill the vice leader? If he had betrayed them, why would he then attack Dawn? Nevertheless, regardless of the reasoning, if he could slay this lord, Lord Buck would surely be pleased. A bandit abruptly deflected the descending longsword, shouting encouragement to Ronnie. Go, Ronnie. Take down that bastard. Lord Buck will reward you upon his return. The members of the guard were struck with astonishment. Ronnie. Was he truly in league with the bandits? Unfortunately, Ronnie's strength paled in comparison to Darn's, rendering him incapable of inflicting any harm. Even with shouts of encouragement, it was of no avail. While ambition can indeed be a catalyst for rapid growth, failing to recognize the disparity between oneself and one's enemy can lead to one's own destruction. This was precisely Ronnie's predicament. With a sharp crack, Darn shattered Ronnie's longsword. No, this is impossible. Ronnie had succumbed to madness, wielding the broken sword in a futile attempt to ward Darn off. Yet his threats held no sway over Darn. Ronnie, colluding with the bandit Buck, aiding in the plunder of Ellington, intent on assassinating the Lord of Ellington. The noble Darn, your crime, deserves execution, death. Darn's voice was calm and merciless, and the moment his words fell, his long sword was already raised, its cold glint obscuring Ronnie's vision, as if the very sky had transformed into a razor-sharp blade. Was I in the wrong? No, I am not at fault. The error lies with this world. The sword fell, and blood erupted into the air. Darn retracted his sword and coldly addressed the surroundings. In the future, should there be any traitors in Ellington, let Ronnie serve as an example. A traitor. Ronnie was indeed a traitor. Well done. The members of the guard felt little sorrow upon learning of Ronnie's betrayal. All their feelings towards him instantly morphed into anger and hatred. In this moment, Darn's execution of Ronnie was retribution for their compatriots who had perished at the hands of the bandits. They could only feel exhilaration. Annihilate these bandits. Eradicate them. Empowered by Darn's magical enhancement, the members of the guard failed to notice their surge in combat prowess, believing themselves merely invigorated. Each one fought valiantly, driving the bandits into retreat, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with the fallen. Moments later, not a single bandit remained alive on the mountain. The members of the guard, panting heavily, either sat or lay on the ground catching their breath. Once the battle concluded, they came to the realization that not a single casualty had befallen their ranks during such a fierce conflict. Even Danny, typically the weakest among them, had only sustained minor injuries. This revelation astonished everyone, yet their delight overshadowed their surprise. After all, no one relished the sight of friends lost to death. The gods protect us. A middle-aged man lying on the ground burst into hearty laughter. These filthy scum have finally met their maker. Ellington is safe. Darn chose not to disclose the current state of Ellington to them. After such a battle, they were undoubtedly fatigued and deserved a moment of rest. Elsa, what is the situation? My lord. We have rescued over 30 individuals, but Elsa hesitated, and upon seeing her expression, Darn understood the grim reality. These women, having been captured by the bandits, faced a fate that could only be imagined, especially since many were known to Elsa, making their reunion all the more painful. I understand. Let us extract them and return. We shall pursue swiftly afterward. I comprehend. By the way, my lord, we discovered a peculiar individual within. He seems to be a legendary dwarf, also imprisoned by the bandits. Would you like to go see him? A dwarf? Darn's heart leaped with joy. Ellington was not far from the dwarven stronghold of Hammerhold, so it was not unexpected to encounter a dwarf here. Yet he had not anticipated meeting one so soon. Darn raised an eyebrow. Lead the way. Upon entering the cave, an unpleasant odor assaulted Darn's senses. He knew that the conditions of the cave serving as a prison would be poor. Yet he had not anticipated it to be this foul. A faint breeze began to stir beside him, silently exchanging the stale air within the cave. You wretched, cursed humans dare to kidnap the great Brian Hammer. Before Darn had even stepped into the cell, he was met with a thunderous voice bellowing. No, we are not those despicable bandits. We are the militia of Ellington, now the guard of Ellington, here to rescue you. Silence. You humans are all the same. How can I distinguish one from the other? With a resounding bang, Brian continued to shout. Speak. Do you covet my handsome and majestic beard? You wish to cut it off for yourselves. Let me tell you, never even think about it. Danny's voice, filled with grievance, broke through. Wait, who wants your beard? No one desires such a thing. Rascal, you dare insult my beard. I will duel you in the name of the hammer. Oh heavens, by the gods above, how have I insulted his beard? Why must we duel over a beard? From the sound of it, Danny was nearly in tears. Silence. Ignorant humans cannot fathom the importance of a beard. I demand a duel. Darn could not help but chuckle, stepping forward to declare, Danny, you are mistaken. A dwarf's beard is more precious than their life. One may lose their head, and blood may flow, but a beard must never be trifled with. My lord. Danny rejoiced, rushing to Darn's side. Please explain this to him. I am on the verge of madness. With that, Danny made a hasty retreat, seemingly on the brink of collapse from conversing with Brian. One may lose their head, and blood may flow, but a beard must never be trifled with. Well said. My boy, you have ambitions. Come, learn the art of forging from me. Darn was momentarily taken aback. I have no immediate plans to learn forging, and besides, would a dwarf's forging expertise be so easily imparted to a human? As he spoke, he scrutinized Brian within the cage. Though he was disheveled and dirty, his beard was impeccably groomed and tidy. The cleanliness of his beard sparked a sense of intrigue in Darn, in a place where even obtaining water was a challenge. How had he managed to care for it? Was it saliva? If it were merely saliva, that would be acceptable, but if it were something else, he would have to be cautious around him. Brian's appearance bore a striking resemblance to the dwarven archetype found in games. However, the being before him was not an NPC or a player, but a living, breathing dwarf, and that made all the difference. His tattered garments did little to conceal the sinewy muscles beneath. Although dwarves were not tall, they were innately warriors, with each member being exceptionally brave and skilled in battle. Even the most ordinary female dwarf could rival a human elite warrior. Darn pondered the reasons why Plandar had not succumbed to foreign occupation, ultimately falling into human hands. He concluded that the various races each harbored their peculiarities. Dwarves delighted in digging, forging, and the underground. The outside world held little allure for them. The vast, open sky was more a torment than a pleasure. And among some subterranean dwarves existed a peculiar affliction known as skyphobia, where afflicted dwarves would become disoriented upon seeing the sky, unable to discern directions, akin to a human rendered powerless by inebriation. Gnomes, on the other hand, were fond of tinkering with all manner of oddities, resembling reclusive tech enthusiasts. Thus, while they possessed considerable combat strength through their chaotic contraptions, in a world dominated by martial prowess and magic, gnomes were considered heretics for their scientific pursuits. The elves, the denizens of Nisclair, are the most exquisite and benevolent beings of Prandal, embodying a race that possesses all virtues. They exhibit a profound affinity for magic and masterful swordsmanship, with each member graced with extraordinary beauty, making them the most coveted slaves among the human aristocracy. Without exception, elves often display joy yet do not seek thrill. They harbor curiosity but are devoid of greed. Their prolonged lifespans afford them a broader perspective on all matters, allowing them to avoid fixating on trivialities. However, when they pursue specific goals, be it embarking on adventures or mastering new techniques and crafts, they exhibit unwavering focus and dedication. Forming a friendship with an elf requires considerable time, as does becoming an adversary. Yet, for an elf to forget a friend or foe is considerably more challenging. They are indifferent to minor offenses but will retaliate fiercely against serious insults. Furthermore, elves possess an astounding ability to harmonize with the world around them, striving for collective coordination, which leads them to resemble a collective organism rather than mere individuals. At first glance, elves may appear to be among the most suitable rulers of this world. However, they possess a significant flaw. Their temperament is exceedingly slow. Their extensive lifespans result in a leisurely pace of life, coupled with a lack of combative spirit. Rather than aspiring to dominate the world, they prefer to linger in the tranquil emerald forest, basking in the afternoon sun alongside the forest creatures. The Dragonkin, the race closest to the divine, are powerful beings with extraordinarily long lifespans and a sparse population. Most mature individuals reside solitarily in remote mountains and deep valleys. It is said they possess a homeland unknown to other races. To traverse the continent with ease, dragon can typically adopt a human form or a similarly concealable elven appearance as their second shape. The elder dragon can often grow lethargic due to their prolonged existence, while the younger ones brim with curiosity and vigor, frequently masquerading as wandering bards across the world. At first glance, they appear to be the most likely candidates for world domination. However, like the elves, they share a significant dilemma: low fertility. Chapter 18. The loquacious Brian. The foremost issue preventing the elves and dragonkin from ruling the world is, in fact, their low fertility. In comparison to humans, both races have a drastically lower population. While individual strength far surpasses that of humans, and the number of those with extraordinary powers is significantly higher, the world is vast, and even if they were to occupy it, they would lack the capacity to maintain control. There are races whose reproductive capabilities rival those of humans, such as the goblins. It is noteworthy that among the myriad races, even including humans, all are creations of the divine, with only gnomes and goblins being the indigenous inhabitants of Prandal. Like gnomes, goblins are diminutive and share a penchant for scientific pursuits. However, theirs is a tale of perpetual tragedy. Unlike gnomes, goblins possess ambition and strength, initially having the opportunity to dominate the world, only to suffer a catastrophic blunder. Historical records indicate that the goblin ancestors, during an experimental mishap, inadvertently obliterated their homeland. It is said that the current configuration of the continental plates in the world of Prandal stems from that explosive incident. This catastrophe set back goblin civilization by several millennia and had repercussions for their longtime friends, the gnomes, leading to a complete severance of relations, resulting in perpetual estrangement. The goblins endeavored to regain their footing, painstakingly rebuilding their technological prowess, only to misalign themselves during the first Chaos Invasion War, resulting in their homeland being razed by a coalition of other races. Consequently, they endured over 600 years of humiliation, during which they were regarded as the green-skinned, big-eared pests that everyone sought to eradicate. Just as they were preparing to reclaim their strength, the second Chaos Invasion War descended upon them. This time, the goblins did not err. They chose to align with the coalition of races, determined to embrace the art of explosion and redeem their honor. Their plans proved remarkably successful, as they shed the shame of their past during the Second Chaos Invasion War, once again becoming one of the intelligent races accepted by Prandtl. When peace returned, the goblin leaders sighed with relief, believing it was time to demonstrate to other races who truly held sway in Prandtl through the art of explosion. Yet, at this juncture, the goblins painfully realized that the tide of world domination had already drifted far from their grasp. The gnomes, alongside the dwarves, buried themselves in the Ambrous Mountains, engrossed in their excavations. Oblivious to worldly affairs, the elves retreated into the Emerald Forest to relish life. The orcs, in accordance with the pre-war agreements among the races, claimed half a continent to establish their own empire. The Dragonkin continued to seclude themselves in deep mountains and ancient forests as hermits. The Naga and Merfolk vanished into the depths of the ocean, their activities shrouded in mystery. Was the world not within reach? Had they forgotten the humans? Those accursed, treacherous humans had orchestrated a grand deception. Unbeknownst to anyone, they had planted their banners across the world, and as the other races returned to their own affairs, humans seamlessly ascended to dominance over this realm. Upon realizing the situation, the Goblin King succumbed to despair, collapsing in a pool of blood, for so many races had united and fought valiantly to protect Prandtl. Only for humans to seize such an immense advantage. Who could bear such a fate? From that moment forth, the relationship between goblins and humans remained frosty, a sentiment that persisted until the emergence of the current goblin leader, Rivai's Golden Fong. Rivai is a legendary figure among the goblins. Orphaned at a young age, he survived for 10 years in the wilderness before being captured by humans and sold into slavery to a tax collector for the subsequent decade. During this time, he was fortunate enough to encounter human literature and books, keenly sensing that what he was exposed to could alter the course of his life. Thus, he fervently pursued knowledge. Eventually, during a journey, his master was slain by an enemy, and he narrowly escaped with his life. With his master's remnants in tow, Rivai stumbled back to the goblin community, shortly thereafter proposing a renowned theory that remains the foremost principle of goblin conduct to this day. Gold determines everything. With enough gold, even the divine can be swayed. The temple selling holy water takes an unintended hit. In time, Rivai personally validated the correctness of this theory, using over 100 gold coins left by his human master to sell the goblins affordable and high-quality explosives, small bombs, large bombs, and super bombs. Gradually, he amassed a fortune, becoming a colossal figure, with the name of arms dealer Rivai echoing even in human realms. Throughout this journey, he ascended to the position of goblin leader, and his words became the guiding tenet for goblins. Strength will eventually wane, but gold is an inexhaustible resource. To this day, goblins have transformed from the widely despised green-skinned creatures into the proprietors of Prandtl's largest banking chain, Star Diamond Bank, where everyone treats them with utmost courtesy. What? You question the bank's credibility? Why has no one attempted to rob this establishment? My dear, do not jest, for half of the bank's shares belong to the Dragonkin. With Dragonkin as guarantors, who could possibly doubt the bank's safety and reputation? Their business naturally flourished. Partnering with the Dragonkin to establish a bank to such a degree remains unmatched in Prandtl. Ultimately, the essence of the matter boils down to a singular truth. The reason humans dominate this world is not due to a lack of competitors, but rather the unfortunate misfortune of those competitors. Now, having realized they cannot confront humans head-on, these competitors have begun to engage in a more sophisticated currency war, while humans remain embroiled in their own chaotic conflicts. As the narrative unfolds, upon encountering Brian, a being of another race, Don's mind was flooded with thoughts, and after a moment, he smiled and remarked, "The earth forever lies beneath our feet, my friend. May your beard flourish eternally like the tree of life." Brian immediately sprang up, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, "I swear by my beard, no evil person could utter such words. May the goddess bless the children of the earth, humans. I am certain you are not one of them." The children of the earth refers to the dwarves themselves, due to their naturally shorter stature. Humans coined the term dwarves. However, they have come to accept this designation, and some even habitually refer to themselves as such. though in prayers or solemn occasions, they may revert to their original name. Additionally, it is worth noting that mentioning big-eared monsters in front of goblins is akin to pointing at someone and exclaiming, "Your mother exploded." A profound insult indeed. "Can you come out now?" Dawn glanced at the open cell door, wondering just how cautious this fellow was. Of course, my friend. You have no idea how long I have been stuck in this wretched place. 1 year, 2 years. In short, I have had enough. My beloved beard is on the verge of withering." As Brian scampered out, he muttered, "Those accursed humans, my friend. I don't mean you. They bound me while I was asleep beneath the tree. Otherwise, how could the valiant warriors of the great earth be imprisoned by mere mountain bandits? If only I could have the chance to wield my warhammer, I would surely crush them into a pulp. My warhammer. Damn it, my beloved warhammer has been taken by them." Brian seized Dawn's waistband with fervor, exclaiming, "My warhammer is second only to my beard in my life as treasures. My friend, have you seen my warhammer? By the goddess's grace, I must retrieve my warhammer." Releasing Dawn, Brian anxiously tugged at his own hair. "If I can't find the warhammer, that scoundrel will surely beat me to a pulp when I return. Seems I must linger outside for a while longer." Dawn stared blankly at Brian, realizing that this fellow had scarcely paused his incessant chatter since the beginning. Could it be that he was a relentless talker? "My friend, let us not rush. We have yet to fully explore the bandit's cave," Dawn remarked, glancing at Elsa, who hurriedly dashed outside to give orders. Then Dawn said, "Let us leave this place for now. The stench within this cave is quite unbearable." "Indeed. I tell you, when I first arrived, the odor was not so overwhelming. It has made me wish for death all day long. Do you know, after they captured me, they wanted the great Brian to forge weapons for them. But how could I, a mere mountain bandit, acquiesce to such demands? Hence, they imprisoned me." Brian continued to ramble on, seemingly starved for conversation, his incessant voice drilling into Dawn's ears, causing a headache to brew. How could this guy talk so much? Finally emerging from the cave, upon witnessing the blinding sunlight, Brian let out a startled cry, not one of joy or awe, but of sheer terror. He looked at the sky, fearfully clinging to Dawn's leg. "Damn it. I feel as though I am about to fly away. I am being drawn into the sky. Though dwarves are short, we are certainly not insignificant." At this moment, Brian resembled a large, comical pig hanging from a bamboo pole, much to the amusement of several nearby guards who stifled their laughter. "Forgive me, my friend, but you must understand me," Brian exclaimed with closed eyes. "The feeling of my feet leaving the ground is not pleasant for a child of the earth. That is merely an illusion." "My friend, could it be that you are a subterranean dwarf? Do you suffer from acrophobia?" "No, I am a mountain dwarf. It is just that I have not seen the sky for too long, causing a bit of dizziness, but I shall be fine shortly," Brian panted, cautiously releasing Dawn after a moment. That instant, Elsa came rushing back, excitement radiating from her. Seemed they had found Brian's warhammer. Chapter 19. A pearl covered in dust. Upon seeing what appeared to be Brian's warhammer, everyone was left dumbfounded. Brian's complexion shifted from red to white, then to green, and finally to purple. Before he leapt 3 feet into the air, he roared, "An insult! They are dishonoring the glory of the earth people. A duel! I demand a duel!" For Brian's warhammer had been repurposed by Buck and his crew as a support leg for their kitchen stove, now smeared with grease. Although this warhammer was crafted by dwarven artisans and of considerable quality, Buck and his companions did not regard it as a weapon suitable for themselves. Why? Because it was ill-fitting. Due to differences in height and physique, a dwarf's two-handed warhammer is comparable in size to a human warrior's one-handed hammer, yet it is far heavier. Indeed, owing to the abundant materials used, it is even weightier than a human two-handed hammer, rendering it a regrettable yet useless relic. Damn it, if they were still alive, I would make them taste the might of my storm hammer. In a fit of rage, Brian yanked the warhammer free, cradling it in his arms with great tenderness. Meanwhile, Elsa and the others struggled to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably, clearly finding Brian's reaction exaggerated. Yet, Dawn could not bring himself to laugh, for the magical radiance shimmering from the warhammer was unmistakable to him. He reached out to sense the warhammer and was immediately struck with astonishment. The undying hammer of the Mountain King, a treasure-class two-handed warhammer, exclusive to dwarven royalty, granting 500 constitution, 600 strength, a 50 increase in attack speed, a 25 increase in critical hit probability, and a 100 increase in critical hit damage. Mountain King. Wielding this weapon grants the bearer the protection of Earth's power. ensuring that their stamina never wanes while standing upon the ground. Blessing of Nisclair. The bearer, while standing upon the ground, receives the blessing of the Earth Goddess, resulting in a 50 reduction of all damage taken. This filthy object, which was barely recognizable, turned out to be a treasure-class two-handed warhammer, and it was exclusive to Dwarven royalty. Don rubbed his temples, needing a moment to process the overwhelming information. Setting aside the fact that it was a treasure-class weapon second only to artifacts, the exclusivity to Dwarven royalty revealed far too much. This incessant chatterer was, in fact, a member of the Dwarven royal lineage. Speaking of which, how could such a significant treasure be so carelessly brought out by this fellow? Don pinched the bridge of his nose, sensing that he had stumbled upon something monumental. Elsa, stifling her laughter, said, "Stop wiping it. It cannot be cleaned here. Let us return and deal with it later. Damn it, if that fellow dares to show his face before me, I will ensure he knows the might of the Earth people." Brian grumbled as he hoisted the war hammer onto his shoulder. Patting Don on the waist, "My brother, I acknowledge you as my friend. I shall take you out for a drink sometime. I must take my leave now," just as Brian intended to depart. Don flashed a smile. It would be a rare opportunity to encounter a dwarf. How could he let him go so easily? This fellow was an invaluable asset, and the forging techniques of Ellington depended entirely on him. "Please, stay your course," Don said with a grin, pressing down on Brian, who trembled as his feet sunk into the stone. "My friend," Brian exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief, "how can you possess such strength? Dwarves are known for their strength." Yet Brian did not expect Don's power to surpass his own. Don replied nonchalantly, "It was merely an accident." "An accident? Are you jesting with me?" "Please, do not mind the details, my friend. I know you are eager to eliminate the leader of those mountain bandits. Am I right?" Without hesitation, Brian declared, "Indeed. What a coincidence." Don said with utmost seriousness, "The leader of those mountain bandits has brought a group of lackeys to my territory looking for trouble. We just dispatched the deputy leader here. If you wish to duel with Buck, you may accompany us back." "Territory? You are a lord of the humans." Brian regarded Don skeptically. "What, does it not seem so?" Don replied, bemused. Brian shook his head decisively, "Not at all. I have seen human lords from afar. They are all pot-bellied and slick-faced. You appear far too lean, a clear sign of someone who does not eat well. My brother, why not join me? At least you will be well fed." Don stared at the heavens in exasperation. Elsa chimed in with a playful grin. "Uncle, you are mistaken. He truly is our lord." "Uncle? Who are you calling uncle?" Brian exploded in fury. "I'm only 108 years old. I have just reached adulthood." 108 years, just reached adulthood. Don and Elsa exchanged silent glances towards the sky. Elsa remarked, "It seems I indeed misspoke." Don nodded. "Yes, it should be elder." "Indeed, it should be elder. You are the elder. Your entire family are elders." Don chose to disregard Brian's outrage, stating, "Please wait outside for a moment. I will wrap things up, and then we shall return to Ellington to settle accounts with Buck." As Brian wandered off, muttering something about, "You elder," Don turned to Elsa and asked, "Did you find it?" "Yes." Elsa's eyes sparkled. "I have never seen so many gold coins in my life." "Let us go. These coins now belong to Ellington." Don replied with a smile, "Rest assured. Once we return, they will swiftly find their way back to others through other channels. I will not hoard them." Elsa blushed at Don's understanding of her concerns, feeling somewhat bashful. Upon entering the bandits' treasure chamber, they beheld row upon row of open chests filled with copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. The coins sparkled in the torchlight, making the entire cave glimmer like gold. "I estimate that the total amount of coins here exceeds at least 100,000. Elsa inhaled deeply. The gold coins plundered from Ellington over the years far surpassed this. That is to be expected. A portion of the coins was taken by Hawk. Don grasped a handful of gold coins. And with this sum, he now had over 200,000 coins at his disposal. While it was not comparable to other territories, this amount was sufficient to initiate significant changes in Ellington. Elsa exclaimed, "These coins are far too numerous and heavy. Even with my assistance, transporting them in batches will likely take an eternity. What shall we do?" "Leave it to me," Don replied, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a distorted portal materialized before him, drawing all the chests from the treasure chamber into its depths. Elsa gasped in astonishment. What is this?" "Do not forget, I am a wild mage and an alchemist. Spatial equipment is of no consequence to me." A faint smile graced Don's face as he effortlessly emptied the entire treasure chamber in the blink of an eye. But, Elsa's expression was one of turmoil. She vaguely recalled her father mentioning spatial equipment in the past, yet the details eluded her. "Let us depart. It is time to settle accounts with Buck," Don stated as he turned to leave. And after a moment of hesitation, Elsa followed suit. Outside, aside from a portion of the guard escorting the refugees away, over 20 members of the guard remained, having piled the mountain bandits' corpses and set them ablaze. Though each corpse was conspicuously missing an ear, earlier, Dawn had deemed it too cumbersome to behead each bandit after their defeat, so he instructed them to simply sever the ears for tallying purposes. Dawn stepped forward. Tell me, did you find today's battle exhilarating? Exhilarating. How does it feel to avenge your loved ones and defend your homeland? Thrilling. However, I must inform you that these bandits represent only half of our foes. Dawn doused their enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality, leaving the previously exuberant guards in stunned silence. One-Eyed Buck, the leader of this band of brigands, brought over 100 of his men to Ellington while we were here. What? Damn it, Ellington is currently undefended. My lord, we must return at once. Dawn pressed his hands down to calm them. I understand your urgency. I share it as well, but in times like this, we must remain composed. A chill wind swept through. The chaotic sounds of hurried footsteps and loud arguments gradually subsiding, their expressions calming as well. Indeed, only by maintaining our composure can we achieve victory in battle. Now, before we set off, tell me, do you have confidence in safeguarding Ellington from Buck's grasp? Yes. Excellent. Having secured one victory, we can certainly secure another. Dawn clenched his fist. Now, prepare your gear. Ellington awaits our return for salvation. The guards tightened their grips on their weapons, the recently extinguished battle fervor reigniting. Return journey. Dawn waved his hand, and the troops commenced their march homeward. Along the return route, everyone quickened their pace, aided by Dawn's subtle encouragement, soon catching up with the main force ahead. Their urgency surpassed even Dawn's, for Ellington was likely suffering under Buck's wrath. Every moment spent away meant another life at risk, while every moment returned could save another loved one from Buck's blade. The troops fell into a resolute silence, their mouths shut, eyes fixed firmly ahead, following the figure before them that it was he who had led them to an unprecedented victory. It was he who had rallied them to resist the oppression of the mountain bandits, and it was he who would bring a brighter future to Ellington, just by gazing at his silhouette. They drew infinite courage, their wounds ceased to ache, and their limbs no longer felt weary. In that moment, they resembled an elite force, invincible and unyielding. Ellington is our home. Those who threaten our home are our enemies. Eliminate the enemies. Defend our home. At this moment, the collective thoughts of all converged, forming a powerful conviction that soared skyward. Chapter 20. First, consult the opinion of my battle axe. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Buck exclaimed, clutching large, succulent pieces of roasted meat, his face glistening with grease. Damn it, that hog fellow has put us through hell up in the mountains while he enjoys himself here. Big brother, today I realized that our previous hardships were utterly in vain. A younger bandit, his belly round from feasting, reclined lazily on a leather sofa. Humph, we helped him earn gold. Now it's time for us to enjoy our rewards, Buck sneered. Once that Dawn returns, I'll slay him, and I can become the Lord of Ellington. Then I'll ensure my brothers have their share of fun. We follow your lead. Big brother. But why has Dawn returned yet? Is it possible the deputy leader has finished him off? A bandit said anxiously. Could they have breached our stronghold? What nonsense. A companion of Buck's retorted dismissively. Do you really think those fools could infiltrate our lair? True, that Elsa possesses formidable strength, but let us not forget Ronnie is one of ours. He wouldn't dare betray Big Brother, and besides, those miscreants stand no chance against the deputy leader. Indeed, they likely flee in terror after lingering at the foot of the mountain for a while. Humph. Just take it easy and don't overindulge. It might affect our combat readiness. Buck scoffed, setting aside the roasted meat. Overindulgence would impair one's agility, though the allure of indulgence was tempting. Losing one's life over it would be a grave miscalculation. Has that girl named Fiona shown any unusual behavior? I just delivered food to the one with the severed finger. They're still keeping an eye on that girl. She has been sitting there quietly, refusing to eat what we brought her. The speaker wore a look of regret. If only she had eaten. I laced the food with a potent concoction. Big brother would have had quite the experience. Humph. That girl is no ordinary person. Buck licked his lips. The Golden Rose family. Just the name feels extraordinary. If I could secure her, it would be worth it for a lifetime. Big brother, shall we lend you a hand and give it a try? Try what? Buck angrily hurled a cup at the speaker, exclaiming, do you want to test the magical scroll in that girl's possession? I have no desire to meet my end. Yes, big brother, you are absolutely right. Though that girl is quite exceptional, she's not worth risking everything for. Our foremost task is to eliminate that Dawn. Big brother, they're back. Dawn and the others are back. What are you panicking for? Buck's heart skipped a beat as he bellowed at the newcomer. How many of them? Any casualties? Most importantly, did they bring back any chests? None. Absolutely none. The newcomer gasped. I only caught a distant glance. I didn't see them carrying any corpses or chests. No battle occurred. No spoils. Buck felt a wave of relief wash over him, erupting into laughter. It seems they truly lacked the courage to attack. Brothers, gather your weapons and come with me to meet this Dawn character. Meanwhile, as Dawn and his party returned to the outskirts of Ellington, they noticed the ground was marked with numerous hoofprints. Elsa silently counted and gasped. From these tracks, there must be at least 100 of them. That's nothing, Dawn replied nonchalantly. Do not forget. You just dispatched over 100 bandits. Hearing Dawn's words, the previously anxious troops regained their composure. Indeed, the Lord was correct. The 100 bandits they had just defeated had the advantage of terrain. Yet they had still been vanquished. Now, these newcomers had arrived at Ellington, and who could be more familiar with it than they? The tide had turned. It was time to show them just how fearsome Ellington's wrath could be. Gazing at the tranquil Ellington, Dawn's lips curled into a smile. Buck should now be aware of their return, right? Dawn had intentionally let that escape to inform Buck that they were back and ready to face him. As they drew closer to Ellington, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Every guard gripped their weapons tightly, uncertain of what awaited them, relying solely on their arms and the figure of their lord for reassurance. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The sound of urgent hooves approached from the distance, and upon hearing it, the guards immediately tensed, forming a defensive circle. Moments later, they found themselves surrounded by Buck's bandits. Clip-clop. The bandits parted to create a path. Hurry up. Dante, make me take action. Who dares to touch me? Hearing Fiona's strong voice, Don knew his suspicions were correct, although he did not know what means Fiona had employed to protect herself. It was evident she had remained unharmed. His decision to refrain from teleporting back had proven wise. Otherwise, he might not have been able to recruit Brian. Before long, Buck, astride his warhorse, drove Fiona before Dawn. The tension and panic that had gripped Fiona began to dissipate the moment she laid eyes on Dawn. She understood that as long as Dawn was present, she was assuredly safe. If Dawn were to unleash his wrath, no number of Bucks would suffice to withstand him. You are Dawn. Indeed, I am Dawn. Are you the one who killed Hog? Oh, has he sunk so low that even the title Lord has become a burden? Hog, that wretched fool, truly raised a wolf that could not be tamed. Ha ha ha. Buck erupted into a fit of laughter. A dead man is simply that, a dead man. Loyalty and betrayal are meaningless. He has perished. Should I then offer myself as his funeral pyre? Dawn shrugged. That is your prerogative. Enough with the idle chatter. Buck dismounted, brandishing his battle axe in a menacing flourish. Since Hog is dead, this Ellington is now my domain. If you wish to claim lordship over Ellington, you must first contend with my axe. Oh, Dawn raised an eyebrow, addressing the axe. My friend, do you object to my becoming the Lord of Ellington? Let us strike a bargain. If you have no objections, remain silent. The axe remained silent. Dawn turned innocently to Buck. I inquired, and it appears it has no objections. Buck was left speechless, as were Fiona and Elsa. Was this fool truly the new Lord of Ellington? Buck was at a loss, akin to a man of strength striking only air, feeling utterly frustrated. Enough of this jesting. Dawn waved his hand. Since you have made your entrance, I hereby decree, in my capacity as Lord of Ellington, that you and all your subordinates are sentenced to death. Ha ha, many have sought to judge me, but none have yet been born. You will certainly not be among them. Buck hoisted his massive axe, pointing it menacingly at Dawn. This is where your head will fall. Dawn shook his head. I fear you lack the capability. Whether I have the capability, we shall see. Sever her fingers. Keep an eye on this girl. She has her people here, and she will not utilize that scroll. Brothers, let us slay them all. Ellington shall be ours. Talent, rallying cry. With a shout, Buck charged at Dawn. As his cry echoed, a circle of elemental auras swiftly expanded, and Buck's followers visibly grew in size, their blood surging with fervor. Oh, Dawn was taken aback. It was a group enhancement talent. No wonder he could rise to leadership. However, a mere talent enhancement dared to compare with him. Dawn let out a cold chuckle, and in silence, he unleashed several hidden elemental spells. 4th tier spell. Storm Guardian Aura. 4th tier spell. Earth Power Aura. 5th tier spell. Arcane Field Aura. 5th tier spell. Massive Strength spell. 6th tier spell. Grace of Wind Aura. 6th tier spell. Physical Damage Suppression. With a smacking of lips, Dawn felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, yet even a commoner, with such a series of enhancements, could easily topple several bronze tier awakened, let alone these battle-hardened guards. In an instant, The guards felt their weapons become incredibly light. Their bodies nimble, their reaction speeds quickened, and their vision sharpened, as if they had received the blessings of the gods. Danny, fervently shouting, "Gods protect Ellington!" surged forward, heedless of his previous injuries. Not just Danny, but others too were electrified. The overwhelming sensation of pent-up strength was unbearable. And fortuitously, Buck and his men stood as prime targets for their release. Thus, the fierce battle erupted in an instant. Get away. Elsa, with her already formidable strength, now bolstered by Dawn's massive strength spell, became a force of nature. Unstoppable as she barreled through, the tightly packed ranks of marauders, initially arranged for a charge against the guards, found themselves helpless as Elsa crashed into them, leaving a trail of broken bones and fallen steeds. Those marauders mounted on horses were unceremoniously thrown to the ground, facing the wrath of the rampaging Elsa. In that moment, she resembled a celestial being. Any weapon that dared to obstruct her path was utterly obliterated. Chapter 21. The Mage's Guide to Melee Combat. After activating his talent skill, Buck's muscles swelled, veins bulging as he exhaled hot breaths, his crimson eye fixated on Dawn, oblivious to all else. "Face me," Buck roared as he lunged at Dawn. "First, you must pass my test." Danny charged forth. Bang! The massive axe collided with the longsword, which shattered under the pressure, the axe's momentum unyielding as it struck Danny. "Danny!" Uncle Depp gasped, his eyes instantly reddening. "I shall kill you." "Uncle Depp?" "Calm down. Danny is fine." "What?" Depp, upon closer inspection, was astonished to find that Danny, though struck by the axe, miraculously remained unharmed. He had been knocked back but not torn asunder. I'm fine." Danny was bewildered, staring at his broken sword. Utterly perplexed. Gods protect Ellington. Witnessing Danny's miraculous survival, the guards erupted into even greater fervor. The enemy was before them, and they needn't fear injury if they could not repel the foe and defend Ellington under such circumstances. What were they even fighting for? Kill them all. Kill. Buck stood frozen, stunned by the battle cries surrounding him. He was acutely aware of the might behind his previous swing. It could cleave not only flesh, but even the sturdiest of rocks in twain. Yet, how was it that this boy, Danny, who was clearly no awakened, could withstand his blow? Impossible. This was utterly unfathomable. Though Buck strove to maintain composure, it was evident to all that he was rattled. "Little thief. Come and face me." Dawn pointed his longsword at Buck. "Let me teach you how a mage handles melee combat. First and foremost, let it be stated that the notion a mage cannot engage in close combat is a gross misconception. Regardless of the combat profession, personal safety must always be prioritized in battle. In the face of danger, one can rely only on oneself. Do mages possess weaker melee capabilities? Perhaps slightly, but that depends on the comparison. With the enhancements of massive strength, grace of wind, physical damage suppression, spell damage suppression, storm shield, mage armor, dragon scale skin, and a myriad of other buffs, a mage's combat prowess is not inferior to that of a warrior profession. In fact, when faced with crisis, a mage's adaptability often proves superior. Additionally, there exist close-range spells such as Frost Nova, Soul Blade, Arcane Surge, and others that can swiftly control and devastate. Of course, knowing how to engage in melee does not necessitate doing so. A skilled mage can manipulate a variety of spells before an enemy even approaches, playing them like a puppet. The significance of mastering melee capability lies in the ability to unleash a tempest of counterattacks when an enemy finally draws near after arduous efforts. Gandalf, the white-robed mage, once stated, "A mage who cannot engage in melee is not a good mage." In summary, a competent mage will certainly not lack in melee prowess, and that is simply the way it is. "You seek death. Do you really think you can kill me? I am a late-stage bronze-tier warrior." "Wait, I was supposed to go first." Brian, cracking his knuckles, brandished his warhammer, eyes locked on Buck. "I've been itching to thrash you for ages." "Let me handle him first," Dawn interjected. Blocking Brian's path, though Brian wielded a prized weapon, Dawn could not risk his safety. Fine, you can have your fun." Brian reluctantly stepped aside, polishing his hammer while casting sidelong glances at Buck. "Don't die too quickly." Buck, already embarrassed by failing to cleave Danny, could not tolerate this new provocation. With a mighty roar, he erupted with crimson energy, raising his axe to strike at Dawn, his ferocity unmatched. Combat skill, double heavy slash. A colossal axe swung towards him, and Tang Yin perceived two phantom images of the weapon. Realizing that this was a martial technique, it could not merely be an illusion. When the attack landed, it would surely inflict genuine harm. However, for Tang Yin, such an assault posed little threat. He could stand there and let the axe strike his head without suffering so much as a hair's worth of damage. Yet, to avoid alarming others, Tang Yin decided to feign concern. Clang, clang, clang. The longsword swiftly met the giant axe, dissipating part of its force. The axe struck the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a fissure over 3 meters long. Simultaneously, Tang Yin's body moved rapidly, grazing past Buck while his sword left a bloodied mark upon Buck's flesh. Roar! The pain and blood did not diminish Buck's fighting spirit. Rather, they intensified his ferocity and murderous intent. Buck twisted his body, gripping the giant axe as he began to spin. Martial technique, giant axe cyclone. Buck transformed into a whirlwind, the powerful suction drawing everything around him, barrels, furniture, and even unfortunate bandits towards him. Those hapless bandits, caught in the cyclone, had no time to scream for help, as they were instantly torn to shreds by the axe's blade and the fierce wind, blood spilling across the ground. Meanwhile, the guards, having received several enhancement spells from Tang Yin, experienced a significant boost in strength and speed, easily evading the newly formed cyclone. My lord, be careful. Get away. I must assist my lord. Are you seeking death? Can't you see my lord is unfazed? Fear not, my lord will be fine. Elsa cleaved a bandit in half with her sword, and upon turning, she was startled to see Buck spinning toward Tang Yin, exclaiming, My lord, I'm coming to help you. No need. Tang Yin waved his hand. Observing Buck with a sense of exasperation, was this martial technique not a form of self-destruction? Buck remained oblivious to Tang Yin's thoughts. At that moment, his only desire was to slay Tang Yin beneath his axe. This giant axe cyclone technique had cost him dearly to acquire. Mastered through arduous training, it had always been a guarantee of victory, and today, it would surely bring about Tang Yin's demise. Killing Tang Yin and seizing Ellington, an idyllic life awaited him. Buck, invigorated, prepared to lock onto Tang Yin, but when he turned his gaze back, he found Tang Yin had vanished. Where had he gone? Buck's heart raced, prompting him to spin even more wildly, the cyclone's pull growing stronger, causing nearby structures to tremble. However, to others, the scene was quite different. Buck spun aimlessly, while Tang Yin circled him with remarkable speed. Lord Buck, he is right beside you, right beside you. Damn it, I can't see him at all. Buck seethed with rage. Yet he remained unworried, confident that the giant axe cyclone's attack range was all-encompassing, preventing Tang Yin from approaching. What is happening? The Lord is clearly right next to him. How can he not see? How would I know? After observing for a moment, Elsa suddenly understood. So that's it. Elsa paused, glancing at Fiona, and they exchanged knowing smiles, both realizing the truth. Tang Yin and Buck maintained identical speeds, perpetually positioned within Buck's blind spot, ensuring that no matter how Buck spun, he could not perceive Tang Yin. However, Elsa furrowed her brow. While this concept was simple in theory, its execution was far more challenging. Buck was a third-tier bronze warrior on the cusp of advancing to the fourth tier. To match his speed and rhythm, one would need to be at least a fifth-tier bronze warrior. Yet, the Lord was a wild mage, not a warrior. How could he possibly move so swiftly? Fiona had fewer concerns. She understood Tang Yin's strength and thus found nothing unusual. She was merely curious about how much longer Tang Yin would toy with Buck. It's time to end this battle. Tang Yin had lost interest. Buck's strength was far too inferior to be a worthy opponent. Prepare to die. Tang Yin intended to conclude Buck's life. Stop! Just as Tang Yin raised his sword, a sharp voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a bandit holding a dagger against Fiona's neck. It was Duanji. I command you to halt. Duanji shouted. Otherwise, this noble lady from the Golden Rose family will perish. If she dies, you shall not escape either. Well done. Buck finally ceased the giant axe cyclone, only to see Tang Yin behind him, sword raised, causing him to break into a cold sweat, as Duanji's actions had fortuitously preserved his life. Aha! Tang Yin, did you think I brought this noble lady here merely to prevent her from fleeing? Buck cackled. She is an inspector from the Noble Council. If she dies here, your lordship will not last long. An inspector from the Noble Council? Why was I not aware of this? Tang Yin looked bemused. Buck, are you not afraid of me tearing up the magic scroll? Fiona's face turned pale as she raised the scroll, praying silently that Tang Yin would comprehend her words. Go ahead. Use it. The fourth-tier spell Flamestorm can annihilate everyone. Buck laughed maniacally. There are so many people from Ellington here, and with you, this noble lady, and a lord, my worthless life would be justified with your deaths. Fiona was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do, and could only look to Tang Yin for help. Chapter 22. The arrival of Peace. Buck fixed his gaze on Tang Yin, licking his lips as he said, "If you wish to spare her life, drop your weapon and kneel before me. I shall sever your head, and she will be spared." Tang Yin raised an eyebrow. "Do I appear to be a fool to you?" "What do you mean?" Buck fumed. "Do you want to see her die?" "Idiot," Tang Yin scoffed. Addressing Fiona, "Is it the 4th tier spell Flame Storm's magic scroll? Tear it up, let us all die together." Fiona, Elsa, Duan Ji, Buck, and everyone nearby were momentarily stunned. Buck inhaled sharply, shouting, "Are you insane?" "I'm not insane. It's just a life." "Who fears whom?" Tang Yin appeared indifferent, ready to accept the worst. Fiona paused, quickly grasping Tang Yin's intent. Her eyes lit up as she forcefully tore the scroll she had carelessly rolled up. Duan Ji, seeing Fiona's action, was so terrified he forgot to stop her. Buck gasped and fled, using every ounce of strength to escape. However, Tang Yin smirked and lightly stomped his foot. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky. As the flames subsided, there was no trace left of Buck and his followers on the streets of Ellington. They had all been reduced to ashes. "My head!" Brian howled in frustration. "Damn it. What a waste." Tang Yin gave a thumbs up to the still-shocked Fiona, his teeth gleaming. Truly the power of a 4th tier spell's magic scroll is extraordinary. What else could Fiona say? She could only stifle her tears and continue to play along with Tang Yin. By the gods. Elsa was left in stunned disbelief. Is this the power of a magic scroll? Uncle Depp corrected her. It's the 4th tier spell Flame Storm's magic scroll, a 4th tier spell. Uncle Depp felt it necessary to emphasize this point, adding, "That is indeed a 4th tier spell's magic scroll. When I was an adventurer, I once saw a 1st tier fireball spell's magic scroll worth 100 gold coins. This 4th tier spell's magic scroll must be even more valuable." As he spoke, Uncle Depp was left speechless, clearly realizing the immense value of what Fiona had just used. It's nothing. After all, it was just an act. They hadn't truly used the magic scroll. Fiona appeared quite relaxed. "It's merely a magic scroll. Our Golden Rose family has plenty of those. I can have as many as I want. Right, my lord?" Tang Yin grinned and strode to the center of the square, proclaiming loudly, "I am Tang Yin, the Lord of Ellington." His voice, carried by the wind, reached every corner of Ellington, clear to all ears. Buck and all his followers had been slain. The hidden residents of Ellington, upon hearing this good news, were momentarily incredulous, as the announcement was utterly astonishing. The new lord, on his very first day in office, had eradicated the bandit menace. "I hereby declare that the former Ellington militia is now renamed the Ellington Guard, and the former Captain Ronnie has been dismissed, with Elsa appointed as the new captain of the guard. Upon verification, it has been confirmed that the former captain of the Ellington militia, Ronnie, was a traitor within our midst. He conspired with the bandit Buck to harm his fellow compatriots and today attempted to assassinate the Lord, resulting in his immediate execution. Should there be any dissent regarding this matter, Captain Elsa and other members of the guard can testify." Upon hearing this shocking news, the residents of Ellington were left utterly bewildered. Ronnie, the militia captain, a traitor. He had allied himself with bandits. With the Lord's assertion and the promise of corroboration from Elsa and her companions, it seemed implausible that this could be false. It was no wonder that the militia had failed to eradicate the bandits. Ronnie had been a traitor all along. How infuriating. Hadn't Ronnie been in Ellington for a decade? How could he bear to betray everyone? We had entrusted him with our security. Thus, it seems he may have been in league with Hogg from the very beginning. Many began to murmur amongst themselves, yet no matter how they deliberated, the outcome would remain unchanged. From this day forth, the residents of Ellington, you are safe. Safe. Peace has arrived just like that. Many could hardly believe the words they had heard. It was not their fault, for they had grown accustomed to the periodic raids. Leaving, the outside world offered no safety. Common folk who ventured forth would meet their demise on the road. Hogg had worn them down bit by bit, ensuring they remained submissively toiling for him. But now, with the arrival of dawn, everything had changed. Ellington was safe. No more bandits, no more danger. Now, they could only hope that Dawn would prove to be a competent lord. As for other matters, such as tax reductions, they scarcely dared to dream of them. Tax reductions? Taxes were the primary source of income for a lord. If taxes were lowered, how would he earn gold coins? Perhaps even more dreadful measures would be employed. Thus, compared to other alternatives, they would prefer to accept the current heavy taxation. People emerged from their hiding places, stepping out onto the streets and exchanging glances, finally realizing they had all heard the same words. "Long live Lord Dawn. May the gods protect Ellington. Long live Lord Dawn. Ellington shall surely rise." It was uncertain who shouted the first cheer, but the voices grew from a whisper to a crescendo, gradually converging into a wave of sound directed towards the square. People rushed to the square, eager to catch a glimpse of Dawn, as though only then would they find solace. Consequently, Dawn stood there, receiving their adoration until dusk, at which point the crowd slowly began to disperse. Phew, I am utterly exhausted. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, Dawn collapsed onto the sofa. On Earth, he had never experienced such a moment of public attention. My lord, you quite frightened me today, Fiona remarked, seated opposite him. Her graceful posture a testament to her upbringing, much to Dawn's regret. It was my oversight. I should have ensured you had some means of self-defense. Dawn chuckled, contemplating for a moment before a stack of scrolls appeared in his hands. He began to rummage through them, mumbling, "These are the scrolls for meteorite falls, these are for the wish spell, these pertain to the lava hell, the eternal frozen abyss," listening to the names of the spells spilling from Dawn's lips. Fiona, despite her prior knowledge of his formidable power, was still taken aback. She was unsure of the spell tiers, but merely hearing the names instilled a sense of awe. I fear they must be at least 5th-tier spells, Fiona speculated, attempting to think as highly as possible, yet even her boldest guesses would not lead her to realize these were all 9th-tier spells. Indeed, the stack before Dawn comprised entirely of 9th-tier magical scrolls, with some legendary spell scrolls mixed in, their brilliance visible even to ordinary eyes. "There isn't anything useful for you," Dawn said helplessly, tossing a handful of scrolls onto the ground, startling Fiona so that she instinctively covered her head and jumped onto the sofa. Dawn stared at Fiona, dumbfounded, and after a moment, she regained her composure, her cheeks flushed as she sat back down. "If those scrolls were to detonate, your crouching position wouldn't save you," Dawn said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Collecting the scattered scrolls, Fiona, attempting to mask her embarrassment, glanced away. "Were you searching for something for me?" Dawn replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, I was preparing some defensive items for you, but there are none readily available at present. Once I acquire the materials, I'll craft some for you." Fiona was rendered speechless. Magical scrolls were highly sought after, and although only mages could utilize high-tier scrolls, even low-tier scrolls could be used by ordinary people. Mercenaries and adventurers would gladly carry a few for emergencies. However, the number of mages willing to create magical scrolls was limited, and with a low success rate, the prices remained exorbitantly high. Observing Dawn's demeanor, it seemed as though he could effortlessly produce many, which astonished Fiona. "By the way, how has the data I asked you to compile fared?" "I have a rough impression," Fiona replied, her spirits lifted by the mention of business. "The issues facing Ellington are more significant than anticipated." "Oh, due to Hogg's years of exploitation. The average monthly income of residents here is below 50 silver coins, with disposable income under 10 silver coins. You grasp the gravity of this situation?" Seeing Dawn shake his head, Fiona continued, "This places them below the poverty line in the entire empire. No wonder when Ellington is mentioned, people shake their heads in dismay. No one desires to come here." Fiona sighed heavily. Had she known Ellington's plight earlier, she would have avoided this route. Yet, had she not passed through, she would not have encountered Dawn. In addition to the per capita income, the food production here is also alarmingly low. The land is fertile, yet for some unknown reason, yields are minimal. Fiona wore a perplexed expression. "That's quite simple," Dawn shrugged. "Bandits raid every so often. How can they find the time to tend to the fields? Naturally, the harvest suffers. I believe this here will see significant improvement once the bandit issue is resolved." Fiona paused, realization dawning on her. "I overlooked that point. Additionally, there's another critical aspect, the various taxes imposed by Hogg." Dawn's interest piqued. "What do you mean?" Fiona elucidated. Apart from the Empire's standard taxes, Hogg instituted numerous private taxes. And when all the miscellaneous fees are tallied, Ellington's tax rate reaches a staggering 70%. Chapter 23. A foreboding omen. 70%. Dawn was astounded. "Does that not mean that for every gold coin, 70 silver coins are taken?" Fiona nodded. "This tax rate exceeds the Empire's standard by 20%, which explains the dire poverty of Ellington's residents." Dawn was left speechless. Was 50% not already excessive? Clearly, his understanding of this world was still lacking, having initially perceived it merely as a game. Yet now it was a tangible reality. In addition to this, there are various other issues, but those can be addressed gradually later. The utmost priority is this matter. Dawn frowned. The tax rate. "My lord," Fiona exclaimed in disbelief. As the Lord, it is your prerogative to establish new tax laws for your domain after taking office. You could maintain Hog's tax rate, as the residents are accustomed to it. And I believe they would raise no objections. Alternatively, you may announce a tax reduction, thereby garnering greater support and loyalty from them. The choice is entirely yours. Don scratched his head, aware that a single decision could drastically affect the lives of countless residents. A peculiar sensation indeed. Then, perhaps a tax reduction would be best. 70% is far too high, I think. A 10% rate should suffice. Don had always been exasperated by arbitrary taxes in his past life. Well aware of the public's disdain for taxation. Thus, he found it difficult to impose heavy taxes. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Fiona's eyes widened in shock. My lord, are you jesting with me? Of course not. What is the matter? Noticing Fiona's reaction, Don realized he might have misspoken, his face reddening. Please tell me where I went wrong. He had never studied economics and lacked knowledge in that area, relying on Fiona's expertise. Fiona appeared conflicted. Had she not known of Don's immense power, she might have seriously contemplated resigning. A 10% tax rate. How could you even say such a thing? Fiona expressed exasperation, her expression one of frustration. If the tax rate were merely 10%, how would you expect to retain your position as Lord? Does it really make that much of a difference? Indeed, it makes a significant difference, Fiona asserted decisively. As Lord, you need to maintain an army. Do you not? The maintenance of various public facilities here in Ellington must be funded from the Lord's treasury. While reducing taxes may indeed win their support, should you later find yourself in need of repairs for the square, the roads, or providing additional armor for the soldiers, do you truly expect them to understand and generously contribute to your cause? Don scratched his head and, after a moment of contemplation, shook it in disapproval. Indeed, when policies favor them, people are filled with gratitude, but the moment you seek to reclaim the money that has passed into their hands, it becomes a far more complex matter. They will resent you, and, in the blink of an eye, forget that it was you who enabled their increased income. Thus, if you wish to maintain your rule, taxation is indispensable. It is your most vital source of revenue. And you must not make arbitrary decisions. Don humbly sought advice. What should I do then? Since the Lord seems inclined towards tax reduction, in my opinion, it would be wise to first decrease the tax burden by 0.5%. 0.5%? That seems rather trivial. Do not underestimate a mere 0.5%. Fiona shot a disapproving glance at Don. If Ellington thrives in the future, that 0.5% could equate to thousands of gold coins, thousands. You could lose it all with a single utterance. At this point, Fiona felt that even a 0.5% reduction might be excessive. Well, very well then. Moreover, any tax reduction should not be enacted all at once, since the decision to reduce taxes had been made. Fiona continued, if you reduce the tax burden in one fell swoop, they will only express gratitude once. Raising it again in the future will prove significantly more challenging. This should be a gradual process, leaving you room for maneuver. Should Ellington encounter a crisis and public sentiment waver, you could further reduce taxes to gain the residents' support. Taxation is a means to sustain governance and the economy. It cannot be approached lightly. Upon concluding her remarks, Dawn was left astounded. Her thoughts bore an uncanny resemblance to economic theories from Earth, who claims that individuals from other realms lack intelligence. Step forward, and I assure you, they will not leave unscathed. Observing the dazed expression on Dawn's face, Fiona pressed her forehead and suddenly declared, I have made my decision. What is it? To prevent you from mismanaging Ellington, and to uphold its peace. I, Fiona Jinkiangwai, shall assume the role of treasurer for Ellington from this day forth. If Don were to toy carelessly with Ellington, it would not be long before he jeopardized its future. He could easily walk away. But what of Fiona? Where could she go? Aside from this place, she would be rendered homeless. To put it more dramatically, this was not even her true home. Perhaps one day it might become her home. Fiona was determined not to allow her future dwelling to descend into chaos, and in her fervor, she grasped Don's hands, her expression earnest as she said, My lord, while my words may displease you, I implore you to consider them seriously. Taken aback by Fiona's sudden grasp, Don paused. I fear your management of financial matters will lead to disaster, so please trust me and entrust this responsibility to me. What troubles you? Was it not you who invited my assistance? Now that I have found a role I can fulfill, do you not wish to accept my help? Fiona leaned forward, and Dawn was momentarily overwhelmed by her assertive presence. How noble was her spirit! Dawn casually released her hands. No, I have no objections to the role of treasurer. I merely wish to convey that I have discerned your fate. Fiona blinked in surprise. What have you perceived? Don's gaze swept across Fiona before he solemnly stated, I foresee a portent of great misfortune in your future. Ah. Fiona's complexion paled. My lord, you must assist me. Pfft. Don laughed exaggeratedly. I was jesting. You truly believe me? Really? Truly. My lord, you are quite wicked. Fiona blushed, feigning indignation. Oh, is she shy now? This world, so innocent, is indeed fascinating. Bang. At that moment, the door to the room was abruptly pushed open, and Brian's boisterous voice rang out. Hey, brother. What are you up to? The cook says dinner is ready. I remember you promised that good wine would be plentiful. Why are you still not here? Only after Brian had shouted did he notice the peculiar atmosphere in the room, glancing between Don and Fiona before exclaiming, Brother, I hope I am not interrupting anything? No. Before Don could finish, Brian erupted into laughter. I knew you weren't. Come on, brother. We must drink heartily today. It's been ages since I last had a drink, and those wretched bandits haven't let me have any. This fellow, Don chuckled, amused that Brian remembered only his promise of ample wine. Truly, he is a dwarf with an insatiable thirst. Should I introduce them to the rich culture of Huashiasbaijio? Perhaps? Don stroked his chin in contemplation, but upon recalling the current grain yield, he dismissed the thought. Brian, with carefree abandon, tugged at Don, eager to indulge in revelry. Fiona, will you join us? My lord, you two go ahead. I need to organize these matters first and shall join you shortly. Come on, brother. By the way, you humans all look alike, so I can hardly tell who is who in here. Fiona, right? Brian seemed confident he had not erred, continuing, I cannot discern who is more beautiful between Fiona and the one from today. Elna, but I must tell you, I find Elna far more to my taste. That strength. Wow. She could likely outmatch even the Hill King from my homeland. If she were to bear a child, it would surely be formidable. Don wore an expression of exasperation. That would be Fiona and Elsha. Oh, I see. I misspoke. Brother, I think if you are seeking a wife, it should be someone like Elsha. Must you shout so loudly, you insufferable boor? Fiona has heard every word. Don could already envision the expression Fiona would wear. All thanks to this incessant chatterbox of a dwarf. In the name of the shining light of communism, Don glared at Brian, determined to extract every last ounce of value from him. It would be a disservice to his beleaguered ears otherwise. After Don and Brian departed, Fiona let out a long sigh of relief, the sudden courage she had summoned evaporating in an instant, her tense body collapsing onto the sofa. My lord, Fiona murmured, gazing at her hands, which still seemed to retain the warmth of Don's touch. It dawned on her how audacious she had been moments ago, her cheeks flushing anew. After all, Lord Don was an immensely powerful sorcerer, while she was merely a humbled noblewoman. How could she overstep her bounds? To speak with him, to assist him in any capacity, was already a favor from the gods. Fiona, calm yourself. Managing his territory and ensuring Ellington becomes more prosperous and flourishing is precisely what he expects of you. Even if you harbor deeper thoughts, there will be time to consider them later. Fiona's spirit lifted, and once more, a confident smile graced her lips. Chapter 24. Magic on the left, technology on the right. I walk in between in the dining hall. Cups clinked merrily. Brother, I owe you a great debt this time, Brian exclaimed, raising his goblet high with a hearty laugh. If not for you, I would not know when I would next have a drink. To our precious freedom, and to the delicious ale, cheers. Don's lips twitched as he clinked his cup against Brian's. Before he could even take a sip, he watched as Brian downed his ale in one go, then hoisted a nearby barrel to refill his cup, raising it once again to toast Don. Ah, brother, do you know, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt an extraordinary bond between us. The instant I saw you, I knew you were no ordinary human. And now, behold, you are a lord. To the lord, to Ellington, another toast. Brian tilted his head back and downed yet another cup. He was undeniably doing this on purpose. Don sensed that Brian's incessant talk was merely a ruse to get to the heart of the matter, drinking to his heart's content. Ah, brother, you have no idea. Back home, due to the average grain yield, some smaller tribes occasionally find themselves hungry, leaving little grain for brewing. Then don't brew. Not brew? How can that be? Brian's eyes widened dramatically. I would rather go a day without food than a day without my ale. How have you managed to survive these days without alcohol while being imprisoned? Don cast a sidelong glance at him. To put it simply, these dwarves were not at the brink of starvation. After all, since they are the creations of the earth goddess Nisclair, it is likely that she would intervene before it came to that. Having a golden thigh to lean on is quite comforting. As Don sipped his drink with Brian, He pondered. To be honest, the grain yield in Ellington was not particularly high, and there was little available for brewing. However, once Hogg's influence began to wane, the situation in Ellington would likely improve gradually. Don found it rather peculiar that magic in this world had not been disseminated to the common folk. Instead, it remained as isolated as military technology from his previous life. That if magic could be harnessed for civilian use, it would undoubtedly liberate a vast amount of productive potential, making this world much more vibrant. In Don's view, magic is an extraordinary force, capable of effortlessly manifesting phenomena that are unattainable on Earth. Most importantly, magic could serve as a clean and pollution-free energy source. On Earth, the principle of internal combustion engines involves intermittently igniting atomized gasoline in a sealed combustion chamber, triggering small explosions that expand the air, subsequently driving the pistons to operate the engine. It may seem complex, but it can be distilled into a single phrase. Combustion heats and expands air to perform mechanical work. Can this principle be achieved through magic? Absolutely. In fact, it could be executed even more efficiently since magic can achieve zero pollution. This is what excites Don the most. What astonishing allure could emerge when many existing technologies from his past life are combined with magic? He did not know, but he was eager to find out. Thus, he had begun to devise a plan to integrate Earth's technology with the magic of Prander. If magic could replace electricity and internal combustion engines as a power source, many machines from Earth could be transplanted here, inevitably stirring up a tempest that would completely liberate agricultural productivity. The significance of liberating agricultural productivity for societal advancement is evident when one examines the histories of various nations on Earth. However, in order to bring such ideas to fruition, Don faced a formidable challenge. The materials and processing techniques were insufficient. This world possesses many unique magical metals with superior properties, yet they are exceedingly rare and valuable. Therefore, relying on magical metals for crafting finished products was impractical. The truly feasible approach was to utilize ordinary metals to forge various alloys, perhaps with a small addition of magical metals. At this point, Don's gaze fell upon Brian, who was indulging in fine wine. That if one were to create various alloys, seeking out a dwarf would be the wisest choice. The radiant smile suddenly illuminated Don's face. Come, let us continue drinking. There are these meat cuts, enjoy them to your heart's content. After returning, you may not have the opportunity to savor such delicacies. By the way, would you like me to instruct the cook to prepare some for your journey? Don refrained from directly discussing the matter of Brian staying behind. The best outcome would be for Brian to become fond of life here and willingly decide to remain. Brian's face lit up with delight. Of course. Oh, my dear brother, you are exceedingly generous. If it weren't for the harsh conditions in your territory, I would be tempted to stay a while longer. Don's lips twitched. This fellow's tongue was truly insufferable. Harsh conditions bring challenges, Fiona remarked nonchalantly. Moreover, it won't be long before Ellington flourishes under Lord Don's leadership. At that time, merchants from all corners will flock here, and a variety of delicacies will grace this place, naturally improving the living conditions in Ellington. Oh, Brian exclaimed in astonishment. Fiona, you truly have faith in my brother. My name is Fiona, she corrected him with barely restrained annoyance. I believe in Lord Don, as well as in my own capabilities. Interesting, truly interesting, Brian said as he poured himself another glass of wine. Seeing that Brian was not taking the bait, Don felt a twinge of irritation, noticing this. Fiona racked her brain and suddenly asked, They say that becoming an enemy of the Earth's people is difficult, and becoming a friend is even harder. Is that true? Of course. Hearing Fiona refer to him as one of the Earth's people, Brian's eyes crinkled into a crescent smile. Why is it difficult to become our enemy? Because our enemies have all been eliminated. Why is it harder to become our friend? Because they cannot outdrink us. Bragging. Keep on bragging. Don wore a look of disdain, his desire to produce high-proof liquor growing stronger. He was determined to show this fellow what true alcohol was. But you still call Lord Don my brother. Does that not imply that you regard him as a friend? Naturally. I feel an immediate camaraderie with my brother, especially since he saved my life. Right? Come, my brother, let us toast. Camaraderie? Fiona looked at them in horror, while Don expressionlessly clinked his glass with Brian's. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. Speaking of which, Fiona interjected, you have yet to repay Lord Don for saving your life. Unexpectedly, Brian heartily slapped the table. Haha, Fiona, what are you saying? Since we are friends, there is no need to speak of debts of gratitude. I know my brother surely does not mind, right? Besides, as a dwarf in such dire straits, I have nothing to offer in return. This fellow's audacity was astounding. Don marveled internally. Had he not discovered the unique properties of that treasured double-handed warhammer? He might have been deceived by Brian's theatrics. Fiona, with a forced smile, said, "My name is Fiona. Furthermore, repaying a debt of gratitude does not necessarily require offering something material. Ellington is in dire need of talent. Are not dwarves skilled in forging? You could easily stay and assist our lord." "Well," Brian said, patting his stomach, his seemingly innocent face betraying a cunning glint, "I would stand out too much as an outsider in a human town. So I think I'll pass." Noticing that Fiona was about to say something else, Don gently raised his hand to stop her and smiled. "Fiona, do not be rude. Brian is our guest. We cannot hold him to a debt of gratitude." Fiona turned her face away in a huff, kicking Don under the table. She was clearly trying to assist him. How could he be so dismissive? Don elegantly lifted his wine glass and began chatting with Brian, inadvertently steering the conversation towards blacksmithing and forging. "My brother, I am not exaggerating. When it comes to smelting and forging, we are second to none. Yet, I have never heard of such a metal, lightweight, high strength, wear-resistant, corrosion-resistant, and rust-free. How is that possible, if it were mithril or adamantium? Such properties could be plausible, but mithril and adamantium aren't even lightweight." Brian's eyes widened, wearing a look of incredulity as if to say, "You can't fool me. I'm well-read." Don calmly raised his glass and said, "The fact that you haven't heard of it indicates your limited experience. The metal I just mentioned is an alloy." "Alloy?" Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Brian's interest was piqued. "What is an alloy?" Don smirked and replied, "Are you familiar with composite materials?" "Composite materials?" Brian looked utterly perplexed. Composite materials are man-made materials that combine the strengths of two or more materials. "Oh, I know about that. We sometimes add a small amount of mithril and adamantium to weapon materials to enhance their enchanting effects. Composite materials? Alloys? That sounds like quite an appropriate term. My brother, you truly are impressive." Don grinned and began tapping his fingers on the table. "Just think about it. If a material could be made into armor that is reliable, durable, lightweight, and easy to carry, what kind of impact would that have? Reliable, durable, lightweight, and easy to carry." Brian pondered for a moment, and his breath quickened considerably. What an impact! It would be nothing short of revolutionary. If armor were lighter, marching speed would increase significantly, and supplies could last longer, allowing for prolonged campaigns, which would mean that the operational range of the army could expand considerably. "Oh, right, Fiona, I almost forgot." Don clapped his hands. "Please help me contact the blacksmiths in Ellington tomorrow. I have some ideas I'd like to discuss with them." "Huh, Brian, why are you looking at me like that? Drink up. Once you return, you won't be able to drink like this." "Hee. Well, my brother," Brian leaned in with a grin, "I suddenly feel that not repaying a life-saving grace would be unworthy of our identity as the Earth's people. So I have decided to stay and lend you a hand." Chapter 25. A nation is built on its people, and people are sustained by food. The hints contained within Don's words held immense allure for the dwarves, as evidenced by Brian's reactions. Although Don did not explicitly state much, the little details he unwittingly mentioned were enough to open the door to a new world for Brian, originally intending to depart the following day. Brian abruptly changed his mind. He felt that rather than wandering to distant lands, it would be far more fulfilling to remain in Ellington. After all, perhaps Don would surprise him further. "Stay here to assist me?" Don exclaimed in astonishment, hastily waving his hands. "Oh, how could I? No, it's quite unnecessary. You are a dwarf." Well, a dwarf. Ellington has a blacksmith. I can simply seek his services if I require anything." That sly little rascal, Brian inwardly cursed, taking advantage while pretending to be modest. How could it possibly be the same? Brian declared proudly, gesturing to himself, "I do not wish to boast, but my forging skills are among the finest even among our dwarven kin. Anything you can conjure in your mind, I can craft for you, and the quality will be absolutely top-notch." In truth, Brian was not exaggerating. A dwarven blacksmith is highly prized wherever he may be. Thus his desire to stay in Ellington was a significant boon for Don. However, this fellow had been rather evasive, insisting that Don present something of substance before he would engage, which irked Don slightly, prompting him to toy with Brian's appetite. For a race passionate about forging, nothing is more enticing than a new, more durable material. Hence, Don was quite confident he could persuade Brian to stay. Really? Don regarded Brian with a skeptical gaze. Brian thumped his chest. Of course it's true. I hope you won't regret it later. Don replied with a peculiar expression, having tacitly accepted Brian's offer. Many of the concepts he envisioned could not yet be realized due to the lack of a fundamental industrial system in this world. Everything must begin from scratch. Brian's forging abilities, coupled with his alchemical skills, were the foundation of it all that he intended to establish units and standards from the ground up, positioning himself as the cornerstone of everything. The following day, after rising, Don stood before the wash basin, his expression a mix of indecision. It was now the third day since arriving in Prandal, and he had gone 2 days without brushing his teeth. This world lacked toothbrushes. Soap, and washing one's face was merely a matter of splashing some water. Nobles and commoners alike were hardly distinguishable in this regard. The most extravagant might indulge in soaking petals in water. Fortunately, the inhabitants of Prandal were not like those in Earth's medieval Europe, who could go months without bathing, or even an entire lifetime. The people here maintained a fondness for cleanliness. Additionally, with the clear and pristine Emerald River nearby, they had access to sweet, fresh water, ensuring that the citizens of Ellington bore no unpleasant odors. I ought to concoct a toothbrush and toothpaste over the next couple of days. I recall that a horse's tail can serve as a toothbrush, while a mixture of plaster, fat, and salt could suffice for toothpaste. As for soap, I vaguely remember that boiling animal fat with wood ash would do the trick. Well, I have a general idea. With some effort, I should be able to manage. After washing his face and rinsing with a bit of salt water provided by a maid, Don tidied himself before heading downstairs. Big brother. As he descended, the melodious voice of a little girl reached his ears. Don paused, breaking into a smile. Ah, Elia has arrived. His impression of Elia was quite profound. This little girl was a rare affinity for magic, and with proper nurturing, she would undoubtedly blossom into a formidable mage. Such talent was not to be overlooked. My lord, Elsa said apologetically. Elia insisted on coming to thank you for saving her. I hope I haven't interrupted your rest. Not at all, Don waved dismissively, crouching to embrace Elia, smiling. Now that the villains are gone, you need not be afraid anymore, right? Yes. Elia joyfully placed a garland she had woven onto Don's head, exclaiming, Big brother, this is for you. It smells delightful. This scent. Don was taken aback. Was that mint? Did Ellington produce mint? Elia, don't be silly. How could my lord wear something like that? Elsa hurriedly interjected, concerned that Elia might inadvertently offend Don. No. It is quite all right. It brings me joy, Don replied with a smile. Elia, where did you discover this mint? Mint? Elia looked momentarily puzzled, but upon noticing Don pointing at the garland, she suddenly realized, oh, this is called mint. It grows by the river. And there's plenty of it. Mint, Elsa echoed, taken aback. She too had seen this plant, its scent distinctive, yet it seemed to lack a name. An adventurer had once dubbed it awakening grass, but it had since been forgotten. Could you take me to see it? Upon hearing about the mint, a flurry of ideas raced through Don's mind. Mint had tremendous potential, serving not only as a flavoring agent, but also as a food and medicinal herb. The toothpaste and soap he envisioned could incorporate mint essence for an even more fragrant aroma. Elia nodded without hesitation. Having already had breakfast, Elsa and Elia were ready to accompany Don when Fiona appeared before him. Are you going out? Fiona inquired, her brow furrowed. There are numerous matters awaiting your decision back at the Lord's Manor. What could compel you to leave? Don proclaimed with righteous fervor, naturally. It is for the future of Ellington. If I am not even aware of the state of my own territory, how can I speak of development? That is quite reasonable, Fiona conceded. Then I shall accompany you. It would be an opportune time to assess the agricultural conditions in Ellington. Thus, Fiona joined the party. After instructing a maid to collect some horsehair, they set out on foot, heading directly towards the outskirts of the town. Along the way, Don continually surveyed his surroundings, shaking his head in dismay. Internally lamenting the disarray, though he had not studied urban planning, he recognized that the layout of Ellington was utterly lacking. The buildings bore no coherence, there was no unified design, nor were there any underground drainage systems or public lighting facilities. Don resolved to undertake a complete reconstruction of Ellington. At present, the scale of the buildings was modest, and the cost of reconstruction would be manageable. Moreover, as the Lord, any command he issued would be obeyed without fear of dissent. Rebuilding Ellington would also invigorate the town, providing everyone with work. In summary, It was a venture that would yield multiple benefits. As he silently reimagined the layout of Ellington in his mind, the group reached the edges of the farmland. The farmland of Ellington is quite expansive, yet much of it has been neglected due to the actions of Buck and others. Substantial portions remain uncultivated. If we mobilize efforts to revive this land, we could still manage a harvest. After a moment's thought, Don declared, "Let us rally the farmers. I will announce that anyone who cultivates new farmland will be exempt from taxes on this year's harvest, and the following year, they shall enjoy a 50% reduction. I'm confident they will be eager to participate." Fiona shot Don a glance, exasperated. He was once again waving the banner of tax reduction. However, since he had made his decision, she could only take note. "My lord." The farmers in the fields paused their work upon seeing Don and bowed respectfully. Don nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze falling upon their tools, and he furrowed his brow. "Fiona, are these the farming implements used by the Empire's farmers?" "They were all wooden tools used for tending the fields." "I believe so. What of it? Why are they not using iron tools?" "Iron tools?" Fiona's eyes widened in disbelief. "Iron is invaluable. It is reserved for crafting weapons and armor to defend the nation. Surely it cannot be wasted on farming implements." Don sighed, looking skyward, before softly stating, "Fiona, what do you believe is the cornerstone of a stable nation?" "The cornerstone of stability." Fiona appeared to ponder the question, finally suggesting, "The combat effectiveness of the military?" "I would argue it is formidable masters." Elsa interjected with a differing opinion. "If legendary masters are present, the nation will be significantly more stable." "Correct, yet not entirely." Don shook his head. "You have not grasped the essence, whether it be an army or legendary masters. They are all part of the populace. A nation is founded upon its people, and the people's sustenance is paramount. The issue of food is not only the most basic need of human survival, but has historically been the eternal theme of national stability and social development. If the citizens of a nation cannot even satisfy their hunger, constantly fretting over where their next meal will come from, how can that nation flourish? Can it remain peaceful? Conversely, if every citizen is well fed and free from the worry of hunger, they will naturally begin to consider other pursuits, such as earning a living, honing their combat and magical skills, and enhancing their strength, thereby fortifying the nation's power. Thus, a robust agricultural foundation is the bedrock of a stable nation. At this juncture, Don suddenly inquired, "Where is Brian?" "I arranged a room for him this morning. He mentioned he needed to set it up to resemble a blacksmith's workshop." At first, Don did not anticipate that a significant reason for the low yield of crops here was the substandard tools. It seemed almost absurd. Iron implements were imperative. He resolved to consult with Brian upon his return. Once he had familiarized himself with this world and comprehended the intricacies of magical energy, perhaps he could devise agricultural machinery such as tillers, seeders, and combined harvesters. Don stroked his chin, revealing a peculiar smile. Suddenly, he paused. "Why is the soil so dry?" Chapter 26. Ideas and Opportunities. The primary cereal crop in Prander closely resembles wheat on Earth, being a starchy grain referred to as cattle by the locals. However, for simplicity's sake, Dunn opted to consider it as wheat. Although wheat does not require as much water as rice, the farmland was visibly cracked and arid, yet the wheat had already reached half a foot in height, precisely the time it needed water. How could the yield possibly be high under such conditions? It is the month of joy, and the summer month is approaching, so it's quite normal for the ground to be somewhat dry. Isn't it? Fiona, coming from a noble background and lacking any farming experience, failed to discern the issue. That may be true, but the Emerald River is right beside us, and yet the fields are so parched. This is highly abnormal. Wait, do you not have irrigation ditches? Dunn's latter question was directed at the nearby farmers. Irrigation ditch? What is that? The farmers looked at him with confusion. Dig a ditch to channel water from the Emerald River for irrigation. Dunn was astonished, regardless of the vast disparity between the two worlds. Such basic knowledge should surely be known. Even the most foolish of farmers would know to fetch water from the river during droughts, right? How could they not think to dig a ditch? A civilization that had developed for so many years should not still be relying solely on the whims of nature. Oh, I see. However, my lord, that is impossible. Elsa interjected. The terrain on the other side of the Emerald River is lower than ours, so the water wouldn't flow through the ditch. Ah, I understand now. Dunn finally grasped the situation, but then furrowed his brow. This world lacked pumps and sprinkler systems, while there were more convenient forms of magic. It was unreasonable to expect mages to lower themselves to the role of rainmakers in the fields. Suddenly, Dunn clapped his hands. Right? Water wheels. How could I have overlooked that? A water wheel. Upon hearing this unfamiliar term from Dunn's lips, Fiona and Elsa were once again puzzled. It had been previously stated that the primary power in this world was held by the awakened, those who could awaken their talents to become professionals, warriors. Mages were all considered awakened. Consequently, with the emergence of these awakened individuals, the development of basic physics by ordinary people had stagnated. When faced with challenging problems, they either relied on brute force from warrior-type awakened or resolved issues through magical means. Rarely did ordinary individuals contemplate how to tackle difficulties themselves. Do not believe it. Just look at the indigenous peoples of this world. Gnomes and goblins had achieved nuclear technology thousands of years ago without magic. The current weakness of gnomes and goblins stemmed from their own destruction of their homeland and technological advancements. This led to other races surpassing them later on. The strength of individuals hampered the growth of collective power, a fact that could not be disputed. Danny from the militia had a father who was a miller. Yet their mill operated not on wind power, but on animal power, which was inefficient and required feeding livestock, thus incurring higher costs. If there were a windmill, it would significantly reduce expenses. A water wheel utilizes the power of water to lift it to a higher elevation, then relies on the water's own gravity to flow into the fields. But never mind. Explaining this to you is futile. Dunn recognized from their bewildered expressions that he was wasting his breath. It would be better to discuss this with Brian, as dwarves and gnomes frequently interacted, and he might appreciate the subtleties involved. Rest assured, I will find a solution to this problem, and soon there will be water to irrigate the fields. You need not worry. Dunn smiled at the farmers. Trust me, this year's harvest during the month of abundance will surely be remarkable. We believe in you. The farmer replied hesitantly, gazing at Dunn as if he had something to say, but hesitated. What is it? Is there another issue? The farmer mustered his courage to ask. My lord, we saw the notice on the bulletin board this morning. You announced a tax reduction of half. Is that true? Such efficiency. Dunn shot a surprised glance at Fiona, who proudly lifted her chin. Seemingly anticipating his praise, he returned his gaze to the farmer and smiled. Of course it is true. Fiona's face fell, and she stomped her foot in frustration. That guy. That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. The farmers erupted in cheers, grasping each other's rough hands and shedding tears of joy at a mere half-tax reduction. And they were so moved. Dunn felt a mixture of emotions, realizing that farmers, regardless of the world, were inherently simple beings. Their desires were so modest, merely to fill their bellies and perhaps save a little money. Yet, sadly, such humble wishes were often hard to fulfill. If you trust me, I assure you that I will bring you a life of happiness. Dunn spoke earnestly and solemnly. In the days to come, you will witness the changes in Ellington. I guarantee you will witness its rise. Elsa blinked with excitement, feeling the strong charisma emanating from Dunn at that moment. Meanwhile, Ilya thought simply that Dunn was a good man, and thus everyone would adore him. Such was the simplicity of a child's mind. After inspecting the fields and committing their condition to memory, they proceeded southwest towards Ellington. After a short distance, descending a small slope, they beheld the Emerald River. On the west side of the Emerald River, dense woods flourished, robust trees sprawling towards the nearby mountains, forming an endless sea of forest. This was the Emerald Forest. The realm of the elves. On the east side lay the territory of Ellington, with the riverbank adorned with vast vegetation and moisture-loving shrubs, alongside some relatively sparse and low trees, creating a stark contrast with the opposite bank. Right here, Ilya joyfully waved her small hand. There's an abundance of mint grass. Dunn took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh air filled with the invigorating scent of mint, which revitalized his spirit. Looking out, he saw the riverbank densely populated with mint, which calmed him greatly, while simultaneously igniting other thoughts. The climate here was so well suited for mint cultivation that it could undoubtedly be developed as an economic crop for Ellington, rallying everyone to participate in its planting. Subsequently, they could establish essential oil extraction equipment to process mint into products such as mint flavoring, mint candies, mint soap, mint toothpaste, and mint soda. Perhaps this mint could bring him a significant profit? Dunn's eyes sparkled with ambition. To him, this patch of mint was not just an inconsequential plant, but a glimmering treasure of gold. What is so special about this mint grass? Elsa inquired curiously. Although it smells nice, when a large area matures, the whole vicinity will be overwhelmed by that scent, which can be quite overwhelming. Haha, You ask what's good about it. Dunn laughed heartily, ruffling Elsa's hair. Elsa, I tell you, this mint grass will bring a fortune to Ellington. Do you believe me? Elsa hesitated, while Ilya confidently declared, as long as Big Brother says so, I believe. Oh, are you not afraid I might deceive you? Not at all, because Big Brother is a good person. A good person, indeed. Dunn rubbed his nose. Well then. Big Brother will treat you to lollipops. Lollipops? What are those? You'll find out later, Fiona. Dunn noticed that Fiona seemed lost in thought, and he called her name with curiosity. Do you think these mint plants can be profitable? Fiona had just turned her head, and Dunn was taken aback that he had thought he was rather avaricious. But upon hearing her reaction to the potential profits from mint, he realized her enthusiasm was even more exaggerated. My lord, what are the uses of these mint plants? Can they enhance meditation speed? Or do they have special effects for mages? Can they restore magical energy? Or serve as special spellcasting materials? Fiona bombarded him with a barrage of questions, having instinctively assumed that these mint plants would possess unique properties for mages. Knowing Dunn was a sorcerer. Useless, entirely useless. Dunn wiped the cold sweat from his brow. They are merely ordinary plants. Ordinary plants. Indeed, it is rather commonplace, merely distinguished by its unique fragrance. Fiona immediately lost interest. Is that all? For the people of Prandal, the value of an item hinges entirely on its utility to the seer. For instance, the reason magical metals are so precious is that they can effectively contain the power of elements, thus enhancing combat capabilities when forged into equipment. Some herbs command a high price because they can be transmuted into various potions by alchemists, capable of augmenting strength or healing wounds that a completely ordinary plant, simply notable for its scent, can yield profit. Fiona scoffed at this notion. Even if Dawn were a powerful mage, she considered him to be boasting. Let us not forget that the Golden Rose family was built on commerce, in matters of trade. Her instincts were far sharper than Dawn's. You doubt me? Dawn retorted with a chuckle. Dare to wager with me? Wager on what? Dawn replied with a grin. If this mint can indeed turn a profit. You shall work for me for the rest of your life. How does that sound? That is perfectly acceptable. Fiona's heart raced as she responded nonchalantly. But what exactly does turning a profit entail? Dawn pondered for a moment and held up a single finger. By year's end, the mint will yield at least 10,000 gold coins in revenue, pure profit. Considering the logistical delays and audience issues in Prandal, Dawn's estimate was quite conservative. In a more optimistic light, the economic value of mint could be even higher. However, this was not Earth, and the economy here had not yet progressed to the point where people could freely choose snacks, thus potentially limiting the consumer base. 10,000 gold coins. Are you certain? Fiona's eyes widened. In the heyday of the Golden Rose family, a business yielding 10,000 gold coins in a year would have been beneath her notice. Yet, the Golden Rose family no longer existed, and she had fallen into dire straits. If not for Dawn's refuge, she might have been reduced to a mere bandit's possession. Forget about 10,000 coins. She would accept a business yielding 5,000 or even 1,000. Absolutely certain. Dawn affirmed vigorously. So, do you dare to take this bet? Of course I do. What was there for Fiona to fear? In fact, she would prefer to lose the wager, thus proving she had not chosen the wrong ally. Excellent. Elsa, Elia, you two bear witness. By year's end, I must earn at least 10,000 gold coins from this mint. If I succeed, your sister Fiona shall work for me for the rest of her life. With no chance of retracting her word. All right. Elia eagerly raised her hand. By the gods above, witness it all. No sooner had she spoken than a thunderous clap resounded from the heavens, prompting Fiona to frown. Elia, surely your prayers have not truly reached the gods. Elia stuck out her tongue, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon noticing this development, Dawn felt a chill. If the gods of Prandal could indeed hear the prayers of mortals, then oaths could not be made lightly. Initially, Dawn intended to instruct Elsa to seek someone to harvest and transplant the mint. However, the recent thunder had unsettled him. For safety's sake, he decided to gather some himself for experimentation. After collecting a substantial bundle of mint by the riverside, the group returned in high spirits. Elsa and Elia parted ways with Dawn to return home, while Fiona continued her endeavors in managing Ellington's affairs. Dawn, newly appointed, refrained from meeting the town's officials and assumed a hands-off approach, leaving all matters to Fiona. Whether it was the humble postman or the powerful tax collector, Fiona had to ensure that everything in Ellington remained under her control. Moreover, with Dawn having just issued the homesteading decree, she needed to refine it further. As for Dawn, He returned to the Lord's manor, tossed the mint into the house, and sought out Brian. At that moment, Brian was busy fussing over his room. "Brother, you arrived just in time. Look at this room Fiona arranged for me. Does it make any sense?" Brian exclaimed indignantly. "Such a massive door, such a high bed. And that wash basin, by the Forge's beard, has she forgotten that I am a dwarf?" Don smacked his forehead. "We truly overlooked that, but it's also your fault for drinking so much last night." Fiona nearly got tipsy. "Her name is Fiona, Fi." "Oh nah. What she is called is irrelevant. I wouldn't recognize her anyway." Brian waved his hand dismissively. "This room needs alterations, serious alterations. By the way, do you mind if I chop off the legs of the bed?" "Brother, I don't mind." "Wait, I didn't come to discuss this." Don nearly got sidetracked, quickly adding, "I have a few items I need your assistance in crafting." "Oh, work so soon?" Brian was taken aback. "But I'll need an anvil and a furnace." "One TI? Am I supposed to bite them out for you?" "We can temporarily borrow the furnace and anvil from the blacksmith shop. As a lord, surely he had the right to borrow such tools." "Right. All right then. We can discuss the room later. Let us go." Brian readily agreed, casting aside his belongings to prepare to leave. Don took a pained glance at the prized warhammer Brian had carelessly dropped on the ground. Silently shaking his head, this fellow had truly drawn the short straw in having such a master. The two exited the Lord's manor, and after a few steps, they arrived at the blacksmith's shop. Brian shouted, "Is anyone there? Is there a living soul?" Don raised his hand and slapped him lightly. "Be polite." Brian clutched the back of his head, hopping in protest. "You should be the one to show some manners. Just because you're tall doesn't mean you can go around slapping heads. Being tall is nothing to brag about." "Humph, even gnomes gasp in awe at my height, but I've never slapped their heads." Don regarded Brian with a look of inexplicable pity. Dwarves could only flaunt their height in front of gnomes and goblins, it seemed. "What else with that look?" "Huh? What else with that look? Let me tell you, don't underestimate the children of the earth. Watch your knees, you know. Back in the day, a certain short-sighted orc brat looked at me like that, and I gave his knee a solid thump. Guess what? Now he can only retire on the border." Perhaps it was indeed Brian's loud voice that finally roused the occupant inside, for soon a cacophony of clanging sounds followed, and a disheveled figure pulled aside the curtain. "Who goes there? Why are you making such a racket? If you fancy something, just take it. The prices are all marked. Just toss the money on the counter." Don replied amiably, "Good sir. We are not here to purchase anything. Not buying anything." "Then what do you want?" "Wasting my time." "Wait, that voice is Lord." The scruffy blacksmith suddenly halted, recognizing Don, and was instantly overjoyed. "Lord, what brings you here?" "To purchase equipment. To arm soldiers. Are we gearing up for war? Are we placing an order? How many sets of armor? How many weapons? Wait, let me grab a ledger." Without waiting for Don to respond, the overly excited blacksmith rushed back inside. Don stood there, dumbfounded. Ellington had but this single blacksmith shop, and this particular blacksmith had inherited the craft through generations. His skills were on par with those of blacksmiths in larger cities. Yet remaining in Ellington was his misfortune. Ellington was too remote, its population too sparse, and adventurers were a rare sight throughout the year. Consequently, the armor and weapons he forged had few buyers. The largest transaction he had ever completed was crafting a set of simple armor for Hogg's private soldiers, for which he had yet to receive payment, and ultimately, Hogg had given it to the bandits, thereby aiding the enemy. When the blacksmith emerged again, he not only held a ledger but also a slip of paper. Rubbing his head, he chuckled, revealing his grimy front teeth. "Lord, I suddenly recall that Lord Hogg owed me for some equipment. Now that you're the Lord, could it be that?" The blacksmith was somewhat apprehensive. He held little hope of reclaiming the debt. But having heard that the new Lord was a good person, he decided to give it a try. How much? Although Hogg was a scoundrel, Don still had to clean up the mess he left behind. Otherwise, his reputation would suffer, making it difficult to lead his team. Not much, just for 25 sets of simple armor and 25 standard long swords. The scabbards are complimentary, totaling. The blacksmith cautiously raised a finger. 100,000 gold coins. Don exclaimed in shock. No. The blacksmith hurriedly shook his head. 1,000 gold coins. Don breathed a sigh of relief. Not that either. The blacksmith was on the verge of tears. 1,000 gold coins. At that moment, Tang Yin found himself at a loss. Just that morning, he had managed to con Fiona with a mere flick of his finger, and now he was startled by the blacksmith's demand. Indeed, karma can be swift. Having become accustomed to dealing with substantial sums from previous equipment transactions, Tang Yin had not anticipated that 25 sets of armor and weapons would be so reasonably priced. Thus, he readily agreed to the payment, albeit with the stipulation that the blacksmith would share his forge for Brian's use. This way, the blacksmith would save himself the trouble of acquiring another furnace and anvil. Certainly. Certainly, but, my lord, who is Brian? The blacksmith was a bit confused. Brian, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "You wretched, foolish human. Just because your eyes are in front of you doesn't mean you should only look ahead. Can't you lower your head?" The blacksmith lowered his gaze and was taken aback. A dwarf. Indeed. "Master Brian, please take a seat." The blacksmith hurriedly moved a chair for Brian, nearly bursting with excitement. Brian smiled with pride. Among humans, especially in the realm of blacksmiths, the reputation of dwarves was nothing short of legendary. In fact, encountering a dwarf was akin to meeting a revered ancestor. After all, human forging skills were learned from dwarves. There was a saying among blacksmiths: as long as one encountered a dwarf and received a few pointers, they could instantly break through their limitations and become a master blacksmith or even a grandmaster. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Tang Yin was forgotten, standing idly by as the blacksmith fawned over Brian, pouring him water and massaging his shoulders with utmost deference. Observing Tang Yin's discomfiture brought Brian immense satisfaction. The feeling of sitting in a chair and looking down on others was simply delightful. "Master Brian, I am Edgar, a hereditary blacksmith. It is my honor for you to use my family's furnace and anvil. However, I wonder if I might observe and learn while you forge." Edgar cautiously proposed his request. Brian, exuding an air of mastery, replied, "Well, that is not out of the question, but I shan't teach you. How much you learn will depend on your own aptitude." Edgar was overjoyed. "Thank you, master." Brian nodded solemnly and turned to Tang Yin. "Speaking of which, brother, what did you wish for me to forge?" Chapter 28. I understand the reasoning, but... Edgar paused, eagerly looking at Tang Yin. "My lord, are you placing an order?" "What order?" "Well, it could be considered an order, but not for weapons or armor." Tang Yin stated, "Today, I inspected the farmlands." He relished the term inspected. A sense of inexplicable satisfaction washed over him as he continued. "I discovered that the farming tools being used are still wooden. Therefore, I wish to distribute some agricultural subsidies in my lord's name to enable everyone to replace their tools with iron ones." Really? Edgar calculated the number of farmers in Ellington in his mind. Elated. Although the price of tools could not compare to that of weapons and armor, the quantity would surely yield a significant profit. "Indeed, it is true. Additionally, I have other items I would like you to help forge. But let us finalize this matter first. Of course, everyone knows that iron farming tools are undoubtedly superior. However, iron is too expensive for most, which is why they have continued to use wooden ones. My lords, agricultural subsidies." "Yes, agricultural subsidies. By the way, what does that mean?" Edgar suddenly realized that he had not comprehended Tang Yin's explanation. Why was he so excited about something he didn't understand? Tang Yin suppressed the urge to shout, patiently explaining it, and only then did Edgar grasp the concept. In short, agricultural subsidies meant that the Lord would spend money to provide everyone with better tools. If Fiona had been present, she would have likely been even more astonished and impressed. Astonished by his ability to win people's hearts and impressed by his extravagance. "This is wonderful news," Edgar exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. "My lord truly is a savior sent by the gods to rescue us in Ellington. If everyone were to learn of this, they would be immensely grateful to you. Let us keep this matter confidential for the time being. We shall announce it once the tools have been completed." "Understood. I swear by the gods that I will keep this a secret." Hearing him swear by the gods, Tang Yin instinctively paid attention to the commotion outside, but he heard no thunder. Was that sound from earlier merely a coincidence? He quickly dismissed the thought. Wait, brother." Brian interjected, irate, his beard bristling. "You called me here just to have me forge farming tools? You must be joking." "Of course, I am not joking. Impossible, absolutely impossible." Brian erupted in fury. "I, Brian of the Hammer clan, am being asked to stay and help you forge farming tools. The family crest of the Hammer clan would weep. Indeed, it is weeping." "Oh," Tang Yin replied nonchalantly. "Even if these farming tools are to be updated later with new alloys, would you still refuse?" "No." "Of course, I would agree." Brian's demeanor shifted instantly, declaring with righteous fervor, "No matter how formidable the forging of weapons may be, they are merely instruments of slaughter. Only by forging farming tools can we truly benefit the masses. I am particularly fond of crafting farming tools. No one shall compete with me for that. Otherwise, I shall become furious. Tang Yin smirked, thinking to himself, you think you can compete with me? You have much to learn. Brian inwardly derided Tang Yin. Compete with me? Your skin is still too thin. I understand now, my lord. Shall these farming tools be forged according to the previous proportions? Edgar appeared troubled, mentally estimating the supply of iron ore, although it was somewhat tight. He believed it would suffice with a bit of economizing. Tang Yin, sensitive to Edgar's unease, inquired, what is the matter? Are there difficulties? No difficulties. I guarantee the task will be completed. Tang Yin nodded, by the way. Although these are iron farming tools, they need not be entirely made of iron. Only the crucial parts need to be iron, such as the heads of hoes, rakes, plows, and sickles. The handles can remain wooden. Complete iron tools would not only be wasteful but also too heavy to use effectively. I see. I hadn't considered that, Edgar said, enlightened. This calculation would indeed leave some surplus iron ore, which pleased him. Tang Yin signaled him to begin the calculations. Estimate how many of each type we need to forge. Then provide me with a quote. Edgar hastily calculated and stated, my lord, as far as I know, Ellington has a total of 1,232 households. If we are to replace everything, we would need at least 1,232 of each type. Considering breakage and replacements, we may need to forge around 1,500 or more, since we only require iron for the critical parts. The cost is significantly reduced. The sickles and rakes are priced at 10 silver coins each, while the hoes and plow heads are slightly more expensive at 15 silver coins each. These rates are at cost. Edgar was earnest in his quote, ensuring it was devoid of any exaggeration. I allow you a profit of 1 silver coin on each item, so let us set the sale price at 11 silver coins and 16 silver coins respectively. Tang and didn't even need to calculate. Even if every household purchased one of each, his subsidy of a single gold coin would suffice, totaling just 1,232 gold coins, which hardly compared to the agricultural efficiency that would be gained. My lord is wise. Stop flattering me. How long will it take to complete these items? Is 1 month sufficient? One month. Both Edgar and Brian leaped in shock, with Brian exclaiming, brother, what jest is this? Starting now, even if we work day and night, it will take us at least half a year to complete. Tang Yin was dumbfounded. Half a year? Surely that cannot be right, for such a small quantity. An amateur is indeed an amateur. Brian huffed. Edgar, no need to waste words with him. At least half a year. This, my lord, this efficiency is far too slow. Tang Yin frowned, realizing that half a year would disrupt the harvest season. Slow? Who dares to say it is slow? Brian retorted angrily. If it weren't for my mastery, it would take even longer. That statement holds merit. Edgar concurred wholeheartedly. My lord, forging iron tools requires smelting, repeated hammering to shape them, then sharpening and quenching. Each step must be executed with precision. These are merely farming tools, not weapons for the battlefield. They can be done with a bit of carelessness. You are insulting us. Brian fumed, his eyes bulging. Forging is a sacred craft. Whatever we create must be of the highest quality. This, Tang Yin was at a loss for words, as he finally realized he had fallen into the trap of experiential bias once again. On Earth, due to the advanced industrial development, everything is manufactured through mass production on assembly lines. It would be quite embarrassing to commence work if the assembly line did not produce at least several thousand items each day. However, Plandar is different. There are no assembly line factories or various machines here, as everything is crafted by hand. To illustrate, the products here can be likened to mass-produced watches and exquisite, handcrafted Patek Philippe timepieces, while their functions may be identical. Their intrinsic value is far from the same. Yet, what Don currently seeks is efficiency, a demand for mass production. Isn't it feasible to recruit apprentices? No. Apprentices must possess both aptitude and skill, without several years of training. They cannot independently create anything. Both Brian and Edgar shook their heads, deliberating on ways to enhance efficiency, but no matter how they discussed it, they could not evade a crucial issue. The workforce is far too limited. Don furrowed his brow, recognizing the urgent need for improvement in efficiency. In that case, let us temporarily set aside our previous discussion and address an important matter. With both hands pressed down to signal for silence, Don continued, that is, how to increase efficiency. Brother, do you have any solutions? Are you familiar with using molds to enhance efficiency? Of course, what blacksmith would not know how to utilize molds? Yet, this does not address the fundamental issue. Knowing how to use molds is a good start. Thus, I believe it is high time to innovate the outdated forging techniques of Plandar. Innovate. Precisely. Don beamed with a radiant smile. Assembly line operations and lathe manufacturing technology. This calls for applause. Clap, clap. Edgar and Brian, appearing somewhat dazed, clapped their hands. But the next moment, Brian exclaimed, "Brother, I understand every word you've said, but altogether, I am utterly lost." Clearly, Edgar and Brian were once again bewildered by Don's explanations. What do you mean by assembly line operations? And what is lathe manufacturing technology? These two before him might very well be witnesses to the Industrial Revolution in Plandar. Thus Don needed to patiently elucidate the concepts to them to facilitate their next steps. Assembly line operations are quite straightforward. The principle is to employ a multitude of workers to replace the diverse repetitive tasks of a single individual. Each person completes one step, then hands it over to the next, allowing for continuous work without pause, thereby significantly enhancing productivity. Brian could not help but interject, "I understand the reasoning, but how does efficiency actually improve?" Don almost anticipated him asking, "Why is a pigeon so large?" and continued patiently to explain what work efficiency entails, how to enhance overall work efficiency, and how improving efficiency per unit time can elevate total production efficiency. After hearing Don's explanations, Edgar and Brian finally experienced an epiphany, followed by astonishment. Goodness, I never imagined that. Aside from the use of magic, ordinary people could achieve this. Why didn't we think of such a simple solution? Edgar and Brian suddenly felt like fools, realizing that something so simple had eluded their thoughts. However, brother, we still return to the old issue. We do not have enough available blacksmiths. Indeed, whether through hand forging or assembly line operations, the lack of skilled blacksmiths remains the most pressing problem at hand. Don's solution to this dilemma is remarkably straightforward and blunt: to relocate lathes and stamping machines to Plandar. This brings us to the second point I mentioned, lathe manufacturing technology. Don smirked. Since we cannot enhance overall work efficiency, we must instead improve efficiency per unit time. As long as you two can produce more products within a given time frame, efficiency will naturally rise. Edgar and Brian gazed at Don with expressions akin to that of a fool. Had they not just discussed this topic? It was clearly impractical. Yet, Don was eager to convey to them that this method is not only feasible, but exceedingly so. Lathe technology will revolutionize the entire Ellington. No, it will transform all of Plandar's industry. Chapter 29. The way you smile invites trouble. Don is merely an ordinary person on Earth. He does not comprehend the engineering structure of lathes, yet this does not hinder his understanding of their principles and concepts. A common individual from Earth, having experienced the age of information explosion, possesses skills in data collection, organization, and lateral thinking that far surpass those of the locals in Plandar. Most critically, Don's vision and perspective differ from those of the Plandar inhabitants. Upon arriving in this world, he also possesses an immensely powerful trump card, the strength of a fully leveled mage. While uncertain as to which tier it belongs in this world, is evidently sufficient for his self-preservation. Additionally, the secondary profession of alchemy offers him considerable convenience. As long as he can resolve the issue of power sources, transporting various types of machinery from Earth to Plandar is not a daunting task. A lathe is a comprehensive machine. Brian, as you are neighbors with gnomes, you should understand the concept of machinery, correct? Of course, those little fellows love to tinker with all sorts of gadgets, but they are not particularly skilled in forging. They often come to us for that. In the eyes of dwarves, gnomes have become mere little people. Don found this somewhat amusing, disregarding Brian's boasting and continuing. There are many types of such machinery. A lathe is merely a collective term, and presently, we will discuss stamping lathes and cutting lathes. You understand how to use molds. So why do you believe that products manufactured with molds are inferior? There are primarily two reasons. First, poor materials. Second, insufficient strength. A stamping lathe can resolve the second issue, while the alloy composite materials I previously mentioned can address the first. Its principle is quite simple. First, you must grasp a fundamental truth. Why do ripe fruits fall to the ground? Because the earth exerts an attractive force, known as gravity. Don briefly introduced the principle of the stamping lathe. Although much of what he said was incomprehensible, even the bits they did understand left Edgar and Brian speechless with astonishment. utilizing the force of heavy objects in high-speed motion to drive a hammer. Repeatedly stamping standardized metal blocks into shape within molds, this sounded utterly incredible. Yet, why did it also seem plausible? Brian could not articulate it. However, at this moment, Don had undoubtedly transformed into a mysterious figure in his eyes. Not only did he clearly propose the concept of composite materials, but he also intended to create new materials, and now he aspired to develop lathes that would shatter Plander's existing production paradigm. What kind of person could accomplish such feats? A great man. Don is likely that pioneering great man. If Brian had previously remained with the intention of extracting new materials from Don, now he found himself unknowingly altering that original thought. Staying here, witnessing all of this, he felt that by remaining by Don's side, he would be able to witness the transformation of all of Plandar, and this individual was destined to be a figure of immense public interest. After explaining the stamping lathe, Don took a sip of water and began to elucidate the cutting lathe. The semi-finished products formed by the stamping lathe are then taken to the cutting lathe for grinding and cutting. Most importantly, the hardening process does not require manual polishing, as grinding wheels can accomplish this swiftly and efficiently. Don elaborated for another half an hour, during which he also imparted some foundational principles of physics, such as how even water possesses formidable cutting abilities under high-speed and high-pressure conditions, just enough for them to grasp the specific principles and functions of the cutting lathe. By the time Don concluded, Edgar and Brian were utterly astonished. Neither of them were fools. As blacksmiths, more specifically, as artisans, they understood the immense impact that Don's proposed implementations would have on their craft. It was likely that many apprentices would find themselves without work. And even many skilled old craftsmen might face similar fates, as the techniques they mastered could be performed by an ordinary person using the lathes Don described. Brother, can we discuss something? Brian finally dared not challenge Don any further and stammered, "Could you refrain from creating those lathes?" Well, Edgar and I can work overtime to produce over 1,000 sets of various farming tools for you. But let's set the lathes aside for now." Brian was genuinely concerned, for if the lathes were indeed developed, the livelihoods of dwarven artisans would be jeopardized, while humans would likely not suffer as greatly. "Are you worried that the craftsmanship of dwarves will be unable to compete with lathes?" Don chuckled. "Fear not. After all, lathes are meant for mass production of large quantities, while the few bespoke fine items will still require your skilled hands to create." "Is that so?" "Certainly, this is the distinction between mass production and handcrafted masterpieces. Originally, I intended to explain to him the concept of brand effect, but after some contemplation, Tangen decided against it. It was still too early to discuss branding. However, the brand Dwarf Productions already stands as a resounding name in its own right. Brian's spirit lifted. "That sounds splendid." "Excellent. Since you have grasped the idea, let us commence with the first step, addressing the issues with the stamping lathe." A smile spread across Tangen's face. "To craft well, one must first sharpen their tools. Once the lathe is manufactured, efficiency will naturally increase. To craft well, one must first sharpen their tools." What a profound statement. I must reevaluate my perception of you," Brian exclaimed. A wave of realization washing over him. As a meticulous dwarf, he understood that the pursuit of excellence in forging necessitates the finest materials, the best anvils, and the most effective hammers. Only with all elements in place can they achieve optimal performance. Tangen chuckled, picking up Edgar's notebook to sketch. Although his initial drawing skills were abysmal, his newfound magical prowess allowed for exquisite precision. The requirements for drawing magical arrays were stringent, and thus, with practice, his artistic capabilities flourished. With just a few strokes, a realistic outline emerged. Primarily, his mental fortitude was now remarkably robust, enabling him to conjure a vivid three-dimensional image in his mind. Akin to sophisticated 3D software on Earth, the lathe comes in various forms. Our immediate focus is the stamping lathe. The principles have been elucidated, and this is its exterior. Observe, its structure is quite simple. Tangen illustrated a basic design of the stamping lathe based on his recollections, albeit lacking in specific details or professional requirements. Yet, they were not demanding such standards at this moment, were they? Tangen had only two criteria, simplicity and functionality. He initially believed his drawing would leave them awestruck, and while they were indeed impressed, their astonishment had an unexpected nuance. "Hey, brother, what kind of drawing technique is this? It's rather peculiar. Is this even a thing?" "Indeed, I feel a sense of utility in it, though I cannot quite comprehend it." Tangen looked bemused. "This is a 3-view drawing. Without it, how would you ascertain the side profile if I only sketched the front?" 3-view drawing. Brian and Edgar were left in a state of bewilderment. as everything Tang Yin had articulated today was foreign to them. The astonishment they experienced today far surpassed that of the previous decades. Yes, look here, this is the front view, this is the side view, and this is the top view. If necessary, I can also provide a perspective view and a bottom view. Thus, one can clearly understand the form of an object. Only after Tang Yin's explanation did they grasp the purpose of his sketches. A moment of contemplation struck Brian, and he was suddenly aghast. By the beard of the hammer, I finally comprehend why they were never satisfied with the designs we crafted according to the blueprints. Cursed be it. I had no idea how thick the swords they desired were. Tang Yin was rendered speechless. A 3-view drawing, you say? I see it now. Brian exclaimed with excitement. Just this 3-view drawing alone was worth its weight in gold. In the future, for any creations, they must first produce a 3-view drawing. Tang Yin had not anticipated that his deliberate drawing style would not astonish them, but rather, the unintentional creation of the 3-view drawing would leave them utterly flabbergasted, rendering him both amused and perplexed. This is the exterior of the stamping machine. This is the area for the embedded mold. And here, there are many smaller components within, which I doubt you could fabricate. I will take care of that. Your primary focus should be on producing the stamping machine's exterior and these molds. Leave the rest to me. Tang Yin did not expect them to resolve all issues. Even the simplest screw would likely elude their grasp, necessitating his intervention. Nevertheless, he had no pressing matters at hand and intended to explore how to convert magic into a power source. If he could not conquer this dilemma, the lathes would be rendered utterly useless. All right. If it's merely these tasks, we can manage them in the coming days. Brother, how do you plan to fabricate this stamping hammer? I fear ordinary materials may not suffice. Tang Yin replied with a smile. Rest assured, I will handle it. Brian regarded Tang Yin intently. Brother, has anyone ever told you something? What is it? When you smile, it's quite infuriating. Tang Yin's expression stiffened, and he chuckled awkwardly. Many wish to strike me, yet none can. Chapter 30. The peculiar transmutation. After finalizing matters with Brian and the others, Tang Yin returned directly to the Lord's manor. My lord, is this sufficient horsehair for your needs? The maid timidly presented a platter adorned with a bundle of clean horsehair. That will suffice. Thank you. Tang Yin casually seized the horsehair, preparing to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the staircase, he suddenly turned and said, Oh, and before dinner, instruct the others not to disturb me. Why, yes, understood. After giving his instructions, Tang Yin did not seek out Fiona. Instead, retreating to his chamber, lacking a dedicated alchemical laboratory, he had to make do in his bedroom for the time being. Now, let us explore the potential of magic. Tang Yin rubbed his hands together, a look of excitement illuminating his face. He had set up a magic array in his room to shield his experiments from external detection, allowing him to conduct his trials with peace of mind. The primary challenges in achieving the stamping machine were twofold: the power source and the programmable control center, which needed not only to function as an on-off switch but also to regulate the frequency and force of the hammer. The only solution Tang Yin could conceive to tackle this conundrum was through various magical arrays. Fortuitously, with his current magical prowess, he could easily deconstruct and reassemble different magical arrays to meet his objectives. On Earth, power sources could be broadly categorized into electricity and internal combustion engines. For now, Tang Yin dismissed the notion of electricity, although magical arrays capable of generating electrical power existed, and he was aware of the fundamental principles of electromagnetic conversion. He faced a significant obstacle. He had no access to magnets. Thus, he could only contemplate mechanical work as a means of propulsion. The principle behind internal combustion engines was straightforward. As previously mentioned, it fundamentally relied on high temperatures causing air expansion to generate work. However, while this sounds simple in theory, execution proved challenging. First and foremost, it was difficult to find suitable and cost-effective materials for combustion chambers in Prandal. Ordinary metals were not durable enough, while magical metals were prohibitively expensive. Additionally, the processing techniques available here were subpar, resulting in short piston lifespans and high accident rates. Thus, fire-based magical arrays were also out of the question. Earth and water magic had little application in this context, while water spells could serve as a power source for hydropower generation. Tang Yin needed to consider a miniature device. It seems the only viable power source is wind-based magic. Tang Yin mused, stroking his chin, a whirlwind swirling incessantly in his palm. Indeed, wind magic arrays could serve as one potential power source. Here, unlike Earth, the laws of conservation were ineffective, and portions of Newton's laws were also inapplicable, at least on a microscopic scale. This was the most astonishing aspect to Tang Yin. regardless of the type of magic. When cast, he could distinctly sense that the surrounding matter did not diminish. Instead, only his magical reservoir depleted, while the resultant spells manifested. Earth, water, fire, wind, and arcane. To illustrate, a common arcane spell, the Mage Hand, allows the caster to levitate themselves. An individual can literally lift themselves into the air in Prandal. However, employing wind magic as a power source for the stamping machine also presented the previously mentioned issues concerning the design of the blower chamber and piston. If only I had studied mechanical engineering in university. Tang En lamented. As an ordinary individual, his knowledge was akin to that of a typical university graduate. He could recall concepts vaguely, but the specifics eluded him, leaving him to explore slowly. Wait, have I made a mistake somewhere? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Tang En, and he crushed the whirlwind in his hand. Damn it! How could I have been so foolish? Why must I delve into researching a power source? Tang En had once again fallen into the trap of experiential reasoning. On Earth, various machines required a power source, electricity and internal combustion engines, to convert into mechanical energy. But this was not Earth. This was Prandal. For problems that could be directly resolved with magic, why take the convoluted path? I merely need the stamping machine to function. Why complicate matters with power sources? As long as the hammer can ascend and descend properly, that suffices. In an instant, clarity washed over Tang En, akin to the invigorating effect of consuming ginseng fruit, as he felt every pore of his body open up. In addition to the wind-based spells serving as an indirect source of power, various arcane spells can also be considered for direct application. Utilizing the Mage Hand for direct action is indeed a possibility, albeit with insufficient efficiency. Polymorph or gravity spells. After sifting through the arcane spells, Dawn ultimately decided to choose one of these two. Some may find it perplexing that while gravity spells allow for the suspension of the hammer, enabling it to fall freely upon deactivation is understandable. However, what is the purpose of polymorph? The reasoning is quite straightforward. A mere polymorph is ineffective, but when combined with the principle of leverage, it becomes clear. Suddenly, a small ingot of metal materialized in Dawn's hand, which, if seen by Brian, would likely drive him into a frenzy. It was a piece of dragon steel, an exceedingly rare magical metal, just a minuscule addition of 1 part in 10,000 of dragon steel to weapons and armor can significantly enhance their performance. This small ingot of dragon steel in Dawn's grasp could trade for an expansive territory, several times larger than Islington. After a moment of contemplation, Dawn stabilized a polymorph spell on the dragon steel ingot, reducing its size tenfold, while simultaneously adding the condition. It would activate at a frequency of 0.1 seconds. Then Dawn was taken aback. The small ingot of dragon steel began to flicker wildly in his hand, as if it were convulsing. Oh no, polymorph is too chaotic. I should resort to the gravity spell instead. He promptly rescinded the constant spell effect, allowing the unfortunate dragon steel ingot to regain its composure. However, this was merely the beginning. For a while, Dawn busied himself with the gravity spell, and the room was frequently filled with gasps and the clattering of metal. Soon, it was time for lunch, and a weary Fiona arrived at Dawn's door, only to find the maid stationed there. "Where's the Lord?" The maid replied a bit nervously. "Miss Fiona, the Lord instructed that if he did not emerge before dinner, no one should disturb him." "Oh," Fiona raised an eyebrow, recalling Dawn's words from the morning, and nodded. "I understand. Let's leave him be for now, and everyone can start eating." "You may go ahead. I will remain here," the maid replied. Thus, Fiona departed. Time sped by, and by evening, Dawn found himself in a disheveled state, grappling with the erratically flying dragon steel ingot. After canceling the constant gravity spell, he expressed his frustration. This won't do. A floating spell must be used in conjunction with a restraining device. However, he quickly pondered another issue. While resolving the spell's activation was manageable, how to ascertain the point of impact? Wait a moment, I can resolve it this way. A flash of inspiration struck Dawn, and he conceived a solution, inscribing a gravity amplification magic array on the mold's base, while incorporating a judgment condition that would cease the magical output upon impact, once the hammer was elevated by the floating spell. The gravity amplification magic would activate again, causing the hammer to accelerate downward, thus creating a perfect loop. As long as I maintain a floating spell on the hammer, inscribing a gravity amplification magic array with judgment functionality on the base, will counteract the hammer's floating effect. Enhancing the impact merely requires adjusting the gravity amplification magic array on the base. I am indeed a genius. Dawn laughed ecstatically. This day had been quite a challenge for him, transitioning from seeking a solution for the power source to utilizing magic to directly address the core issue. Although it was a seemingly simple step, it was a formidable hurdle to overcome, as he first had to combat the ingrained thought patterns formed on Earth, here in Prandal, where deities exist and magic, an utterly incomprehensible force, prevails. He needed to adapt to utilizing the powers of this world to solve problems. With the critical problem resolved, the remaining tasks were straightforward. The troublesome hammer that had caused Brian and the others great distress simply required him to soften the metal ingot into shape and then reharden it. However, employing the magical metals from his collection was exceedingly wasteful, so after considerable searching, he finally unearthed a set of nearly forgotten fine gold ingots. No iron ingots or mithril ingots. Well, fine gold will have to suffice. At least it won't be as conspicuous as dragon steel or starlight gold. Dawn muttered as he shaped the fine gold ingots, then used some scrap pieces to create the other components, thereby completing the task. Once they finish crafting the other components, Prandal's first stamping machine will be unveiled. He tucked away the parts, his gaze landing on the ponytail resting on the table. Clapping his hands, he exclaimed, "I almost forgot the main task, a toothbrush, a toothbrush." If Brian and Edgar were present, they would likely be on the verge of tears, considering this an epic matter poised to revolutionize the entire forging industry. While for Dawn, it was merely an afterthought. The stamping machine seemed trivial compared to a toothbrush. What a bizarre notion, yet Dawn remained unconcerned. Since arriving in Prandal, he had found many aspects difficult to adjust to: diet, daily living, and even using the restroom had presented numerous inconveniences. "I'll take my time to gradually adapt to this place. For now, it must be done little by little," Dawn murmured as he casually pulled a bundle of twigs from his satchel. Extracting one, he returned the others, and under the manipulation of magic, the twig was meticulously carved into shape, soon resembling a toothbrush. If a discerning mage or an elf were present, they would likely be horrified. That bundle of twigs comprised branches from the World Tree. Chapter 31. The Invisible Strategy. Most lethal. Not bad. Quite exquisite. The wood grain of the World Tree's branches is exceptionally fine, exuding a refreshing aroma, and possesses a natural cleansing function, making it the perfect material for a toothbrush. Dawn beamed as he examined the freshly crafted toothbrush, eager to try it out immediately. Were the elves to discover that he had repurposed the precious branches of the World Tree for such a mundane use, even the most amiable elf would likely turn against him. The World Tree, also known as the Tree of Life, is the totem of the elven race and regarded as one of their maternal figures. In other words, the branches of the World Tree are akin to the very body of the elven mother, a treasure they cherish and protect with their lives. Yet here was Dawn, using it to fabricate a mere toothbrush. This was undoubtedly sacrilege. Far more sacrilegious than being transformed into a toothbrush and having a human use it to clean teeth. They would likely prefer it be utilized to craft a staff instead. Nonetheless, Dawn was unfazed, believing that items are meant to be used. Otherwise, what value do they hold, no matter how exquisite? Too bad the bristles are subpar. Oh well, it will have to do. The World Tree toothbrush, of course, deserves a fine cup to accompany it. This will do. Without a second thought, Dawn pulled out a piece of starlight gold, which swiftly softened and molded in his hands, transforming into a modern, sleek square cup. What a pity there's no toothpaste. Sigh. I should work on producing some toothpaste in the coming days. Upon seeing the toothbrush, Dawn instinctively felt a peculiar sensation in his mouth, especially after consuming primarily roasted meat for the past 2 days. The thought of not brushing his teeth was simply intolerable. After placing the toothbrush and cup on the nearby table, Dawn stretched, suddenly feeling a pang of hunger. Just as he pushed open the door, he nearly collided with the maid standing before him. "Elord," the maid gasped in surprise. Hastily bowing, but having stood all day, her legs had stiffened, causing her to stumble toward Dawn. In that instant, the maid nearly felt her heart stop, her mind blank. Surely you haven't been standing here all day." Dawn caught the maid, and upon seeing her condition, he was quite astonished. He had merely given a casual directive, yet this maid was so diligent. Such a thing would be utterly impossible on Earth. "It is my honor to serve the Lord." Supported by Dawn, and so close in proximity, the maid felt herself on the brink of swooning with happiness. "What is your name?" Suddenly hearing Dawn inquire about her name, The maid froze, her heart racing once more. Why would the Lord ask for her name? Could it be that he feels lonely and desires companionship at night? Am I truly this fortunate? It had been mentioned before that Hogg was an exceedingly extravagant individual. He would never choose older women as maids. Most of the young women working in the Lord's manor were remarkably beautiful, and even if he had no interest in them, they were certainly pleasing to the eye. This maid, in the realm of earth, would easily score a solid 70 in terms of beauty, yet after encountering the stunning Fiona and Elsa, Dawn's resistance had significantly heightened, leaving him unaffected. However, the maid differed. Before her stood the most powerful individual she could ever hope to encounter. Being suddenly asked about her name, it was only natural for her imagination to run wild, especially as Dawn was both young and handsome, a genuinely approachable person. Compared to Hogg, he was like the sun and the moon. The maids would even secretly discuss the relationship between Dawn and Fiona behind closed doors. "Tina, my name is Tina, my lord." Tina's face flushed, her head bowed in bashful shyness. "Tina, you say? I recall the former head maid has been dismissed." "Correct. Yes. Very well. Starting from today, you shall be the head maid of the Lord's manor. Tomorrow, speak with Fiona and inform her that it is my wish. Now, Tina, go enjoy your dinner, and afterward, do nothing but take a bath and rest well." After Dawn finished speaking, he released Tina and went downstairs for dinner, oblivious to the fact that he had merely intended to show concern but inadvertently caused a misunderstanding. Head maid? Am I truly becoming the head maid? Tina felt a complete lack of reality, and what made her even more anxious was why the Lord wanted her to eat and bathe. Could it be that he truly intends to? What should I do? Accept it? Or, with a face full of trepidation, Tina made her way to the kitchen, where there was a room designated for the maid's meals. "Tina, you finally arrived. You didn't eat lunch and stood there the whole time. The Lord is so cruel. Hurry, this portion is reserved for you." Unable to hold back, Tina exclaimed, "Marin, do not speak ill of the Lord. He is a good person. I certainly know he is a good person, otherwise he wouldn't have reduced taxes, but how could he bear to make you stand there all day? I chose to stand there myself because the Lord instructed me not to let anyone disturb him. By the way, everyone, I will be the head maid starting tomorrow." "Tina, you must be ill. What nonsense are you talking?" "It's true," Tina replied urgently. "The Lord just said it himself." Marin's eyes widened in shock. "What? Really? Heavens, Tina, your luck is simply extraordinary." "Indeed. This means your salary will increase by 5 gold coins." "What do you know? An increase of 5 gold coins is nothing. The fact that Marin has spoken with the Lord is the most important thing." A group of maids began chattering excitedly. While Tina stood by, flustered, Marin approached her, taking her hand joyfully. "Tina, congratulations. You've become the head maid, but do not overwork us." Tina hurriedly responded, "Of course not. But how could the Lord so casually appoint Tina as head maid? Could it be that he has taken a liking to her? What nonsense." Although Tina is quite beautiful, Miss Fiona is even more stunning. She is like an angel. It is evident that Miss Fiona and the Lord are not a couple. They do not even share a room. What do you know? That is called intrigue. It shows the Lord knows how to play. Is Fiona truly beautiful? I think not. Elsa is no less attractive. Elsa is indeed lovely, but do not forget her strength. Which man could withstand her? If she were to exert herself during an intimate moment, she might break a man's back. The few maids who understood the ways of men and women burst into laughter, glancing at Tina with a teasing gaze. "Tina, if the Lord truly has eyes for you, do not miss this golden opportunity. He is far superior to that fool Hogg." Tina felt increasingly embarrassed. She had initially intended to seek their counsel on what to do that evening, but now she dismissed the thought. After hastily finishing her dinner, Tina returned to her room and collapsed onto her bed. What should I do? Pressing her hand against her chest, she could feel her heart racing. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally rose and headed towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the dining hall, another war was unfolding. "Why aren't you eating? Why are you staring at me?" Don, devouring his meal, looked up, bewildered at Fiona's intense gaze. He was ravenous. No matter how unaccustomed or unappetizing the food in Prandal was, it seemed particularly delectable at this moment. Yet, no matter how delicious the dinner, one cannot eat when being watched so intently. "I went to see Brian this afternoon." Fiona, feeling quite irritated, snapped. "You made another unilateral decision, didn't you?" Don wiped his mouth, looking perplexed. "What are you referring to?" The agricultural subsidy. Let's not even discuss the consumption of iron ore, but what on earth is this agricultural subsidy you spoke of? Fiona's teeth ground together in frustration as she glared at Don's arm, wishing she could bite him. Damn it, she thought. She knew Brian had a loose tongue. Don responded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. As the name suggests, it is an agricultural subsidy. What do you mean by that? Fiona sighed deeply. In the entire empire, let alone other countries, I have never heard of such a thing as an agricultural subsidy. Do you really think the Lord's Manor has so much money that it can be squandered without consequence? Don's expression turned serious. Of course not. There are many areas where we must spend. We need to find ways to increase our revenue and cut costs. You are aware there are many places to spend. Fiona scoffed. Then tell me, what is this agricultural subsidy? It's quite simple. Hog has plundered far too much wealth from here, and a portion of that wealth is now in our hands. What I intend to do is gradually return this wealth to them. Gold coins only hold value when they circulate. Hoarding them in the treasury is meaningless. Don's expression was earnest, and seeing he was not joking, Fiona listened intently. Moreover, the most critical point is that the farmers in Ellington can no longer bear the risks. The repeated raids by bandits have pushed them to their limits. What I aim to do is help them release this pressure. The agricultural subsidy involves 1,232 households, with each household receiving 1 gold coin. That amounts to just over 1,000 gold coins, which is nothing. Yet the value generated by these coins far exceeds their intrinsic worth. These coins can rekindle their hope for life and motivate them to cultivate the land, bringing us more food. Furthermore, and most importantly, with these coins, they can purchase iron farming tools. With new tools, their farming efficiency will increase, and the yield of food will naturally rise. Once their efficiency improves, they will have extra time, and the activities they engage in within Ellington can generate additional economic value. Don smiled slightly. Now, do you still think that spending over 1,000 gold coins is not worthwhile? Fiona was left utterly astounded. Despite having raised her evaluation of Don repeatedly, she realized she had still underestimated him. Don was not merely a mysterious and powerful sorcerer. He genuinely understood how to govern a territory. Fiona was not unaware of the benefits of the agricultural subsidy he proposed, but since there had been no precedent for such a thing within the empire, Don's sudden action left her feeling lost. Today, an agricultural subsidy. Tomorrow, will there be a commercial subsidy? What about the day after tomorrow? Might there be an adventurer's subsidy? All of this expenditure involves glittering gold coins. Fiona felt that Don was clearly challenging the limits of what it meant to be a ruler. I know this gold is well spent. But why did you not consult me? I am the financial officer. After all, you appointed me personally. Fiona exclaimed in exasperation. But what about now? Clearly, this is a policy involving the expenditure of gold coins, yet you decided without discussing it with me. If that's the case, what use is having me as your financial officer? With that, Fiona huffed and turned her face away, making it clear to anyone not a fool that she was throwing a tantrum. Don chuckled, realizing the issue lay here. So you're upset that I didn't consult you? I am not. You are. I am not. She refused to admit it. Don laughed. I simply asked Brian and Edgar to keep it confidential. The specific policy ideas have yet to be finalized, and we will still need to discuss it with you later. For instance, whether the subsidies should be given directly to the farmers or if we should reduce prices through Edgar to offset them. There are still many details to consider, and that all relies on you to perfect. Upon hearing this, Fiona felt a wave of joy. So it was not that he did not intend to discuss it with her. It was simply not the right time yet. Noticing the delight on Fiona's face, Don smiled. Are you no longer angry? I am angry, very angry. Fiona felt her cheeks flush as she hurriedly stood up. I will go rest now. Go ahead. Don shrugged and continued eating. It had been previously stated that Ellington was a very underdeveloped town. There was no public lighting and little in the way of evening entertainment. After dinner, the townsfolk typically settled down to sleep with their families, while the warriors also took the opportunity to rest, which left Don feeling quite out of place. However, there was little he could do about it. For the residents of Ellington, evening lighting required candles, and a single candle cost 10 copper coins to them. These were additional expenses, and they sought to save wherever possible. Most of the lighting in the Lord's Manor relies on candles and torches, with only a scant few areas illuminated by magical lamps. Don has observed that these magical lamps possess an exceedingly low energy efficiency, as they directly consume mana crystals to sustain the lighting array. Lacking any meticulous design to enhance energy consumption, Even so, the value and consumption of these magical lamps are only within the means of the nobility, rendering them utterly unattainable for the common folk. Back in his bedroom, Dunn tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and ultimately rose again to set up a silent magic array, commencing work on a cutting machine. Compared to a stamping machine, the principles behind a cutting machine are far simpler, not even necessitating consideration of power factors. Nonetheless, Dunn aimed to achieve a level capable of cutting steel, ensuring practical utility. Direct wind-based spells would prove challenging, and he ultimately had to contemplate high-hardness cutting tools. In the end, Dunn opted to use fine gold to fabricate the blade head. There was some leftover scrap from crafting the hammer, and only a small portion would suffice for the blade head. Once he shifted his thought process, his efficiency soared. He managed to assemble most of the cutting machine's components from memory, leaving only the main body. Just as the stamping machine was nearing completion, he could test the cutting machine. Yet, after completing these tasks, Dunn found himself wide awake, plagued by a nagging feeling that he had overlooked something fundamental yet significant. Upon seeing the assembled component interfaces, he suddenly realized, "Blast it, I forgot about this." Dunn slapped his forehead and hurriedly got back to work. He needed to create a measuring scale. Indeed, Prandal lacks a unified system of measurement. Each nation here employs its own measuring systems. And should Dunn choose to adopt the local standards, he would undoubtedly encounter numerous issues in the future. Thus, he resolved to establish his own system of measurement. Dunn intended to use the units from Earth, though he clearly could not measure the specific values with precision. In fact, even the current international standard units on Earth are not absolutely accurate, but are continually refined with advancements in measurement techniques, provided that the discrepancies remain within acceptable limits. Their use is entirely permissible. 1 meter in length. Dunn glanced around, finally fixing his gaze on the ground, and chuckled. Perhaps I shall adopt the British approach. He casually took a step, causing a piece of orichalcum ingot to hover in the air, stretching according to his stride. After reaching a certain length, a series of precisely defined markings appeared along its length, with equal distances between each major scale, precisely matching the length of Dunn's step. On this orichalcum meter, both centimeters and millimeters had already been inscribed. Given Dunn's current prowess, the accurate delineation of such distances posed no challenge. Dunn grinned. From this day forth, you shall serve as the absolute standard, the original meter of Prandal. Do not presume that Dunn was merely engaging in frivolity. He was indeed establishing a foundational unit. Some might argue that such a casual determination of the meter unit could lead to adverse consequences. Rest assured, it would not. The industrial development of humanity on Earth commenced only after the establishment of units. While the units defined prior could hardly anticipate future developments, yet industry continued to thrive without issue. The commonly used unit of feet in Western nations originated from the length of a king's foot, while the yard was similarly established in a fit of royal whim. Such arbitrary determinations of units have not resulted in any notable negative consequences and have persisted to the present day. What Dunn was doing was akin to this. He merely needed to set an absolute benchmark upon which all future developments would build, thereby averting any potential chaos. This marked a small step for Dunn, yet a monumental leap for Prandal, heralding the dawn of a new era. With the determination of length, volume naturally followed, and weight was easily defined. Orichalcum, being a highly stable and dense magical metal, would undergo no changes when placed in the air unless subjected to special forging or magical alchemical processes, rendering it suitable as both a standard meter and kilogram, certainly more reliable than measuring water. As for the establishment of this kilogram standard, Dunn retrieved another orichalcum ingot, weighing it in his hand, and casually declared, "Let a single orichalcum ingot be designated as 1 kilogram." The metal ingots Dunn extracted, in some respects, serve as absolutely precise reference objects. In the game, 1 unit of metal ingot is indeed 1 unit, with no possibility of error. Even when these metal ingots are materialized, they remain impeccably precise. Therefore, utilizing orichalcum ingots to define the unit of weight is quite a sound decision. Once the units were determined, Dunn sighed deeply and readjusted the previously assembled components according to his established standards, a task that consumed much of the night. After barely lying down, he was soon roused by a knock at the door. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was already dawn. Fortunately, his current formidable strength as a master mage ensured he remained invigorated, sparing him from any morning irritability. Who is it? Come in." Dunn yawned, glancing over to see Tina entering. "Ah, Tina. Oh, why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Did you not rest well last night?" "No, not at all. I actually—" Tina's complexion indeed appeared rather poor, sporting 2 dark circles and gazing at Dunn with a glum expression. Meanwhile, Dunn, having casually inquired, proceeded to wash his face, completely unaware that his offhand remark the previous day had left the young girl anxious and restless throughout the night. Waiting for his summons. Refreshing, cold water splashed on his face, invigorating Dunn and banishing his fatigue. He then picked up his World Tree toothbrush, dipped it in coarse salt, and began brushing his teeth, mumbling indistinctly, "Tina, is there something you need? Why do I feel like your gaze is rather strange? Is there something wrong with me?" "Something is off, very off. There are so many discrepancies that I hardly know where to begin." Tina felt a surge of indignation, her heart filled with youthful shyness, only to be left unattended all night. Which girl would be pleased by such treatment? Well, perhaps an exception could be made for those with masochistic tendencies. She had anticipated that today would mark the most significant day of her life, feeling anxious and troubled for so long that she nearly drove herself to despair, only to realize in the end that it was merely her one-sided expectations. "Lord Dunn, this is too much. How could you so enjoy toying with a young girl's heart?" Tina silently questioned Dunn, yet being aware of their vastly different statuses, she could not unleash her thoughts or frustrations upon him. Dunn, oblivious to the turmoil he had unwittingly caused, looked at Tina, who spoke softly. "Lord Dunn, Mr. Brian just came by looking for you. He said to come after you've had breakfast." "Brian is looking for me. Could it be that they worked through the night and finished everything?" Dunn was taken aback, having thought that Brian and his team would require several days. "The dwarven forging techniques are astonishingly effective." "Understood. I'll head for breakfast right away. You should also go eat." Dunn rinsed his mouth and hurried towards the dining room. Tina watched Dunn depart, her expression one of forlornness, akin to a girl who had been cruelly toyed with and then heartlessly cast aside. Chapter 33, Fine Gold. A grand piece of fine gold. After breakfast, Dunn exchanged a few words with Fiona before stepping outside. Although Fiona was quite upset with his nonchalance, she could do little about it. She understood that what Dunn was working on was related to Ellington and of considerable importance. Now, Fiona merely wished to see precisely what Dunn was creating. Upon exiting, Dunn made his way directly to Edgar's blacksmith shop. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted Brian and Edgar enjoying drinks and boasting, with a few meat bones tossed aside. Eating meat so early in the morning. What remarkable appetites these two possess. Dunn couldn't help but marvel. "After I dealt with that orc guerrilla leader, his mount simply refused to heed my commands to in a fit of rage. I struck it on the forehead, causing it to wail incessantly." "Master Brian," Edgar interjected quietly, "at your height, you probably couldn't reach the head of a scaled dragon." Brian's face flushed, and he retorted, "I said I would jump." "Jump. By the way, do you still wish to learn dwarven forging techniques? Stop undermining me." Edgar quickly replied, "Please, continue." "Ah, Lord Dunn, you're here," Edgar exclaimed, hastily rising to offer Dunn a seat. Dunn chuckled. "Tina mentioned that you two have completed the base and outer shell." "Of course," Brian puffed with pride. "Have you forgotten who made the effort? While you were away this morning, I even prepared the mold." "Really?" Dunn exclaimed with delight. "Hurry and bring it for me to see." With a wave of his hand, Brian signaled for Edgar, who promptly dashed off to fetch the mold. After inspecting it closely, Dunn marveled. Impressive, truly worthy of dwarven craftsmanship. Brian utilized a material for crafting molds that Dunn was unfamiliar with. Such a substance does not exist on Earth. Yet, it was evident that the mold should possess similar properties. High temperature resistance, stability, and resistance to deformation and adhesion. Of course, if it were to be used on a stamping machine, it would also require impact resistance, but Dunn believed that Brian had already considered this. Dunn glanced around and said, "Please step aside. I need to bring out other items." "Bring out?" As soon as Brian finished speaking, he witnessed Dunn sweep his hand, and suddenly a large array of components appeared on the ground, arranged in perfect order. "Empty, space equipment," Brian stuttered, pointing at Dunn with astonishment. "You possess space equipment? And it can hold so many items. By the beard of the Forge God, have you plundered a dragon's treasury?" Brian was so astounded that he was left speechless. Even in the treasury of the Dwarven King, there were few such space devices. How could a mere human lord possess space equipment? When did such items become so commonplace? Dunn replied earnestly, "Well, are you pulling my leg, plundering a dragon's treasury? Why not say you toppled a goddess?" Brian's disbelief was palpable. "Ah." At that moment, Edgar exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. Brian instantly forgot his earlier outburst and reprimanded Edgar. "What are you making such a fuss about?" "Refined gold. A truly massive piece of refined gold." Edgar swore on his life that he had never seen such a large chunk of refined gold in his lifetime. Good heavens, if this were used as material, how many exquisite weapons could be forged from it? Just refined gold. Nothing special, just. Brian turned his head, his mind momentarily muddled, unable to finish his thoughts, indeed, given his status. Refined gold was not considered overly precious as a forging material. He had encountered much of it, and would not typically lose his composure. However, refined gold. It was indeed a magnificent piece of refined gold. Brian's eyes widened. By the beard of the forge god, "Brother, where did you acquire so much refined gold? And its quality is impeccable." Dunn casually remarked, "I simply picked it up from the dragon's treasury. It's of little use to me. But it should serve well as a ram." "A ram?" Brian's expression was one of utter disbelief as he rushed over and seized Dunn by the collar, glaring fiercely. "You intend to use such a large piece of refined gold as a ram? Do you have any idea how many magical items could be crafted from it?" Dunn glanced at the ram, looking puzzled. "A lot? Not really. And it's just refined gold. A lot? Just refined gold?" Brian was filled with envy. Currently, magical or veins are controlled by various empires. Not to mention refined gold. Even mithril and magic iron are hard to come by if it weren't for the considerable reserves in the Ambrose Mountains. And our dwarven expertise in mining, we might not even see much refined gold ourselves. "Well," Dunn smiled lightly, looking up at the sky, "who told me to plunder a dragon's treasury? In the game, refined gold was merely one of the more common magical metals. The truly precious magical metals were dragon steel, star shimmer gold, and astral source iron, particularly astral source iron, which was exceedingly rare even in the astral realm, akin to a living fossil. Yet, it was indispensable for crafting legendary equipment, causing its price to soar. Forget it. After all, it's your possession. How you use it is none of my concern." Brian huffed, releasing Dunn and muttering to himself, "Indeed, just refined gold. Merely refined gold. I mustn't be astonished. Mustn't show too much surprise, or else this fellow will surely look down on me. I am a dwarf. I am Brian the Forge Hammer. Remain calm. I must remain calm." In contrast to Brian, Edgar maintained a much better composure. Although he understood the immense value of refined gold, he was acutely aware of the disparity in status between himself and Dunn and realized that no amount of envy would change that. Thus, he felt freer. Moreover, the fact that a lord could produce such valuable refined gold to create a stamping machine only underscored his strength. Working under such a lord, what concern would he have about earning gold coins in the future? Seeing that the two had finally calmed down, Dunn exhaled in relief. If they hadn't regained their composure, it was likely that the refined gold ram would soon be melted down in secret. As my subordinates, how could they lack such mental fortitude? If they were so flustered over refined gold, what would happen when they encountered orichalcum, or eternal gold, or dragon steel? They might very well die from shock. No, I must strengthen their psychological resilience. Training is essential. Brian took several deep breaths, his beard trembling, and after a while, he perked up. "Shall we begin assembling now?" Dunn smiled gently. "No, we need to adjust first. There is still an important issue that has yet to be communicated with you." Edgar and Brian looked puzzled. "What issue?" As soon as Dunn finished speaking, he produced a long stick. "What is this? A long sword?" "No, it's too flat, lacking a blade and guard." Wait. Brian's eyes suddenly widened as he rushed over to snatch the measuring stick from Dunn's hand, swallowing hard, breathing heavily, his lips trembling. "By the beard of the forge god. Orichalcum. This is orichalcum." "What? Orichalcum?" Edgar nearly fainted at the revelation, leaning against a nearby pillar, trembling as he approached. The two old blacksmiths gazed at the measuring stick, their eyes sparkling, akin to lecherous men gazing at a beautiful woman. Orichalcum. This was far more precious than refined gold. If the earlier large piece of refined gold had rendered Brian and Edgar speechless, this orichalcum measuring stick nearly made them vomit blood. The value of orichalcum could not be measured by ordinary standards. For any equipment crafted from orichalcum would undoubtedly be of superior quality. Even a small amount of orichalcum would significantly enhance the performance of weapons and gear. The luster, the brightness, the purity, the quality of this orichalcum is undoubtedly superb. Brian felt an urge to weep compared to this orichalcum. The pieces in the treasury looked utterly dull. Their quality and purity were not even in the same league. Edgar even felt that if he could obtain just 1% of this orichalcum, he could forge a finely crafted weapon. I spit. Brian clutched the orichalcum measuring stick tightly. You think you can craft a finely crafted weapon just with orichalcum? Have you no fear of shaming orichalcum? Brother, I won't ask for more than 1/10 of it. No, 1/20th. I will forge you an outstanding weapon, and I guarantee it will be the best. Though Brian had seen orichalcum before, this was his first encounter with orichalcum of such high quality and purity. By the instinct of a dwarf, seeing this orichalcum made him reluctant to let go. Dunn appeared unfazed. It's merely an orichalcum measuring stick. With that expression, you hardly resemble a dwarf. Brian felt like crying. Dwarves aren't this extravagant. All right. You all let go now. Focus on your work. Refined gold will come, and orichalcum will too. Dunn sighed. By the way, aren't you curious about what this actually is? Or are you only concerned with the materials? Brian exclaimed, I don't care what it is. All I know is that it's orichalcum. Orichalcum. The value of the material cannot compare to its intrinsic worth, Dunn said with profound significance. What you hold in your hands is something that will change the entire Prandal. Brian glanced down. Is this a divine artifact? No. Then what is it? A relic of the undead. It is difficult to communicate with the illiterate. Dunn facepalmed, sighed, and said, This is a measuring stick, used for measurement, and it is also one of the standard units I created. In the future, all things we craft will be determined by its dimensions. Would you say its significance is not great? A measuring tool for length. Brian took a closer look and finally noticed the markings. Indeed. Upon closer inspection, the two large markings at each end represent the start and finish, indicating a meter of distance, while the smaller markings in between represent centimeters, and the tiny marks within the centimeters represent millimeters. Dunn picked up a part that had been readjusted the previous night and measured it with the orichalcum measuring stick. Look. There are numbers. Simply read the markings, and you will know how wide this component is. 2 centimeters. Correct, but given the precision required for such a component, it should be read as 20 millimeters. Dunn clapped his hands. Now, do you think the significance of this measuring stick is not great? Brian and Edgar pondered for a moment and were once again astonished. Chapter 34. From now on, I will follow you. As previously mentioned, Prandal lacks a unified system of measurement. Each race and place has its own set of measurements. Edgar alone was aware of at least 3 different systems. Edgar was acutely aware of the chaos stemming from the lack of standardized measurements. Every new locale necessitated a fresh acclimatization. Moreover, there was no available reference system. Not only was there a scarcity of scales, but even the simplest ruler was absent. Consequently, a pivotal criterion for assessing a blacksmith's merit lay in their ability to forge weapons that met the employer's specifications. What does meet specifications entail? It means that the dimensions align with the employer's requirements. Yet, the absence of precise measuring tools meant that these dimensions had to be gauged through the blacksmith's experience. Now, with the introduction of such a basic tool by Dunn, this dilemma was resolved. If this ruler were combined with the 3 view diagrams previously discussed by Dunn, the resulting impact would not merely be simple. It would herald a monumental transformation. I understand. I comprehend. Brian exclaimed, his eyes widening. Brother, you've solved a significant problem. Dunn humbly waved his hand. Just luck. Just luck. Brian couldn't help but smirk, feeling that Dunn's demeanor was rather infuriating. Upon realizing the utility of the measuring tape, Brian quickly recognized the gravity of Dunn's words. Thus, the 3 of them commenced the process of resizing. Take off a little more from that side. Right, brother, could we strike a deal? Do you have any gold ingots left? Could you spare me some? Here. Without a second thought, Dunn produced a gold ingot from his pack and tossed it to Brian. Brian was left utterly dumbfounded. Then, overwhelmed with emotion, he knelt before Dunn. A gold ingot. This was a gold ingot, and he had tossed it away without batting an eyelash. Who exactly was this person? Surely, the royal family of the human empire could not be so extravagant. Had he truly plundered a dragon's lair? Brother, you are truly my brother, Brian cried, tears streaming down his face. From now on, I'm sticking with you. Even in the Dwarven Kingdom, Acquiring such a substantial piece of gold was no simple feat. Brian realized that if he allied with Dunn, he would undoubtedly have access to such precious materials in the future. With these fine resources, who could doubt his ascent to mastery, even grand mastery? Dunn, with a benevolent smile, patted Brian's head. That is the right choice. As Dunn embarked on his journey in Ellington, he was in dire need of talent. Securing Brian, a member of the Dwarven royal family, with just one gold ingot was a surefire investment. Not to mention, even a single ingot was a bargain. A full set of gold ingots, or even a set of platinum ingots, would be worth it. Edgar gazed enviously at the gold ingot in Brian's hand, yearning for one himself. Dunn glanced at him, pondered for a moment, then pulled out another gold ingot and tossed it to Edgar. Work hard from now on. Edgar instantly considered selling his life to Dunn. But then, Brian patted Edgar's thigh, his expression benevolent. As a disciple, shouldn't you show some filial respect to your master with such fine treasures? Edgar felt a twinge of alarm and clutched the gold ingot tightly. Wait. When did you agree to take me as a disciple? Just now. As your master. I believe you have no need for such materials yet. They would be wasted in your hands. Better let me take care of them. You scoundrel. Why are you holding on so tightly? Do you wish to defy your master? Hand it over. No, I won't give it to anyone. This gold ingot is mine. Not even to my master. Brian and Edgar became entangled. Especially Brian, who, due to his height disadvantage, was unable to snatch the gold ingot from Edgar's grip, causing him to jump in frustration. Brother, are you really going to let him squander that precious gold ingot? Dunn shrugged. I've already given it away. Besides, it's just a gold ingot. Why the fuss? Just a gold ingot. Could it be that he possessed more platinum? Brian was incensed upon witnessing Dunn's casual demeanor. Why did this guy have access to so many valuable items? Brian pounded his chest in exasperation. These materials could only reach their maximum potential in the hands of dwarves and were utterly wasted in Dunn's possession. I ask you, are you all still planning to work? Dunn's brows furrowed. If you won't work, then return my gold ingot. I will work. I will. Edgar and Brian, momentarily setting aside their squabble, promptly immersed themselves in their tasks. With the incentive of the gold ingot, their efficiency surged, and under Dunn's guidance, the components of the stamping machine were swiftly adjusted and fully assembled. Gazing at the somewhat rudimentary stamping machine before him, Dunn was filled with a multitude of emotions. This marked the inception of Prandal's industry, not from the steam engine, but directly utilizing a magically powered stamping machine. Come, give it a try. Brian rubbed his hands in eagerness. We have iron ingots ready. They placed the iron ingot in the lower mold, secured it, then positioned the hammer atop the upper mold. Subsequently, Dunn inserted a magical crystal into the side slot of the stamping machine, placing his hand upon the switch he had crafted. Are you ready? Ready. Brian and Edgar's gazes were fixed upon the iron ingot. Dunn took a deep breath. The success of this endeavor hinged upon this moment. Activate. The gravity amplification magic circle drew in magical energy, affecting the hammer above and counteracting the constant levitation spell. Then bang! The finely crafted hammer plummeted, its smooth base striking the iron ingot with force, before rising into the air once more, then falling again. After several cycles, Dunn disengaged the magic circle of the stamping machine, and the three gathered around. They peeled away the flattened iron sheet, revealing a rough blade of a scythe lying at the center. Brian retrieved the raw blade, still somewhat unwieldy from the stamping. Yet he was oblivious to its imperfections, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the blade. Seamless, uniformly distributed, once sharpened, this will become a remarkable scythe. Brian turned to Dunn. Brother, you have revolutionized the entire forging industry of Prandal. No, it is not merely a revolution of an industry, Dunn beamed, but the dawn of a new era. Indeed, what was about to unfold was the industrial age of Prandal, characterized by the fusion of magic and technology. Once they confirmed that the stamping machine functioned flawlessly, Dunn and his companions pressed on, effortlessly assembling the cutting machine and the polishing device. The scythe blanks produced by the stamping machine were shaped by the cutting machine, then polished to a brilliant finish by the polishing device. Edgar took one for a test and was utterly exhilarated. My lord, the quality of this scythe is already quite commendable. Dunn nodded slightly. Although this scythe could not match the quality of one crafted by Brian's own hands, one must remember how quickly it had transformed from an iron ingot to a scythe, accomplished in mere moments. Had Brian undertaken the task manually, The quality might have been superior, but he would have been deprived of time for any other endeavors that day. In the context of mass production, quality must temporarily yield to efficiency. As the foundation of industry improves, quality standards can gradually be elevated. Edgar was brimming with excitement. With the assistance of these 3 machines, once we finalize the molds and iron ingots, we could complete over 1,500 sets of farming tools in no time. The efficiency is indeed astonishing, but brother, these 3 machines all rely on magical crystals. Correct. How long can a single magical crystal sustain their operation? Dunn chuckled. Fear not. The magic circle is highly efficient, and I have incorporated energy-saving features. It will automatically cut off the magical supply when not in use, thus conserving magical crystals. Under full load, a standard magical crystal can operate continuously for 30 days. 30 days? Brian's eyes widened, and he began counting on his fingers. A standard magical crystal is worth 100 gold coins. Assuming a 15-day work cycle, in 30 days, we could produce nearly 20,000 scythes, each valued at 10 silver coins, which would yield 2,000 gold coins? By the hammers of dwarfs, this is sheer profit. Dunn chuckled. The impact of the Industrial Revolution on traditional artisans was vividly evident in Brian's reaction. However, in truth, it cannot be calculated this way. You have overlooked several factors, Dunn cautioned Brian, such as the costs involved in developing the stamping and cutting machines, and the market impact following the influx of scythes. Prices will inevitably decline. In reality, achieving a final profit of 1,000 gold coins would be quite commendable. Over 1,000 gold coins a month, and you're still not satisfied, Brian exclaimed. If I could earn 100 gold coins a month, I'd be over the moon. I could drink ale until I burst. Dunn replied with a smile. Given that Ellington has only about 1,000 farming households, the market will become saturated almost immediately, making it impossible to earn substantial profits to monetize these products. We must distribute them beyond our local market, selling them throughout the empire and even to other nations. Nevertheless, it is certain that profit will be attainable. It is indeed premature to contemplate the transportation of goods at this juncture. As the traffic conditions in Prander are abysmal, the caravans expend an inordinate amount of time traveling between the 2 towns, and if the profit margins are so meager, it is unlikely that any caravan would be inclined to undertake the journey. Thus, in order to truly capitalize, it would be prudent to wait until he has developed the mint products. Having small commodities as a foundation, coupled with these affordable agricultural tools, would render the caravan's journey worthwhile. If Fiona were to learn of this promising news, she would likely be overjoyed, as she has long aspired to rejuvenate the Golden Rose family. When the time comes, let Fiona take charge of the caravans. Don pondered and decisively resolved to proceed with this plan. Chapter 35. The emergence of mint candy. The advent of stamping machines, lathes, and grinders undoubtedly enhances efficiency, yet they fall short of fundamentally transforming this world. After all, large-scale industrial production remains unattainable. The primary credit for the introduction of these 3 machines belongs to Don, as their core mechanisms are constructed from his magic, the constant levitation enchantment on the hammer, the gravity amplification magic circle with conditional parameters, and the adjustable whirlwind magic circle driving the cutting blades and friction wheels. Who, besides Don, would undertake such tasks? Those willing lack the capability, while those capable would not deign to engage in such endeavors, thus leaving it to Don alone. The true moment of transformation will arrive when all magicians are eager to embrace the popularization of magical applications. In the next few days, you shall produce those agricultural tools, and there will be further tasks assigned to you. Don chuckled. Since you have chosen to work with me, do not blame me for the strenuous nature of your duties. I must forewarn you that your recent assignments are quite demanding. No problem, big brother, you can rest assured, Brian assured, thumping his chest. We will complete the tasks with utmost excellence. The originally arduous and monotonous tasks became remarkably effortless with the inclusion of these 3 machines, allowing Brian and the others to accomplish them with ease. Edgar, of course, had no objections. Not only was this a command from the Lord, but the value of the gold ingot provided by Don was sufficient to keep them occupied for a decade or more. Very well. I shall return the day after tomorrow, and I hope you will have completed all the work. Do procure some iron ingots for me. As Don departed, Brian and Edgar had already immersed themselves in their fervent labor. What was Don to do? Naturally, he was to return and delve into his research on mint. He had a wager with Fiona. After all, Upon returning to his chamber, Don shook his head in frustration. It is indeed inadequate to lack an alchemical laboratory. Many future experiments will likely necessitate one. So I must make time to establish it. Although he spoke of establishing one in his spare time, the quandary remained as to when it would be built, for Ellington lacked many tools and materials required for an alchemical laboratory. To expedite the construction, aside from waiting for Ellington to develop and the caravans to bring supplies, he would have to consider personally traveling to other cities for procurement, setting the matter of the alchemical laboratory aside for the moment. Don began to contemplate a sprig of mint. Mint, aside from its culinary applications, derives its value primarily from its essential oil. Thus, to unlock its economic potential, a cost-effective and efficient method for extracting its essential oil was imperative. In Don's recollection, the only method known to him was the distillation and condensation process, which fortuitously fell under this category, whether utilizing a distiller or a condenser, or subsequently separating water from essential oil. None of these possessed high technical complexity. The primary distinction among the distillation methods lay in whether they utilized water, steam, or a combination thereof, though for Don, at this moment, the differences were negligible. Let us give it a try, he resolved. After recalling the structures of the distiller and condenser, he set to work. The iron ingots he had brought back from Edgar were rapidly stretched and twisted under magical influence, soon transforming into a hollow distiller. While the condenser formed seamlessly on the other end. Glass would indeed be more aesthetically pleasing, Don remarked, wrinkling his nose. Iron distillers and condensers were impractical on Earth, yet here, under the influence of magic. Both heating and condensing were remarkably simple and convenient. Drawing moisture from the air, he introduced it into the distiller, added an appropriate amount of mint leaves, connected the condenser and container, and began to heat the mixture. The magic circle beneath the distiller steadily radiated warmth, and soon the water within began to boil. At this juncture, Don activated the magic circle overlaying the condenser. The ice magic circle, a variant of the water magic circle, stabilized and prolonged the temperature reduction under Don's adjustments, achieving condensation far superior to any equipment found on Earth. Under Don's direct supervision, this rudimentary apparatus yielded a semi-finished product in mere minutes. Inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from the container, Don raised an eyebrow. Such a high oil yield? The quality of the mint here exceeded his expectations. From a single bag of mint, the distillation yielded nearly 3 liters of hydrosol and 1 liter of essential oil. Such an oil yield was practically unfathomable on Earth. Observing the separated hydrosol and essential oil, Don stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. If the oil yield of plants in Prander was consistently this high, would it not be a lucrative venture to extract essential oils from flowers for perfume? This seemed to be a promising avenue for wealth generation. My lord, what fragrance were you referring to earlier? Fiona inquired, just as she pushed open the door, only to be overwhelmed by the scent that assailed her senses, nearly causing her to faint. Don swiftly steadied her, chuckling. Mint oil. The concentration is rather strong, and you are momentarily unaccustomed to it. Please bear with me. With a wave of his hand, the window swung open, allowing a whirlwind to carry the rich mint aroma out of the room. Phew, I nearly thought I would perish. Fiona patted her chest, only to realize her current predicament. She was half nestled in Don's embrace, and his hand rested in a rather precarious location. Her heart raced. Was this intentional? Before Fiona could dwell on her flustered thoughts, Don released her, grinning. How do you feel now? Fiona felt a mixture of disappointment and indignation. What was this fellow thinking? If he meant no harm, he ought not to toy with a lady's sensibilities. Much better. You mentioned mint oil. Indeed, it is the very substance we wagered upon, Don replied with a grin. It is quite a remarkable product, though, I must say, one of its benefits you will not be able to experience. Fiona gazed at him in confusion as he feigned regret. The benefit Don referred to was its mosquito-repelling properties, which were quite effective. However, the irony was that Prander was devoid of such pestilent creatures. You claim this can be quite profitable. Absolutely. Here, this jar contains mint hydrosol, a gift for you. Fiona was taken aback. What purpose does it serve? Well, you can apply it after bathing or pat it on your face after washing. It will soften your skin, cleanse it, reduce oiliness, retain moisture, tighten pores, and provide a cooling effect. Moreover, if you happen to have any minor blemishes, it can be applied as well. While Don had only a vague understanding of the benefits of hydrosol, he could not ascertain its efficacy. However, one thing was certain. Women, by nature, are inclined to experiment with anything that might enhance their beauty. Really? Fiona exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her skepticism evident as she looked at the sizable jar of pale green liquid in her hands. What was it called again? Mint hydrosol. Indeed, Dawn replied with a proud smile. Would I deceive you? Thus, Fiona chose to believe him. And what is this jar? Mint essential oil, another avenue for our profit. A sudden inspiration struck Dawn, and he asked, could you have Tina bring some sugar over? Sugar? Very well. Fortunately, sugar in Prander was not a luxury. There existed a plant whose sap was exceedingly sweet. And when dried, it became coarse sugar. However, that was the extent of it. While sugar was not a luxury in Prander, it was also not as abundant as on Earth, where varieties flourished: milk candy, fruit candy, gummy candy, hard candy. What Dawn aimed to do was to open a new world of possibilities for the people of Prander. Shortly thereafter, Fiona returned, Tina trailing behind her, cradling a jar of coarse sugar. My lord, here is the sugar you requested. Tina placed the jar beside Dawn, casting him a somewhat resentful glance before departing. Unbeknownst to Dawn, he sampled a bit of the coarse sugar, his brow furrowing. The sugar in this world was not as palatable as he had anticipated. Being unrefined, this was the sugar from the Lord's estate. If it were the kind used by commoners, the quality would likely be even poorer. Had they never considered dissolving it in water for refinement? Dawn found it utterly perplexing. Fiona, observing Dawn's actions, felt equally bewildered. He was actually pouring an entire jar of sugar into that pot. What was he planning to do? Cook a stew. Of course, Dawn was not engaged in cooking soup. Given that this was coarse sugar, the initial step could only be to eliminate impurities, followed by diluting it with water and filtering it several times, resulting in a product of commendable quality. Then, a suitable amount of peppermint essential oil was to be added, and it was simmered until it reached a viscous consistency, after which it was poured into molds. Voila, the peppermint candy was complete. There was no need to elaborate on the detailed steps, especially considering that Dawn had the convenience of magic at his disposal. Merely half an hour later, he had crafted the first jar of peppermint candy in Plandow. Gazing at the translucent, slightly green, round candy balls, Dawn felt an overwhelming sense of rebirth, nearly moved to tears as he consumed one. He then offered one to Fiona, saying, "Give it a try. I assure you will love it." Fiona, filled with skepticism, placed the peppermint candy in her mouth, and in the next moment, she was utterly astonished at an indescribable impact. It was as though a bolt of lightning had pierced her mind, leaving her completely frozen in place. Remarkably, despite the rising temperature, she felt an inexplicable coolness. What is this sensation? Sweet, yes, but more importantly, it was that flavor, peppermint. Fiona finally regained her composure, her eyes sparkling with excitement. So this is what you meant by your money-making plan? Indeed, Dawn replied, savoring the taste of the peppermint candy with a contented smile as he observed Fiona. Now tell me, can this product be profitable? Absolutely, Fiona affirmed without hesitation. Not only can it be profitable, but it can also yield substantial earnings. Chapter 36. The impact on taste and truth. Dawn had underestimated the effect of the peppermint candy on Fiona that he perceived it as merely a minor alteration. But for the locals of Plandow, it represented an unprecedented innovation. The delightful fusion of the candy's sweetness with the refreshing coolness of peppermint instantly captivated the young girl. Dawn inquired, "Do you have any plans regarding this peppermint candy? Is it possible to produce it in large quantities?" The production process is not difficult. It depends on the supply of raw materials. Sugar is manageable, but currently, there is no initiative to cultivate peppermint on a large scale here. Relying solely on the plants by the riverside will yield only a limited batch. After contemplating for a moment, Fiona proposed, if feasible, we could establish a workshop and hire workers to produce peppermint candy.as for sales. I can reach out to the former peripheral members of the Golden Rose family to reorganize a merchant association for operations. Dawn raised an eyebrow. The Golden Rose family has already disbanded. Do you think they would be willing to join you? Fiona exuded confidence. As long as there is profit and potential, I believe they will be eager to participate. Very well, I will leave that in your capable hands. Please write to those individuals and, under my name, issue an announcement encouraging the residents of Ellington to collect and cultivate peppermint. We can offer 1 silver coin per kilogram, but we must insist that they protect the riverbanks and refrain from indiscriminate harvesting. Fiona looked puzzled. 1 kilogram? Don smacked his forehead. I forgot to mention. This is the weight unit I established. Ah, never mind that I will prepare a set of standard tools and provide you with a new system of measurement shortly. You can release this alongside the announcement. And all statistical standards within Ellington will adhere to this new system. I understand that. Is there anything else? Not for now. Well, I still want to eat more. Give me some extra. Before leaving, Fiona extended her delicate hand. Resembling a greedy little girl, having sampled just one, she had fallen in love with the flavor. She felt that after consuming the peppermint candy, her mouth felt remarkably refreshed. Don chuckled. Be careful with all that candy. You might end up with cavities. Cavities? What are cavities? Never mind. I'll make you a toothbrush. As he spoke, he fashioned a toothbrush for Fiona from the remaining horsehair. And as for the handle, poor world tree branch. What is this? A toothbrush. Used for cleaning your teeth. Don demonstrated with his own toothbrush, and Fiona immediately grasped its purpose, her eyes lighting up. What a marvelous invention! Even without knowing the benefits of brushing teeth for oral health, she understood how uncomfortable it was to have food stuck in her teeth. With this toothbrush, a quick brush would surely bring her considerable relief. Consider it a gift. Don casually tossed the toothbrush to Fiona. Upon Fiona's departure, Don promptly crafted a set of standard tools for her using iron ingots, including a meter stick, a set of weights, a simple balance scale, and the terminology for measurements along with a few straightforward calculation formulas. With these items, he believed he could temporarily set aside concerns about measurement units within Ellington. After completing these tasks, Don noticed there was still a substantial amount of peppermint candy left. He thought of Ilya. Recalling his earlier jest about treating her to lollipops. While he had no lollipops, he did have peppermint candy now. With nothing pressing to attend to, Don set aside some peppermint candy and packed the remainder into a small bag to take to Ilya. As he descended the stairs, he encountered Tina, who was busy tidying up. Don greeted her. Ah, Tina, still hard at work, I see. My lord. Tina turned to bow to Don. Although the young girl harbored a hint of resentment, she had come to terms with the situation that it was quite simple. Her lord was a good person who merely wished for her to take a break after seeing her exhausted. Yet, she had overcomplicated things. This misunderstanding was entirely of her own making. Her lord was likely still oblivious to the fact that she had misinterpreted his intentions. Tina stole a glance at Don, only to find him rummaging through a bag. Extend your hand. Huh. Tina was taken aback as a dozen round candy balls landed in her palm. These are the peppermint candies I made. Take them and enjoy. Don waved his hand, and by the time Tina regained her senses, he had already left. Candy balls? Tina looked perplexed, hesitating before picking one up and placing it in her mouth. Then, a bolt of lightning surged through her mind. The stimulating and icy flavor burst forth in her mouth, and in an instant, the maid found herself moved to tears by this extraordinary taste. Was it poison? It must be poison. What had she done wrong? Why did her lord wish to poison her? Tina's thoughts spiraled into a frenzy, leaving her frozen in place, utterly bewildered. After a considerable time, she finally came to her senses. Wait, I'm not dead. Tina blinked, still dazed. The flavor in her mouth had transformed from its initial intensity to a gentle, peculiar, yet utterly captivating taste. Peppermint candy. Tina discovered that she had unexpectedly developed a fondness for this treat in an instant. She carefully cradled the peppermint candies and sought out her close friends, distributing them to share the delight. Oh my goodness, Marlene exclaimed, covering her head. I feel as if a bolt of lightning has struck my brain. I feel as though I've been frozen. It's so refreshing. It must be magic. Some enchantment has surely been cast. How wonderful, how enchanting. Tina, is this really the creation of our Lord? Indeed, Tina nodded vigorously. My lord said this is called peppermint candy. Is there more? I want to bring some back for my brother. My sister wants some too. Me as well. Tina was taken aback by the enthusiasm of her friends, as the large handful of peppermint candies Don had given her vanished in the blink of an eye. But these were given to me by my lord. I wanted to savor them slowly. Tina felt teary-eyed, yet upon witnessing the joyful faces of her friends, she sighed and quickly let go of her disappointment. Happily engaging in their discussions about the peppermint candy, their lord's kindness, his wisdom, and all the gossip surrounding him. Unbeknownst to Don, he was the topic of conversation among the maids as he sauntered out of the lord's manor. Only to find himself at a loss, he still had no idea where Ilya lived. Ah, right, I should ask Edgar. Don clapped his hands and hurried to Edgar's blacksmith shop. Upon entering, he overheard Brian shouting, "You're moving too slowly. Put some effort into it. Otherwise, you won't finish before the day after tomorrow. Humans are truly a bothersome species. If you're working on the molds, of course, it's going to take time. Just let me handle it." Edgar grumbled. Yet he dared not voice his frustrations to Brian. Suddenly noticing Don, he paused. "My lord, what brings you here again? Rest assured, we will complete the task." Don glanced at the semi-finished products on the floor. In just an hour, over 100 had already been produced. Estimating the time left, he smiled. "I know, there is still plenty of time. Don't exhaust yourself." Edgar flexed his muscles, grinning. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I'm perfectly fine." Do you know where Ilya resides?" "Ilya? That somewhat reclusive orphan girl." "Orphan? Indeed. No one knows who her parents are. The townsfolk first encountered her in the woods to the west of the town." Edgar scratched his head and continued. "After bringing her back to the town, peculiar events began to unfold around her, causing the residents to gradually distance themselves from her over time, and her demeanor became quite reclusive." "Peculiar events?" "Yes, strange lights, eerie whispers, and even injuries sustained by some. Consequently, some believe she embodies misfortune and wish to expel her." At this point, Edgar's heart raced, and he quickly added, "However, that is all in the past. Ever since the Aberton couple adopted her, and with Elsa's companionship, she has become much more lively." "I see." Don pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Where does Elsa live?" Edgar gestured. "Just follow this road for about 200 steps, and it will be on your right." Don nodded and turned to leave. Illyria, being an orphan who had suffered such unjust treatment in her youth, had understandably developed a solitary disposition. One could argue that her current transformation into a cheerful young girl, thanks to Elsa's influence, is rather remarkable. However, the strange phenomena Edgar mentioned likely stem from Illyria's affinity for magic. The overwhelming presence of elements around her, coupled with her lack of control over them, could lead to unusual occurrences. If any mage were to encounter her, they would surely have taken her on as an apprentice long ago. Unfortunately, in Ellington, adventurers are scarce, let alone mages, and thus Illyria has been regarded as a curiosity. Poor child. Don shook his head as he stood outside Elsa's home. "Oh, big brother." Before he could knock, he heard Illyria's joyous exclamation. Turning around, he saw the adorable little girl sitting in the yard with a basin of water, washing clothes. The residents of Prandale are generally precocious, but to have such a young child doing laundry seems rather harsh, Don thought, furrowing his brow. "Ahem, Illyria, who has come to visit?" A woman's voice called from inside. Illyria chirped cheerfully. "It's Big Brother, the Lord Big Brother." "The Lord?" The woman sounded slightly surprised, then continued. "I sincerely apologize, my lord. I am Clara, Elsa's mother. I am unwell, so I cannot greet you." "Ah, now it makes sense, since she is not feeling well." Illyria is proactively helping out. Understanding dawned on Don as he patted Illyria's head. The little girl truly is considerate. Chapter 37. The secret to winning over children. "Please, do not stand on ceremony that I have come to see Illyria. So you may continue to rest." Given Clara's condition, Don would certainly not insist she come out to welcome him. Besides, he was never accustomed to such formalities. Illyria, beaming with joy, rubbed against Don's palm and said, "Big brother, what do you need me for?" "Illyria is willing to help you with anything." "Anything you can help me with," Don chuckled lightly. "You are still too young to assist me. We shall discuss it when you are older." Illyria waved her tiny fists. "In the future, I will be just as strong as Sister Elsa and help Lord Big Brother fight the bad guys." "It seems unlikely that you will become someone like Elsa." Don's expression turned peculiar, a naturally gifted mage aspiring to be a warrior. How must that make those who wish to be mages but lack the talent feel, only to end up as warriors? Prandale is a quintessential fantasy world where the status of magic users, mages, sorcerers, and priests wielding divine magic is notably high. In contrast, physical classes such as warriors, assassins, and rangers generally hold a lower status unless they possess exceptional strength, often even ranking below magic users of the same tier or lower. This disparity arises from both the combat capabilities of the classes and their rarity. While all must be awakened, mages require innate talent, sorcerers need lineage, both of which are inherently unalterable. Priests, on the other hand, must devote themselves to their faith, which is why most remain in temples and do not partake in adventures. Whenever a priest is encountered, regardless of their temple, they are considered a treasure. Physical classes differ. As long as they awaken their abilities and become awakened, they can continue to grow by honing their physical prowess, resulting in a significantly larger population among them. That said, one cannot overlook the knights, who are nobility acknowledged by the royal family, while paladins sanctioned by the temple are a formidable combination of combat prowess and divine magic capability. These individuals possess an innate charisma that elicits admiration from young maidens and stirs the hearts of married women. Especially after receiving blessings from the temple, they can summon their unique steeds, akin to luxurious supercars like Ferraris and Lamborghinis on Earth. Consequently, many young women in Prandale dream of finding a paladin as a partner, not only for their healing abilities to alleviate all ailments, but also for their capacity to delay aging and maintain eternal youth. Additionally, with their magnificent steeds, paladins embody the ideal husband at home, and their extensive training ensures they possess impressive physiques. Indeed, they are remarkably fit, a fact worth emphasizing thrice in matters of popularity. Even mages must bow before paladins. After all, mages often interact with elements, and while their physicality surpasses that of ordinary individuals, they cannot compete with physical classes of the same tier. Shaking his head to dispel the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Don waved the bag in his hand and smiled. Illyria, can you guess what this is? Illyria, biting her finger and blinking her large eyes, hesitated for a long time before responding. Mint? She had caught a whiff of the minty aroma. You were so close. Don chuckled as he handed the bag to Illyria. It is mint candy that I made just for you. Mint candy. Illyria was unfamiliar with the term, but upon hearing it was made specifically for her, her eyes lit up, and she joyfully exclaimed, Yay! Big brother, you are so wonderful. I love Big Brother the most. Oh, have I become less favored since I was only gone for a short while? Elsa's plaintive voice echoed from behind Don. Illyria's smile faltered, her eyes darting around before she cheered. Yay! I love Sister Elsa and Big Brother the most. A soft sigh emanated from inside. So, after all this time, Illyria does not favor me at all. Illyria was momentarily stunned, and after a considerable pause, she added, Illyria loves Daddy and Mommy, Sister Elsa, and Big Brother, and everyone. I hope no one else heard that. Illyria glanced around, and, finding no one else present, let out a sigh of relief. The sight of her reacting this way caused both Don and Elsa to burst into laughter. Humph, you two are just bullies. Illyria pouted, looking miffed, but she quickly forgot her annoyance and eagerly opened the bag to retrieve a piece of mint candy. Wow, Illyria exclaimed. Is this what mint candy looks like? So beautiful. Speaking of beautiful, Don had indeed made the candy look exquisite by using magic to purify and crystallize it, rendering it translucent and sparkling like crystal with a hint of mint's pale green hue. Any girl would fall in love with it at first sight. Give it a try, Don encouraged her. Elsa, you should have a taste too. Can I? Elsa hesitated for a moment before taking a piece of the candy and placing it in her mouth. This is... Elsa's eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to articulate the sensations dancing in her mouth. Was it ice? Was it electricity? Or something even more complex? The sunlight warmed her skin, yet it evoked a refreshing sensation. What is this? A miracle? Or magic? Does it contain magic? Elsa asked, eyes wide with surprise. No magic, just mint and sugar, Don replied casually. How does it taste? Incredible. It feels cool and so comfortable. Elsa savored the candy, reluctant to continue eating it. Illyria had a similar reaction, though the little girl, being more innocent, simply found it delicious. Remembering that it was specially made for her by Don made her even happier. Don stroked his chin, noting that the unprecedented sensory experience seemed well received by the local residents of Prandale, and their reactions were exceedingly positive, indicating a promising business venture. Illyria gazed at Don with hopeful eyes. Big brother, can I share some with Mommy? Don smiled warmly. I have already given them to you. How you choose to use them is entirely up to you. That's wonderful. Illyria bounced back into the house, eager to present her treasure, and only then did Don turn to Elsa. What brings you back at this hour? Didn't the guard squad have training? Training has already concluded. Elsa wore an expression of nonchalance, declaring, It's noon. Everyone must eat. Don glanced at the sky and suddenly realized that it was indeed midday. He had intended to inquire about the daily training regimen of Elsa's guard, but recognizing that the timing was inappropriate, he decided against it. After bidding farewell to Elsa, he returned to the Lord's manor. Following lunch, Ilya stepped out joyfully with a bag of mint candies, her heart brimming with anticipation to share these treats with her friends. Just like adults, children possess a tendency to show off, but their simplicity renders their motivations far less convoluted. Betty, Jillian, Nicole. Ilya located the three little girls who were playing. Upon seeing Ilya, the trio glanced around to ensure no other adults were present before eagerly approaching her. Ilya, have you finished washing your clothes? Yes, I have, which is why I can come out to play. Ilya proudly raised her bag. Look what I've got. The three girls, oblivious to what it was, watched as Ilya produced the mint candies. Offering each of them one. This is mint candy. It's delicious. You must try it. Mint candy? Betty inquired curiously, popping it into her mouth only to freeze in surprise before spitting it out. Wow. Ilya, seeing the candy fall to the ground, became quite upset. Betty, what are you doing? Why did you spit it out? I am sorry, Ilya, Betty stammered, feeling embarrassed. It's just that the flavor was a bit overwhelming. The intense taste of the mint candy can indeed be quite shocking for someone who has never encountered it before, especially for a child. Jillian and Nicole had intended to try it, but were now deterred by Betty's reaction. What a waste. Ilya pouted. If I finish it, the big brother won't make me any more. As the taste began to settle, Betty realized the flavor of the mint candy and, seeing the muddy candy on the ground, felt a pang of regret. Ilya, could I have another one? Though still irritated, Ilya, being a friend, offered her another piece. Betty, are you really sure it's okay? Ilya urged. Yes, you all must try it. Don't spit it out. It's really tasty. Betty nodded and took another bite. Jillian and Nicole exchanged glances and followed suit. In the next moment, the little grove was filled with the girls' exclamations of delight. Ah, it's so refreshing. It feels like being struck by lightning. But it's really delicious. Of course, Ilya declared proudly. This was specially made for me by the big brother. Who is this big brother? Betty asked, puzzled, as Ilya only had an older sister, Elsa. The big brother is. What are you all eating that's so delightful? Hand it over. A voice suddenly boomed, and Ilya's bag was snatched away. Stunned, Ilya shouted angrily, Vit, give me back my bag. Pa, the boy named Vit, made a face. Accompanied by several other boys wielding wooden swords, engaged in a soldier game, he laughed heartily. Others may fear you, but I do not. If you want the bag, come and take it yourself. With that, Vit and his companions scattered away. Chapter 38. The troubles of young Vit. Vit was the king of the children in Ellington. In Ellington, nearly all the children obeyed Vit's commands, except for Ilya. Vit, remember this. You can fight or play with anyone, but stay far away from Ilya. These were his father's exact words. Yet, Vit had no intention of listening. He was quite fond of Ilya. He did not understand the meaning of affection, but he simply wanted to play with her. However, the adults did not want the children to interact with Ilya, so Vit devised a clever plan. He would deliberately provoke Ilya, making her angry, thereby capturing her attention. Big brother Vit. Is shaking them off. Vit's number one lackey. Marshall exclaimed cheerfully. Those little girls who can only sniffle aren't worthy of playing with us. Exactly. They know nothing of a man's romance. Hey, combat skill, heavy strike. Another boy pompously imitated the adults, seemingly thinking it made him look cool. Marshall's eyes sparkled as he suggested, Big brother Vit, let us see what's inside. Perhaps Ilya has hidden some secrets in there. Shut up. Vit declared with authority. No one is to touch this bag. Yes, this is Big brother Vit's trophy. Marshall turned and shouted. Did you all hear? No one is to touch it. Heard you loud and clear. Vit perched at the edge of the treehouse, gazing into the distance. Would they not find him here? After all, this was their secret base. This was an abandoned treehouse, once constructed by a sentinel, who was said to have perished at the hands of Buck, leading to its abandonment. After Vit and his friends discovered it, it became their hideout. Vit felt a surge of frustration. Being found so easily did not showcase his skills, but if they could not find him, he would not achieve his goal. Such were the troubles of young Vit. Suddenly, Big brother Vit, they're coming. Upon hearing this, Vit's spirits lifted, and he stood up to see several girls hastily approaching the base of the treehouse. Vit, give me back my bag, Ilya cried, both furious and anxious, for those were the mint candies made for her by the big brother, and Vit was being utterly detestable. Ilya, if you want the bag, come get it yourself. Vit laughed heartily as he lowered the rope ladder. While the other boys joined in the laughter, the treehouse was quite high. Even they needed courage to ascend it the first time. How could these little girls possibly muster the bravery? Sure enough, Betty hesitated at the sight of the fluttering rope ladder and tugged at Ilya's sleeve. Ilya, let us forget it. It's too high. It's dangerous. Yes, Ilya, we can wait until they come down to ask for it. Ilya bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then resolutely declared, Vit, you said it yourself. I'm coming up now. Ilya, Nicole gasped in shock. How could she climb that high treehouse with such a flimsy rope ladder? No, I must go up. Ilya insisted, feeling indignant. She thought of her sister Elsa. Surely she would have no trouble climbing it. Grasping the rope ladder, Ilya ascended without hesitation. Ilya, be careful. The three girls grew tense. While the boys peered down in astonishment, they had not anticipated Ilya would truly dare to climb up. Though Vit remained calm, his heart raced more than anyone else's. 1 level, then another. She was getting closer. Almost able to reach the edge of the treehouse, Ilya stretched out her small hand. Vit's palms grew sweaty with tension. Ah! At that moment, Ilya's foot slipped, and her tiny body plummeted. Ilya! Vit exclaimed in shock. Reaching out, but unable to catch her, he could only watch helplessly as Ilya fell toward the ground. Damn it! Ilya's face was filled with panic and confusion, her eyes fixed on the treehouse that was now so close, yet seeming ever more distant. She was about to fall. Would she die? No. I refuse to die. A rich surge of elemental energy enveloped Ilya. Meanwhile, at the Lord's manor, Don, just returned to his room, felt a sudden jolt and vanished from his chamber. As Ilya closed her eyes in preparation for the impact, she suddenly felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. The scent was Big Brother? Ilya opened her eyes in astonishment and delight upon seeing Don, exclaiming, What are you doing here? If I hadn't come, Ilya would have been hurt. Don replied with exasperation. Why did you want to climb so high? Ilya, fuming, pointed at Vit above. It's all his fault. Vit stole the mint candies you made for me. Is that so? Don raised an eyebrow, looking at Vit. Vit, is it? Come down. Vit felt a shiver run down his spine, but he knew he had to obey the adult's command and reluctantly descended with the others. Why did you take Ilya's bag? No reason. I simply wanted to see if Ilya was worthy of being my friend. Vit scoffed, tilting his chin defiantly. If she can prove she is worthy of being my friend and listens to me. Of course, I'll return the bag. Don stared at him in bewilderment. Vit's demeanor reminded him of his younger self, when he would deliberately provoke the girl he liked to gain her attention. This kid was just as stubbornly proud. Ilya resolutely rejected Viter's inquiry. I have already promised Big Brother that I will listen to him from now on. Big Brother? Viter asked, clearly feeling a twinge of jealousy. Who is this Big Brother? Big Brother is him. Ilya proclaimed proudly. This bag contains the mint candies that Big Brother specially made for me. If you return it to me, I can share some with you so that you can taste it. Children harbor no notions of hatred. Ilya merely wished for everyone to know how kind Don was to her and how delicious the candies he had made were. Viter felt incredibly displeased, as if an inexplicable individual had suddenly dashed in and snatched away his treasured possession. However, under Don's gaze, he begrudgingly returned the bag to Ilya with a sulky expression. Ilya opened the bag and counted the candies. Upon confirming that none were missing, her spirits lifted, and she quickly forgot her anger towards Viter. Big Brother, may I share them with him? Ilya looked up at Don. Don affectionately patted Ilya's head. If you wish, of course you may. What a kind-hearted little girl. How unfortunate she had been in the past, but now that she had encountered me, her life was destined to change drastically. Ilya pulled out the mint candies and handed them to Viter, one for each. As Ilya watched them relish the candies, she couldn't help but hum to herself. Once you finish eating, if you wish for more. I shan't give you any. That will make you crave even more. If Don were aware of Ilya's mischievous thoughts, he would likely be astonished by the girl's cunning. The enchanting allure of the mint candies swiftly captivated Viter and his companions. The little ones were almost spellbound. The sweet and refreshing sensation was akin to a splash of cool water on a hot summer day, invigorating them from the outside in. As Ilya had anticipated, after finishing one, Viter and the others yearned for a second. Yet no amount of pleading would sway Ilya. She was resolute in her refusal. She even made a point of sharing with Betty, Jillian, and Nicole in front of them, leaving the other little ones drooling with desire, yet utterly helpless. Observing this, Don felt a spark of inspiration. It was well known that, At any time, money was easiest to earn from children and women, and children were the most lucrative, primarily because they were spoiled by both parents. While women typically had only one person to pamper them, excluding lovers, adults often found it hard to refuse a child's requests. Today, Fiona had announced a decree regarding the collection and cultivation of mint on the bulletin board. If it were merely a decree, it might be difficult to prompt immediate action, but if other catalysts were introduced, Dawn donned a benevolent smile. Do you all enjoy this candy? Without hesitation, Veeder and the others nodded. Do you know how this candy is made? They shook their heads. Actually, there is one primary ingredient, the mint that grows by the riverside, Dawn said with a smile. The Lord has issued a new decree encouraging everyone to collect mint. The Lord is willing to purchase it at a price of 1 silver coin per kilogram. 1 kilogram of mint in exchange for a silver coin? Veeder and the others were astonished. Although they didn't know how much a kilogram was, they certainly knew the value of a silver coin. Watching their stunned expressions, Dawn smiled and added fuel to the fire. Well, you can also trade it for 10 mint candies. And of course, you can go collect it yourself. Really? Betty exclaimed in delight. If collecting a kilogram of that mint could earn a silver coin, her mother's work would become much easier. Of course. Can you make this decision? Veeder looked at Dawn with suspicion, filled with doubt and distrust towards the adult who had taken Aaliyah from him. Absolutely. Aaliyah chimed in proudly. Big brother is the Lord. What he says goes. A chorus of gasps escaped the group. Betty and the others were taken aback and immediately knelt down, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the Lord. Veeder was also astonished, despite his desire to remain standing. He had no choice but to kneel and pay his respects as well. We pay our respects to the Lord. No need for formalities. Dawn waved his hand dismissively, rather than bowing to me here. Why not go collect mint? The young ones were somewhat tempted, yet none dared to take action. Go on. By the way, be careful while collecting. Do not recklessly dig up the riverside. Dawn reminded them once more before taking Aaliyah and leaving. Chapter 39. Infusing vitality. Veeder returned home in a daze, still lingering on the sweet aroma of the mint candies in his mouth. He had become utterly enchanted by this nostalgic flavor. After consuming the mint candy, he even felt as if the aroma of sweetness filled his breath when he spoke, akin to the sensation of kissing a girl. Hadn't the bard said that the feeling of kissing a girl was sweet? As for Dawn's claim that collecting mint could earn silver coins and candies, nonsense. He couldn't possibly believe such a thing. Surely, it was a trick. I'm back. Veeder pushed open the door, only to find his father and mother seated at the table. Whispering about something, he paid them no mind and headed straight to his room. Do you think the Lord's announcement is true? I don't know, but since it was issued by the Lord, it should be legitimate. Collecting mint for silver coins? What exactly is the Lord thinking? The announcement states that the mint is the one that grows by the riverside, right? It's clearly everywhere. Why send people to collect it? Who knows? The Lord may have his own plans. Everyone has just emerged from the fear of bandits, and he might want to give them something to do. Regardless, it's worth a try, if it truly can be exchanged for silver coins. That would be wonderful. Veeder suddenly halted, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Dad, Mom, are you talking about the new announcement from the Lord? Yes, as long as you collect mint, you can exchange it for silver coins. It even has the Lord's signature on it. So it should? Huh. Veeder, what are you doing? I'm going out for a bit. Veeder snatched up a nearby bag and dashed out the door, racing straight for the Emerald River. Upon arriving, he was astonished to see numerous people already gathering mint along the riverbank. Big brother Veeder. Marshall spotted him and exclaimed with joy. Waving his hand, Veeder ran over, and Marshall proudly lifted his nearly full bag. Big brother Veeder, I've gathered so much. Although I don't know how many kilograms it is, I can definitely exchange it for mint candies. Veeder took a closer look. Marshall's bag was almost bursting, and the others were similarly laden. The once dense patch of mint had significantly diminished. Panic surged through Veeder. If they depleted the mint, how could he earn silver coins? Without a moment's hesitation, Veeder abandoned his conversation with Marshall and dashed to the side to begin collecting mint. Children born in Ellington had always helped their families with chores, and foraging for wild vegetables was second nature to them. Gathering mere mint was no challenge at all. Moreover, under Dawn's decree, they were careful not to overharvest, ensuring the roots remained intact for future collection. Along the riverbank, once idling individuals were now bustling with activity. A few vagrants who had long lingered in Ellington were also busy. hoping to earn some silver coins to buy bread to fill their stomachs. Not far away, Dawn observed this scene with great satisfaction. With the motivation to earn money, these individuals had found a purpose in life, and their spirits visibly lifted as they busied themselves. Big brother, can I also collect mint to earn silver coins in exchange for candies? Aaliyah looked excitedly at everyone working hard, eager to join in. Dawn initially considered telling her that with his care, she didn't need to earn coins to enjoy mint candies. But upon reflection, he smiled and said, "Yes, Aaliyah, if you want to eat mint candies, you must put in your own effort." Aaliyah nodded vigorously before running off to join her friends in collecting mint. Dawn smiled. He didn't wish to coddle Aaliyah too much. There were far too many examples on Earth of children who, despite being prodigies, struggled to grow if overly pampered if he merely shielded and indulged Aaliyah. She would lack the independence to face challenges in the future. Besides, her friends were working hard to earn money, while she would be content to reap the rewards without effort, inadvertently drawing a line between herself and her peers. Over time, this could lead to estrangement, which would not bode well. By laboring together and sharing joys, their bonds could strengthen, and Aaliyah would gain understanding through collaboration, making it easier for everyone to accept her. In short, this was a multifaceted benefit. As dusk fell, Fiona, following Dawn's orders, had a table set up in front of the Lord's Manor to purchase mint. Dawn had crafted a scale specifically for her to weigh the mint. Witnessing this scene, the residents of Ellington, who had been anxiously restless, finally felt a sense of relief, realizing that the Lord truly intended to buy mint, and smiles of joy spread across their faces. Conversely, Dawn was taken aback by the sheer volume of bundles they brought. He had initially thought they would tire of the task after gathering only a small amount, yet they persevered until this late hour. "Danny, 3.8 kilograms. Here are 3 silver coins and 80 copper coins. Please accept them," Fiona said briskly as she collected the mint and handed the coins to Danny. Ecstatic, Danny leaped into the air, exclaiming, "Yay, this is fantastic. I now have money for drinks tonight." However, his mother, Aunt Sandra, seized him by the arm, saying, "What do you mean drinks money? Hand it over to me for safekeeping." Danny, on the verge of tears, protested, "Mom, how can you do this to me? It's for your own good. I'm saving it for your future wife." Aunt Sandra retorted, placing her own gathered mint on the scale, nervously watching Fiona. 2.4 kilograms. 2 silver coins and 40 copper coins. "Aunt Sandra, please take care," Fiona announced. Aunt Sandra's face lit up with joy. Earning 2 silver coins and 40 copper coins in just one afternoon was an unimaginable feat during Hogg's tenure. "The Lord is truly a benevolent man," Aunt Sandra exclaimed. "But what does the Lord intend to do with this mint?" "We wouldn't want him to incur losses on our behalf," Fiona smiled and was about to respond when she noticed Betty behind Aunt Sandra, who smiled brightly and said, "Just watch, and you'll see." Aunt Sandra, slightly puzzled, stepped aside, only to see Betty struggling a bit as she placed a bundle on the scale. "For 0.5 kilograms. Fiona exclaimed, "My dear girl, you are quite capable." Betty's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "For silver coins and 50 copper coins. How would you like to exchange them?" Betty asked nervously. "I would like to trade 2 of the silver coins for mint candies." "If that's possible." "Certainly," Fiona replied with a smile, handing Betty 20 mint candies along with the silver coins. "Take care of them." As soon as Betty received the candies, she popped one into her mouth, her face blossoming with happiness, and she skipped away gleefully. "Mint candies." Aunt Sandra looked bewildered. "What are those? One is worth 10 copper coins." Similar questions arose in many minds as the exchanges continued. Several children traded for mint candies, and eventually, a few adults, driven by curiosity, also exchanged for some. The moment they tasted them, they were utterly astonished. More and more people were captivated by the allure of the mint candies, though most of the exchanges were still made by children. Adults had to consider more pragmatic matters. Converting their earnings to silver coins was far more important for household expenses. However, children, lacking the ability to earn money previously, were thrilled to have made money through their labor. Beyond taking a portion home, they could freely allocate the rest, which was undoubtedly a boon. Dawn quietly observed from the sidelines, particularly noting Elia, who, after an afternoon of toil, stood among her friends, laughing and chatting. While the nearby adults seemed to have grown accustomed to the scene, displaying no unusual reactions, it appeared that the initiative was yielding positive results. After contemplating for a moment, Dawn stepped forward. "My lord, My lord. A chorus of voices erupted outside, calling out to Don with genuine sincerity. This sentiment moved him deeply. A mere gesture of goodwill had garnered such support from them that he wondered if, just if, Ellington became even more prosperous, how would their reactions evolve? Would they be willing to lay down their lives to protect Ellington? Please, there's no need for formalities. Don waved his hand, smiled at Elia, and then addressed the crowd in a booming voice. You may be wondering why I am purchasing Mint. A hush fell over the crowd, eagerly awaiting his explanation. Mint, as many of you know, thrives along the banks of the Emerald River, flourishing abundantly with a unique fragrance. Yet, what many do not realize is that this mint is edible, and its essence is quite valuable. With a beaming smile, Don continued, Yes, Ellington is impoverished, but we are not barren. Our land is fertile, rich in treasures, and with diligence, we can uncover truly valuable resources. Mint is one such resource, he proclaimed loudly. I bring you good news, soon. Ellington will establish a workshop, which I shall call the Ellington Candy Factory. Henceforth, anyone willing to work diligently will have a job, and I assure you, you will earn a substantial amount of gold coins. Ensuring that everyone can enjoy a life free from want, taking pride in being part of Ellington. Moreover, I wish to announce that the day after tomorrow, 1,232 households in Ellington will receive agricultural subsidies. These subsidies are intended for the replacement of farming tools and will not be distributed directly to you. Instead, all households eligible for the subsidy can collect a set of iron farming tools free of charge from Edgar's blacksmith shop. Astonishment swept through the crowd. Almost everyone was in disbelief. What had they just heard? The Lord was providing funds to replace their farming tools. The land belonged to the Lord, and the residents were fundamentally his subjects. With so many residents, why would a lord concern himself with their welfare? As long as taxes were collected on time, the Lord would remain indifferent. Yet Don, defying expectations, was not only refraining from pillaging, but was generously distributing wealth. 1,232 households, each receiving a gold coin. Over 1,000 gold coins in total. He was tossing money around as if it were inconsequential. The crowd was stunned, and soon, a cacophony of cheers erupted. Long live the Lord. Long live Lord Don. Everyone seemed to be in a frenzy. Although the subsidy was targeted at farmers, the farmers were interconnected with every individual in Ellington. Besides, with new tools, their efficiency would increase, leading to better yields, ultimately benefiting everyone. Fiona watched Don with a complex expression. While she may not grasp the intricacies of financial management, she recognized his adeptness in uniting the residents of his domain, especially given that his recent measures were all beneficial to the common people of Ellington, something previously unimaginable. In other regions, newly appointed lords typically sought to erase their predecessors' legacy, reinforcing their rule and solidifying military power to suppress dissenters. Yet Don was doing the exact opposite. Fiona had to concede that Don's methods were remarkably effective. Just today, the announcement of purchasing Mint had brought smiles to the faces of Ellington's residents. As long as one was willing to work, income was guaranteed. What could be more reassuring? After over an hour of bustling activity, Fiona and her team finally completed the Mint purchases, but this was merely the beginning. There was still an abundance of mint along the Emerald River, and it would likely take a month to gather it all. How much did we purchase in total? Over 2 tons of mint. Fiona replied as she flipped through her notes to find the unit. Don raised an eyebrow. So, on average, each person gathered a kilogram? No, we had just over 400 people today, meaning each person collected just over 2 kilograms. With today's news, we may see an explosive increase tomorrow. Fiona knitted her brows. The mint has been transferred to the warehouse. But it won't last long. When will you be able to turn all of this into mint candies? Who said we would turn it all into mint candies? Don raised an eyebrow. First, we will extract the mint oil. Tomorrow, you will start hiring temporary workers. I will provide unified training, and we will begin work in the warehouse the day after tomorrow. How does 10 silver coins a day sound? 10 silver coins a day. Fiona's voice escalated in surprise. Even in Yawlinks, ordinary workers don't earn that much. 5 silver coins is sufficient. 5 silver coins. Don chuckled. If this were before, they might have been thrilled, but after today, Fiona realized the truth in his words. 5 silver coins represented the income from 5 kilograms of mint, and since gathering mint required no special skills, they would certainly work hard to maximize their earnings tomorrow. 10 silver coins are indeed not a large sum. Yet this task can be deemed a skilled endeavor. Don pondered for a moment. Limit the recruitment of workers to adults or young adults, preferably those who are living in straitened circumstances and possess no other means of livelihood. Very well. How many do you require? Let's provisionally say 10, though the exact number will depend on how much mint we can gather by tomorrow. By the way, take a moment to draft a public notice promoting mint cultivation. Inform them that the purchase of mint is a long-term endeavor. Those willing to cultivate it may report to the Lord's Manor, where we can allocate some land for mint cultivation, with taxes kept at a reasonable low. Understood. Moreover, has the reward amount for the guards been tallied yet? Don recalled having assured the guards that they would receive gold coins upon the completion of the bandit extermination. Yet he had been preoccupied since returning, tossing the matter to Fiona without further attention. The calculations are complete. I was just about to inform you, Fiona sighed. You certainly spend money rather liberally. A mere casual mention has resulted in several thousand gold coins being expended. We shall distribute the rewards after the recruitment concludes tomorrow. I believe it is worth it. At least they are all motivated now, aren't they? Don smiled. Furthermore, they will be needed for the defense of Ellington in the future. One cannot expect a horse to run without feeding it hay. You alone are sufficient, Fiona muttered, pondering that if Don showcased all of his capabilities, who would dare to threaten Ellington? For the time being, that will suffice. That I will work late tonight to set up the distiller so that we can move it to the warehouse tomorrow, and once we have the right personnel, we will commence training. All right. After a trip to Edgar's place to procure some iron ingots, Don immediately busied himself. There was no time to spare. After training them on how to use the distiller and finalizing the process, the metal farming tools would be ready the following day. Once the farmers received the metal tools, Edgar and Brian would be instructed to begin manufacturing water wheels. Water wheels were of paramount importance for Ellington at this juncture, if the fields could not be irrigated in a timely manner. The harvest during the bountiful month would likely be dismal, and with winter approaching, many could starve. This was no exaggeration. The next day, as soon as the news about the recruitment was disseminated, a throng of individuals arrived to apply. Setting aside the attractive wages offered by Don, merely working for the Lord was enough to incite fierce competition among them. Fiona barked, "No pushing. Form a line. Anyone who pushes will be disqualified." At her command, the crowd promptly organized themselves, each individual eager not to miss the opportunity for employment. The Lord has decreed that due to space constraints, we are only hiring 10 individuals for now. Additionally, due to the nature of this work, applicants must be aged between 15 and 30. Those who do not meet these criteria may leave. Once the candy factory is established, we will conduct another round of recruitment, at which point everyone will have a fair opportunity for employment. Upon hearing this requirement, some individuals who exceeded the age limit had no choice but to depart, while those who remained had hardly a moment to feel elated before Fiona added, "Furthermore, the Lord has instructed that in order to assist families facing hardship, priority for this job opportunity will be given to those with significant burdens and impoverished circumstances. Once we expand recruitment in the future, we will do so fairly. Your understanding is appreciated." Don initially thought that this second stipulation would incite disputes among the applicants. Yet to his surprise, they all showed understanding, even voluntarily stepping aside for those they knew to be in greater need. This left Don quite taken aback. After 2 rounds of filtering, only a handful remained, 13 individuals, all of whom were female. Given the dangers in Prandal, the mortality rate for men who frequently ventured outside was high, making a predominance of women a normal occurrence. Typically, any man would have found a means of survival. Leaving only these vulnerable women, ranging from 15 to their 20s, their common characteristic was their gaunt appearance, frail, and wearing tattered clothing patched in multiple places. Don recognized them as the most diligent gatherers of mint from the previous day. And they were still clutching bags, presumably continuing their mint gathering due to the recruitment. After a while, Fiona approached Don with a troubled expression, saying, "My lord, these girls are living in dire conditions, and they all desperately need this job. I find it difficult to eliminate 3 of them. Perhaps you could make the decision?" Don was speechless. This girl, unwilling to play the villain herself, was thrusting the responsibility onto him. Did she not understand that employees were often the ones to bear the brunt for the employer? In a situation like this, one would certainly lose their job on Earth for such behavior. Don stepped forward, the 13 young women looking anxiously at him, fully aware that a single word from Don could determine their fates. With this job, they would be able to eat their fill, don better clothing, and survive the harsh winter ahead. Without it, they might well face doom with the arrival of winter. Upon hearing Dawn speak, the 13 felt a tightening in their chests. Dawn decisively declared, "You are all hired." The unexpected announcement left them all in a state of shock. "My lord," a timid young girl ventured, "did you not say you were only hiring 10? If it's difficult for you. Thus, I say," Dawn pointed to himself earnestly, "I am the Lord, and I have the final say to I say how many are hired, and you all are hired. Of course, if you do not perform well in today's training, do not blame me." "Yes." The 13 fervently nodded, tears of joy streaming down their faces. If the Lord had granted them this opportunity, failing to seize it would mean their certain demise. "Let us prepare for training." "That young girl, stop clutching your stomach," I heard it growl. Dawn's words made the frail girl visibly uneasy. "Yes, I apologize, my lord," Dawn sighed. "Is saying sorry all that suffices?" This frightened the young girl, who suddenly knelt before Dawn. "I realize my mistake, my lord. Please forgive me. I desperately need this job." As if forgiveness is the matter at hand. "Tina, arrange breakfast for them. My people shall not go hungry." The young girl froze, looking at Dawn, tears welling up anew. The Lord truly was a good person. Chapter 41. The workshop commences. Although it was initially stated that only 10 individuals would be hired, ultimately, 13 were brought on board, which Dawn perceived as a trivial matter. However, Fiona did not share this sentiment. "My lord, you must not do this again in the future." Fiona expressed her frustration. As a noble, one should not casually alter statements made. Should other nobles learn of this, they would mock you. If it was said to be 10 individuals, it must remain at 10. Such is the harshness of life. Who cares about such conventions? The first lesson a noble must learn is to be shameless, Dawn scoffed. And do you not find their smiles to be quite beautiful? Fiona gazed at the 13 women, who, despite their emaciated figures and the apparent effort it took to stand, wore tearful smiles that truly touched the heart. It was a smile of hope seen amidst despair. Unconsciously, she nodded. "Indeed. Thus I could not bring myself to part with 3 of them." Dawn sighed, casting a sideways glance at Fiona, his expression proclaiming, "I am simply that benevolent. Praise me." Fiona chose to ignore his demeanor, huffing and skeptically inquired, "Are you truly not keeping them all simply because they are girls?" Dawn maintained an air of calm. "Of course." Fiona scrutinized him with suspicion, then waved her hand dismissively. "Suit yourself. If there's nothing more, step aside that I need to distribute the gold coins to the guards." Dawn looked up to see Elsa arriving with the guards. The moment these fellows heard that the promised gold coins were finally to be dispensed, their faces lit up with excitement, each one eagerly anticipating their turn. However, "Danny, could you please set your bag aside for a moment?" "No. After collecting my gold coins, I still need to gather mint," Danny replied nervously, glancing around. "My mother took all the silver coins from yesterday, but today the Lord is distributing bonuses, gold coins. If she takes those too, I will truly cry." Laughter erupted around them. "Enough laughter," Elsa chided, and the guards promptly quieted down. She continued, "Form a line. Those whose names are called by Miss Fiona, step forward to collect gold coins. More expenses to incur." Fiona sighed, glancing at her notes, and called out, "Uncle Depp." "Coming." Depp exclaimed, his face alight with joy. "Uncle Depp, during the bandit suppression operation, you eliminated 3 mountain thieves. With your monthly salary and the operation bonus combined, it amounts to a total of 13 gold coins." As Fiona placed the gleaming 13 gold coins into Uncle Depp's hands, he, along with the other members of the guard, were left utterly astounded. Gazing at the coins held by Uncle Depp, they swallowed hard, their eyes wide with disbelief. By the gods, they had never encountered such a considerable sum of money. Initially, when Dawn casually mentioned it, they did not take him seriously. They merely assumed he was attempting to boost their morale. After all, it was not the first time that duplicitous nobles had resorted to such tactics in the tales of bards. However, they were taken aback to discover that Dawn had indeed fulfilled his promise. "Long live the Lord!" Uncle Depp exclaimed, trembling with excitement as he secured the coins. That he bowed solemnly, proclaiming, "I, Depp, hereby swear before the gods that I shall shed every drop of blood to defend Ellington and our Lord." "Nonsense." Dawn glared at Depp, expressing his discontent. "Has the Lady of Misfortune blessed your tongue? Do you wish for Ellington to be engulfed in flames of war?" Depp's expression stiffened, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Well, I was simply too overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, everyone wished to avoid war. They would prefer never to face the day they would need to wield a weapon. Yet, who could predict the future, as one guard after another received their coins? Their admiration for Don grew, and they willingly pledged their allegiance to him. To follow such a generous and honorable lord was a privilege indeed. Half an hour later, when everyone had received their bonuses, it was finally Elsa's turn. Elsa, for 5 mountain thieves, plus the bonus and salary, it totals 20 gold coins. Huh. Elsa was taken aback. Wasn't it 15? Fiona cast a glance at Don and replied, because you are the captain of the guard. Your salary is 5 gold coins higher than the others. Wow. Danny gazed enviously at Elsa. Being a captain is so great. What are you envious of? Someone teased Danny nearby. If you can defeat Elsa, you can also become a captain. Defeat Elsa? Danny shivered, retracting his head with a sheepish grin. I'd rather not. Elsa could easily take me out with a single hand. All right. Elsa shot them a stern look. As the captain, she needed to maintain her authority. Clearing her throat, she stated seriously, now that the salaries have been distributed, we should prepare to resume training. Wait a moment. Don interjected with a smile. Let today be a holiday. From now on, we will distribute salaries on this day each month, followed by a day off. Feel free to buy what you wish or enjoy a drink. Relax today, and we shall continue training tomorrow. Of course, in special circumstances, there will be no holidays. Hooray! Long live the Lord! The crowd cheered exuberantly. My lord, you will spoil them like this. Elsa frowned, believing that a warrior should never become complacent and should consistently engage in training. A little relaxation will benefit them. Don replied with a sly grin. Later, tell me about your training methods. I'd like to consider them. Very well. Once Elsa and the others departed, the 13 girls had finished their breakfast, with their stomachs full. Their spirits visibly lifted, yet they stood there awkwardly, making Don wish to scratch his head in confusion. They were simply worried, having eaten the Lord's breakfast without yet proving themselves in work. They feared disappointing him. You need not be anxious. What you are to do is quite simple, Don said kindly. Now follow me. Don led them to a warehouse that had already been cleared out. It was now empty, save for a dozen tables, upon which were the distillers he had prepared, with a large barrel underneath. I will demonstrate the entire process from start to finish, while explaining each step. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. With that, Don began, adding water and mint, activating the magic array, and continuing until the distillation was complete, explaining each step in detail. As we are using alchemical products, the temperature can be controlled by the magic array, and the switch is right here. Even those unfamiliar with magic can use it. It is quite simple. After completing his demonstration, he inquired, is there anyone who does not understand? Not a single hand was raised. Do not be shy. Ask if you do not understand. I won't reprimand you. Does everyone truly understand? Everyone nodded. In truth, the entire process was quite straightforward. Any individual with normal learning capabilities would grasp it. Don was merely confirming, as he had underestimated the learning ability of the people of Prandal. Excellent. If that is the case, let us proceed. Don placed the collected semi-finished products on the table. The upper layer contains mint hydrosol, while the lower layer contains mint essential oil. You will need to separate them into 2 containers, which is also quite simple. Add coarse sugar and water to this pot to dissolve, filter it several times, pour the liquid into this mixer, and then measure the mint essential oil into it. Once mixed thoroughly, pour the liquid into this mold to cool, and then collect the sugar balls into this box. Don had not only crafted the distillers, but had also integrated several magical processes into instruments to enable ordinary individuals to complete the tasks. For instance, the simple mixer utilized a wind magic array, and both the mold and the box for holding the sugar balls employed an ice magic array to control the temperature, with the aid of magic. These devices were not only efficient and convenient, but also eco-friendly, achieving higher productivity than similar machines on Earth. This aspect of Prandal was what Don found most satisfying. Since everyone has grasped it, let us try it out now. 5 of you will extract the mint, 5 will boil the sugar water beside them, and 3 will assist. Let us aim to maximize efficiency. Begin now. With a clap of his hands, Prandal's first simple assembly line team commenced their work. Initially, the girls were a bit nervous, their movements stiff, but within a short time, they became accustomed to the task, efficiently adding water and mint, their productivity skyrocketing. After observing for a while, Don adjusted the personnel configuration. The extraction speed was much quicker than anticipated, while the consumption of mint essential oil was not as rapid, and the boiling and stirring of the sugar water was relatively slow. Consequently, the shaping task became quite easy, resulting in a final configuration of 3 individuals extracting mint essential oil, 7 boiling and stirring, and 3 dedicated to making the sugar balls. A ratio of 3:7. 3 emerged as the most efficient configuration. Don stroked his chin, noting that future personnel ratios could be adjusted accordingly. During lunchtime, the girls were thrilled when Don treated them to another meal. As a result, they worked even more diligently in the afternoon. Having already mastered the techniques in the morning, their efficiency soared, and by evening, they effortlessly produced over 10,000 mint candies. Each candy was valued at 10 copper coins, meaning this rudimentary workshop had generated a daily output worth 10 gold coins. Do not underestimate this amount. Consider how much value these 13 girls had previously created each day. If they realized they had collectively manufactured goods worth at least 10 gold coins in a single day, they would be utterly astonished. Chapter 42. Reminiscing about the days of soap picking, 10 gold coins. Are you certain? During dinner, Fiona was taken aback by this revelation from Dawn. As expected, it was remarkable to think that these 13 inexperienced girls, after a brief training session from Dawn, could generate such value in a single day. What if more individuals received training? This task posed no significant difficulty if Ellington were to establish a mint cultivation industry. Expanding its scale, how much value could each person create? Would it amount to 1,000 gold coins? 10,000 gold coins? This was a topic too incredible to contemplate. Of course, I am certain, my friend, there is no need for me to deceive you. Dawn wore a modest smile, seemingly awaiting Fiona's praise. Once again, Fiona ignored Dawn, speaking with urgency. Can we not expand the scale now? The people of Ellington were in desperate need of a task to distract them, and this opportunity presented itself perfectly. Dear Fiona, Dawn pinched the bridge of his nose. You have posed a dilemma for me. What is it? Though production is no longer an issue, have you considered the market? Dawn retorted to Fiona. The peppermint candy produced does not fare well in the local market of Ellington. Such items only find their market when exported, particularly in Yalink and other towns. Only by selling the goods can they acquire value. Otherwise, they will merely accumulate in the warehouse and gradually decay. I am already devising a solution to this issue, Fiona replied earnestly. I have drafted letters this afternoon, and if all goes well, we should see results within a week. I hope those you trust will arrive. Otherwise, I shall have to consider alternative measures, Dawn sighed, concluding the conversation. That night, Dawn found little solace in sleep. For the next day marked the commencement of water wheel construction that he needed to finalize the design blueprint by morning, and he would also have to personally craft the essential bearings and balls. Given Edgar and Brian's skill levels, producing functional bearings and balls might prove exceedingly challenging. As is well known, even a slight defect in such components can exponentially increase wear and tear. If the water wheel were to fail within days, it would be nothing short of a humiliation for him. While it would be quite simple to resolve the drought issue with a rain spell, doing so repeatedly would be impractical. After all, Ellington's territory is vast, and there are numerous distant towns. He cannot simply run from one to another. Hence, promoting the use of water wheels is the most straightforward solution. The structure of the water wheel. Don pondered deeply while seated on his bed, several iron ingots hovering before him, constantly reshaping. For many on Earth, the concept of a water wheel is distant, and indeed, Don had never seen one himself. Yet he comprehended its principle, utilizing the thrust of water to rotate, subsequently filling a movable bucket with water, which, upon surpassing a critical point, would tip and release its contents, by securing a support and pipeline at the point of water discharge. The water could then be diverted elsewhere. The principle was simple. After simulating it mentally a few times, Don grasped the general structure of the water wheel and began his industrious work. The following day, I told you. 2 days and the task is effortlessly accomplished. Brian laughed heartily, beckoning Don. Come and see. Everything is ready, and the quality is quite satisfactory. I must say, the stamping machine, cutting machine, and grinding machine you created are exceptionally useful. Brian was evidently enamored with the 3 machines. Their assistance had rendered the forging work remarkably easier. Don conducted a random inspection and nodded with satisfaction. Prepare Edgar, Fiona has dispatched someone to distribute the subsidy vouchers to IT. Is likely that people will come to collect the tools soon. Subsidy vouchers? What are those? They are a substitute for physical gold coins. Holding a voucher allows one to claim a set of metal farming tools, which Edgar can then use to settle the payment with the Lord's estate and Fiona. This subsidy policy had taken Don considerable time to finalize. He initially intended to distribute gold coins directly, but Fiona vetoed that idea due to potential feelings of inequity that could incite malevolent incidents. The use of vouchers, however, mitigated that risk, as they could only be exchanged for farming tools, rendering them ineffective if stolen, thus ensuring the farmers' safety. Just as Don had anticipated, before noon, farmers began arriving with their subsidy vouchers to claim their metal tools. The first farmer was visibly incredulous, trembling as he clutched the voucher, perhaps fearing that Edgar would mistake him for a fraud. Here is your set of farming tools. Take it and find a piece of wood to fashion a handle. Edgar efficiently handed over a set of iron farming implements and collected the voucher. The farmer was immediately taken aback. Could it be real? Could he truly exchange this voucher for a set of metal tools? Long live the Lord. Thank you for your generosity. In that moment, the farmer felt profound gratitude towards Don, deeply appreciating his beneficence. The subsequent farmers exhibited similar reactions, each filled with gratitude as they received their metal tools, eager to express their thanks to the Lord for his gifts, revealing their exhilaration. From the back of the house, Brian nudged Don's thigh. Big brother, what does it feel like to be appreciated? It's fine, Don replied nonchalantly, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Humans are so hypocritical, their smiles stretching from ear to ear, Brian remarked, rubbing his hands together. Big brother, do you still have any gold ingots? I do, but what do you intend to do with them? Heh, I want to procure a few more gold ingots to forge a golden axe, Brian chuckled. Just think about it, when faced with an enemy, before the battle even begins, brandishing a glimmering golden axe would surely blind them, extinguishing their will to fight. This is the essence of winning without a battle. Save your breath. The likelihood of losing it to someone else is far greater than winning without a fight, Don replied, exasperated. If you want to show off, isn't your treasured two-handed warhammer more impressive than a golden axe? However, upon reflection, that treasured two-handed warhammer did seem somewhat lacking in appearance. Hey, big brother, you can't say that. Are you underestimating my combat prowess? Let me tell you, with your slight frame, I can easily take on 5 of you. Don appraised Brian from head to toe. Are you sure about that? Brian grinned confidently. Of course. If you don't believe me, let's arm wrestle. I'll give you a 4-fingered head start. Don glanced at Brian's large, dark hand and shook his head. Not interested. Why are you being such a buzzkill? I say you. Enough chatter. Edgar is selling farming tools. And you should not be idle. Don tossed the water wheel's structural blueprint to Brian. Take a look at this water wheel design, that if you have any questions, ask. If not, get started. I've already crafted the critical components. You just need to construct the framework. Some parts require wood, so consult a carpenter for that. Can you have it done by tonight? Brian glanced at the blueprint, then patted his chest. No problem. Consider it done. Excellent. Then I shall leave this portion to you. I will take my leave now. If possible, I hope we can assemble it by tomorrow. With that, Don clapped his hands and returned to the Lord's estate. The stamping machine, cutting machine, grinding machine, and metal tools were all sorted. The peppermint candy workshop had begun to take shape, but for further development, a redesign and construction of a factory were necessary. Most importantly, establishing trade routes required the formation of a merchant caravan. According to Fiona, assembling a caravan would take at least a week, during which time Don found himself with little to do. He was eager to produce toothpaste. However, he lacked precise knowledge of its ingredients and had no chemical factory to assist in its extraction. So he could only temporarily substitute with salt. In contrast, soap was easier to produce. By refining and filtering the soap and adding peppermint essential oil, he could create peppermint soap, making bathing much more enjoyable. With that thought, Don felt invigorated and called for Tina. Upon hearing Don's request, Tina appeared somewhat stunned but complied, gathering a substantial amount of leftover fats intended for oil extraction, along with a large bag of salt. The scent from soap making was quite strong, and Don did not wish to continue his experiments in the bedroom. Thus, he carried the fats into an empty storage room. The rudimentary form of soap is produced by the reaction of fats and wood ash heated in water, essentially. This reaction is a saponification process between fats and alkali, with the wood ash serving as the alkali. However, Dawn opted not to use wood ash, as it produced unsightly soap. Instead, he planned to employ a more sophisticated method, electrolyzing saturated salt water. This straightforward chemical reaction would yield hydrogen gas, chlorine gas, and, most importantly, a sodium hydroxide solution. With sodium hydroxide solution in hand, who would need the crude wood ash? If it were anyone else, knowing this equation would be futile, as this world lacks civilian electricity. But who is Dawn? An immensely powerful mage. Manipulating lightning is merely a matter of applause for him. After producing a large pot of saturated salt water, a cluster of electrical sparks flickered in Dawn's hand. A stable high-voltage arc diving into the pot. Soon, the salt water began bubbling vigorously, and the air filled with an unpleasant scent of chlorine gas. Dawn wished to collect the chlorine gas, as it was quite useful for bleaching. However, lacking a specialized container, he had to forego that plan for now, redirecting the hydrogen and chlorine gases into a nearby container to mix with water for future use. Chapter 43. Strive not to drop the soap in the storage room. The large pot bubbled and gurgled, a foul odor permeating the entire space. If an unsuspecting individual were to witness this, they might assume a witch was conducting some nefarious ritual. Yet, it was merely soap making. I hope it will be successful. After the sodium hydroxide solution was prepared, Tang In began to experiment with the saponification reaction. He gazed at the thickening liquid in the large pot. His heart brimmed with fervent prayers. Although he possessed a general understanding of the theoretical knowledge, this was an entirely different realm. While the fundamentals of physics may be similar, if the basic rules of chemistry diverged, it could lead to delightful chaos. It should be nearly finished now, he mused. Observing the viscous liquid in the pot, he then ceased the heating process and commenced the molding. He divided this batch of soap into two varieties. One was ordinary soap, while the other was infused with peppermint essential oil, hoping to create a fragrant soap. In truth, soap and scented soap are fundamentally the same, differing only in that the latter incorporates additional softening agents, making it more skin-friendly. However, it was apparent that Tang In could not produce those additives at this moment. Peppermint essential oil would have to suffice. As a pleasant aroma was adequate for his purposes, the subsequent steps of the molding process were quite straightforward. Utilizing convenient spells, he expedited the drying of the soap, and then employed wind blades to slice the large blocks into smaller pieces. In mere moments, over 100 pieces of soap were produced. Of course, it remained uncertain whether the soap had been successfully crafted. Testing it was imperative. Tang In sought out Tina. Tina, these are the soaps I made. Please take them to the maid responsible for laundry today and have her test the soap's cleaning efficacy. Huh, my lord, what is soap? Can it really clean? Tina clearly had no inkling of what Tang In had brought. In Prandal, the current method for cleaning involved the leaves of a plant known as kanai, akin to the soap pods on Earth. Until an alternative was available, those leaves served as the best cleaning agents. Just take it to her for a try. Never mind, I'll accompany you to see for myself. Tang In was deeply invested in ascertaining the success of the soap. If Fiona's people were indeed to arrive and establish a merchant guild, it would be impractical to limit their offerings to confectionery. Everyday items like soap also held vast market potential, appealing to both nobility and commoners alike. Tang In felt that if a merchant were to traverse into Prandal, they would likely suffer a cerebral hemorrhage from the sheer excitement of such an untapped market. Tina led Tang into the backyard, where the servants resided, and laundry was typically done. Today, it's Marlene who is in charge of the laundry. Tina introduced her friend to Tang In. This was Marlene's first close encounter with Tang In, and she appeared noticeably anxious, unsure of where to place her damp hands. No need to be nervous, Tang In reassured her with a warm smile. This is the soap I made. It should be effective at cleaning. Please give it a try. All right, okay. Although Marlene was skeptical about the soap's purpose, she dared not question Tang In, reaching out to take it. However, due to her wet hands, the soap slipped from her grip and fell to the ground. Oh, I am so sorry, Marlene exclaimed in a fluster, hastily scrambling to retrieve the fallen soap. Oh no. As she bent down to pick it up, despair filled her heart. Surely, whatever the Lord had created was something precious, and she had let it fall. He would undoubtedly be displeased. Yet, the more anxious she became, the more elusive the soap seemed, slipping through her fingers like a mischievous sprite. Let me help, Tang In said, bending down to grasp the soap, only to find that Marlene had managed to catch it simultaneously. their hands colliding. Both Marlene and Tina were momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, Marlene's cheeks flushed crimson. Her nerves palpable. Why? Why is the Lord holding my hand? Could it be that he? Marlene's mind spiraled into chaos, and if Tang were to discover her thoughts, he would likely be astonished by the depth of the girl's imaginations. It was merely a brief touch of hands, yet it had ignited such fanciful notions. Tang, however, remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. After assisting her in securing the soap, he chuckled. This thing is slippery when wet. You must handle it with care. Otherwise, continually dropping it could be quite hazardous. Marlene, still flustered, replied, Yes, I will do my best not to drop it. Tang released his hold and gestured. Now, why not try washing some clothes with it? Marlene then retrieved a soiled garment. But as she did, Tina gasped and darted in front of Tang, blocking his view. Marlene, choose another one. Huh? Marlene blinked in confusion. Upon closer inspection, she realized she was holding one of Tina's intimate garments. Tina's face turned beet red, a mix of embarrassment and anxiety flooding her as she feared Tang might glimpse it, casting furtive glances at Marlene. Quickly, Marlene swapped it for a different piece. And only then did Tina breathe a sigh of relief. What is going on? Tang queried, his brow furrowed in bewilderment. Nothing. Tina stepped aside. After soaking the garment, Marlene took the soap and began to rub it, gently massaging it with her hands, and immediately, delicate bubbles began to form. Wow, Marlene exclaimed, marveling at how swiftly the soap produced lather, far surpassing the kanai leaves. She scrubbed the stain with the soap, and within moments, the blemish vanished entirely. This. Marlene was both astonished and elated. My lord, this soap is utterly remarkable. Such a stubborn stain disappeared with just a little rubbing. Is that so? How does it compare to the kanai leaves? Far superior, Marlene exclaimed joyfully. With this soap, the time spent on laundry will be significantly reduced, and the clothes will be impeccably clean. So, if this product were available for purchase, as a housewife responsible for laundry, you would find it indispensable and would certainly buy it. Correct, absolutely, Marlene replied without hesitation. If soap were available and reasonably priced, I would undoubtedly choose it over the kanai leaves. That is splendid to hear, Tang smiled. From now on, the Lord's household shall utilize this soap for laundry. Huh, Marlene gasped. My lord, this soap is so effective. What will we do when it runs out? Perhaps we should reserve it solely for your use. Fear not, there will be as much as you need in the future. You all continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave for now. With that, Tang departed, pondering as he walked. The successful creation of soap suggested that the foundational chemistry of Prandal was likely not vastly different from that of Earth. As for more complex matters, let them be. Tang was no chemist. Even if he could memorize the periodic table, he could hardly grasp the origins of each chemical element, having only managed to memorize the first 20. For him, possessing sufficient knowledge to navigate this world comfortably was more than adequate. Let us give the peppermint soap a try. Tang had not bathed in several days and was eager to assess the efficacy of the peppermint soap he had crafted. The Lord's manor had but a single bathing room, and hot water was supplied continuously, with servants perpetually tending the fire to heat it. However, there was no water circulation system. The hot water had to be transported manually, a task assigned to the maids of the manor. This revelation left Tang reflecting on the nature of power. Truly, it is a breeding ground for decadence. After dismissing the maid who had offered to assist him with his bath, Tang shed his garments and plunged into the bathing pool, releasing a contented sigh. Although spells could facilitate bathing, there was something undeniably soothing about immersing oneself in a warm pool. How I wish there were a sauna. An idea struck Tang. The principle behind a sauna was quite simple, and he could easily construct one himself. Given the ample space of the bathing pool, transforming it into a steam room would be a trivial endeavor. Yes, I shall tinker with that when I have some free time. The thought of sweating profusely is exhilarating. Tang promptly resolved to do so. He then began to experiment with the peppermint soap. Its appeal was slightly greater than that of ordinary soap, as the inclusion of peppermint essential oil enhanced its fragrance. Tang mused that while soap was a consumer staple, peppermint soap could be positioned as a luxury item for the nobility. If he were to incorporate unique molds and craft aesthetically pleasing peppermint soaps, the nobles would surely be drawn to them. Eagerly parting with their gold coins, his skin grew moist. tang, and applied the soap. And with a gentle rub, rich lather emerged, accompanied by an invigorating scent of peppermint that enveloped him in bliss. How had I never realized how fortunate it is to have scented soap? I'm utterly exhausted. The Lord is truly cunning, shirking all responsibilities. Fiona stretched and made her way towards the bathing room. It's sweltering. I could use a refreshing bath. Upon arriving at the entrance to the bathing room, she noticed with displeasure. Where are the maids? Why is no one here? She had hoped to request some flower petals from them. Oh well, I suppose I shall make do. Fiona, in a state of resignation, removed her garments and stepped inside. Moments later, several maids approached. Oh, is this Miss Fiona's attire? Ah, isn't the Lord bathing inside? If Miss Fiona enters like this, what are you saying? Miss Fiona is the Lord's lover. Perhaps the Lord summoned her to attend to him. Oh, that makes sense. No wonder we were asked to leave earlier. I truly envy Miss Fiona. We should leave quickly. It would be dreadful if we overheard something we shouldn't. Yes, indeed. Thus, the maids stealthily departed. Chapter 44. Delight. After a day of toil, nothing feels as soothing as a warm bath. Fiona sank into the bath, the warm water enveloping her skin and easing her fatigue, regardless of the world. Women universally cherish cleanliness and bathing, as it not only alleviates mental strain, but also enhances the fairness and delicacy of their skin. Since the fall of the Golden Rose family, it had been ages since she had the luxury of resting in a bath like this. Regrettably, the bath lacked flower petals. Moreover, why are there bubbles on the water? Did Tina not instruct the maids to change the water regularly? Fiona felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, and at the same time, she noticed a faint fragrance wafting through the air. What is this scent meant? To her surprise, following the aroma, her gaze fell upon a peculiar object resting at the edge of the bath. What is this? Curiously, Fiona picked up the object, finding it slippery and difficult to grasp, yet it emitted a refreshing minty fragrance that was quite pleasant. I don't recall seeing this before. Fiona furrowed her brow. Ah, delightful. Suddenly, with a splash, someone emerged from the center of the bath, sending water spraying onto Fiona's face, rendering her momentarily speechless. As the mist cleared, a naked Don appeared before her, his muscular and clean physique seemingly radiating an enchanting allure, making it impossible for Fiona to look away. It's been ages since I felt this refreshed. The mint soap is truly remarkable. If only. Don's voice abruptly ceased as his gaze landed on Fiona at the edge of the bath. A soft gulp echoed in the air. He swallowed hard. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Don nodded, then calmly stepped out of the bath beside Fiona, opening the door to exit. He. Fiona stammered, her lips trembling, unable to comprehend why Don was there. She had been fully exposed. All of it. She would never find a suitor now. Fiona's mind went blank. She could hardly believe what had just transpired. It was such an embarrassing and overwhelming incident, yet her mind lingered on the image she had just witnessed. Not only had she been seen, but she had also seen him in full view. This must be a cruel jest by the gods. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the Lord's estate, causing Don, who had just stepped out of the bath, to shudder slightly, grabbing his clothes. He instantly returned to his chamber. This is a major predicament, Don lamented, raking his damp hair with frustration that he certainly did not believe what he had just witnessed was an illusion. It would be ridiculous for a supremely powerful mage to be deceived by mere hallucinations. He had merely feigned calmness to spare Fiona's dignity, yet in truth, he felt exceedingly awkward. How fortuitous was it that Fiona chose to enter just when he did? Don murmured. Oh gods, if you truly watch over this world, please tell me this is a malicious prank. Boom. A thunderclap resonated through the sky. Don shivered, chuckling nervously as he donned his garments, the moisture evaporating in an instant, leaving him clean and refreshed, regardless of whether this was a divine prank or not. Don understood that Fiona would likely avoid him for the next few days. Sniffing his arm, his mood lightened. The mint soap had indeed been a success, leaving a delightful fragrance that lingered after his bath, far superior to before. Thinking that Fiona might emerge soon, Don felt restless. After pondering for a moment, he decided to slip away. My lord. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Elsa, who hurriedly approached, several papers in hand, waving them excitedly. Here is the training method for the guard. As you requested, I have organized it. Oh, wonderful. Let's find a place to discuss it. Don glanced back at the Lord's estate, just in time to see Fiona emerge, sword in hand, causing his heart to race. He grasped Elsa's hand and dashed away. Huh? Huh. My lord. Caught off guard by the sudden grip, Elsa was startled and had no time to react before being pulled along. The lord's strength was immense. Both shy and astonished, Elsa thought to herself. Her own strength was widely renowned, and even seasoned warriors would hesitate to challenge her. Yet here she was, being whisked away by Dawn. Moreover, the lord's hand was large and warm. Feeling a bit bashful, Elsa stole a glance at Dawn, quickly lowering her gaze and shaking her head. This was hardly the time for fanciful thoughts. Dawn led Elsa to the treehouse, finally exhaling in relief. Surely, Fiona wouldn't pursue them here, right? Once her anger subsided, everything would be fine. Dawn felt a bit awkward. Although it was Fiona who had intruded upon the bathing area, given the circumstances, anyone would perceive it as the girl being at a disadvantage. It was entirely understandable that Fiona was so furious. Reflecting on this, Dawn felt somewhat aggrieved. It seemed that, in any world, gender inequality persisted. He too had been exposed. After all, perhaps it was time to propose a male rights protection law within Eldington to mend his wounded psyche. My lord. My lord. Dawn snapped back to reality. My lord. This, Elsa stammered, feeling a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness, her gaze constantly drifting downward. Dawn glanced down, chuckling as he released her hand. My apologies, Elsa. I was a bit hasty. Now, what were we to discuss? Elsa felt a bit strange. The training of the guard, my lord. Yes, indeed, the training of the guard. Dawn's expression turned serious as he declared, the guard is the foundation of our safety in Eldington. It must be taken seriously and never neglected. I understand. But aren't you going to look at what I wrote? Elsa pointed to the papers. Dawn cleared his throat and began to read. The handwriting was exquisite. This was his first impression. Then, wait. Elsa, you can read? Dawn was genuinely surprised. As literacy was not widespread in Prandal, many commoners lacked the opportunity to learn. Generally, only the nobility could read and write, which was one reason why mages, who needed to master extensive knowledge of written language, were regarded as a noble profession. Yes, my mother taught me. What's the matter? What was the matter? This was a significant issue. Dawn exchanged a knowing glance with Elsa before his gaze returned to the papers. Although the training methods for the guard spanned several pages, they were surprisingly simple. Most involved lifting heavy objects, such as logs and stones, with a few basic simulated combat exercises interspersed, certainly not comparable to the combat competitions on Earth, merely simplistic sparring. The papers revealed no high-intensity load training or discipline training. The only aspect that seemed somewhat sophisticated was the basic military swordsmanship training. However, given that it was labeled basic military swordsmanship training, one could easily imagine its simplicity. Primarily focusing on slashes and thrusts that in the chaos of battle, this was the most straightforward and efficient form of swordsmanship. After reviewing Elsa's summarized training methods, Dawn fell into contemplation. He recalled the military training on Earth. The first task for incoming university students was military training. Regardless of its actual utility, 1 month of training could drastically transform a new student's demeanor and spirit, creating a stark contrast between those who had undergone training and those who had not. Do you have a pen? I do. Elsa handed a pen to Dawn. The paper and pen in Prandal resembled the earlier products on Earth. The pen was a gnome invention akin to a fountain pen, while the paper was notoriously expensive and difficult to preserve due to material issues, leading many wealthy individuals to rely on parchment. Dawn preferred to refer to it as sheepskin paper. Taking the paper and pen, Dawn began to write furiously on the back that, to be honest, he wasn't entirely sure what specific military training methods entailed. But he knew that they would be more intense and focused on efficiency and discipline. Considering the specific circumstances of Prandal, Dawn felt that he could afford to be even more extravagant. The warriors here are capable of harnessing their blood vitality, making their individual combat prowess exceedingly more formidable than that of Earth. Naturally, the intensity of their training must also be significantly increased to be effective. In Dawn's view, the training methods employed by Elsa were far too simplistic. The guards felt no pressure whatsoever, resulting in a lack of motivation for improvement. Exhaustion-based training emerged as the optimal solution. Before breakfast, we shall embark on a 10-kilometer weighted run, then return for our meal. After breakfast, we will commence with strength training. 15-kilogram dumbbells, too light. We shall start at 30 kilograms for 200 repetitions, followed by 200 sit-ups, and then 2 hours of military posture, with a 5-minute rest in between. After lunch, we will take a half-hour break, then begin with a minimum of 100 push-ups. Oh, too simple, indeed. Let us switch to weighted push-ups, starting at 100 as well, followed by a refreshing swim in the Emerald River, 5 kilometers round trip. What if someone can't swim? I couldn't care less. With great pleasure, Dunn crafted a straightforward yet thorough training regimen for Ellington's guards, relishing an extraordinary sense of delight in the process. Was it possible that instructors on Earth felt similarly joyful while training their charges? My lord, is this training truly feasible? Elsa inquired, her expression filled with skepticism. After all, it merely involved basic running, standing, and swimming with weights, seemingly no different from before. Dunn waved his hand decisively. Let us proceed with this. Oh, and by the way, Dunn added, please keep track of the top 3 and bottom 3 performers in training each day, summarizing the results for me monthly. The top 3 shall receive additional rewards, while the bottom 3 will face appropriate penalties. Elsa's eyes widened in understanding. I see. However, training will commence the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, wait for me by the Emerald River with the guards. I have matters to attend to. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, Dunn found that Fiona's ire had dissipated, though her demeanor remained devoid of smiles, and she showed no inclination to draw her sword against him. Perhaps she had resigned herself to the fact that she could not best Dunn. His gaze instinctively roamed over Fiona's figure, and as her brows furrowed in irritation, he hastily exclaimed, I just remembered I have pressing matters to attend to. You all may dine without me tonight. With that, he slipped back into his chamber. Fiona stomped her foot in frustration. May you starve. Of course, she was aware of the difficulty in starving a mage of such unfathomable power, so she decided to disregard him. That evening, an incident of theft occurred within the Lord's Manor, involving the disappearance of a loaf of bread, a piece of roasted meat, and a bottle of red wine. The following day, after breakfast, Dunn sought out Brian. Ah, Edgar, how goes it? My lord, over 100 farmers have already collected their farming tools, and more are expected today. Excellent. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you. Thank you for your patronage. My lord, upon arriving at the blacksmith's workshop, Dunn found Brian leisurely indulging in drink. Upon spotting Dunn, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Brother, everything is sorted. Good. Dunn had already noticed the assembled water wheel components in the backyard. These parts would need to be assembled by the riverbank. With a wave of his hand, all the components were enveloped in a package. Let us set off. Dunn assumed the guards would be gathered by now, and indeed, upon arrival at the Emerald River, he discovered the guards had assembled. After receiving the gold coins Dunn had distributed, their demeanor visibly transformed. They stood taller, smiles brighter, and their gazes toward Dunn radiated respect and admiration. Elsa approached Dunn and bowed. My lord, everyone is present. Dunn nodded. I have summoned you all for a very important task. My lord, we are at your service, even if it means slaying dragons. Indeed, please, my lord, issue your command. As the saying goes, money emboldens men with the gold coins. Their courage and boldness surged, a double-edged sword. Dunn chuckled. Slaying dragons? With you lot? I dare say you would be scared senseless long before you reached the dragon's lair. Waving his hand dismissively, Dunn continued. Enough jesting. I have called upon you to assist in assembling a water wheel. A water wheel? Their confusion was swiftly clarified as Dunn gestured, revealing a heap of parts scattered on the ground. Elsa and Brian were aware of Dunn's spatial equipment, but the guards were astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. A miracle, a divine manifestation. What miracle? I have heard bards speak of such invaluable spatial equipment. It is said that even the most ordinary piece can trade for vast swathes of territory. No wonder he is the Lord. He possesses spatial equipment. Yet, their narrow perspective made it easier for them to accept this reality in their eyes. Their Lord's might and benevolence made the existence of such equipment unsurprising. They had no inkling of its true rarity. Elsa sighed, uninterested in explaining further, and awaited Dunn's instructions. Shortly, Brian and I will assemble this water wheel. While your task is to erect the supports on the shore, I will guide you in the assembly process. Additionally, a water diversion channel needs constructing. Divide into 2 teams, one for the supports, and the other for the channel. Elsa, please reach out to the nearby farmers and instruct them to start digging a trench from the channel to connect to the fields. Understood. Elsa promptly took her leave, and the others began erecting the supports under Dunn's guidance. The water wheel towered over 10 meters high. Such a task would have been daunting on Earth, but here in Prandal, individual strength far surpassed that of Earth. By afternoon, under Dunn's direction, the supports lay assembled, and he and Brian had also fitted the scattered barrels and rollers, forming the main turntable of the water wheel. All that remained was to attach the supports and raise it upright. Elsa, summon everyone to lift this into place. Dunn pointed at the immense water wheel turntable, while Elsa appeared diminutive beside it. My lord, I can manage this alone. Absolutely not. Dunn shook his head. What nonsense, despite Elsa's considerable strength. The riverbank's load-bearing capacity was limited. She would likely sink into the ground before lifting it, and given the low strength of available iron materials in Prandal, the area she could grasp would hardly bear the weight of the entire water wheel. It would deform under the strain. Elsa's strength would be necessary only when the water wheel was fully upright. A group of workers hoisted the water wheel turntable onto the supports, perfectly fitting the rollers within. Dunn expressed his satisfaction. Secure the supports with ropes, then we shall split into two sides to raise the water wheel. Dunn directed them to tie down the ropes, and with Elsa on one side. They began to exert their strength, gradually lifting the massive water wheel upright as cheers erupted from the onlookers. However, it appeared to be Elsa's first time handling such a task, unable to gauge her strength. The water wheel began to tilt back toward the river. Fortunately, Dunn was prepared. He swiftly pulled the ropes, halting the water wheel's descent. My word, the strength of the Lord is astounding. The guards were taken aback, witnessing Dunn's might for the first time. Indeed, it seems the Lord's strength rivals that of Elsa. Surely only someone as formidable as the Lord is worthy of Elsa. Haha. Indeed, if anyone else were to argue with Elsa, they'd likely be sent flying. But the Lord has no such fears. Danny's eyes gleamed as he clenched his fists. I will become a powerful figure like the Lord. Danny, spare us your daydreams. Focus on your work. The Lord has recognized your efforts and promoted you to the Royal Guard. That is already impressive. Dunn was oblivious to the discussions amongst the others, focusing instead on balancing their combined strength to keep the water wheel steady. Once it stood firm, he gently stamped his foot and discreetly cast a turn mud to stone spell, firmly anchoring the base of the water wheel to the riverbank. All set, Dunn waved at Elsa across the river, and she promptly dove in, swimming back. My lord, will this truly elevate water to great heights? Elsa inquired, twisting a strand of her hair. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the water wheel. Shortly, we shall find out, waved his hand, signaling those above to remove the wooden planks obstructing the river's flow. The tranquil waters beneath the water wheel began to flow once more, and then, propelled by the current, the water wheel began to turn. It's turning. It's turning. The barrel is filled with water. Up it goes. Ah, water is spilling out. Good heavens, it's nothing short of magic. The members of the guard and several nearby farmers exclaimed in astonishment. They had not employed any sorcery. Yet the water was lifted to great heights, which was simply unfathomable. On the hills by the riverbank, the irrigation channels had already been dug, and the conduits assembled as the conduits were positioned upright. The river water, elevated by the water wheel, flowed smoothly into the channels, rushing toward the parched fields. This is splendid, truly splendid. The farmers were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. With this water wheel, they no longer had to worry about water scarcity in their fields. Nor would they have to toil all day carrying water for irrigation. Their burdens would be significantly alleviated. All thanks to our Lord. If it weren't for him, who could have conceived such a miraculous solution? Indeed, it's utterly astounding, akin to magic. I still can't believe it. Our Lord must be a messenger sent by the gods to save Ellington. The farmers grew increasingly animated, and in a moment of fervor, they all knelt before. Rise, for you are my subjects, and it is my duty to ensure you are well fed, clothed, and live good lives. Waved his hand, filled with introspection. Utterly akin to magic, was the second exclamation he had heard, rivaling Brian's amazed utterance of by the beard of the forge. In a world where magic existed, did these people truly lack the notion of harnessing hydraulic and wind power? Were they solely relying on magic for salvation? However, those wizards might not deign to concern themselves with such trivial matters. Felt helpless that in truth, whether it was the press or the water wheel, the most critical aspect remained the power of magic. Without it, he could not achieve the press's propulsion, Nor could he fashion a proper water wheel bearing with existing techniques. To entirely abandon magic and rely solely on industrial power for these tasks was a daunting challenge. He was not a mechanical engineer, nor had he studied advanced chemistry. All he had were vague impressions in his mind and the convenience of magic. Nevertheless, did not dwell on it too much. He would do what he could. At the very least, he could improve the lives of the people of Ellington and make his own existence more comfortable, which was sufficient for the time being. The advent of the water wheel addressed the impending issue of the scorching drought. While iron tools resolved their efficiency problems, these were matters of livelihood. If the people could envision the hope of a full belly, his rule would be secure. The next issue to tackle would be the long-overdue enhancement of military strength. Chapter 46. How Steel is Forged. That evening, a small celebratory gathering was held at the Lord's residence. Elsa sat in a corner, sipping juice delicately, while Ilya busily searched for treats to bring back to her mother. Meanwhile, Brian and Edgar were flushed with the effects of drink, and delightfully, Fiona's temper had somewhat cooled, then announced another piece of news. "What? You intend to establish a charcoal factory?" Fiona exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Have you lost your mind? I am certainly not mad. What's wrong? You dare ask me what's wrong?" Fiona began counting on her fingers. Previously, the subsidies for the farmers cost around 1,000 gold coins. The salaries and bonuses for the guard amounted to over 2,000 gold coins, and we still need to establish a merchant guild. Not to mention a mint factory waiting to be built. Conservatively, that will require at least 10,000 gold coins. My lord, even though Hogg left behind a considerable amount of gold, it cannot withstand your spending spree. Let us not forget that we currently have no source of income. This month's tax revenue barely totals 1,000 gold coins. At this rate, we will only yield a little over 10,000 gold coins in a year. And you've already spent so much in just a few days, smiled lightly. Once the merchant guild is successfully established, we will have income. Fiona sighed. That relies on us having sufficient goods, and we must ensure those goods are appealing enough. Do you lack confidence in the mint and soap? I have confidence. But relying solely on these two products to sustain a merchant guild and a territory is insufficient. Fiona fixed her gaze on. We need more products of greater value. For instance, magical scrolls. Fiona certainly did not forget that was a powerful mage. If he could casually produce a few potent magical scrolls, like the 4th-level scroll he had used to intimidate Buck, selling just a few could yield a fortune. Let us put the magical scrolls on hold, at least for selling, shook his head. He was unsure of the rules governing mages in this world. If he rashly intervened in the market for magical scrolls, he might face resistance from other mages, which would be detrimental to his development. Fine. You are the lord, so you decide. Fiona turned her head away. Sulking Dot chuckled softly. Fiona's angry demeanor resembled that of an endearing young girl, igniting a playful urge within him. After waiting for some time without receiving any words of comfort from, Fiona shot him an irritated glance, calling him a dense fool. Now, tell me, why do you wish to establish a charcoal factory? Summer is nearly upon us, and even if charcoal is produced, it will be of no use. It is a complete waste of gold. Because I wish to forge steel. S answer was succinct. Steel? Fiona had never heard of this obscure term and was a bit perplexed. Indeed, it is a material that is harder than iron and has broader applications. It can be forged into armor and also used to produce various utensils, such as cutlery, cooking tools, or others. In short, this material is highly versatile. Offered a brief explanation. However, to his surprise, Fiona did not respond much, while Brian and Edgar, who were drinking, perked up upon hearing mention a new material. Brother, you intend to forge a new material? ? Brian's eyes sparkled with excitement. What do you need me to do? Just say the word. My lord, does this new material relate to charcoal in any way? Edgar inquired, drawing closer to the core of the matter. Of course it does. Iron ore, charcoal, and limestone are all indispensable. Chuckled. Although he had not studied steelmaking, he had heard of the primitive methods of steel production and thus understood the principles. Steel, to be precise, is an iron-carbon alloy, and the distinction from iron lies in its carbon content. In the furnace, charcoal is blown in to remove excess carbon from the iron, and then limestone is added to create slag for waste disposal. What remains is steel. Naturally, was not considering specialty steels at this time. He had never encountered rare metals like chromium, manganese, or molybdenum, let alone devise ways to extract them. For now, he only required some basic steel, did not elaborate further to Fiona. simply stating. The charcoal factory must be established, and the steelworks will be paramount for Ellington's future development. It must be prioritized, additionally. Both factories should be situated far from the town, as they will produce significant pollution. I understand. Fiona had no choice but to concede to T. Recognized he was pushing her, but steel could not be neglected. Though Prandal possessed superior magical metals, these were scarce, expensive, and strictly controlled, making widespread use difficult. Steel, on the other hand, could be produced using iron, and in the early stages, it could be utilized for crafting armor and weapons. Later, when they possessed a powerful magical metal vein, steel could continue to shine in civilian applications. This was a fact validated on Earth. Steel is regarded as the material foundation of modern society. With crucial uses across various fields in fact, a nation's strength was once measured by its steel production, so had no doubts regarding this. Well, while forging steel is undoubtedly a positive endeavor, I must inform you of something. Edgar timidly raised his hand. Speak. Edgar appeared quite embarrassed. My lord, we have no iron ore left. What? Was taken aback. How is that possible? My lord, Edgar replied, looking quite wronged. Have you not considered the extent of our recent iron ore consumption? First, we produced a large quantity of iron tools. Then we constructed such a massive water wheel. And you even took some iron ingots. Oh, by the way, my lord, I have already handed the bill for those iron ingots to Miss Fiona. This is the largest batch of iron ore I have consumed in such a short time during my years in Ellington. Edgar chuckled and said, if my lord still wishes to refine steel using iron ore, I fear it will take at least a month before I can procure a new batch of iron ore. Are you jesting with me? Don exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not to mention within Ellington. I distinctly recall there being an iron mine not far to the west of Ellington. With an iron mine nearby, how could you possibly be out of iron ore? Ah, my lord, you are aware of that mine. Edgar was momentarily taken aback. But didn't anyone inform you? Inform me of what? Fiona looked perplexed. I have no idea. What of that mine? Edgar replied with a strange expression. That iron mine has been seized by Baron Duvier from Caspamaberg to the north. Don's face contorted into one of incredulity. The Lord of Caspamaberg has extended his reach here, and that hog has shown no sign of reaction whatsoever. At that moment, Elsa interjected. When Hogg was in charge, the mine was overrun by a horde of magical beasts, and he simply abandoned it. Later, a group of mercenaries from Caspamaberg cleared the mine, and upon learning of the situation, Baron Duvier seized the opportunity to take control and begin mining by the time Hogg got wind of it. It was too late. Duvier's soldiers and slaves had already claimed the entire mine. Hogg attempted to assault it several times, but after losing dozens of men, he ultimately gave up. After hearing Elsa's explanation, Don felt a pang of frustration. He had never inquired about the mine, assuming it had been functioning normally and supplying iron ore to Ellington. Who could have anticipated that this damned Hogg, even in death, would leave him with such a mess? Don was displeased. That mine belonged to Ellington, which meant it was his property, now that Baron Duvier dared to brazenly plunder his wealth. How could he tolerate that? Although iron ore and copper ore are among the most fundamental of minerals, they are nonetheless vital, particularly since the iron mine was integral to Don's steel refining plans. This mine must be reclaimed. Elsa, cancel tomorrow's training schedule. Elsa paused for a moment before immediately grasping Don's intent. My lord, you mean, indeed, what is rightfully mine shall not be taken by anyone. Those who dare to touch my belongings will pay me back tenfold or 100-fold. Don said calmly. Moreover, even according to imperial law, that iron mine is my property. Baron Duvier has disregarded imperial law and openly seized my wealth. Fiona, what recourse do I have under imperial law? Fiona gazed at Don's profile and smiled. Of course. It is an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We shall take it back. Precisely, the rules of imperial law are quite clear on this matter. When a noble's private property is infringed upon, they are entitled to use force to defend their rights and reclaim their wealth. Don smiled, a smile that held a hint of coldness. I imagine Baron Duvier anticipated this outcome when he took action. Brian laughed heartily. Brother, it seems he is not afraid of you. Otherwise, upon hearing of your ascension, he would have tempered his ambitions. Then let him understand the true terror of Ellington's lord. Don patted Brian on the back. Dwarves should have a keen interest in mines. Right? Would you care to accompany me to explore one? A little relaxation, perhaps. Absolutely. Brian downed his mug of ale in one gulp and slammed it onto the table. My warhammer has long been itching for action. Elsa, gather the guards tomorrow. I want to see everyone present. Don swirled his glass and emptied it in one go, shattering it in his hand with a bang. He calmly declared, "We shall reclaim the iron mine." "Wow," Ilya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she clapped enthusiastically. "Lord Big Brother is so cool. Do it again. Do it again." Don, Elsa, Fiona, Brian, Edgar, and Tina exchanged glances, speechless. Chapter 47. United we stand. The Brussels iron mine lies over 40 kilometers west of Ellington. This distance is not considered far for the people of Prander. If traversed on flat land, they could reach it in just a few hours at full speed. Unfortunately, this region is a forested area. Even for the guards of Ellington, once they enter the woods, their progress becomes exceedingly slow. This is due, on one hand, to the pervasive underbrush and vines, and on the other, to the magical beasts. The rainy season had only just passed, and the path used for transporting or was already obstructed by newly sprouted vegetation, forcing Don and his companions to clear the way as they trudged forward. This path is meant for transporting, or why is it left unkempt? Don found himself at a loss for words. And you mentioned the rainy season just ended. Yet the fields are so parched. Elsa explained. After Hogg abandoned the mine, it was taken over by Baron Duvier. The residents of Ellington who once worked there were forcibly conscripted to continue laboring, leaving this path essentially in a state of neglect. As for why the fields are so dry, I cannot say. Don looked up at the distant Ambrose mountain range and sighed. He had realized the cause immediately after his complaint. The mountain range obstructed the moist air coming from the west, causing all the rain to fall upon the emerald forest, which thrived, while Ellington suffered. Fortunately, the Emerald River provided ample water. Otherwise, farming would be a significant challenge. Wait, did you just say that Baron Duvier has forcibly conscripted the residents of Ellington? Indeed. Before Baron Hogg's arrival, the mine was still active, albeit plagued by frequent battles with the magical beasts. The foreman in charge of the mining requested assistance from Hogg, but Hogg found it too troublesome and declined. Elsa said, her expression troubled. Those people conscripted by Baron Duvier are likely not faring well. Stealing my mine, abducting my people. Very well. Don was amused by the absurdity of the situation. Hogg, that incompetent fool, was too busy lining his pockets to even safeguard Ellington's assets. It was clear that eliminating him was the right choice. This time, Don had brought 50 guards, leaving another 50 behind to defend Ellington. He did not regard Baron Duvier as a threat. He merely brought these men along for their training. However, why haven't we encountered any magical beasts? Don pondered, initially hoping that they might meet magical beasts in the woods to allow the guards to practice their coordinated attacks, yet they had not encountered a single beast thus far. Elsa replied, "My lord, you may rest assured. This path has been cleared multiple times, so the magical beasts in the vicinity are relatively few, making it quite safe. I'm not concerned about the presence of magical beasts. I'm worried about the absence of them, dear." Just as Don finished his thought, he suddenly froze. "Wait, let us head this way." Don furrowed his brow and pointed towards the trees on the right. Elsa hesitated. "My lord, that is not the path to the mine. There are people in the woods." Don stepped forward, leading the way. What he had explicitly stated was that not only were there people, but also the scent of magical beasts. "All stand guard, clear the way for our lord," Elsa quietly commanded, drawing her sword and pursuing him. After advancing a short distance, Elsa heard distant low growls and faint cries for help. That sound is. Elsa stepped forward to block Don's path. "My lord, that is the growl of a great toothed beast. Allow me to handle this." Don smiled faintly. He knew precisely what kind of magical beast lay ahead. "Hold off for now. Let them give it a try." "This, my lord." Elsa felt troubled. While she was certainly unafraid of the great toothed beast, the other guards were not. They were merely trained ordinary soldiers, and facing a magical beast could pose a danger. It is merely a first-tier magical beast. What is there to fear? If you continue to shield them, they may never grow strong. Don believed that the reason none of the guards had awakened their talents was largely due to Elsa's presence. She was simply too kind-hearted. Unwilling to let them face danger, by always taking the brunt of it herself, she diminished their sense of crisis. "Very well, I shall heed your words." Elsa relented. Moments later, they arrived at a small clearing, before which loomed a steep cliff. Clinging to a branch that extended from the cliff was a man, bloodied and appearing exceedingly weak, as though he had been trapped there for quite some time. In the clearing, 3 great tooth beasts were relentlessly attempting to scale the cliff, but lacking the ability to do so, they had allowed the man to endure thus far. That man, Rogers. Uncle Depp exclaimed in disbelief. That is Rogers. Do you know him? He is the son of my friend, who was ordered by the Lord to serve in the mines. We haven't heard from him since Hogg abandoned the mines. Uncle Depp tightened his grip on his longsword, declaring, my friend was killed by Buck, and now his son is like my own. I must rescue Rogers. In that case, let us dispense with further chatter, Don said. Whether you can save him depends on how well you coordinate with each other. Elsa spoke solemnly. This is a Tier 1 great tooth beast. They likely come as a family of 3. To slay them would be challenging even for 3 bronze-tier apocalyptors. You have the confidence to defeat them? We do. The Ellington Guard is invincible. Slay them. The shouts of the guard alerted the great tooth beasts, which turned to face them. After scanning the members of the guard, their gaze settled on Don, who suddenly caused them to tremble with fear, their eyes filled with terror. The beasts instinctively sensed a profound dread emanating from this man. Don, with a calm demeanor, exerted an invisible pressure upon them. The great tooth beasts soon realized there was no escape. No matter where they fled, they would be met with death at the hands of this human. There was but one path before them, the path towards the group of humans, which seemed their only chance at safety. The beasts, agitated and restless, understood that charging forward was a certain doom, yet it was their only option. One they had no choice but to take. Fight. They had to fight, for it was the only chance of survival. Roar. The beasts let out a low growl towards the guard, their sharp teeth glinting menacingly. Attempting to intimidate the guards and departing, a mysterious smile played on Don's lips as he discreetly flicked his fingers, causing several small arcs of electricity to erupt behind the great tooth beasts. The sudden attack severed the taut nerves of the beasts, and they lunged towards the guard with a furious roar. Watch out. Let me handle it. Uncle Depp raised his iron shield in front, and with a resounding crash, he was forced back several steps by the impact. Kill. Young and impetuous, Danny seized the opportunity to dash out, slicing a deep gash into the beast's foreleg with his sword. Ah! The great tooth beast, enraged, lunged for Danny's head with its gaping maw. Get out of the way. Danny was knocked aside by a comrade, but the one who saved him bore the brunt of the beast's teeth, leaving several deep gashes on his back, blood flowing profusely. Tom. Stop talking. Tom cursed. Kill it. Leave it to me. Fueled by rage, Danny leaped high, raising his long sword to deliver a fierce blow to the beast's foreleg. Damn it. The blade got stuck. Danny cried out as the beast violently tossed him aside. Don, with a resigned expression, conjured a gust of wind to cushion Danny's fall. I'm fine. After landing, Danny looked astonished. He hadn't felt the impact of hitting the ground. Instead, feeling as if he had landed on a soft cushion, Don observed the scene with concern. Without his magical enhancements, the guard's combat effectiveness was dismally lacking. However, he was pleasantly surprised by their coordination. At least they would not abandon one another. If their combat prowess could be elevated and they all awakened their talents to become apocalyptors, these 3 great tooth beasts would scarcely be a challenge. Don watched them battle the beasts quietly. In a short while, it was evident that every member bore some wounds. They trusted one another deeply, protecting each other, with the uninjured taking on the burden of harm for the injured, attempting to distribute the damage evenly among themselves, thus avoiding any fatal injuries. In contrast, the relentless exchanges of injury had also left numerous wounds on the 3 great tooth beasts. Both sides were rapidly depleting their stamina, but it was clear that the guard was expending their energy at a faster rate. In terms of stamina, humanity was inherently at a disadvantage against the beasts. Nevertheless, seeing the current state of affairs, Don was quite satisfied. Although the guard's combat abilities disappointed him, their unity and cooperative spirit were commendable enough for him to extend his assistance. Elsa. It is time. Eliminate them. Don gestured for Elsa to take action, only for her to shake her head. No need, my lord. They are on the verge of victory. Oh? Don paused, momentarily taken aback. The current combat situation hardly suggested victory. Noticing Don's confusion, Elsa explained, My lord, you may not have encountered great tooth beasts before, but their weaknesses lie in their abdomen and waist. While Uncle Depp was defending, the others seized the opportunity to strike at their vital points. Despite their ferocity, they are merely fighting a losing battle. Don was astonished and, after observing for a moment longer, recognized that he had indeed underestimated these individuals. Just as Elsa had stated, the fierce attacks of the great toothed beasts had only suppressed the guard momentarily before they were pushed back. The guard, emboldened, fought with increasing vigor, their injuries seeming to act as a catalyst that intensified their killing intent. After some time, all three great toothed beasts lay dead. Dawn was greatly surprised, without his assistance. They had truly slain all three beasts. Chapter 48. What on earth is the blood of the goddess? After dispatching the three great toothed beasts, the members of the guard erupted into cheers, pointing at one another's wounds and laughing heartily, showing no concern whatsoever that a few of the lightly injured went to aid Rogers, while those with more severe injuries began to tend to their wounds. A routine practice for them, as each had acquired commendable first aid skills. That Dawn's impression of them changed once more. These young men living on the border of the Empire had performed a magnificent symphony of life through their courage. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that they could endure in Ellington. However, it is quite strange. Elsa furrowed her brow. Great toothed beasts typically prefer to attack isolated targets. Ordinarily, upon seeing so many of us, they should flee. What could have prompted them to attack us today? Dawn felt a jolt in his heart, but replied nonchalantly, "I will go tend to their injuries. Wait for me. I will go too." Elsa immediately forgot her earlier concerns. "Your courage has earned my admiration. You fear no danger, stand united, trust in your comrades, and protect one another. Such virtues would surely evoke pride even among the gods." Dawn approached, lavishly bestowing his praise upon them. "With you guarding Ellington, I feel at ease." The Lord's commendations brought joy to their faces. "However, your strength remains inadequate." Following the praises came criticism. Dawn shook his head and said, "If you encounter a more dangerous foe, I seriously doubt your ability to defend your homeland." Danny, indignant, raised his hand. "My lord, we will fight to the death to protect our homeland." While having the courage to defend your homeland is commendable, without the strength to back it up, it is but empty words. Dawn fixed his gaze upon them. "Thus, I believe you need to undergo training." "Training? We've been training all along. Not that childish play, but real, brutal training." Dawn revealed a sly smile. "Be grateful. Your lord has gone to great lengths to devise a special training regimen to enhance your combat capabilities. Once we return, you will welcome a new beginning." For reasons unknown, the members of the guard involuntarily shuddered at Dawn's smile, sensing that something dreadful was about to occur. Nevertheless, it was merely training. What could it entail? They optimistically thought, no matter how intense the training, it could not compare to battling beasts, could it? Dawn chuckled. These naive fellows still had no inkling of the true horrors of fatigue training. In due course, they would realize they had greatly underestimated Dawn's ruthlessness. "My lord." At that moment, a blood-soaked Uncle Depp hurried over. "Rogers is fading fast. We must get him back to Ellington for treatment." Dawn raised an eyebrow. "Return? No, we have already traveled halfway. Turning back now would waste too much time." "But Rogers." Uncle Depp's face was urgent. Rogers was the child of his friend, and if Rogers died before him, how could he ever face his friend again? Uncle Depp felt a twinge of resentment towards Dawn for his lack of empathy and coldness. Elsa hesitated, then suggested, "My lord, perhaps we could send a few people back with Rogers?" Normally, Elsa's decision would be the wisest, not delaying their task while ensuring the rescue of the injured. However, Dawn shook his head, and Uncle Depp opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent, angrily punching the ground. "What are you getting so worked up about? I never said I wouldn't save him." Dawn rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, are these natives truly as dense as wooden blocks? Here they were, on the verge of death, yet they still wished to carry him back to Ellington. Traversing dozens of miles of mountainous terrain, they would likely perish before even reaching their destination. Elsa, momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalled the scene from earlier when Dawn was at Ellington Square, and excitement surged within her. Could it be that the Lord would once again produce that precious blood of the goddess? Although Rogers was gravely injured, the blood of the goddess could save him, no matter how severe the wounds. "Uncle Depp, how rude of you. Quickly apologize to the Lord." Elsa shot a glance at Uncle Depp. If the Lord intends to save Brother Rogers, then surely he will be all right. Uncle Depp was taken aback and instinctively glanced at Dawn. Dawn, however, was unfazed. He understood that without witnessing a miracle firsthand, they would never truly believe. Regardless of how much he explained, words were of little use compared to direct action. Approaching Rogers, Don observed his condition. And in silence, a vial of life potion materialized in his hand. There it was. It truly was the blood of the goddess. Elsa was ecstatic. Uncle Depp, do not worry, with the Lord's blood of the goddess. Brother Rogers will surely be fine. The blood of the goddess. You mean, that blood of the goddess? Uncle Depp's eyes widened in shock. Even they, simple folk, were aware of the illustrious reputation of the goddess's blood. It was said to be a divine gift, bestowed out of compassion, capable of bringing the dead back to life. Could it be that the Lord possessed such a rare treasure? Uncle Depp suddenly recalled something he had heard. On the day the bandits invaded Ellington, the Lord had appeared, using the invaluable blood of the goddess to save many lives in the town. That a Lord willing to sacrifice such a precious treasure for others could not possibly be a cold-hearted individual indifferent to human life. Uncle Depp felt a wave of shame wash over him, his face alternating between shades of red and blue. He slapped himself and knelt before Don. My lord, I was wrong to judge you. Please punish me. Don, slightly irritated, retorted. Instead of wasting time with idle chatter, go fetch some water. The mere mention of the blood of the goddess made Don feel exasperated. What kind of foolish term was that? It always led to misunderstandings. Uncle Depp immediately complied, as the guards each carried a water supply, and he soon returned with a flask. Don uncapped the vial of life potion, pouring a few drops into the weakened Rogers's mouth, then diluted some into the flask and made Rogers drink. He then handed the flask to Depp. Take this, have everyone drink a mouthful of this. Cough, cough. Blood of the goddess. Understood. Once Uncle Depp had left, Don recapped the life potion and tossed it to Elsa. Distribute this to everyone. Let each person have a bit in their flask. Elsa fumbled to catch the vial, and upon hearing Don's instructions, she was momentarily stunned, stammering. My lord, such a precious item. How can we accept it? You should keep it. Don shrugged. No matter how precious it is, it must be put to use to hold any value. Besides, to me, it is of little consequence. The blood of the goddess, of little consequence. Elsa was left speechless, a flood of thoughts racing through her mind, yet she could only articulate one sentiment. What kind of person is the Lord? Everyone knew how precious the blood of the goddess was, yet he not only used it without a second thought, but also freely distributed it to her. Was the Lord truly a descendant of the great nobility from the royal capital? Even the grandest nobles would not squander the blood of the goddess in such a manner. As Elsa surveyed the scene, she noticed that after Rogers consumed the blood of the goddess, his wounds healed almost instantaneously, and his weakness vanished without a trace. The others, too, felt their injuries dissipate after drinking the diluted blood, and soon, cheers erupted from the crowd, each person filled with joy, with the Lord possessing such a treasure. What did they have to fear? He's awake. Rogers has awakened. At that moment, the jubilant cheers roused Elsa, and she hurried over. Rogers, lying on the ground, slowly regained consciousness. He had fainted after seeing the guards, and now, upon waking, he was still in a daze. Rogers. Rogers stared blankly for a while. Uncle Depp. It's me. I'm so relieved you're all right. Uncle Depp exclaimed, embracing Rogers. I was saved. Indeed, Rogers, it was the Lord who saved you. The Lord? Rogers questioned incredulously. How could the Lord care about the life of someone like him? If he truly cared, he would not have abandoned them to the tyranny of Baron Duvier. Don stepped forward. Are you Rogers? And you are. Rogers, mind your manners. Uncle Depp interjected hastily. This is the Lord of Ellington. Lord Don. Lord Don. Rogers was bewildered. Isn't the Lord Hogg? Danny scoffed. Humph. That waste hog has long since been killed by our Lord. The Lord of Ellington is now Lord Don. Hogg is dead. The new Lord is Don. Rogers was taken aback by this sudden revelation. Rogers, I heard from Uncle Depp that you were working at the Brussels iron mine. How did you end up here? Upon hearing Don mention this, Rogers sighed bitterly. My lord, I escaped because I was being hunted. Don was taken aback. What happened? The Brussels iron mine is under the control of Baron Duvier now. His men occupy every position, and we from Ellington are treated like slaves by his overseers. So, I united with others to resist, but unfortunately, we were betrayed. Rogers's face was filled with bitterness. Then I was sentenced to death. While being taken to the execution ground, I managed to escape with the help of my comrades. Now, it's already the third day. If you hadn't saved me, I would have surely been devoured by the great tooth beast. Don's brow furrowed in thought. Then he said, Depp, give him some food. and prepare to set off with him. Rogers was startled. Set off? Where to? Don replied matter-of-factly. To save people and reclaim what belongs to Ellington. P.S. After reading, please cast your 5-star vote. Dear moi, Chapter 49. If you wish for war, then let it be war. Rogers thought to himself that this newly arrived Lord Don must be mad that he intended to reclaim the mine with only 50 men. Rogers exclaimed, My lord, please reconsider. Going there now is tantamount to seeking death. Oh, why is that? Baron Duvier places great importance on this mine. He has stationed a full 150 soldiers to guard it. Rogers, concerned that he had not elaborated sufficiently, gestured as he spoke. Those soldiers have the mine surrounded tightly, and they are all fully armed, each wearing armor and wielding fine iron weapons. We stand no chance of breaching their defenses. You dare mention mere iron weapons in my presence? Rogers looked utterly perplexed. Who is speaking? It is I, the great son of the earth. Brian, look down. You insolent wretch. Are you intentionally belittling me? Brian was filled with rage. This was the second time he had encountered such a despicable human. Dwarf, Rogers exclaimed in astonishment. Brian, quite displeased, retorted, What kind of expression is that, you scoundrel? Am I a wight or an ogre? Am I truly so fearsome? And no, I'm just surprised. Of course, Rogers was astonished. It was exceedingly rare for a dwarf to still be mingling within human society. And almost all of them were notable individuals, often guests of nobility. The fact that the Lord had arrived in Ellington and already had a dwarf follower was simply unfathomable. Don halted Brian and inquired, Did you just say there are 150 fully armed soldiers at the mine? Indeed. That's why we, Don raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that our Ellington guard is inferior to those drunken louts? Rogers was flabbergasted. Of course that's not what I meant. It's just that the disparity in numbers is too great. What is there to fear? Uncle Depp laughed heartily, patting Rogers on the back. With the Lord here, we are invincible. Indeed, under the leadership of our Lord, we shall surely triumph. Danny added excitedly, with the Lord possessing the blood of the goddess, and so generously using it for them. How could they possibly lose? Rogers was taken aback, utterly unaware of the means by which Don had garnered such fervent loyalty from these individuals in his absence from Ellington. Rest assured, my possessions are untouchable, Don reassured him, patting Rogers on the shoulder. Your sole responsibility is to lead the way. Moreover, you mentioned that you organized a group to resist in the mine. Once we seize it, do you have confidence in maintaining control and ensuring they continue working? Rogers hesitated for a moment, then replied, No problem, my lord. They usually listen to me. As long as we root out the traitors, I can assure you a functioning mine. Excellent that if you can manage this task, you will henceforth be in charge of the Brussels mine. What? Rogers was astonished, rendered speechless. Uncle Depp, in a state of panic, urged, Rogers, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and thank the Lord for his recognition. Thank you, my lord. Rogers stammered, feeling as though he were caught in a surreal dream. To become the overseer of the Brussels mine, such fortuitous news had fallen into his lap from the heavens. Don nodded. Let us depart. In truth, Don's choice of Rogers stemmed from his lack of alternatives. Coupled with Rogers' previous actions in the mine, the fact that he could organize the miners to resist under such circumstances demonstrated his unwillingness to be exploited or oppressed that if properly positioned, individuals like him could save Don considerable effort. Furthermore, Don was contemplating another issue, the combat effectiveness of the guard squad. While they could still be useful, the inevitable development of Ellington would attract the attention of others, and when that time came, their utility would diminish. Thus, enhancing their combat capabilities swiftly was an urgent matter. The training methods previously assigned to Elsa could indeed improve their physical fitness and discipline, but for the Prandarians, the most critical aspect, awakening their innate talents, might prove futile. After much deliberation, Don arrived at a singular conclusion. He must take matters into his own hands. Within the realm of alchemy, there existed numerous potions and concoctions. Healing elixirs and mana-restoring potions were merely the most rudimentary. Additionally, there were various potions that could enhance status, resistances, and even alleviate negative conditions, as well as those that could temporarily boost mana recovery rates and affinity. Some even possessed the miraculous ability to permanently enhance certain attributes. Although such potions often appeared lackluster in games, the previous effects of life potions on them left Don in a state of uncertainty. Could it be that in the real world, these potions might exhibit different properties? Or perhaps, due to their prolonged exposure to the elemental sea of Prander, their bodies had undergone changes. If he were to administer potions that enhanced physical strength and mana affinity, might they be stimulated into awakening their talents? Perhaps it would be worth exploring upon his return. By the way, Elsa, haven't you awakened your talent? Dawn inquired. Elsa responded with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, my lord. This left Dawn utterly perplexed. Elsa's strength was already astonishing, her physical prowess nearly rivaling his own, yet she had not awakened her talent. What kind of rules governed the natives of Prander? It meant he could encounter a formidable powerhouse who knew nothing at all. A chill ran down Dawn's spine, prompting him to approach his endeavors in Prander with greater caution. Is there a difficulty you are facing? I'm not quite sure, Elsa replied, tilting her head in confusion. Each time I try to awaken my talent, it feels as though something is binding me, which is incredibly uncomfortable, so I've temporarily given up. Binding? Elsa seemed remarkably unfazed by this. Regardless, I'm not in any immediate danger. My parents said there's no rush. Just take it slow. Ah, I see. Speaking of your parents, my lord, we can already see the sentry at the mine. Uncle Depp rushed over, interrupting Dawn's conversation. Hold off on the attack for now. Let us ascertain their stance first. The discussion with Elsa had made Dawn more cautious. It was best to avoid making enemies when possible. Of course, if they insisted on provoking him, he would retaliate with great force. Dawn waved his hand, signaling the guard squad to halt as he and Elsa advanced. Stop! Who goes there? The sentry, having already spotted them, barked an order. Dawn replied in a deep voice, I am Dawn, the Lord of Ellington, here to take possession of the Brussels mine. The Lord of Ellington? The sentry was taken aback, then burst into laughter. What a joke! Isn't the Lord of Ellington, that worthless hog? This place has already been claimed by Baron Duvier of Kasparmy Castle. Get out of here, or we won't show mercy. Dawn sighed. Hog attempted to assassinate me and has been dealt with. Let me reiterate, the Brussels iron mine is, by imperial law, the property of Ellington. My property. You would do well to return it promptly. I also have the right to demand Baron Duvier return his ill-gotten gains. What answered Dawn was an arrow whistling through the air. My lord. Watch out. Elsa deflected the arrow with a swift motion, glaring at the sentry. There's no point in talking to them, my lord. Once we engage, we'll have the final say. Exactly, brother. Brian hefted his hammer. Why waste words when we can settle it with our fists? Dawn was taken aback, realizing he was surrounded by aggressive individuals. Get out of here, or we'll show no mercy, the sentry threatened. This is Baron Duvier's territory. Don't say, I didn't warn you. Trespassing on private land allows us to deal with you however we see fit. Dawn sighed. If you seek a fight, then let us engage. Ha! The sentry on the watchtower cackled. What did he say? He wants to fight. Does he think that ragtag bunch can take us on? They're simply asking for death. Quickly, notify the overseer and foreman to come witness this spectacle. Huh. With this tiny group, they want to even make it through the gate before they're all dead. Why bother notifying anyone? The archers readied their bows. Kill them all. Uncle Depp was infuriated. My lord. Give the order. Dawn rolled his eyes. Didn't I just give the order? If negotiations fail, then we must act. What are you all waiting for? Attack. Only then did Elsa snap to attention, shouting, all members of the guard squad. Charge. As before, after Elsa shouted, she seized a tree trunk over a meter in diameter and charged forward. For the Lord. Kill them all. Reclaim the mine. The guard squad rushed forward, following Elsa closely. The branches and foliage of the tree shielded them from the rain of arrows, ensuring their safety as they surged toward the gates. The archers atop the watchtower were nearly rendered speechless, their eyes bulging in terror as they stumbled back in shock, unable to articulate their fear. What is happening? A monster, what? There's a monster. The archer shouted. Everyone at the gate, get out of the way. The soldiers below were momentarily stunned, but suddenly, with a tremendous crash, the gates shattered into splinters, standing at the entrance. A few soldiers were hurled away by the force of the impact. The Ellington Guard squad surged in like a tide. Danny, filled with fervor, bellowed, kill them all. Reclaim the mine. Roar, kill them all. Dawn, trailing behind, was utterly speechless. How had he not realized before that these individuals were all warriors at heart? Or perhaps, due to the life potions, their fears had been alleviated, igniting a passion for battle. Were they all thrill-seekers? Rogers beside him looked utterly bewildered. Is this truly the militia of Ellington I once knew? When did they become so formidable? My heavens, is that really little Danny, engaging in direct combat with fully armed soldiers? And Uncle Depp, goodness, has Uncle Depp gone mad? How dare he withstand the attacks of 3 men single-handedly? It was that Rogers couldn't comprehend. Rather, the world had changed too rapidly. In just a few short years. How had they all become so valiant? Dawn patted Rogers on the shoulder. Stay calm. Today, the Iron Mine will once again belong to Ellington. Rogers nodded foolishly, uttering, "Oh." Dawn was equally helpless. The onset of today's battle signified the irrevocable enmity he now shared with the elusive Baron Dewey. Yet, what could be done? After all, it was he who had brazenly seized what rightfully belonged to him. The Iron Mine, a resource of paramount strategic importance, could not be relinquished without consequence. Such a notion was intolerable to Dawn. Currently, Prandal remained relatively peaceful, but in truth, minor skirmishes had never ceased across various locales. It was all too commonplace for 2 lords to engage in jovial discourse at the Imperial Nobility Assembly, only to return home and attempt to beat each other's brains out. This was merely the norm, a situation permitted by the Empire, where soldiers were viewed as expendable, their lives regarded with indifference. King Victor Ilris of the Ilris Empire, often referred to as a daughter-obsessed figure by players, was, in reality, an individual of considerable ambition. The empire had gradually declined under the reigns of his predecessors, leaving him with a nearly fractured realm, where lords paid lip service while the central authority languished in unprecedented weakness. He desperately sought an opportunity to restore the empire and revive its fortunes. The current state of the empire was irreparable. It could only be rebuilt from the ashes. Thus, he turned a blind eye to the conflicts among the lords. Fight on. Expend your strength to the fullest, when both sides are sufficiently weakened. I shall dispatch my troops, seizing the territories under the guise of maintaining order, thereby re-establishing central authority. Hence, amidst the chaos, Victor found himself the most content, leisurely observing the unfolding drama. It was precisely due to his lack of restraint over the lords that Baron Dewey dared to forcibly seize the Brussels Iron Mine. Fully aware of Ellington's predicament, in comparison, although the situation in Kasparmi Fort was similarly dire, it was undoubtedly more favorable, thus giving Dewey the audacity to bully Baron Hawk. However, he likely did not anticipate that the newly appointed Don would prove to be such an unyielding adversary. Launching an immediate assault without hesitation, the cacophony of battle echoed across the mine, and the Ellington guards, invigorated as if by some mystical elixir, disregarded their injuries, opting for a strategy that exchanged wounds for wounds, applying immense pressure on their foes, not to mention the whirlwind that was Brian. Yes, indeed, Brian. The very embodiment of a tempest on the battlefield, he bounded about like a madman, wielding a legendary 2-handed warhammer, each swing claiming another life. His favorite tactic involved spinning wildly, reminiscent of his earlier antics, his long, wild hair cascading around him, truly a sight to behold. And Elsa? She was akin to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Though she appeared to be a lively and charming young lady, beloved by all, her demeanor transformed on the battlefield. Namo Amit Ba, O fallen soldiers, may your souls find peace in the afterlife. What are you running for? Elsa exclaimed anxiously. After dispatching a few soldiers at the outset, the remaining foes fled at the mere sight of her. She pursued them relentlessly, but to no avail. How could they not flee? The soldiers ahead were in tears, wielding massive branches as weapons, displaying an air of ease and enjoyment, their mere presence instilling dread. Who in their right mind would dare to confront her? I am no harbinger of doom. Die, Uncle Depp bellowed, deflecting a soldier's strike with his shield while simultaneously severing another soldier's head with a swift stroke of his sword. Yet, he bore a deep gash upon his own body, transforming him into a veritable figure of blood. Uncle Depp. Rogers cried out in alarm, attempting to rush to his aid, but was restrained by Dawn. Fear not, he shall be fine. But, patience, watch closely. Ha, ha ha. Exhilarating. Uncle Depp roared with laughter. This is the fate that befalls Ellington's enemies. Do not get too cocky. A nearby soldier retorted sharply. Though you have slain him, you have bled profusely, with such grievous wounds. Your time is limited. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Uncle Depp cackled, retrieving a water skin with his left hand, filled with a concoction of life elixir. He gulped down a sizable draught. then stowed the water skin away. In that brief moment, his wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate, his vigor fully restored. The soldiers surrounding Uncle Depp wore expressions of utter disbelief. He is healed. What kind of jest is this? Question mark. By the gods, I must be hallucinating. Priest. Do they have a priest with them? Impossible. I haven't seen a priest about, nor any divine radiance. Heavens, how are we to fight against this? At that moment, not only did the soldiers near Uncle Depp take notice, the others engaged in battle also realized that despite having nearly vanquished the Ellington soldiers, those adversaries drank from their water skins and, in the blink of an eye, healed completely. What a farce! How could this battle possibly continue? After surveying the scene, the remaining soldiers were struck with dread. They had lost over 40 brethren in mere moments. While the enemy had sustained no casualties, surely, this must be an illusion. It had to be. These were but the hapless soldiers of Ellington, many of whom lacked even complete armor. Meanwhile, their own side was composed of fully equipped, well-trained soldiers. How could they have suffered such a lopsided defeat of 0 to over 40? What was the point of fighting? Enough is enough. The morale of the mine's soldiers plummeted to an all-time low, extinguishing their fighting spirit. Is there anyone left? Uncle Depp roared toward the heavens. I could take on 10 of this rabble. Only 10. Brian interjected, leaning on his warhammer and scratching his ear. I could handle all of them myself. You boast. Danny exclaimed, wide-eyed. You tire yourself to death. Who says I'm boasting? Brian sprang up, pointing at several soldiers ahead. Come, you lot. Let us have another go. The soldiers exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before the clattering of weapons echoed as they all surrendered. We yield. Yield? No. How can you surrender? Have you no sense of soldierly honor? Brian fumed, grabbing one soldier by the neck. You shall not yield. Pick up your weapons. Damn it. Do you not realize that the great Brian scorns attacking unarmed foes? Question mark. The soldier, red-faced and gasping, protested. No, we truly surrender. Damn it. You shall not surrender. I have not yet had my fill. I want to take on 50 more. No, 100. We really surrender. The soldier nearly cried, exasperated. Fight? You must be joking. A bunch of indestructible fools. Why would I wish to continue this battle? I might as well be dead. TCH, cowards. Brian huffed, releasing the soldier with a scowl. Big guy, you see, it is not that I cannot fight. It is that they dare not engage. Indeed, you are correct. Such rabble, surely Lord Brian can handle them all on his own. Uncle Depp dared not challenge Brian. Well aware that the dwarf was a favored guest of the Lord, he maintained a courteous smile while gently pressing Danny's head down, urging him to apologize to Brian. The soldiers nearby were filled with humiliation. Over 150 elite soldiers had been bested by a mere 50 Ellington rabble, and they ended up as prisoners of war. How could they show their faces again? Now, they could only hope that the Lord would adhere to imperial law and refrain from mistreating the captives. Is this all done? Don inquired with surprise, having expected a drawn-out confrontation given the enemy's numbers. Indeed. Who knew these soldiers were such cowards, fleeing at the first sign of trouble? Brian felt unsatisfied. How about it, brother? Should we not refuse their surrender? Surely, that would compel them to continue fighting. Upon hearing Brian's suggestion, the kneeling soldiers nearly shattered from fear. Oh heavens, earth, and gods, please save us. This relentless bunch has won, and now they desire to torment us further. Do not speak foolishly. Rest assured, no harm shall come to those who surrender. The soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. What is happening? What is all this commotion? Are we not busy here? Has Rogers captured them? A coarse voice boomed from the cave entrance as several individuals appeared before the gathered crowd. My lord, Rogers leaned toward Don. It is Rex, the overseer of the mine, Supervisor Durham, and their bodyguards. Rex, being one of Baron Duvey's trusted confidants, was entrusted with the management of the Brussels mines. Under his stewardship, the mines incessantly supplied iron ore to Caspamaberg, thereby amassing a considerable fortune for Baron Duvey. Due to the absence of mines within the Caspamaberg territory, Duvey's private soldiers had previously been unable to afford even basic armor. However, since seizing control of the Brussels iron mines, not only has Baron Duvey's wealth flourished, but his soldiers have also donned brand new iron armor, significantly enhancing their combat prowess and hinting at a burgeoning rise among the neighboring territories. Consequently, he has become a favored figure in Baron Duvy's eyes. One look at his corpulent form reveals he has been living quite well. What is going on? Why are all of you gathered here? Are you not working? Rex bellowed. Do you believe I won to dock your wages? Nonsense. You've been skimming our wages for ages. The soldiers kneeling on the ground. Initially somewhat reluctant, upon hearing Rex's words, resolutely sank deeper into their kneeling position and outright abandoned their tasks. Dawn couldn't help but chuckle silently. This was the very definition of a pig teammate. Who are you lot? Do you not realize this is private territory? Quickly, Rogers. Rex suddenly spotted Rogers beside Dawn and burst into laughter. I was wondering where you had gone. Turns out you were off fetching reinforcements. But do you really think these people can turn the tide? Even Rogers was rendered speechless. Was this fellow blind? Could he not see that all these soldiers had surrendered? Hey, big brother, Brian patted Dawn's leg. Is this guy blind? He must be blind, right? What are you still dawdling about? Why are you all on the ground? Hurry up and capture them for me. Rex's laughter instantly morphed into a roared "At" that moment. The overseer, Durham, leaned in and whispered, My lord, it seems these soldiers have all surrendered. Surrendered? Rex thundered. Over 150 soldiers, and they dare to surrender to a mere 50-odd individuals. Are you insulting my intelligence? No, my lord. They truly have surrendered. Durham wiped the cold sweat from his brow, having finally grasped the situation around him, but a fierce battle had undoubtedly transpired here, evident from the blood and corpses strewn about. It was clear that the soldiers from the mine were no match for them. Although uncertain of the specifics, it was evident that their situation was perilous. However, Durham quickly regained his composure. While these soldiers may have been inept, they still had formidable experts among them. Dawn stepped forward. Are you the one currently in charge of the Brussels mines, Rex? Rex fumed. How dare you address me so audaciously? Elsa immediately interjected. Silence. Standing before you is Lord Don of Ellington. Retract your insolent arrogance and kneel to apologize to our lord. The Lord of Ellington, Don. Rex sneered. I only know that the Lord of Ellington is Hogg, and even that fool wouldn't dare act so brazenly before me. Baron Duvy would ensure that imbecile learns what true noble strength entails. Don replied coolly. Hogg has been slain by my hand. Rex paused in disbelief. That is impossible. He is the Empire's appointed Lord of Ellington. Elsa proudly declared. Hogg colluded with bandits, attempting to assassinate the newly appointed Lord of Ellington, and has been executed on the spot. Now, Ellington belongs to Lord Don. Both Rex and Durham were taken aback, and after a moment, Rex burst into laughter. So what of it? Don calmly stated, the Brussels iron mines are the rightful property of Ellington that I demand that you immediately return the mines and release all enslaved residents of Ellington, while also requiring Baron Duvy to compensate for his ill-gotten gains. Ha! Are you still half asleep? Rex cackled. Do you think defeating these soldiers means you can reclaim the mines? Boy, you are still too naive. Don raised an eyebrow. So, you intend to refuse to vacate? Rex sneered. Boy, it is not too late to kneel and beg for mercy now. Otherwise, I will make you regret ever coming here. Eddie. Finally, you need me? A voice emerged from behind Rex, causing Don to startle. Realizing there was indeed another person, albeit obscured by Rex's imposing bulk, Eddie stepped forward, drawing his longsword, his face a mask of disdain. Who dares to boast? Come forth and meet your demise. Rogers, visibly anxious, remarked, My lord. That man is Eddie, Rex's bodyguard. Anyone who opposes Rex in the mines has been slain by him. His strength is formidable. I witnessed him cleave a massive boulder in two with a single strike. Rogers. Eddie turned to face him, revealing a sinister grin. Last time I spared your life, allowing you to escape was a humiliation. Now that you've returned, are you prepared to meet your maker? Eddie. Rogers clenched his fists. Do not be so arrogant. Our lord is here, and you have no right to speak. Humph, just a worthless wretch. Eddie scoffed. In my eyes, there is only one lord, and that is Baron Duvy. As for the others, mere fish in the sea. Indeed, Eddie stood forward, Rex appearing more composed, sneering. Eddie is one of the Baron's most capable subordinates, a bronze tier 4 master at only 30 years of age. What do you lot think? Those who haven tea even awaken their talents. No matter how many come, they are no match for Eddie. The only opponents for a harbinger are other harbingers. You? Merely sacrificial offerings for me to stretch my limbs. Eddie sneered, advancing another step. So? Who wishes to be the first to die? Elsa, filled with righteous indignation, declared, My lord, this man is too arrogant. Allow me to teach him a lesson. No, no, no. Let me handle it. Brian eagerly jumped up. I was just getting warmed up. What if you slap him dead? Very well, Dawn sighed, addressing the overly combative individuals. Brian, you may go. Life and death are of no concern. Understood. Brian's excitement surged as he shouted, You lot, come forth and meet your end. Eddie chuckled coldly. I have never encountered someone so eager to seek death, even if you are a dwarf. I shall show no mercy. The children of the earth never stoop to show mercy to their foes. Brian spat, raising his warhammer and pointing it at Eddie. Boy, you must endure for a little while longer. Do not perish in just a few blows. Know that I, Brian, never slay nameless wretches. To die beneath my hammer is your honor. Never slay nameless wretches. What a farce. The kneeling soldiers nearby privately scoffed. This dwarf had certainly taken many lives. Why do you prattle so much? Come forth and meet your demise. Eddie, now irritated, found Brian's incessant chatter unbearable. How dare you call my words excessive? You ungrateful human brat. I was merely being particularly merciful, seeing as you are about to die. Yet you do not thank me. How dare you? I'm hitting. Just as Brian was talking, he suddenly swung his hammer down. Eddie swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping Brian's strike, his anger flaring. You schemed. Are you still a dwarf? Today, Brian had opened Eddie's eyes. Was it not said that dwarves dislike idle chatter? Was it not said that they were straightforward and honest? This fellow was not only a chatterbox, but also resorted to trickery. Is there such a devious dwarf? TCH, you actually dodged. Brian spat, ceasing his prattle as he charged forward. Die. Furious, Eddie swung his sword towards Brian's neck. However, Brian merely retracted his head, rolling beneath Eddie's legs, then retaliated with a punch to the back of Eddie's knee. Eddie stumbled, nearly falling, his rage intensifying. How dare this fellow escape beneath him? Do you not feel any shame? Shame. Brian picked his nose, disdain etched on his face. For the defeated, shame is inescapable. For the victors, shame holds no significance. Why should I concern myself with such things? Enough with the chatter. Receive my hammer. Dream on. A faint aura enveloped Eddie, and though Brian felt certain his strike would land at the last moment, Eddie evaded with a ghostly grace, tearing a gash into Brian's shoulder. Brian seethed. Cunning human. If you have the guts, face me head on. You dare call me cunning? Everyone knows dwarves possess immense strength. Why should I confront you with my weakness against your advantage? Eddie sneered. With your speed, you shall never land a blow on me. As Eddie remarked, Brian possesses formidable strength, wielding a legendary war hammer that others could scarcely fathom. Should he strike Eddie, a single blow might suffice to conclude the battle. Yet, Brian harbors one singular vulnerability. His speed, at this moment. Eddie's agility surged to an extraordinary level, leaving Brian to futilely chase after his elusive shadow that in the realm of martial prowess. None are invincible. Only swiftness proves unassailable, once your stamina wanes. A mere flick of my blade shall claim your life. Eddie's calculations appeared astute. However, he remained oblivious to the folly of attempting to outlast Brian in a battle of endurance, a misstep that would ultimately lead to his downfall. The prized warhammer in Brian's grasp bears a unique enchantment known as the King of Mountains. Wielding this weapon grants him the protection of the earth's might, ensuring that his vitality never wanes while he stands upon the ground. P.S. At the request of a reader, the update has been brought forward today. Please cast your vote after reading. Dear friends, Chapter 52. I forgot to control my strength. Eddie's form had nearly transformed into a whirlwind, with Brian only able to glimpse his shadow. Despite his utmost efforts to pursue, he could scarcely even touch Eddie's figure. Conversely, Eddie effortlessly left a trail of fine wounds upon Brian, provoking him to leap in frustration. Dawn, however, harbored no concerns for Brian's life. The immortal warhammer, King of Mountains, not only allowed him to disregard stamina depletion, but also mitigated the damage he sustained, coupled with the innate advantages of the dwarven race. Eddie would find it no simple task to slay Brian. Curse it! That fellow's speed is too swift. Elsa imagined herself as Brian and realized that even she would be powerless against Eddie. Her strength was indeed considerable, yet without matching speed, she would merely become a punching bag. With your diminutive stature, do you truly believe you can defeat Eddie? Such delusions. Rex guffawed, Eddie's talent is akin to the speed of the gale. Though his stamina may deplete rapidly, his velocity is unparalleled. As Eddie toyed with Brian, he stumbled and cast a furious glare at Rex. A foolish ally indeed. This was the very definition of a foolish ally. What imbecile would divulge the weaknesses of their own talents to the enemy? My lord, what shall we do? Elsa, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, if we cannot eliminate this fellow, Brian shall be in grave danger. What is there to rush about? Don replied with an air of calmness. Our primary objective was never him, to begin with, huh? Elsa was taken aback, following Don's gaze to see Rex and Durham grinning with delight. Do you mean? Don shrugged, glanced around, and patted a nearby archer on the shoulder. Hand me the bow. Huh? The soldier was momentarily stunned, instinctively handing over the bow. Don tested its feel, drawing it to full tension, the bow creaking ominously. Nearly on the verge of snapping. This bow is a bit soft. The nearby soldiers were left speechless. This strong bow was beyond their capability to fully draw. Yet this man had done so with such ease. It has been a while since I last shot an arrow. Let me test my skills. Don's interest peaked as he knocked an arrow, aimed at Rex's head, and then, whoosh. The arrow whizzed through the air, piercing Rex's thigh with a resounding thud. Yow! Rex, caught in the throes of excitement, collapsed to the ground, his plump face turning a shade of green, prompting Durham to exclaim in shock, who did that? Whoosh! Another arrow flew past, narrowly grazing Durham's head before burrowing into a nearby mine, causing him to scurry behind Rex in fright, having failed to eliminate them with the first 2 arrows. Don wore a look of regret. My lord, allow me to give it a try. Elsa volunteered eagerly, taking the bow and drawing it back to full tension. The soldiers kneeling on the ground were in tears. Had they known only such formidable individuals were arriving, they would have never dared to resist. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the stone beside Rex, sending debris flying into his face, prompting him to wail, Eddie, Eddie, I'm about to be shot to death by arrows. Upon hearing this, Eddie was taken aback, roaring in fury. You shameless scoundrels! This is against the rules. The battle is not yet over. How can you harm him? Fool! In response to Eddie's inquiry, Don had but a single retort. A bodyguard ought to protect their employer. Abandoning them to brawl with my subordinates is hardly the mark of a proper bodyguard. Rex and Durham were practically living targets at this moment. Why not seize the opportunity to strike? Elsa released 2 more arrows, yet neither struck Rex, merely scaring him into wetting his pants. Let me have a go. I was a hunter before joining the guard. Uncle Depp exclaimed, eagerly taking the bow. Aiming at Rex before releasing an arrow, the projectile grazed Rex and took off one of his ears. Just missed a bit. What a pity. Uncle Depp sighed, knocking another arrow, but this time it veered to the other side, embedding itself in Rex's shoulder. Damn, why can't I hit his head? Uncle Depp grew anxious, launching several arrows in quick succession. This time, it was even more outrageous. Several arrows zipped past Rex, but none struck him. Yet this only served to terrify Rex further, who was paralyzed with fear. Death itself is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is the anticipation of death, especially without knowing when it shall arrive. The guards, witnessing Don and the others shooting at Rex and Durham, became intrigued and each seized a bow from the ground to join in. Yet none managed to hit Rex.I in the midst of the hail of arrows. Rex was utterly terrified, watching as arrows flew towards him, initially believing it to be his end, only for the arrows to land harmlessly beside him. Once was manageable, but several times in succession was unbearable. Rex felt as though his heart might cease to beat from sheer fright. Rex completely broke down. Just kill me. I beg you. Make it swift. End my life with a single blow. What a pity. It was so close. Danny lamented. Not even close. Uncle Depp, ever the professional, critiqued. Your bow posture is incorrect. Your body must be slightly angled, your hands steady, and you must hold firm. Yes, just like that. Then aim at the target. Release the string decisively. The arrow flew through the air, piercing Rex's skull. I hit him. Danny cried out in exuberance. I killed him. I killed Rex. Child, Uncle Depp remarked with pity. That arrow was not your doing. Danny was left stunned. Huh? Elsa casually remarked. It was the work of our Lord. Our Lord. Danny gazed up at Don with a look of distress. Don appeared innocent as he regarded Danny. Elsa looked up at Don with admiration. My lord, your aim was impeccable, truly remarkable. Don cast a peculiar glance at Elsa, pondering, yet ultimately refraining from speaking, listening to their exchanges of who shot whom. along with Elsa's praises of his marksmanship. Don, whose thoughts were already impure, found his mind wandering. Yet he understood that these individuals were quite innocent, harboring no ulterior motives. Master, Sir, Lord Rex. Durham, cowering behind Rex, was paralyzed with fear upon witnessing an arrow pierce Rex's head. Shaking Rex's body in desperation, Rex's form swayed, pinning Durham to the ground. Damn it. Durham struggled in vain. Yet Rex's weight rendered him helpless. Don remarked with curiosity. How convenient. Rogers, go and eliminate that fellow. You shall become the overseer of the Brussels iron mine. Me? Rogers was taken aback. But upon seeing Don's expression, he realized Don was not jesting. Gritting his teeth, he grasped a sword from the ground and approached. Don't kill me. Please, spare me. Durham cried out in panic. Initially, Rogers had felt a twinge of trepidation regarding taking a life. But upon seeing Durham, his simmering rage intensified. It was he. The one who had embezzled the workers' wages. It was he. The one who relentlessly tormented Ellington's companions. It was he. The one responsible for the deaths of Baldy and Bigfoot. It was him, all him. Kill him. Avenge my friends. Kill him. Reclaim the mine for our Lord. Kill him. Save the companions here. The flames of fury blazed within Rogers as he breathed heavily, fixating his gaze upon Durham. To eliminate this maggot, begging for mercy, would ensure that this mine returned to Ellington. Don't kill me. I will give you gold, a great deal of gold, and women. That gold belongs to us. Rogers bellowed. Those women are innocent souls. Rex is dead, and now, you demon, shall perish. With a flash of the blade, Durham's pleas for mercy were abruptly silenced, his head rolling to the ground, blood gushing forth. I killed him. I killed the overseer. Indeed, Rex is dead, and now Durham is dead. Brussels iron mine, from this day forth, shall once again return to Ellington. My lord. Rogers returned to Don's side, wiping the blood from his face. I have not failed you. Don nodded, somewhat satisfied. This fellow had not let him down. If one could not even dare to slay an enemy, then such a coward had no right to remain in a position of authority, utterly incapable of commanding respect. Eddie roared, You bastards! How dare you kill Lord Rex while I was fighting? Fool, Don replied with disdain, if you didn't want him dead. You shouldn't have run off. I will kill you. I will kill all of you. Eddie, consumed by rage, knew that even if he survived this ordeal, he would still face punishment from Baron de Vier for the deaths of Rex and Durham. It was highly likely that his privileged life would soon bid him farewell. How could he not be furious? Although they were numerous, what of it? I am swift. The more Eddie contemplated, the angrier he became. First, he would eliminate that woman, then one by one, he would slaughter those around her, allowing him to sink slowly into despair. With his resolve firm, Eddie instantly broke free from Brian's proximity, transforming into a shadow that lunged toward Elsa. Elsa immediately sensed the change, and in the blink of an eye, her strength coalesced in her right fist, instinctively striking toward Eddie's direction. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom and hurricane swept through the area. Her punch sliced through the air, crashing into a building with a resounding explosion, leaving behind a deep chasm. Monster. Eddie, who narrowly evaded the blow, turned pale with fright. What kind of monster is this woman? How could an ordinary person, who had yet to awaken their talent, possess such power? Not only Eddie, but Don was also startled by the near miss. Elsa. Elsa stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. I accidentally forgot to control my strength. Damn that cuteness. Chapter 53. The philosophy of love's education. When that terrifying gust of wind brushed past his face, Don was genuinely taken aback. He instinctively conjured several layers of magical shields. So, upon seeing Elsa acting all innocent and cute, his eyelid twitched, yearning to give her a good whack. But, damn it, Eddie gritted his teeth. He had made a mistake, a monumental blunder. He never imagined he would choose the wrong opponent. This woman was a more terrifying adversary than that loquacious dwarf. Though Brian was fierce, he would surely have no trouble facing him. But this woman was different. If she landed a punch on him, good heavens, he would truly meet his demise. With this thought, Eddie could no longer hesitate or contemplate torturing Don's will. He resolved to eliminate Don directly. Talent, speed of the gale. Eddie bellowed, unleashing his powers to the fullest, his speed increasing once more. The eyes of Uncle Depp and the others. Eddie's figure had completely vanished, leaving only the violent currents of air in his wake. Can you see me? Ha ha ha. I'm going to kill you all. You are the reason I have lost my current life. You all must die. Eddie's voice echoed from all directions. Elsa clenched her fists, unable to discern Eddie's location. Without knowing where he was, she couldn't strike. Damn it. If only I could find him. If only I could locate him. Elsa gritted her silver teeth. Feeling completely at a loss for the first time, the other guards gripped their weapons tightly, not daring to let their guard down. Only the undead knew from which direction that invisible assassin would emerge. Meanwhile, the fallen soldiers on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. If Eddie could indeed eliminate Ellington's people, then their surrender would remain undisclosed. Die, Lord Ellington. Today, the feast of death shall be laid out for you. Combat skill, Blade of the Rending Wind. Eddie roared, executing his prized combat skill, a black iron level technique he had acquired at great cost, which, when combined with his talent, was akin to divine assistance. In a flurry of high-speed movements, Eddie unleashed a flurry of strikes, while simultaneously gathering his blood energy upon the blades, releasing it in one explosive surge. The howling blades of wind enveloped Dawn entirely, as if casting a vast net over him. Perfect. After executing this move, Eddie felt nothing but perfection. It was the most flawless attack he had ever unleashed. No flaws, no hope for the locked enemy. Only a dead end awaited Dawn. He was doomed. Eddie's heart raced as he fixed his gaze on Dawn, eagerly anticipating the moment he would see him shredded by the blade of the rending wind. My lord, Elsa exclaimed in alarm, wanting to assist, but found herself unable to approach Dawn. Big brother, Brian rushed over, but the raging winds nearly swept him off his feet, forcing him to halt in his tracks. Boom! The blade of the rending wind erupted. Die! Ha 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 ha, go to hell! Eddie cackled madly. However, is that all it takes to kill me? You're not dead. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Eddie could not believe that Dawn had survived. The blade of the rending wind was his trump card. And under this attack, even a black iron-level harbinger would surely perish. But if he were dead, how could he speak? Luck? Yes, it must be sheer luck. A sinister glint flashed across Eddie's face as he prepared to strike down with his longsword. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a hand pierced through the dense mass of sword energy, tearing apart the wall of wind, the fist striking directly into the void. Eddie was taken aback. That had merely been an ordinary punch. Yet it had perfectly obstructed his path, as if he had willingly collided with it. At this speed, even he could not alter his course, merely watching helplessly as he crashed forward. Bang! The fist struck Eddie's body. The immense kinetic energy exploded forth, reducing his form to mere shreds. Until the moment of death, Eddie could scarcely believe that he had been so effortlessly slain by Don. As the hurricane gradually subsided, Don shook his hand, frowning slightly. My hair is all messed up. My lord. Are you all right? Rogers gulped, still shaken by the sheer force of Eddie's assault, which had left even him, an ordinary person, breathless, let alone summon the courage to confront it. Yet, the Lord not only withstood that attack, but also effortlessly dispatched Eddie. Just how powerful was the Lord? Nonsense. Uncle Depp retorted with annoyance. How could the Lord possibly lose? Uncle Depp, you're lying, Danny muttered quietly. I saw you nearly wet yourself just now. Uncle Depp's face flushed with embarrassment as he cracked his knuckles and approached Danny. Little Danny, I think you're itching for a lesson. My lord. Elsa inched closer, her expression filled with uncertainty. Are you truly unscathed? Of course. Don replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Elsa was astonished. She knew the Lord was strong, but this unreasonable level of power was beyond comprehension. With strength comparable to her own, he could perceive Eddie's speed, withstand the black iron-level combat skill head-on, and even catch Eddie, all while possessing knowledge of alchemy. My heavens, could it be that the Lord is a multifaceted genius? Brian rushed over to scrutinize Don, his expression one of disbelief. Big brother, you actually saw him. You could even hit him. All right, Brian grumbled. I was swinging away for ages and couldn't land a hit, and you managed to finish him off with one punch. Fine. Brian, will begrudgingly acknowledge that you are nearly as strong as I am. Hey, what do you mean nearly as strong? Danny, who was being pummeled by Uncle Depp, exclaimed, the Lord is clearly far stronger than you. Not satisfied. Very well, let me, Brian, teach you a lesson about keeping your mouth shut when an adult is speaking. Brian cackled as he lunged forward, joining Uncle Depp in a lesson on the philosophy of love. Don declared, now that Eddie is dead, Rogers, prepare to inform the workers below to assemble. Rogers stammered, understood. I will go now. Rogers dashed into the mine, his heart racing with uncontainable joy. Rex was dead, Durham was dead, Eddie was dead, and all of Baron de Vier's soldiers had surrendered, which meant that the Brussels iron mine now belonged to Lord Dawn. His promises would surely come to fruition. He was truly about to become the steward of this mine. For an ordinary commoner, the sudden transformation from a mere mining laborer to a subordinate of a lord can only be described as an extraordinary stroke of fortune. How many commoners yearn for a stable position within a lord's estate? Yet he has bypassed that very tier, ascending directly to the role of an official. Lord Rogers silently vowed, "As long as I draw breath, the Brussels iron mine shall never again fall into the hands of another." Upon entering the mine, he proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, it is I, Rogers. I have returned." What? Rogers has returned? How is that possible? Was he not executed? My heavens, it truly is Rogers. How could Lord Rex allow him to enter? The miners below murmured in disbelief upon seeing Rogers. "Rogers, why are you shouting?" An overseer rushed over, bellowing in anger. "Since Lord Rex has permitted your entry, then get back to mining. If you fail to deliver the required amount of ore today, you will face the consequences." "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" A fierce glint flashed across Rogers' face as he lunged forward, striking the overseer's head off with his sword. Grasping the severed head, he shouted, "Brothers, the Lord of Ellington, Lord Dawn, has come to our rescue." What? Rogers' actions, along with his words, left everyone dumbfounded. "Rogers, have you lost your mind? You dare kill an overseer?" Another overseer, witnessing the scene, erupted in fury. "Guards, kill him." Several mine guards, grinning menacingly, charged towards Rogers. Yet, Rogers remained unperturbed, calling out, "Brothers, Rex is dead. I personally severed his head. Eddie has also been slain by our lord. The soldiers outside have surrendered. Now, the Brussels iron mine has returned under Ellington's rule. This is now the territory of Lord Dawn. These overseers, these guards, they are all minions of Baron de Vier. They are our enemies. The Lord has come to save us. If we do not rise against them now, how are we any different from worthless scum? Kill them. Reclaim the mine." Rogers roared, leading the charge against the mine guards. "What? How can this be?" The overseer shouted. "How could Lord Rex possibly be dead? Eddie is a bronze-tier swordsman. How could a bumpkin from Ellington defeat Lord Eddie?" Rogers deflected a guard's attack with his sword, sneering, "Otherwise, how do you think I got in here?" Indeed, if Rex were still alive, how could Rogers have entered? Could it be that they are truly dead? "Are we free?" "Free. For Ellington. Kill these bastards." The mine erupted into fervor. Chapter 54. Someone on the bed, blood-soaked. Rogers proudly reported his achievements to Dawn. "My lord, the Brussels iron mine has gathered a total of 580 miners." "I am aware. But what of these corpses?" "The overseers and guards of Baron Duvier have all been slain." Rogers declared with fierce determination. They were the lowest of parasites, aiding Rex in the exploitation of their fellow workers. Their deaths are of no consequence. And what about this person?" Dawn pointed to the half-dead miner beside Rogers, sensing from his demeanor that he was no friend. "This man," Rogers said with fury, "I considered him a brother, yet he betrayed me. Spare me." "Rogers, I know I was wrong. I should not have reported to Lord Durham. Please spare my life." The man pleaded desperately for mercy. "Spare you? If not for our Lord bringing men to save me, I would have already met death. Who will spare me?" Rogers shouted fiercely. "Today, before all, I shall show them the fate of a traitor." With a swift stroke, Rogers beheaded the man, raising his severed head high as he declared, "From this day forth, should there be any traitors in the Brussels iron mine, Martin shall serve as an example." The miners erupted into cheers, while some older and frilier miners, upon glimpsing the sky once more, fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces in overwhelming joy at the sight of freedom. Baron Duvier cared little for the lives of these miners, treating them as slaves, ensuring that once they entered the mine, they could never escape. Living and sleeping within the mine, those who failed to meet their quotas faced brutal beatings, many barely clinging to life, often carried out by their comrades. Dawn furrowed his brow and instructed Elsa, "Fetch some water for those weak and injured miners." Understanding that he referred to the water mixed with the goddess's blood, Elsa promptly arranged for it, and soon the guards began distributing water to each miner. After drinking the water infused with the goddess's blood, their strength rapidly returned, and their injuries healed swiftly, each of them gasping in astonishment at the miraculous recovery. "This is not a miracle," Elsa shouted. "This is the blessed blood of the benevolent Lord. A gift from our Lord, thanks to whom you have been saved and gained your freedom. Your gratitude should be directed towards our Lord. It is indeed a gift from the Lord. Long live our Lord! Long live our Lord! Long live our Lord! Cheers resounded, and in mere moments, Dawn had thoroughly won their hearts, becoming the undisputed Lord of Ellington in their eyes. Stepping forward, he raised his hand for silence, and the surroundings fell quiet. Today, the minions of Baron Duvier have been completely eradicated. The Brussels iron mine has returned to the embrace of Ellington. This land shall be an inviolable territory of Ellington, and no one shall dare to claim it. Dawn's voice resonated in every ear as he surveyed the crowd. You have suffered greatly over the years. A singular word encapsulated the unutterable sorrow and myriad grievances that flooded their hearts. How many had entered the mine, never to see their families again? How many had left their lives behind in this very place? The miners began to weep softly. First, I shall announce a few decrees. From this day forth, miners serving in the Brussels iron mine shall be regarded as my employees. Each individual shall only need to extract 10 kilograms of or daily to earn a monthly salary of 1 gold coin. 20 kilograms will yield 2 gold coins, and 30 kilograms will provide 3 gold coins. The more you labor, the more you earn. If you cannot even meet the 10-kilogram quota, you shall receive only a base salary of 10 silver coins. Kilograms are the new unit of measurement I have established. You will soon learn how to gauge it. If Fiona were here, she would likely complain about Dawn's extravagant spending. These individuals were residents of Ellington, and serving the Lord should be without pay, as it was one of the costs of residing here, despite the lack of necessity to spend. Dawn was indeed extravagant. 10 kilograms of, or daily, 1 gold coin a month. I must have misheard. Surely, that kilogram is not light. Is what the Lord says true? Heavens, we can actually receive wages. The weeping miners were astounded, their faces still wet with tears, yet unable to suppress the smiles of surprise that emerged, their expressions a curious blend of emotions. This is merely the base salary. In addition, for every kilogram of, or extracted, you will receive a copper coin as a share, calculated daily and settled at month's end. By the gods, to mine here and receive shares in addition to a salary. 1 kilogram of, or yields a copper coin, if one extracts 30 kilograms in a day. That is 30 copper coins, or 900 in a month. By the light of the gods, in addition to 3 gold coins, one could earn an extra 9 silver coins. O benevolent Lord, how shall I praise you? You must be a child of the gods. Those serving in the mine shall also receive 2 days of leave each month, which can be utilized at their discretion, though requests for leave must not disrupt the mine's normal operations. Employees injured during work shall have their medical expenses covered directly by the Lord's estate. And exemplary workers may even receive paid leave. Strive to work diligently for me, as I never shortchange my employees. With just a few policies, Dawn transformed the mine from a dreaded labor into a coveted position. Previously, they had labored without any compensation. By imperial law, they were entitled to a basic wage, yet no lord had ever paid them. However, aside from these matters, there is a new regulation from today onwards. The mine shall no longer employ individuals under the age of 18 or over 50. Those affected may conclude their service immediately and return to Ellington, where new construction is about to commence. Trust me, there will be ample opportunities for you to demonstrate your worth. After a brief pause, Dawn continued. Additionally, in light of the brutal actions of Durham, I am granting all of you a 3-day leave starting today. During this time, you may return to Ellington and enjoy a well-deserved rest. After 3 days, Rogers will lead you back to the mine to resume work. From this moment on, Rogers is appointed as the new overseer of the Brussels iron mine. As Dawn's words resonated, the crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement stemming from his generosity and compassion. While a 3-day holiday might seem trivial to others, it held significant importance for them. Many had not seen their families in far too long. Yearning for a visit, yet hesitated to voice their desires. To their surprise, the Lord had considered their needs. Truly, the Lord was exceedingly benevolent. The miners silently vowed to work diligently upon their return, striving to earn more gold coins to take home. Observing the jubilant crowd, Dawn felt an odd sensation. Although he understood that the mining industry thrived on exploiting their labor, he found it difficult to be harsh. He had contemplated raising their wages. But given that a ton of iron ore could be purchased for merely 100 gold coins, excessively high wages would undermine the mine's very purpose. Thus, the current rate was quite reasonable. If one were to toil earnestly, extracting 30 kilograms a day would yield roughly 900 kilograms in a month, almost a ton, yet he would only need to pay 3 gold coins and 9 silver coins. revealing an astonishing profit margin. It was no wonder that Baron de Vier dared to seize this iron mine so brazenly. Now, everyone, gather your things and escort these surrendered soldiers home, Don commanded. The miners sprang into action, removing the shackles from the workers and binding de Vier's soldiers before setting off in a hurried manner. Following Don's instructions, they also took the opportunity to clear the road, as this route would serve as a vital channel for transporting iron ore to Ellington in the future, necessitating a wide and smooth passage to be by the time they returned to Ellington. It was already midnight. Who goes there? As they approached Ellington, the sentry raised an alarm. Aaron, it is I, Elsa. Ah, it is the Lord and Captain Elsa. They have returned, huh? The sentry exclaimed. My lord, those soldiers, do not worry. They are surrendered soldiers. Open the gates, Don replied, glancing at the rudimentary fence and gate, shaking his head. Such barriers might deter wild beasts, but were utterly ineffective against humans. After directing the guard to confine the surrendered soldiers in the prison and dismissing the miners, Don returned to the Lord's manor. Concerned that his arrival might disturb others' sleep, he used a teleportation spell to reach his chamber directly. Ah, at last, I can rest. Don sighed. Too weary to wash his face, he simply shed his clothes and collapsed onto the bed, only to be taken aback. Beneath him was a softness, and he could feel a lingering warmth in his hands. Ah! A sudden exclamation left Don stunned. Tina, my lord. Tina's face flushed crimson, panic overtaking her. I'm so sorry. I waited too long for you and accidentally fell asleep. No. The real question is, how did you end up in my bed? Before Don could voice his thoughts, Tina hurriedly stammered, My lord, dinner has gone cold. Let me heat it up for you. With that, the flustered Tina attempted to slip away. Wait, Don suddenly called out, causing Tina to freeze in place. Her heart racing. What would the Lord say? What might he do? Could it be? Don smiled gently and said, I will not be having dinner. You should return to rest. Oh, all right. Stammering, Tina covered her face and fled. Don reclined back onto the bed, the lingering scent of a woman surrounding him, allowing his nerves to relax involuntarily. Tina, how utterly perplexing. Doesn't she have her own bed? Don shook his head and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 55. How about a game of Gwent? The next morning at breakfast, Tina buried her head deep in shame, feeling utterly unworthy to face the Lord. Her heart raced with anxiety. What if the Lord was angry? What if he dismissed her? She had worked so hard to secure this position. Losing it due to a moment of impulsiveness would be unbearable. Regret flooded Tina's thoughts. She had indeed acted too rashly. Knowing that Don had gone to the mine and fearing he might not return, she had succumbed to the urge to lie on his bed while cleaning. The scent of the bedding had overwhelmed her, leading her to fall asleep without realizing it. Even dreaming an embarrassingly intimate dream to her utter horror. The Lord had returned in the middle of the night and caught her in the act. Oh heavens, this was utterly mortifying. How could she face the Lord again? Tina was on the verge of tears. If all else failed, she would have to apologize and plead for forgiveness. The Lord was such a kind man. Surely he would understand. Right? After finishing breakfast, as Don returned to his room, Tina followed him in. Tina, I'm so sorry. Tina knelt before Don, her voice trembling with emotion. My lord, it was my fault. Please forgive me. What is the matter? Don asked, utterly confused. It's about yesterday, Don suddenly realized, laughing. It was my oversight not to grant you time off. You must have been exhausted from cleaning yesterday, right? Well, I'll give you a day off today to rest properly. It was only upon waking that Don noticed the tools in his room and understood how Tina had ended up there. Tina bit her lip. But I fell asleep on your bed. Don chuckled heartily. No worries. If anything, you warmed my bed for me, making it even cozier. The blanket carries a refreshing mint scent. Did you wash it with mint soap? Oh, no, I didn't. Tina stammered, a hint of hope igniting within her. Actually, I used mint soap to bathe yesterday. I see. My lord, do you like it? Tina's cheeks flushed as she shyly inquired. If you enjoy it, I could warm your bed again in the future. No need. Don waved his hand with a smile. I'm a grown man. It wouldn't be appropriate for a young girl to warm my bed. I see. Tina felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. All right, I have matters to attend to. You should rest now. Remember, you have the day off, so do whatever you wish. After saying this, Don smacked his forehead, pulling out several gold coins. Oh, how could I forget? Here is some pocket money for you. If you need anything, just let me know. Tina gasped at the sight of the coins, repeatedly shaking her head. No, No, I still have the coins Lady Fiona gave me. Dawn chuckled. What she gave you is hers. What I give you is mine. They are not the same. Consider it payment for warming my bed last night. Payment for warming your bed. Tina froze. Realization dawning on her. So, in the Lord's eyes, I am that kind of woman? Dawn stared blankly. Huh? So that's how it is. Tears shimmered in Tina's eyes. So, the Lord thinks of Tina as a loose woman. That was not my intention. I understand now. Tina wiped her tears and deeply bowed. My lord, please forgive my departure. With that, Tina left, leaving Dawn in a state of bewilderment. What on earth did I say wrong? Women truly are a perplexing species. Dawn muttered to himself. It's not that women are perplexing. It's that your words were utterly inappropriate. Fiona interjected, rolling her eyes in exasperation. What girl wouldn't he be upset by that? Dawn remained bewildered. Huh. I can't be bothered to explain further. By the way, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. Indeed. Dawn perked up, swiftly forgetting about Tina, and exclaimed, I issued several new regulations yesterday. Upon hearing Dawn's account, Fiona was left astounded. You actually granted wages to the miners on duty. Fiona clasped her head, her face a portrait of distress, as she lamented. My lord, to what extent do you intend to squander? They work for me, and I pay them wages. Is that not quite normal? But they are in service. Fiona exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. Citizens are obliged to serve their lord upon reaching adulthood. This is a duty, an uncompensated duty. Is it? Of course, residents dwell on the Lord's land, pay taxes to the Lord, serve him, and even risk their lives, while the Lord provides protection for them and their families. This is only just, yet you choose to pay them wages. I could truly be driven to despair by you. Fiona stamped her foot in anger. Moreover, you made this decision without consulting me in advance. Do you not realize how difficult this makes my position? Through their time together, Fiona had come to understand Dawn's character, which gave her the courage to speak so boldly. Were it another lord, she would never dare to express her displeasure so openly. I don't see the issue. It's merely an additional expenditure of thousands of gold coins, yet their enthusiasm for work has significantly increased. This is quite beneficial. Indeed, it is beneficial, but you have set a precedent. How will we manage future matters? You still plan to reconstruct Ellington. Do you intend to pay the workers involved in that as well? Dawn replied matter-of-factly. Isn't that normal? It is anything but. Fiona cried out in exasperation. The Lord reorganizes the town, and everyone contributes to the construction. That is the obligation of every resident. You paying them wages, what does that signify? To build an entire territory solely by the Lord's efforts. Not to mention our financial situation in Ellington. Even the lords of other major towns struggle to construct a city. And you are dealing with a whole territory. Oh, well, then let's continue to earn money. Earning money is not as simple as you make it sound. Sigh, Fiona sighed. Now that you have made this promise, we must find a way to make it work. You truly know how to keep me busy. But next time, you must consult me beforehand. All right, I will heed your advice. Dawn laughed, but rest assured regarding the matter of earning money. Soon we shall have another influx of funds. Upon hearing of incoming funds, Fiona perked up. What do you mean? Follow me, Dawn said as he led her outside. Yesterday, we reclaimed over 100 surrendered soldiers from the mines, men belonging to Baron Duvier of Kaspami that I plan to have Baron Duvier pay for their release, while also seeking compensation for the illegal mining operations. I can understand the first part, but the latter is far too optimistic. Fiona shook her head. He may consider redeeming them, but he will never compensate for the revenue lost from selling the ore. I know the nobility of the empire far better than you. Is that so? Once I make my request, he won't have the option to refuse. Dawn casually remarked. No one can take advantage of Ellington. That was it. Fiona gazed at Dawn's profile, her heart racing. She adored seeing him like this, as if no one in the world could rival him. His casual disdain for everything around him utterly captivating. Now, she began to understand Tina's feelings. If she were to hear such cruel words from Dawn, she would likely flee in tears. She hoped she would never face such a day. The two arrived at the prison, and the guard opened the heavy door. My lord, there are simply too many soldiers here, and providing food for over 100 individuals is a tremendous strain on us. The guard lamented to Dawn, explaining that many lords were reluctant to accept surrendered soldiers for this very reason. They could not be trusted, served no purpose, and merely consumed resources. Feeding them was more costly than raising livestock. Report the expenses here to me later. I require a detailed account of each individual's dietary components and the prices of various ingredients. Understood. Please be careful, my lords. It is somewhat dark and damp here. Ah. The prison guard's warning was cut short as Fiona slipped, tumbling toward the stairs below. Be careful. Dawn swiftly caught her around the waist, and Fiona pressed tightly against him, her cheeks flushing. The sensation of being cared for was indescribably blissful. Regrettably, once they reached the bottom, Dawn casually released her. That scoundrel. Fiona stomped her foot in frustration. Was she truly so devoid of allure? Did he not realize that a longer embrace would have been appreciated? Countless men would never relinquish a beautiful woman so easily. Yet he seemed completely indifferent. Did he not recognize the charms of a woman? Fiona scrutinized Dawn with skepticism, while he remained oblivious, instead observing the surrendered soldiers in the dungeon with keen interest. The men appeared unconcerned about their predicament. Although they looked somewhat disheveled, they remained docile. With a few even gathered to play Gwent. I need a messenger, Dawn announced suddenly. Who will volunteer to deliver a message to Duvier? The surrendered soldiers exchanged glances, and one boldly waved his hand. Hey, forget about being a messenger, my lord of Ellington. Why not join me for a game of Gwent? No one has ever bested me. Dawn replied nonchalantly, not interested. Ah. The man seemed unsettled, muttering, something feels off. Even that wizard couldn't resist the allure of Gwent. Battling me for 300 rounds. Why is this lord not taking the bait? Chapter 56. The audacity of a high-stakes gamble. Joking aside, Dawn's request for a messenger stirred considerable commotion among the surrendered soldiers. I'll go. Are you mad? What if you flee and abandon us halfway? Am I the kind of person to do that? Are you not that kind of person? The soldiers erupted into an argument, leaving Dawn exasperated. Silence, Dawn bellowed, and the dungeon fell into immediate quiet. You, he pointed at a soldier at random. The guard promptly released him, and the soldier, looking both astonished and honored, said, I have the honor of meeting the Lord. My name is, I have no interest in your name. Dawn interrupted. Come with me. They led the soldier out of the dungeon and back to the Lord's manor. The soldier anxiously observed as Dawn finished writing a letter, then said, Take this letter to Baron Duvier and inform him that if he wishes to retrieve his comrades, he must comply with the instructions herein. But my lord, the soldier stammered, panic creeping into his voice. What if the Baron does not believe me? He is notoriously suspicious. Not believe? Well, all right. Dawn turned to Fiona. Please summon Uncle Deepew. Uncle Deepew soon arrived, saying, My lord, Uncle Deepew, I have an important task for you. Are you willing? Uncle Deepew thumped his chest, declaring, Serving the Lord is my honor. Dawn nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Take this man to Kaspami Castle to meet Baron Duvier and deliver this letter. Delivering a letter to Baron Duvier. Uncle Deepew felt a wave of dread wash over him. This journey could very well lead to his demise. Although the principle of sparing envoys existed, should the messenger be killed, no one would bat an eye. Gritting his teeth, Uncle Deepew replied, Please, my lord, grant me time to settle my affairs. Uncle Deepew did not refuse Dawn, but intended to inform his family before embarking. Settling affairs, Dawn replied, perplexed. Rest assured, I am not sending you to your death. If I am sending you, I am prepared. As Uncle Deepew stared in astonishment, Dawn suddenly produced a scroll, lightly tapping its exterior. Flecks of magical light shimmered in the air before vanishing. He then tossed the scroll to Uncle Deepew, saying, This is a teleportation scroll. Deliver the letter to Baron Duvier, and if he turns hostile, tear the scroll, and you will be transported back. A teleportation scroll? Both Uncle Deepew and Fiona gasped in astonishment. They had heard tales of the legendary teleportation scrolls, items so valuable that wealthy nobles would pay exorbitant sums to possess one for emergencies. Such a scroll could easily be worth tens of thousands of gold coins and was often in short supply. That the Lord would part with such a precious item for his own safety was astonishing. Uncle Deepew's eyes welled with tears of emotion. My lord, please take this back. The value of this scroll is far too great. I am but a worthless life. And even selling my life is not worth a fragment of this scroll. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I shall complete this task. After all, it is merely a teleportation scroll. Dawn was rendered speechless. He patted Uncle Depp on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Uncle Depp, please do not belittle yourself. Ellington is in dire need of revitalization, and each of you holds immense significance to me. You should regard your lives as precious. While the scroll may be valuable, it is merely an object when compared to human life. Such an item, if not utilized, bears no worth. Thus, accept it. Dawn forcefully pressed the teleportation scroll into Uncle Depp's embrace and continued, I am already aware of your loyalty. I am devising a means for all of you to awaken your talents and become progenitors, so you must return. Otherwise, should you miss such an opportunity, do not blame me for not informing you in advance. The notion of awakening the talents of the entire guard and transforming them into progenitors. Uncle Depp, Fiona, and the soldier were all momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. To be a progenitor is to bear witness to one's potential for greatness. Only upon awakening their talents can one be recognized as a progenitor and embark upon the path of the powerful. Whether one chooses to become a warrior, a mage, a ranger, or an assassin, the primary prerequisite is the awakening of their talent. For ordinary individuals, the ability to awaken talent is predetermined at birth, and it is impossible to alter that fate. They lack the gold to purchase the costly potions and have no means to acquire the secrets of cultivation. They can only rely on their own efforts for a glimmer of hope. Now, the Lord has proclaimed that he intends to assist everyone in awakening their talents. Such news is bound to ignite Uncle Depp's excitement. My lord, are you serious? Is it truly possible? Fiona too felt a surge of anxiety. If Dawn could enable others to awaken their talents, it would mean she could awaken hers as well. Though Fiona was not particularly keen on combat, the ability to awaken her talent would mean she would no longer be a feeble commoner. It would grant her the power of self-preservation and a chance to draw closer to Dawn. Fiona was equally exhilarated. Meanwhile, the soldier was utterly dumbfounded. What had he just heard? A teleportation scroll worth thousands of gold coins, gifted without a second thought to an ordinary militiaman. Moreover, the Lord intended to expend great effort to ensure all the militia awaken their talents. Just look at this Lord, such commanding presence, such extravagant generosity, and then look at their stingy Lord. It was simply, the soldier wiped his eyes, almost tempted to betray Baron Duvry and pledge allegiance to Dawn immediately. Dawn chuckled and said, For now, let us keep this a secret that I am still experimenting, and I am currently lacking a few materials. Uncle Depp patted his chest and exclaimed, I understand. I will keep it confidential. Excellent. Then prepare for departure. Here are some provisions and supplies for you. The carriage is ready. Be cautious on your journey. After handing over the items to Uncle Depp, Dawn watched them set off. Fiona inquired, Do you think Baron Duvry would be willing to spend money to redeem these people? How would I know? Dawn shrugged. If it were me, I would spare no expense to redeem them. Why is that? Fiona asked. Puzzled, if the cost is too high, wouldn't it be wiser to abandon them? How could one possibly abandon them? Dawn laughed. To abandon these soldiers would signify that, as a lord, one has forsaken their own people. Once you lose the hearts of the populace, regaining their trust becomes exceedingly difficult. The lessons from Earth regarding such matters are plentiful. Even the President of the United States would not dare to casually abandon kidnapped soldiers, lest he be met with protests that tarnish his reputation. Aspiring for re-election? Forget about it. But isn't it normal for a soldier to sacrifice for their lord? Fiona struggled to comprehend Dawn's line of thought. It is indeed normal. But that is on the battlefield. To die in battle. Even a soldier would not utter a word, Dawn explained. However, once off the battlefield, if the lord for whom they fought with their lives abandons them, how would you feel if you were the soldier? Fiona pondered briefly and replied, Anger, resentment, bitterness. Precisely. That is why I will not abandon anyone. Though, for the time being, I doubt anyone could capture my people. Dawn shrugged. At least for now in Ellington, he had not encountered a foe more formidable. By the way, what you mentioned earlier about enabling the guard to awaken their talents, is that true? Of course it's true. Do you doubt me? Certainly not. It's just that what you propose is simply astounding. As far as I know, the potions that can aid in talent awakening are quite expensive, with over 100 members in the guard. If they were all to use those potions, even emptying the treasury of the Lord's manor would not suffice. Have you forgotten? I am an alchemist, Dawn replied with a hint of exasperation, gesturing to himself. I can concoct those potions myself. Why would I need to purchase them? Fiona snapped back to reality, clapping her hands. Oh right. How could I have forgotten? Fiona's most profound impression of Dawn remained that of an extraordinarily powerful mage. She had yet to perceive him as a lord, and as for being an alchemist, he indeed produced some rather peculiar items, which both Brian and Edgar praised highly. However, Are those things truly within the realm of alchemy? They seem more akin to the legendary engineering of gnomes. Let us return. Let us return. Don waved his hand dismissively. I still need to conduct further research on the matter of talent awakening, so please refrain from divulging it for now. I understand. My lord. Is it possible for me to awaken my talent as well? Fiona hesitated for a long moment before finally chasing after him to voice her question, clearly placing great importance on it. Given her age of over 20 and her lack of an awakened talent, the likelihood of awakening in Prander was nearly non-existent. Even if she were to use a potion to awaken her talent, it would not make her significantly stronger, hence very few nobles would invest heavily for members of that age. You wish to awaken your talent? Don examined Fiona thoughtfully, then nodded. All right, no problem. Leave it to me, and I will ensure you awaken your talent. Thank you, my lord. Fiona exclaimed joyfully, overwhelmed with delight, and without a moment's hesitation, she hugged Don tightly. Before Don could even process her actions, Fiona hummed a cheerful tune and returned to her study to work. Women. Don shook his head and sighed. Truly unfathomable. Chapter 57. The enraged Duvry as Don contemplated how to concoct potions for the guard from the comfort of his home, Uncle Depp, who had already set off. Did not pause for a moment, he traveled through the night, completing what would normally take 5 or 6 days in just 3. Kasparmi Fortress, situated to the north of Ellington, marks the end of the Radia Hills. While to the west lies the foothills of the Ambrose Mountains. The fortress itself is perched upon the slope of one of these foothills, a castle some dozens of meters high enveloping the entire mountaintop. With several villages scattered around it, and the faint sight of farmers tilling their fields, just from this appearance, one could tell that Kasparmi Fortress is significantly more prosperous than Ellington. Generally speaking, it is rare for a baron to possess a territory. Baron Hogg's dominion over Ellington is due to it being an abandoned territory, relegated to him as a punishment for certain nobles. During the time without a fixed lord, the leaders took turns ruling, and precisely because there was no stable lord, Ellington had never seen any development. Baron Hogg's full name is Hogg Pope. The Pope family is not particularly renowned in the capital of Yalynx, merely a minor family, likely trailing behind a larger family, which allowed Hogg to acquire this territory. In contrast, Baron Duvry, whose full name is Duvry Cattle, is a member of the Cattle family in Yalynx, a powerful faction. His acquisition of the Kasparmi Fortress territory was a result of the family's maneuvering in the Noble Council. Kasparmi Fortress is strategically located, positioned in the northwestern heart of the empire, bordered by the Ambrose Mountains, which serve as a natural barrier. To the north lies the Scar of the Holy Sword, where the Empire's 3rd Legion is stationed year-round, ensuring that the armies of the neighboring nations cannot invade the Ilris Empire through the Scar of the Holy Sword. Indeed, those nations have been embroiled in their own conflicts in recent years and have had no time to concern themselves with the declining Ilris Empire. Therefore, Kasparmi Fortress is extraordinarily safe, a place suitable for noble offspring to develop and cultivate with peace of mind, though it is not the most splendid of locations, indicating Baron Duvry's relatively modest standing within his family. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient for Baron Duvry to live quite comfortably. Unfortunately, he remained unaware that he had reached into Don's pocket. Thus, his troubles began. The steward entered the room, ignoring the several unclad women beside Baron Duvry, and gravely announced, "My lord, there is important news." Baron Duvry furrowed his brow slightly. "Important. It is of utmost importance. You all go to the bedroom and wait for me." Baron Duvry could only disperse the few naked women. His expression won a displeasure at being interrupted during an intimate moment. "Cole, you had better have something truly significant to report, or I shall certainly dock your salary for this month." The steward, Cole, pretended not to hear. "My lord, there has been an incident at the mine." Baron Duvry looked bewildered. "The mine? Do we even have a mine?" "My lord, Ellington, the Brussels iron mine." "Oh, the Brussels iron mine at Ellington. I had seized it. I had completely forgotten about that. Speaking of which, that fool Hogg has yet to respond. He must have given up entirely." Baron Duvry waved his hand dismissively. Impatience etched on his face. What could possibly happen there? Does Hogg dare to attempt a recapture? "My lord, the mine has indeed been retaken, but not by Hogg." The steward Cole continued. "A soldier has been escorted back by Ellington's men, bringing news that Ellington now has a new lord named Don." "Another change of lord? In the 10 years I have been here, Ellington has had 7 or 8 different lords, with Hogg being the one who lasted the longest." Baron Du Wei's brow furrowed. What is the background of this Don? He is a baron of the empire, reportedly having purchased the lordship of Ellington. Other details are unknown. He bought Ellington? Baron Du Wei was taken aback. Is he a fool? Who would buy Ellington? Does he not realize that it is impoverished and devoid of resources? My lord, do not forget that Baron Hogg managed to extract quite a bit of profit in 3 years. That does not justify spending money to acquire such a place. How much gold did he spend? Unknown. My lord, the crux of the matter is that the iron mine has been reclaimed by this Don. How is that possible? Baron Du Wei said dismissively. I know Ellington well. There are hardly any people there. Only a militia of just over 100 volunteers. How could they possibly defeat the 150 elite soldiers I dispatched? Moreover, the steward. What was his name again? My lord Rex. That's right. Rex, did I not assign him a bodyguard? Eddie. Yes, that bodyguard is named Eddie, and hiring him costs me over 1,000 gold coins a year. The steward Cole looked helpless. My lord, both Rex and Eddie are dead. My lord, perhaps you should meet the messenger. One of our soldiers is accompanying him, which should lend credibility to this matter. They send a messenger. Very well, I shall meet this messenger. Baron Du Wei dressed and, along with the steward, confronted Uncle Deepu and the soldier. Upon seeing Baron Du Wei, the soldier dropped to his knees. My lord. Baron Du Wei ignored the soldier's supplication and fixed his gaze on Uncle Deepu. You are the messenger from Ellington. What message do you carry? Uncle Deepu, with a delivery scroll from Don, felt no trepidation as he withdrew the letter and proclaimed, This is a message from our Lord of Ellington, Lord Don, commanding me to deliver it to Du Wei. Are you Du Wei? Impudent. A mere peasant dares to utter my name. Baron Du Wei's expression darkened. For this alone, I could have you executed. I am the messenger from Ellington. You cannot kill me. Uncle Deepu retorted with a cold smile. Come and take the letter. Go. The steward Cole stepped forward to receive the letter, casting a fierce glare at Uncle Deepu before returning it to Baron Du Wei. Du Wei tore open the envelope and began to read. To the Lord of Kasparmi Castle, addressed personally to Baron Du Wei. Baron Du Wei. This is our first correspondence, but I am a man of little formality, so let us get straight to the point. Upon reading this line, Baron Du Wei's face contorted in disdain. This hardly resembles the tone of an imperial noble. The rusticity leaps off the page. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to continue reading while pinching his nose. According to the delineated territories of imperial law, the Brussels iron mine is the inherent territory of Ellington, which I have now reclaimed. The mine steward, Rex, and Durham conspired to assassinate me, the Lord, and have been executed. Of the 150 soldiers you stationed at the mine, 49 were killed in battle, excluding the one accompanying the messenger. 100 soldiers are currently in our custody. After consideration, I have decided to offer the release of each soldier for the modest price of 100 gold coins, totaling 10,000 gold coins. The accompanying soldier is a complimentary gift. Please leave a 5-star review. 100 gold coins per soldier. 100 soldiers amounting to 10,000 gold coins. Baron Du Wei's eyelids twitched. Did Don think his gold was blown in by the wind? And what did 5-star review mean? Some kind of magical incantation. In addition, due to the necessity of providing for these 100 soldiers living in sustenance, Ellington has incurred substantial manpower and resource expenditures. Therefore, I must inform you that we require a placement fee, assessed at 10 gold coins per soldier per day for meals, with the specific amount to be calculated upon payment of the ransom, and no further notice will be given. Thus, for your sake, please expedite the redemption of these soldiers. What nonsense! Baron Du Wei bellowed. 10 gold coins a day for each soldier's standard fare. What do they eat? Even Baron Du Wei himself only spent 10 gold coins on his daily provisions. How could these soldiers possibly match his standard? Was this not an affront to his noble status? Cole remarked, My lord, please remain calm and finish reading. Baron Du Wei took a deep breath and continued. Furthermore, I have learned that your party has illegally occupied the Brussels iron mine for an extended period, unlawfully accruing substantial wealth, while the former Lord, Hogg Pop, failed to pursue this wealth that rightfully belongs to Ellington. Given my recent assumption of office and the financial strain it entails, I am compelled to pursue restitution for the illegal gains. It is understood that your party has occupied the Brussels iron mine for over 3 years, as I am somewhat lazy. I will not count the fractions, rounding up to 4 years for simplicity, totaling 1,500 days. Baron Du Wei nearly spat blood, setting aside the absurdity of this debt collection declaration. What did rounding up the fractions to a whole 4 years even mean? Is it customary to disregard fractions like this? 1,500 days. That was clearly over 6 years. Did he think I was incapable of basic arithmetic? Cole whispered, "My lord. 1,500 days translates to over 4 years and a month. Keep your nonsense to yourself." Baron Du Wei snapped, shouting, "Is my math teacher deceased, or what?" Cole retreated, clutching his face, while Baron Du Wei suppressed his anger to continue reading. "Based on my analysis of the mine, your party's daily profit from the mine is estimated at 1,000 gold coins. Therefore, it has been calculated that your party owes Ellington a total of 1,500,000 gold coins, regarding late fees and interest. The benevolent lord shall not impose additional charges. Please prepare this sum promptly and proceed to Ellington to redeem the soldiers as soon as you receive this letter. Lord of Ellington, Don, on the 24th day of the month of Joy in the year 849 of the order. From the Lord's Manor of Ellington." After finishing the letter, Baron Du Wei's face had turned a deep shade of fury, and he angrily tore the letter to shreds. Outrageous, arrogant, audacious, 1,500,000 gold coins. Has he lost his mind? Baron Du Wei roared. He dares to demand compensation? To seek ransom? To reclaim illegal gains? Who does he think he is? Soldiers. Fully armed soldiers rushed in. Baron Du Wei pointed at Uncle Deepu and shouted, "Drag these two out and execute them. Relay the orders. I shall dispatch troops to flatten Ellington." The soldier kneeling on the ground changed color in alarm. "My lord, if you wish to live, come forth." Uncle Deepu shouted, seizing a soldier, then turned to Baron Du Wei, yelling, "You will regret this decision. I assure you in the name of the Lord." In the instant the soldiers charged forward, Uncle Deepu ruthlessly tore the delivery scroll, a flash of light engulfing them, and they vanished from Baron Du Wei's sight. "Where have they gone?" "My lord," Cole exclaimed in shock, "that farmer seems to have used a teleportation scroll to escape." "A teleportation scroll? How is that possible? This lord cannot even acquire a teleportation scroll. How could a farmer from Ellington afford one? Perhaps it was given to him by his lord." "Impossible. How could a provincial lord possibly obtain a teleportation scroll?" Baron Du Wei roared, regardless of the circumstances. "Relay the orders. I want my soldiers to march on Ellington. I want that Don to kneel before me and lick my boots." "Your command." Chapter 58. Why is the mage the master? "My lord. What are the newly hired individuals for? We will incur an additional expense of 300 gold coins each month for their employment. Rest assured, they will earn back those 300 gold coins. But up until now, we haven't earned a single coin." Fiona expressed her frustration. "Even if the treasury is brimming with gold, it cannot withstand such expenditure." "Fiona," Don replied earnestly, "to invigorate the economy of Ellington, we must first ensure that the residents have gold to spend. By employing these individuals, I am effectively channeling gold into the hands of the populace. But how will we recoup our losses then?" "Patience, it will come soon. Once I finalize the blueprint." "How is the situation at the blacksmiths?" "The mines have begun supplying iron ore to Ellington. Though the current stock is limited in a couple of days, we should receive a substantial delivery of iron. Brian and Edgar are working tirelessly to manufacture water wheels, and Edgar has recruited a few apprentices. Once they become proficient, efficiency will increase significantly. It is estimated that it will take a week to fully set up the water wheels." "What about the guard squad?" "The guard squad has commenced their new training." Upon mentioning the guards, Fiona's expression turned peculiar. "My lord, what training methods have you employed?" "I heard from Ailsa that the guards have been training as if possessed, returning home ravenous after training, collapsing into bed without even visiting the tavern. Is this not too strict?" "Haha," Don chuckled. "If under such training they still had the energy to frequent the tavern, it would only indicate that my training regimen is not demanding enough. Rest assured, while it may be rigorous, it will at least prevent them from perishing on the battlefield." "That is true, and I have not heard any complaints upon learning that this training method is devised by you. Their enthusiasm for training is surged. That's good to hear. However, I feel that the key lies in the rewards for training." "Rewards? I have promised additional rewards for the top 3 performers each month and penalties for the bottom 3. "No wonder. By the way, have you received any replies to the letters you sent?" If Fiona's contacts could not come, Don would have to devise a solution for the caravan issue himself. "I have received a response." Upon mentioning this, Fiona's face lit up with joy. "After learning of my current situation, they are eager to come to your aid. They should already be on their way and will arrive in a few days." "Excellent. Then shift your focus for the next couple of days to preparing for the Merchant Guild. Once you have organized the details, report back to me. Understood. Where are you going? I am going to find Ilya. With that, Don patted his backside and departed. Ilya, always Ilya. Fiona furrowed her brow. Why has Don been visiting that little girl so frequently these past few days? Although she is indeed quite adorable and endearing. As a lord, it seems inappropriate to be preoccupied with a mere orphan girl if others were to discover this. Don's reputation might suffer greatly. Yet, Don remained unfazed by such concerns. In his heart, Ilya's significance far outweighed any trivial notions of reputation. Ilya, big brother lord. Ilya beamed upon seeing Don, dashing over to cling to him. Don, cradling Ilya, asked with a smile, how are you feeling today? Pretty good. The methods you taught me are truly effective. I can sense those adorable little light orbs as if they were obedient little babies. Just thinking about them makes them gather in my palms. After giggling, Ilya extended her dirty little hand. And a colorful light orb materialized in an instant. Don's eyes gleamed with surprise at Ilya's affinity for magic. He had merely introduced her to some basic magical control techniques over the past few days. Yet she had achieved such a remarkable feat. Her talent was indeed formidable. I see. Let them disperse for now. Do not let others know that you are learning magic from me just yet. All right. With a hint of regret, Ilya released her magic. I wanted to show the little light orbs dancing to Mama. Do not do that. Don shook his head. Previously, the residents of Ellington had regarded Ilya's displayed talent as monstrous. She still had not fully mastered her abilities. And if she were to frighten anyone further, what would happen? It was evident that Ilya had formed a fond attachment to Clara and Elsa. If Clara were to be overwhelmed with fear and abandon Ilya, the little girl would surely be heartbroken. Even the most resilient spirit would be darkened by such a betrayal. Today, let us try to gather only the blue light orbs, allowing them to coalesce in your hands. While the fire element was lively and the easiest to grasp, its volatility posed a risk of accidental harm for a child like Ilya. Thus, Dawn decided to begin her training with the gentler water element. Is that so? Ilya curiously opened her hands, a cluster of blue light radiating a gentle glow from her palms. Yes, indeed. Dawn's muscles twitched in disbelief. With such a prodigious student, he could not discern whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Next, we will learn how to release them. You must use your consciousness to envelop the water element with your magic, providing it a pathway and energy. You see that little flower ahead. Aim for it and release. No sooner had Dawn finished speaking than a sharp, powerful water arrow shot forth from Ilya's hand, piercing the flower and creating a deep hole in the ground. What the? Dawn was taken aback. He had intended for Ilya to gather water elements from the air to simply water the flower, allowing her to experience the convenience and joy of magic. But what was this? Perhaps it could be termed as water arrow technique. Such a spell did not even exist, even if he were to cast it. The water arrow would possess little lethality, merely capable of dampening an enemy. However, in that fleeting moment, Dawn had felt the air being torn apart, revealing the sheer speed and pressure of the water arrow, rivaling that of a high-pressure water jet on Earth. This, big brother, Ilya exclaimed in surprise, gazing up at Dawn with wide eyes. Did I do something wrong? No, Ilya, you did splendidly. Dawn forced a smile, patting Ilya's head. But do not use this spell in front of others. It could harm someone. Oh, big brother, are there any spells that won't hurt others? Ilya asked eagerly. I want to help people with magic, not harm them. Well, all right, let us learn the water creation spell. You see, water is of utmost importance to humanity. One can survive 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. Thus, the ability to create water is crucial, which is why mages are often revered as masters. You can forget what I just said. Under Dawn's guidance, Ilya effortlessly mastered the 0-level water creation spell. Dawn felt tears streaming down his face. Ilya seemed yet to awaken her innate talent, yet she had already grasped water creation, becoming a magic apprentice. Was this a slap in his face? He was the one who had traversed dimensions. Where was his protagonist's halo? Why were Elsa and Ilya so exceptionally gifted? How could he endure this? Watching Ilya play joyfully with a shimmering stream of water, Dawn felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. With such a genius disciple, how could he demonstrate the might of his own maxed-out mage skills? Ilya, stop playing. I did not expect you to learn the water creation spell so quickly. Ilya looked perplexed. Was that difficult? Not particularly. Dawn resigned himself. It was just unexpected. Ilya, your talent is remarkable, which makes Big Brother very happy. Thus, Ilya's spirits soared. However, I feel it is better to start with the basics. So today I will teach you a few more zero-level spells. Watch closely. This one is the light spell, which illuminates the darkness. This is the cleaning spell, which can remove dirt and bloodstains. This is the detection spell, an essential foundational spell used to sense the surrounding environment and enemies. Revealing traps. And this, the Arcane Arrow, is the only zero-level spell that possesses lethality. As Don explained, he demonstrated the zero-level spells for Ilya. Generally, zero-level spells lacked offensive capabilities, primarily serving as supportive spells. Yet, even these auxiliary spells rendered magic apprentices highly sought after in adventures. The significance of the detection and light spells was self-evident, while the cleaning spell proved convenient, a requisite for thievery and burglary. The lethality of the Arcane Arrow paled in comparison to that of a bow. So there was no need for excessive expectations. The crux of the matter lies in the art of water creation, as Don remarked. It is this very skill that underpins the authority of the mage. Water is indeed the essence of life. Regrettably, unlike in the realm of the game World of Warcraft, Planner does not afford the mages the ability to conjure bread. Here, the craft of bread-making is a divine art reserved solely for the priests and knights of various temples. While Don reflected upon this with a furrowed brow, Elia, beside him, was already awkwardly casting arcane missiles to strike the summoned water orbs. At that moment, Don's expression shifted slightly as he sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from the Lord's manor. The teleportation scroll had been activated. Could it be that Baron Duvier truly dared to eliminate Ellington's messenger? Elia, I must return now. You should hurry home as well, and remember not to let anyone know you are learning magic from me. I understand. Big brother. Elia turned her head only to find that Dawn had vanished, causing her to pout in disappointment before dispersing her magic and heading home. Chapter 59. I am Ultraman, my lord at the Lord's manor. Dawn pushed open the door to his chamber and hurried into the study, where Uncle Depp, the soldier, and Fiona were all present. My lord, Uncle Depp said, his face filled with shame. The message has been delivered. But I failed to accomplish the task. Duvier intends to kill us, so I had to resort to using the teleportation scroll. Please punish me, my lord. As long as you are safe, that is what matters, Dawn reassured him, patting Uncle Depp on the shoulder. I just did not expect Duvier to be so audacious as to kill the messenger. Fiona interjected. Not killing the messenger is merely an unspoken rule, since Duvier has dared to extend his hand here. He is certainly not one to abide by the rules. However, my lord, I have brought back crucial news. Uncle Depp, feeling relieved that Dawn did not blame him, exclaimed with excitement. Baron Duvier plans to mobilize troops to attack Ellington. Oh, Dawn raised an eyebrow. I intended to confront him. Yet he has come to us instead. My lord, Fiona urged, Ellington has only just begun to recover. It cannot withstand the ravages of war. Unless she hesitated, recalling his prior warning, and refrained from finishing her sentence. I understand, Dawn replied, gesturing toward the fallen soldier. What is the situation with this fellow? The soldier had been sitting on the ground, dazed, muttering phrases like, abandoned, and the Lord is so heartless. Uncle Depp sighed. Duvier was furious after reading your letter and wanted to eliminate him as well. So I brought him along. I see. Dawn pondered for a moment before addressing the fallen soldier. If you wish to live, answer my questions. The soldier jolted upright. No, please do not kill me. Very well. How many combat-capable soldiers does Baron Duvier possess? Make no mistake, I am asking about combat-capable soldiers, not this bunch of wastrels. Well, the soldier felt utterly defeated. After all, they considered themselves elite. However, being denounced as wastrels by Dawn left him speechless. With 150 elite troops routed by 50 militia and over 100 captured soldiers, how could they possibly claim to be elite in front of Ellington's militia? We are among the best soldiers under Baron Duvier, aside from the 150 brothers in the mines. There are 500 stationed elite soldiers at Kasparmi Fortress. They are responsible for guarding the Baron and should be better equipped than us, though not by much. Not by much. Dawn mused. Does that mean Baron Duvier lacks a force composed of the enlightened? Impossible. Before the soldier could respond, Fiona interjected. Each enlightened possesses a sense of pride. How could they willingly serve as mere soldiers under a baron? Even those viscounts and earls struggle to recruit a force of enlightened. And Baron Duvier is merely a baron. He cannot afford the costs associated with them. I see. Dawn felt reassured. Rest assured, if they are such wastrels, it matters not how many come. 500 will be insufficient. My lord, having 500 soldiers at a baron's disposal is already quite remarkable, the fallen soldier said weakly. The Empire allocates only 500 personal soldiers to each baron, and Duvier's actual number is already at full capacity, which is considerable. Furthermore, he has several powerful enlightened protecting him in the shadows. Wastrels, no matter how numerous, remain wastrels. Don shook his head. Do not worry. They won't even make it to the gates of Ellington. The soldier opened his mouth, only to lower his head in despair. Why did this lord have such confidence? Fiona furrowed her brow. But if Duvier has abandoned these soldiers, does that mean we must care for them for free? Certainly not. I believe they would be quite eager to fight for their lives. Don smiled. Now, let us proceed to the dungeon. Don led the fallen soldier back to the dungeon, where the captured soldiers were still in uproar. Gathered around playing cards or chatting, showing no signs of perceiving themselves as prisoners. Upon seeing their comrade return with Don, they immediately clamored, "You're back. What did the Lord say? Is he here to take us back? Is the Lord very angry?" The fallen soldier opened his mouth, then despondently said, "Brothers, we have been abandoned by the Lord." What? How could this be possible? Bang! A hot-tempered soldier gripped the bars of the cell and roared, "We guarded the mines for him, which brought him profits of hundreds of thousands of gold coins each year. And now he is abandoning us. You are deceiving us, aren't you?" "I am not deceiving you," the fallen soldier shouted. "If it weren't for Ellington's Lord's messenger, I would have already lost my head to the Baron." The Baron is furious, extremely furious. He has decided to flatten Ellington. Hearing this, terror spread across the faces of the soldiers. Should Baron Duvier's troops truly breach their defenses, they would likely face execution immediately. Don smiled faintly and stepped forward, speaking calmly. "I believe you are all well aware of the fate that awaits you should Ellington fall." A profound silence enveloped the dungeon. "Having spent these few days in Ellington, you should have a clear understanding of what sort of person I am. Ellington does not harbor wastrels. If you wish to survive, offer me your loyalty." Don continued. "In doing so, I can release you, allowing you to fight for Ellington and, in turn, for your own lives. Why should we trust you? Indeed, you are also a noble. If Baron Duvier can abandon us, you can too. Perhaps you are not entirely wrong." Don waved his hand dismissively. "But tell me, do you have any other options at present?" Once more, silence reigned. As Don stated, they had no choice. They could either await death or fight desperately for a chance at survival in Ellington. "If you perform satisfactorily in this battle, I can grant you the status of Ellington residents, allowing you to live here." Pausing, Don continued, "If you choose silence, then once I have repelled Baron Duvier, you will all become my slaves, branded as such. Sent to the mines to toil for a lifetime or condemned to a life of servitude in Ellington. Your fate now lies in your own hands. You must decide." The sound of hurried breaths and racing hearts echoed within the dungeon, as they hesitated before this daunting choice. "But we have families at Kasparmi Fortress. If we lose..." Indeed, the most troubling factor was this. Should Don fail to decisively defeat Baron Duvier, their families would be in peril. "Then do not lose." Don's response was simple. "If you fear that Ellington may fall to Duvier's onslaught, then fight with all your might to win. Do not forget, you have already died once. Every day you live now is a gift from me. I accept this condition." A fallen soldier near Don suddenly exclaimed, "After all, I am an orphan. Serving is merely a means to earn a meal, and it matters not with whom I align. Lord Don, no, you shall henceforth be my lord. I pledge my loyalty to you." "Excellent. You are the first. What is your name?" "Ultraman, my lord." "What did you say?" Don responded in astonishment, believing he had misheard. Ultraman paused for a moment. "I am called Ultraman, my lord." Don waved his hand. "Very well, for the sake of your name. You shall be the captain of this squad." Given the significance of this name, a promotion is certainly warranted. The cosmic hero serving under oneself is a notion that evokes great excitement. "Thank you, my lord, for the elevation," Ultraman exclaimed with a visage of astonishment. Although he was unaware of the implications of his name, it was indisputable that his initial act of allegiance had yielded substantial rewards. Witnessing Ultraman being appointed as the captain, the other soldiers were thrown into a state of panic. "I too pledge my loyalty to you, my lord." "And I." "So do I." The soldiers in the dungeon knelt in unison. With Duvier having forsaken them, the prospect of another noble willing to accept them, coupled with the opportunity to shed their status as slaves, was an avenue they eagerly embraced. "Excellent." Don nodded with satisfaction. All 100 soldiers in the dungeon chose to defect. "In that case, open the cell doors." "My lord." The dungeon guard gasped in shock. "What if they turn against you?" Open the doors. Don waved his hand dismissively. These individuals lack the qualifications to do so. The soldiers in the dungeon chuckled awkwardly, having witnessed Don execute Eddie with a single blow. They did not believe they stood a chance of escaping. From this day forth, you shall be known as the second guard of Ellington, under Captain Ultraman. Apart from me, you will also report to Captain Elsa of the first guard. Do you understand, my lord? But Elsa is the very girl who obliterated the mine building with a single punch. Ah, I see. Ultraman immediately broke into a cold sweat, as Elsa's formidable punch had left an indelible mark on their memories. If Don's strength merely revealed a glimpse of the iceberg, then Elsa was undoubtedly akin to a humanoid dragon standing before them, the oppressive aura alone rendering them reluctant to act rashly. Who could withstand such a terrifying blow? To command the obedience of subordinates like Elsa, one could only imagine the magnitude of Don's strength. Release their shackles, reclaim your armor, and report to Uncle Depp alongside Elsa for immediate training with the guard. Don issued his orders decisively, untroubled by the prospect of the soldiers fleeing. After settling these soldiers, Don returned to the Lord's Manor. Chapter 60. The audacity to insult my aesthetic. A few days later, several kilometers north of Ellington. Lord Hank. We are nearing Ellington. Oh. The man referred to as Hank smirked coldly. We are on the verge of entering Ellington, yet not a single respectable village is in sight. This truly illustrates the extent of Ellington's poverty. How dare a lord from such a place provoke Baron Dowier? Lord Hank. Ellington is renowned for its destitution within the empire. Hardly anyone is willing to reside here, as it is populated solely by locals. Hank essayed commented with a chuckle. Just a bunch of country bumpkins. Naturally unaware of Baron Deweyer's might. Then let us make them aware of the Baron's unassailable authority. Hank declared with a vigorous wave of his hand. Everyone, quicken the march. Today, we shall flatten Ellington and return victorious to Caspamaberg. Roar. The 500 soldiers behind him shouted in unison, their morale soaring. Outside Ellington, Elsa had gathered the first and second guards in preparation, and although the enemy had yet to appear, they complied unconditionally with the Lord's summons. Don later reorganized the original Ellington Guard and the surrendered soldiers from Caspamaberg, facilitating their swift integration into Ellington. In fact, the results were quite promising. The surrendered soldiers were already well acquainted with many of the locals within a mere 2 or 3 days. At that moment, Don sauntered out of the town, a faint smile upon his face, accompanied by the exuberant Brian. My lord. Elsa approached briskly. Everyone is prepared, but the enemy has yet to arrive. Should we not make some preliminary arrangements? Perhaps set some traps? No need. They are nearly upon us, Don replied casually. Just a rabble. Is the blood of the goddess ready? It is prepared, Elsa whispered. Each soldier has been given several small vials for easy access during combat. Fiona considered Don's provision of the goddess's blood to the soldiers as extravagance. Soldiers were expendable. Wasting such a precious resource on them was an outrageous act. Coupled with Don's nonchalant demeanor, Fiona had been seething with frustration for days, avoiding Don whenever possible to refrain from provoking him. However, Don's decision proved remarkably effective. Upon learning that the small vials contained diluted goddess's blood, the soldiers were electrified with excitement. Meanwhile, the previously surrendered soldiers finally understood why they had been unable to triumph in the mines. The enemy had goddess's blood as standard. A sip upon injury would ensure swift recovery. How could they possibly win? Now, they too enjoyed this privilege, and Ultraman felt immensely relieved. Thank goodness they had chosen to defect. Otherwise, they might have never experienced such a boon. Armed with this treasure, the soldiers brimmed with confidence about defeating the soldiers from Caspamaberg. Previously, Ellington had only 50 warriors and had triumphed over 150. An astounding 3-to-1 disparity in numbers. Now, they boasted a combined force of 200 against the enemy's 500, less than a threefold advantage. Not to mention, they had the immensely powerful Captain Elsa, the formidable dwarf, and the enigmatic strength of their lord at their backs. There was no way they could lose this battle. Too slow. This is unbearable. Brother, why don't we take the initiative and strike first? Brian exclaimed, brandishing his warhammer, unable to remain still for even a moment. Indeed. Let us advance and greet our guests that a battle at our doorstep could inadvertently affect the town. Don chuckled. Following his command, the soldiers of Ellington began their march northward. Thus, the distance between the two sides swiftly diminished. While the soldiers from Caspamaberg had yet to catch sight of Ellington. At that moment, Hank's aide, upon receiving a report from the scouts, shouted, Lord Hank, The scouts have spotted the enemy ahead. Is that so? Hank smiled mildly. It appears the country bumpkins of Ellington can no longer remain idle. Let us open their eyes and show them what properly armed elite soldiers look like. Yes, Hank ordered, and the soldiers of Caspamaberg immediately quickened their pace, their polished armor and weapons glinting ominously in the sunlight, rendering them unmistakable to the distant figures of Ellington. My lord, the enemy is well equipped. This battle may prove challenging. Perhaps we should consider a different commander. I truly lack the expertise for this, Elsa frowned. It was too much to ask her to lead the battle. She preferred to charge into the fray. Don sighed. He, too, was without options, which was why he had thrust this responsibility upon Elsa. He recognized Elsa was better suited as a formidable warrior than a commander, but in that case, let us assign command to Uncle Depp for the time being. His age grants him experience. Upon hearing Don's words, Elsa eagerly set about issuing commands, leaving Don shaking his head. As the saying goes, a mage who does not aspire to be a chef is not a good driver. A soldier who does not wish to become a general is not a good soldier. Everyone desires to hold power firmly in their grasp, yet Elsa seemed to have no interest in such matters after all. She was merely a young girl. It was only then that Don remembered Elsa was but a 16-year-old girl. Yes, 16, the girl who had obliterated a building with a single punch. Don gazed into the distance. My lord, Uncle Depp, now in command, was feeling quite flustered. He had not anticipated being entrusted with such a critical role. Uncle Depp, do not feel pressured. The enemy is merely a disorganized rabble. A casual skirmish will suffice for victory, Don said with a casual smile. However, Elsa does not wish to command, so this task will eventually fall to you. Consider this an opportunity to learn. But learning now seems too late. I am already 40 years old. It is never too late. One learns as long as one lives. Your age brings a steadiness that makes you suitable for command. Once you have gained experience, you can train Elsa and the others. Well, very well. Uncle Depp agreed readily. Although he had once been an ordinary militia member from Ellington, given Lord Don's trust, he would strive to learn. As they spoke, the distance between the two sides had closed significantly, and Uncle Depp could even discern the sweat on the faces of the opposing soldiers. Halt! With a single command from Hank. The soldiers came to a halt, silent and imposing, as the Legion's momentum bore down upon the Ellington Guard. A wave of unrest surged through the ranks of the Ellington Guard, but it quickly stabilized. Hank urged his horse forward a step, a mocking expression directed at Don. What do we have here but a bunch of country bumpkins from Ellington? With newfound courage, Altman bellowed. How dare you? Standing here is the Lord of Ellington. Baron Don. That voice. Are you Altman from the 3rd Brigade? Ah, and there are others as well. It seems true. Hank frowned, sneering. So the Lord's words hold weight. The soldiers stationed at the mine have indeed defected from Ellington. A pitiful lot devoid of honor, deserving of death. A ripple of indignation spread among the Ellington Guard, those defectors brimming with righteous anger. Had it not been for Duvier abandoning them, they would never have surrendered to Don. Now, he had the audacity to turn the tables and accuse them of betraying Ellington. A sense of injustice, fury, and a blazing fire ignited within their chests. They yearned to charge forward and engage in battle. Don raised an eyebrow. Is Duvier not here? The Baron would never deign to visit a place like Ellington. It would be an affront to his status, Hank scoffed. I never imagined you to be the Lord of Ellington. You truly reek of rustic simplicity. Coming to the front lines yourself, surely you are here to oversee them, lest they flee. Rustic simplicity? Don stared incredulously at his attire, although it differed from the opulent garments of the nobility. He was clad in expensive, premium gear from his past life. How dare they call him unsophisticated? This was an affront to his sense of aesthetics. Anger surged within him. He could tolerate many things, but not this insult to his taste. So, Duvier is still hiding in Caspamaberg? Don suppressed his ire. I had hoped to settle accounts with him here. It appears I must make the journey myself. With you. Attempting to extort the Lord? Such delusions. Hank laughed heartily. You country folk ought to remain in a backwater like Ellington. It would afford you a more comfortable existence. Alas, you foolishly provoked the Lord. And now you must prepare to face his wrath. Fool, Don retorted coldly. Since you have come, do not leave. Let all of you perish here. Arrogance. Today you shall witness the might of the Caspamaberg Tortoise Legion. Tortoise Legion. Upon hearing the name of this legion, the anger Don had built up suddenly dissipated, leaving him dumbfounded. Who had the audacity to name it such? From a distance, he could see a vibrant green above them. That would be Baron Duvier. Hank, oblivious to the mockery in Don's words, proclaimed proudly. The full name of our legion is the 8 Blades of the King of Caspamaberg, shortened to the Tortoise Legion. Impressive, is it not? Alas, your astonishment is futile. For you shall soon meet your demise beneath our blades. Please, spare me your words. Don clutched his abdomen, feeling his facial muscles twitch. If we are to fight, let us do so without further ado. Seeking death, Hank, incensed by Don's demeanor, swung his longsword. All charge. Chapter 61. Bowing is a virtue. The Tortoise Legion of the King of Caspamaberg commenced their charge, though it was indeed comical for a 500-strong group to call themselves a legion. Yet, by the gods, for the sake of that name, Don accepted it. As the 500-strong force surged forward, it was Don's first experience witnessing such a spectacle in reality, distinct from the films he had seen. Contrary to his expectations, a 500-strong charge was profoundly awe-inspiring, especially when one stood at the forefront, watching them come forth. What if it were not 500, but 5,000 or 50,000? 50,000 might be an exaggeration. But 5,000 charging would undoubtedly be enough to obliterate the small town of Ellington. Uncle Depp was in a frenzy, pulling at his hair, desperately racking his brain for a solution. He believed that the best response to a mass charge was to set up snares and traps. But under Don's orders, they had prepared none. Blaming Don now would bear no fruit. The only option was to withstand the charge, once the formation was broken and the ranks were torn asunder. Recovery would be impossible. However, seeing the calm expression on Don's face, Uncle Depp relaxed. Perhaps the Lord had a plan? Don raised his hand, and several subtly intensified magical auras swiftly unfurled the 4th-tier spell, Storm Guardian Aura. 4th-tier spell, Earth's Might Aura. 5th-tier spell, Arcane Field Aura. 5th-tier spell, Massive Strength Spell. 6th-tier spell, Elegance of the Wind Aura. 6th-tier spell, Physical Damage Suppression. All charge. A simple command, a direct confrontation. But to have 200 charge against 500? What immense courage was required. What a foolish lord. When these soldiers faced death, their souls would curse this lord who led them to their doom. Hank, mounted on his warhorse, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Don's command. But his mirth turned to disbelief as the Ellington bumpkins truly surged forward. For Ellington. For the Lord. Annihilate the enemy. The fervent Ellington Guard showed no fear of the enemy's charge, spearheaded by Ailsa and Brian. As they charged headlong into the opposing forces, the once timid defectors, inspired by the Ellington Guard beside them, found their courage anew, launching themselves against their former comrades now turned foes. Fear, of course, they felt it. But, under the Lord's leadership, we are invincible, Danny shouted with fervor, now a fervent admirer of Don. While he still fell short of being a Death Knight, it was enough to demonstrate Don's stature in their hearts. The Lord had brought peace and dignity to Ellington, and now he sought to usher in prosperity and abundance. To fight for Ellington, to fight for the Lord, was their only means of repaying him. Hank raised his longsword, roaring, Tortoise Legion, crush them! Crush them! Ellington Guard, eliminate them! Eliminate them! The two legions collided. Hank shouted, striking down an enemy with a single sword stroke, filled with disdain. Their Tortoise Legion was fully armored, clad in fine iron armor, wielding sharp iron swords. Then he glanced at the Ellington bumpkins, some lacking even armor, some still donned mere cloth, while the better equipped wore leather. Such a stark disparity in equipment. How could they possibly lose? Receive my blade. Get lost. Hank retaliated, knocking away an incoming foe, then froze. Hadn't he just sent this man flying? How was he not trampled to death? Hank squinted, gasping in disbelief. How was it possible that the charge of the Tortoise Legion was actually held back by the Ellington bumpkins? No, they were not just holding it back. They were pushing back. How could this be? The gods must be jesting. Indeed, the charge of the two legions culminated in victory for Ellington, bolstered by several magical auras and her formidable strength. Ailsa became an unstoppable spear, leading the Ellington Guard deep into the heart of the Tortoise Legion, and with one charge, she tore the legion apart. What manner of creature is that woman? Hank gasped in shock as he witnessed Ailsa smash a fully armored soldier with a single punch. Cold sweat dripping from him. Such power. A bronze-level warrior? No, at least a black iron-level warrior. Among these Ellington bumpkins, there was an apocalyptic being. He had miscalculated. Come, Hank bellowed. They are outnumbered. Form a surrounding formation. Exterminate them. When a formation is torn asunder, It is a devastating blow for the fewer numbers. However, the larger force can shift their formation to encircle and annihilate the opponent. Hank's choice was indeed astute, but sadly for him, his enemy was the Ellington Guard. Bolstered by Dawn's spells, Hank pointed at Elsa. Concentrate fire. Eliminate that powerhouse. Elsa, upon hearing this, became furious. You are the real powerhouse. Get away from me. In a fit of rage, Elsa swatted away a soldier in her path, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing through several men before landing lifelessly. Then Elsa charged towards Hank, vowing to take down this foul-mouthed scoundrel. Elsa, he is mine. A rough voice suddenly pierced the air beside them, startling Hank as he scanned the surroundings. Who goes there? Curse those humans, towering high, riding on their war steeds. Is it a deliberate affront to Lord Brian? Who on earth is it? Hank felt a cold sweat break out, his voice echoing in proximity, yet he could not discern the identity of his adversary. Could it be an assassin? Besides that monstrous woman, there are even harbingers of apocalypse. You arrogant scoundrel, do you not know that bowing your head is a virtue? Bow my head. Hank instinctively lowered his gaze, only to witness a swirling vortex of darkness suddenly leap forth, the enormous war hammer looming larger in his sight. Clang. A resounding crash echoed as Hank barely managed to parry the hammer with his sword at the last moment. However, the iron blade shattered under the impact, and the shards, along with the residual force of the hammer, struck fiercely against his chest. Pooh! Hank spewed blood, his body soaring high into the air. Damned! Damned! There are even dwarves. How despicable! How insidious! Given that Plandar had seldom encountered other races, Hank had never anticipated the presence of dwarves in battle. In a moment of oversight, he had sustained grave injuries. He vowed to eliminate that accursed dwarf next time. Yet, just then, die, you foul-mouthed bastard! Elsa shrieked, leaping into the air, her body appearing beside Hank, her fist deeply embedding itself into his chest. Hank's eyes nearly bulged out as his body was mercilessly slammed down by an overwhelming and unfathomable force, producing a thunderous impact that created a large crater upon landing. Hank's life was remarkably resilient. Even so, he was not dead yet. That wretched monster, a terrifying creature. Why does Ellington harbor such dreadful monsters? Who on earth is that woman? How could a mere girl possess such fearsome power? Hank's face was one of terror as he struggled desperately to crawl out of the pit. Unfortunately, at that very moment, a tide of soldiers surged in, trampling down upon him, forcing him back into submission. Darkness descended upon him instantaneously. Hank, the supreme commander of the Kasparmi Fortress Tortoise Legion, met his demise in such a pitiful manner beneath the feet of his own soldiers. Yet, amidst the chaotic battlefield, no one took notice of his death, as every individual fought fiercely, driven by a singular thought, to slay the enemy and survive. Tisk. Brian landed atop his warhorse, his face a mask of displeasure. That little girl has stolen my kill again. Brian was exceedingly displeased, and with a mighty roar, he leapt down, smashing a soldier flat with a single hammer strike, then charged towards the densest cluster of foes. Die, you traitor! Altman bellowed. It was Dewey who abandoned us. He betrayed us first, selling out for personal gain. Kill. I live only for myself. Dewey is not a good master. Lay down your weapons, and I shall plead for you. Silence, you traitor. In that case, a murderous intent swelled in Altman's eyes, and he showed no mercy, unleashing a formidable and unfathomable power that cleaved through the man's armor, subsequently tearing his body in two. No, this cannot be. How could you possess such immense power? Altman coldly replied. The blessing of Lord Dawn. How could you possibly comprehend? Although the Ellington Guard had no knowledge of the methods employed by Dawn, they had all observed one undeniable fact. Under the leadership of their lord, their strength, speed, endurance, defense, and reaction capabilities had all seen remarkable enhancement. What would have been fatal injuries turned into mere scratches. What were once light wounds posed no threat to them at all as long as they avoided critical strikes. Even if lightly injured, a sip of water would suffice to heal them, restoring their stamina entirely, thus having no impact on their combat effectiveness. All of this was bestowed by their lord. He must be the son of a deity. To fight for him is our honor. The members of the Ellington Guard were all filled with exhilaration as they ruthlessly slaughtered the invading enemies, the stench of blood growing ever more pungent upon the battlefield. Dawn observed the scene, shaking his head in silence. War, truly, is not a good thing. Chapter 62. Resolution: the battle lasted less than half an hour before concluding. The combat prowess of both sides was simply incomparable, as the Ellington Guard obliterated the Kasparmi Fortress Tortoise Legion with overwhelming superiority. My lord, the battle is over. We have killed a total of 352 foes, seized 212 sets of intact armor and weapons, and captured 148 prisoners. Our casualties, 0. Upon delivering this report, Uncle Depp wore an expression of disbelief. With a force of 200 confronting 500 head-on, they not only annihilated the enemy, but also captured over 100 prisoners, and yet had suffered not a single fatality. Who would believe such a tale? Even renowned generals from the imperial capital would find it exceedingly difficult to secure victory, let alone achieve 0 casualties. Dawn nodded. As expected. Casualties? Spare me the jest. Under the enhancement of my numerous spell auras, not only could we contend with such opponents, but even an army composed of bronze-level harbingers would stand no chance. This was a complete and utter rout. Uncle Depp gazed at Dawn with growing reverence, increasingly convinced that Dawn was indeed the son of a deity, descended to this world to save Ellington. My lord, regarding the treatment of those prisoners, Uncle Depp was unsure how Dawn intended to handle the captives. Previously, the prisoners from the mines had been conscripted. Would these captives face the same fate? All prisoners shall be reduced to slaves, Dawn stated without hesitation. Their treatment cannot be akin to that of the previous captives. Indeed, if these prisoners were instantly conscripted and granted the same privileges as those from the mines, how would the others perceive this? The primary reason they had surrendered was due to being abandoned by Douai. Facing the imminent threat of war, refusing to yield would mean certain death, thus they had gambled their lives. But what about these captives now? Having just been defeated, would they instantly become allies? How could these individuals possibly accept that? Therefore, the treatment of both sides must be distinctly separated, even if this decision was exceedingly harsh. Furthermore, Dawn intended to rebuild Ellington, to replan the town, which would necessitate a vast labor force. These slaves would be the ideal candidates. As long as they were offered a small reward and a glimmer of hope for regaining their freedom, he had no doubt they would toil diligently. Understood. Uncle Depp's expression grew solemn. This was the first time he had witnessed Dawn issue such a ruthless command. Once reduced to the status of slaves, regaining their freedom would be nearly impossible, effectively altering the course of their lives. Yet Uncle Depp refrained from voicing any objection, had it not been for their lord leading them in rebellion. Their fate would have been far more dire had Ellington fallen. After clearing the battlefield, the Ellington Guard returned in triumph, escorting the prisoners that a crowd had gathered near the town, and upon witnessing the Guard's overwhelming victory, they erupted in cheers. Such a victory was of paramount importance to the recovering Ellington. Having just begun to regain its vitality, the town could scarcely withstand the weight of defeat. A loss would spell complete collapse. That evening, a grand feast was held in the town square to celebrate this hard-won victory, with all reveling late into the night, including Dawn and Fiona, who joined in to share the celebratory wine. The following day, once the identities of these slaves are documented and organized, send them to the mines for labor reform. Although mining operations had resumed, the yield of or had not yet increased. This batch of prisoners would be perfectly suited for the task. Additionally, arrange a roster for the Guard, deploying a 20-man team to garrison the mines, rotating weekly with the supplies. Each week, every individual station there will receive a stipend of 10 silver coins. You are wasting money again. Their assignment to the mines is part of their duty, but not necessarily a welcome one. Dawn shrugged. Spending just 10 silver coins can transform their reluctance into eagerness. Is that not advantageous? Fine. You are the Lord, so your word is law. Fiona had completely abandoned any thoughts of curbing Dawn's spending. Moreover, her people would be arriving soon. Once the Merchant Guild was re-established, they could begin operations with peppermint candies, soap, and metal farming tools, significantly improving the economic situation. Get started on planning the Merchant Guild. By the time I return, I hope to see everyone assembled. When you return, Fiona paused. Are you going out? Oh, I forgot to mention, arrange a carriage for me, Dawn said casually. Since Baron Douai has shown such a lack of respect, I shall pay him a personal visit to settle the score. Understood. Fiona was certainly not worried about Dawn's safety, with him personally taking charge. He would undoubtedly reclaim a significant sum of money, greatly improving Ellington's financial situation. Almost gleefully, Fiona busied herself with the arrangements. While Fiona was organizing the carriage, Dawn sought out Elia once more. Elia, I shall be away for a few days. When you practice your spells during this time, remember to seek out a secluded area. Moreover, try to refrain from practicing arcane arrow and water arrow techniques. Dawn felt a conflicting sense of urgency. He wished for Aaliyah to quickly become accustomed to the sensation of casting spells and to master her own power. Yet he was apprehensive that she might inadvertently harm herself or others in his absence. This contradictory sentiment left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Are you going out, my lord? Aaliyah clung to Dawn, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Can I come along? I have never left Ellington and have yet to see other places. Well, Dawn furrowed his brow and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, What about your mother if you are not at home? But Sister Aisha can take care of her. All right, I will speak to Aisha about it. Dawn conceded to Aaliyah's wishes, reasoning that it would be better to teach her how to control her powers during the journey rather than leave her at home worrying. Yay! Aaliyah exclaimed joyfully, planting a kiss on Dawn's cheek and wrapping her arms around his neck, reluctant to let go. Recently, Dawn's status in her eyes had soared, even hinting at surpassing that of Aisha, which saddened Aisha, who was busy training the guard. Aisha, Dawn called out as he and Aaliyah arrived at the training grounds. My lord. Aisha hurried over, and thanks to her innate strength and constitution, she was excused from the training. Observing the disheveled state of the guards, Aisha couldn't help but feel a hint of guilty pleasure. I need to make a trip to Caspamire Fortress, and Aaliyah wishes to accompany me. I have already promised her. Well, all right. Aisha nodded. With you looking after her, there should be no issues. However, Aisha glanced at Aaliyah, her brows knitting together as she admonished. Aaliyah, you have been rather clingy with my lord lately. This may interfere with his duties. Aaliyah pouted, visibly displeased. That's not true. Besides, I am not clinging to my big brother. He is the one who comes to find me. Nonsense. My lord is exceedingly busy. How could he possibly come to see you every day? Well, Dawn awkwardly interjected. It is indeed I who seek her out. Aisha was taken aback. My lord, I understand that you have a fondness for Aaliyah, but you must not allow your leisure time with her to impede your responsibilities. Although Aisha was unaware of the specifics of Dawn's duties, the thought of governing a territory, managing various affairs, and coordinating tasks overwhelmed her, leaving her in awe of Dawn's ability to handle it all. Feeling embarrassed under Aisha's admiring gaze, Dawn thought to himself, it would be utterly absurd to proclaim that I have entrusted everything to Fiona, leaving me with nothing to do. Regardless, Aaliyah, do not cause my lord any trouble during the journey. Understood? Understood. With permission to leave, Aaliyah was overjoyed. Dawn surveyed the soldiers in the training grounds, drenched in sweat, and inquired, How's the training progressing? Aisha stuck out her tongue and grinned mischievously. Everyone is utterly exhausted. Especially after last night's revelry. Many can barely stand today, but they are all persevering. Excellent. Keep it up. Inform them that I said to endure. The 3 who perform best by the end of the month will receive rewards. I believe they will strive even harder upon hearing that. Aisha replied optimistically. What of Uncle Depp? Previously, you assigned him to learn how to command troops, and he has decided to begin learning to read. That is commendable. Dawn mused, then abruptly paused. By the way, I have not seen your father in several days. What has Mr. Abbott been up to? Aisha shrugged. I do not know. My father often ventures into the forest when I was quite young. My mother said he is honing his skills, and he always returns with some game. Likely slain by his sword. I see. Dawn chuckled. It appears that Mr. Abbott is also a man unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Not particularly. I must return now. Aisha waved cheerfully before dashing back to supervise the training. Upon arriving at the Lord's Manor with Aaliyah, Fiona had already prepared the carriage, provisions, and supplies. My lord, the journey to Caspamire Fortress will take approximately 5 to 6 days to AS. There are no villages along the route. I have prepared enough food and water for 10 days, just in case. That will suffice. In truth, even without provisions, it would have posed no issue. My lord, as for Aaliyah, she will accompany me. Dawn did not elaborate. And Fiona regarded him with a peculiar expression. However, she ultimately chose not to inquire further. Chapter 63. A system that has become weakened having departed Ellington for over half a day. The midday sun blazed fiercely. Even the most resilient of drivers had to seek shelter from the sunlight, pulling the carriage beneath a tree to rest for a moment. Dawn stepped down from the carriage, his expression peculiar as he held his backside. Although he had traveled in a carriage before, he had never done so for such a prolonged period, and today marked his first experience of such a lengthy ride. After merely a morning, He felt as though his bones were on the verge of disintegration. With such a long-standing civilization, how is it that the issue of carriage suspension remains unresolved? Don lamented, realizing that he would need to address this matter himself. While he had not discovered any rubber trees in the vicinity of Ellington, he could certainly create springs, even if he could not devise a proper tire suspension. The presence of springs would significantly enhance the carriage's shock absorption. Setting that thought aside for the moment, Don opened the package Fiona had prepared for him, only to grimace once more. Black bread, smoked meat, and fresh milk. Having resided in Prandal for over half a month, the predominant fare consisted of bread, roasted meat, smoked meat, and a type of vegetable stew. To be honest, the initial enjoyment of these untainted foods had dissipated, and Don found himself yearning for the culinary delights of Earth. Even the thought of a simple tomato stir-fry would likely induce drooling. Yet, regrettably, he had yet to discover tomatoes, though there was no shortage of various eggs. Common seasonings such as chili, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and fennel were conspicuously absent, which left Don feeling quite disheartened. If only he could procure some chili and Sichuan pepper, he might attempt to recreate the flavors of a Sichuan hot pot. After all, hot pot is not as complex as other dishes and merely requires robust flavors to satisfy cravings. Sigh, I suppose I shall continue searching, otherwise I may truly reach a breaking point, Don sighed. Though Prandal was an enchanting world, it was rife with aspects that a modern individual accustomed to abundant material comforts would struggle to adapt to. My big brother, why are you sighing? Of course. It is about our lunch. Lunch is wonderful. Aaliyah, unburdened by Don's lamentations, joyfully devoured her bread and smoked meat, alleviating some of the melancholy in Don's heart. My lord, it would be best to rest for a while after lunch before we set off again. The driver spoke with a hint of trepidation. The afternoon sun is extremely intense. While I am not bothered by it, my lord may not be able to endure it. Not necessary. We shall set off right after the meal. Don glanced at the sky. It will soon cool down. The driver was unsure where Don's confidence originated, but since the Lord had decreed it, he had no choice but to comply. By the way, what is your name? Fort, sir. The driver replied respectfully. It is my honor to serve you. Fort, having been a driver for many years and traveled to many places. Have you ever heard of a plant that is red, pointed, and causes an incredibly spicy sensation when consumed? Spicy. Fort paused, puzzled. Sir, I do not understand what you mean by spicy. Don bit into the smoked meat, feeling conflicted about how to convey the concept of spice to someone from a world devoid of such a notion. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Oh, right? It feels as though your mouth is on fire when you eat it, and you will desperately want to drink water. Your mouth is on fire. Fort pondered for a moment before smiling. My lord, I believe I understand what you are referring to. Quite coincidentally, there is such a thing at Caspamire Fortress. The locals call it Devil's Tooth. Oh. Don's spirits lifted, elated. Is it red? And is there also a green variety? Does it have a pungent aroma? Indeed, my lord. Ford elaborated on the so-called devil's sharp teeth, and upon hearing this, Don smiled, confident that what Ford described was precisely the chili he sought. It seemed that this journey to Casparmy Castle might yield some unexpected rewards. After lunch, they resumed their journey, and once on the road, the coachman Ford was astonished to discover that it had indeed become pleasantly cool. Looking up, he saw a blanket of pristine white clouds obscuring the intense light, rendering the surrounding temperature exceedingly comfortable, energizing even the two horses. The Lord truly possessed remarkable powers of foresight, with a beaming smile. Ford thought to himself that it was certainly better not to be exposed to the sun. Inside the carriage, Don turned to Elia and asked, Did you grasp it clearly? Not entirely, she replied hesitantly. It's quite simple. Really. The principle of phase transition in water magic involves solid, liquid, and gas states. Just now, I transformed water into gas and sent it into the sky. Then, it reverted to liquid, dispersed, and thus became clouds, obscuring the sun's rays. He paused, recalling that the star of Prander was called Lumbica, though he still preferred to refer to it as the sun, and the tiny droplets of water within the clouds coalesce, exceeding the buoyancy of air and falling as rain, which collects to form streams and rivers. When the temperature drops below zero, these waters will freeze, reverting to a solid state. Therefore, to render water magic imperceptible, one must elevate the temperature or forcibly alter its state to gas. To enhance its destructive capability, one must extract its warmth, allowing the water elements to congregate and solidify into ice. Ice or ice blades at sufficiently low temperatures can effortlessly penetrate steel armor. However, employing it in such a manner would be an extravagant waste. The true purpose of this spell lies in creating a broad low-temperature environment, thus cultivating a favorable setting for our side. Although Dawn's explanation veered somewhat wide, his concurrent demonstration of phase transition provided Elia with a very intuitive impression, allowing her to grasp the concept almost instantaneously. Dawn felt a surge of emotion, convinced that if he imparted legendary spells to Elia, she would master them in an instant. Yet, he would never do such a thing. Legendary spells were akin to nuclear weapons on Earth. Teaching Elia such powers now would be tantamount to placing the launch button of a nuclear bomb in the hands of an innocent child. An act of utter recklessness. Dawn even sensed that he should restrict Elia's pace of learning spells. If her extraordinary talent drew the attention of others, it could spell endless trouble, especially considering Elia was merely a 12-year-old girl. 5 days later, the carriage finally arrived outside Kasparmi Castle. "My lord, we have reached Kasparmi Castle," Ford remarked with a smile. Though Kasparmi is somewhat more prosperous than Islington, it remains a town of little note in the Empire. "Under your leadership, my lord, Islington will soon surpass Kasparmi." Dawn had not anticipated that the honest Ford would engage in flattery, and he chuckled. "Rest assured, that day will not be long in coming. By the way, is there a place in Kasparmi that sells magical materials? Or an alchemy workshop?" Only then did Ford recall their lord's identity as an alchemist, his tone becoming more respectful. "I once spotted a shop on a street in Kasparmi that sold all manner of peculiar items. Perhaps they might have what you need." "My lord." Dawn nodded slightly, realizing that Kasparmi indeed surpassed Islington in terms of resources. Given that Islington had not even a rudimentary magical materials store, it appeared that the plan to concoct potions for the guards could soon be set in motion. Although it remained uncertain how many materials could be found here, Dawn did not carry many gold coins on him, nor did he possess a crystal card from the so-called Star Diamond Bank. While his system inventory contained a considerable amount of gold, those coins were inaccessible for use, only usable within the game shop. Currently, it was impossible for an NPC to accept his virtual currency. Dawn couldn't help but sigh. This system is utterly pathetic. Relying on the golden finger granted by my crossing is indeed unreliable. I must rely on my own efforts. The weak presence of this system compelled Dawn to depend solely on himself. If he did not develop Islington, he would have nowhere to lament when chaos inevitably invaded. The carriage creaked as it traversed the narrow paths through the fields, finally halting outside the gates of Kasparmi Castle. Dusk was approaching, and many were queuing to enter the city, occasionally interrupted by raucous noises from the front, likely due to disputes with the guards over entry taxes. After about 10 minutes, it was finally Dawn's turn. "Who is in the carriage?" "Step down for inspection." The guard appeared impatient. The absence of any noble crest on the carriage made it evident that they were not of significant stature, and thus he held no reservations in his demeanor. "Mind your words." Ford glared at the guard. "Inside the carriage is Lord Dawn of Islington." "Lord of Islington? Dawn?" The guards burst into laughter. "I've heard of Islington. I can't believe their lord is so impoverished that he travels without even a single attendant. What nonsense. Even if poor, he is still a lord. How could he be casually sitting in a carriage, waiting in line to enter the city? It must be a fraud. Even if an imposter, why would they choose to impersonate someone from that wretched place? Isn't it true that the lord dispatched troops to attack Islington? Has he come to beg for mercy?" The soldiers chuckled and gossiped, while Ford's face turned ashen, feeling deeply insulted. Such was Islington's standing in the eyes of others. Inside the carriage, Dawn shook his head in disbelief and lifted the curtain. Stepping down with Elia. Chapter 64. Rustic style. As Dawn and Elia alighted, the guards erupted into raucous laughter. "You claim this is the Lord of Islington. Are you jesting with us?" One guard pointed at Dawn. "Dressed like that, with the air of a rustic, you dare to call yourself a lord? This fellow, was he courting disaster?" Dawn's temples throbbed with irritation. "I apologize, but I am indeed the Lord of Islington, a baron of the Empire, commoner. Is this how you regard the nobility of the Empire?" The guard hesitated for a moment, but soon burst into laughter again. "You are a baron of the Empire, Lord of Islington? If that is the case, then I must be a member of the Ilris royal family. Ha!" It must be noted that Dawn's attire was a high-priced costume purchased in the game, ranking among the finest among players. Perfectly embodying a modern minimalist design, with sleek lines that harmonized simplicity and fashion. However, the local inhabitants of Prander did not share the same aesthetic sensibilities as the players, and thus viewed such attire as nothing more than the garb of a country bumpkin from Islington. Less chatter. Even if you are an imperial noble, you must pay the entry tax, 10 copper coins per person. However, given your impersonation of an imperial noble, a penalty will be incurred, and each of you shall pay 1 silver coin. The guard sneered. If you refuse, prepare to enter the dungeons. Impersonating an imperial noble is a capital offense. Don suddenly realized that ultimately, they were merely seeking to extort him due to the carriage. Amused by this revelation, he thought that these ruffians would not grasp the gravity of their situation without a lesson. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out nearby. Make way! You rabble! How dare you block Lord August's path? Do you seek death? Lord August! The guard's expressions shifted dramatically, and one shouted at Don. Rabble! Get out of the way! Do you want to get us killed? Don furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before pulling Elia a few steps back to clear the path. He then beheld a luxurious carriage approaching slowly, its driver exuding an air of pride, as if he were an emperor leading a campaign, though in reality, he was merely a coachman. Lord August, you have returned. The guards all bowed in unison. Stop. A command emanated from within the carriage, prompting the driver to halt the horses immediately. Lord August. The curtain was drawn back, revealing a somewhat sharp face adorned with 3 wisps of a mustache. August's gaze swept over Don before landing on Elia. His eyes gleaming with interest, after a moment's contemplation, he inquired, What is going on? The guard hastily replied, Lord August, this person refuses to pay the entry tax and claims to be an imperial noble. An imperial noble? August scoffed. An imperial noble would wear such tasteless clothing? Tanger was filled with fury. How dare these natives repeatedly challenge his aesthetic sensibilities? Such insolence was intolerable, just as he was about to unleash his wrath. Augur interjected. However, today I have enjoyed a bountiful hunt and am in good spirits, so I shall not dwell on this matter. Let him enter the city. As you command, Lord Augur, your magnanimity rivals that of the Lord himself. Augur laughed heartily. How could I possibly be more benevolent than the Lord? I am merely a steward. Now, let us proceed. As you wish, Lord Augur. The driver urged the horses onward, and the carriage slowly made its way into Kasparmi Fortress. Inside the carriage, Augur's gaze remained fixed upon Ilya until they had fully entered the city. Begone! Upon Augur's departure, the guard scolded. Thanks to Lord Augur's kindness, you may now enter the city. Tang and shot a cold glance at the man and, with Ilya, reboard the carriage. Only then did Fort drive them into the city. Ilya, Tang En, recalling Augur's unsettling gaze, sensed something amiss. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed to Ilya, how about we perform a little charade together? Tang En's knowledge of Kasparmi Fortress was limited. He had scarcely visited this town in the game, let alone in its current, vastly different state. The information at his disposal was woefully inadequate, and Augur's gaze had stirred unsettling thoughts within him. However, doing nothing would only render him passive. After deliberation, Tang En resolved to turn the tables and craft a trap for Augur, ensuring that he would not encounter any untoward incidents. If Augur's odd behavior was linked to Baron Duwai, that would be even better. He could use this as an excuse to take action against him, leaving the noble council in the imperial capital with no grounds for complaint. A performance? Splendid. Ilya, unaware of Tang En's deeper intentions, found the idea amusing. From this moment on, you shall be an innocent and ignorant little girl. Do not use any spells. Tang En quietly outlined his plan to Ilya, who nodded vigorously in response, her admiration for him unwavering and her concern for her safety non-existent. Ideally, if matters were not as complex as he feared, they could simply meet Duwai and resolve everything, allowing them to return without further hassle from the likes of Augur. My lord, we have arrived at the inn. The carriage came to a halt, and Fort drew back the curtain. I understand. Tang En alighted with Ilya, securing 2 rooms at the inn, one for Fort and the other for himself and Ilya. I shall go meet Duwai. Ilya, remember my instructions. Yes, I understand, big brother. After confirming once more, Tang En left the inn, making his way directly to the Lord's Manor of Kasparmi Fortress. Addressing the guards, Tang En stated, I am Lord Tang En of Islington. Please inform Baron Duwai that I am here to pay him a visit. The Lord of Islington. You. The guard scrutinized Tang En, his expression perplexed. The fellow appeared quite outlandish, resembling a country bumpkin, yet he claimed to be a lord. What proof do you have to substantiate your claim as the Lord of Islington? Is this sufficient? Tang Yin calmly produced the imperial commission. The guard, glancing at it, finally responded with uncertainty. I see. I shall relay your message. What a nuisance, Tang Yin grumbled inwardly. Did these fellows possess no common sense? Surely, not just anyone could impersonate a lord. What? The Lord of Islington? Tang Yin? He is outside. Dewey abruptly pushed aside the quaking girl in his arms and stood, his face a mask of astonishment. Indeed, he presented the imperial commission. It appears to be genuine. My lord, how intriguing. Dewey burst into laughter. Could it be that Hank and his compatriots have seized Islington, prompting him to present treasures? Or has he found himself unable to withstand Hank's onslaught and decided to surrender? Regardless of the scenario, Dewey never contemplated the possibility of Hank as failure. I cannot allow him to feel too comfortable. He must be kept waiting. Dewey believed that an immediate audience would make Tang Yin feel overly valued, thus inflating his pride by keeping him in suspense. He would understand that Islington was of no consequence in the eyes of Baron Dewey. Resuming his previous position, Dewey ensnared the struggling girl once more, his hand slipping beneath her garments. Go inform him that I, the Lord, am currently occupied with official duties and cannot meet him. Have him return tomorrow. Occupied with official duties, the guard briefly glanced at Dewey's hand, filled with envy, before lowering his gaze again. Understood, my lord. As the guard departed, Augur approached Dewey, whispering in his ear. Dewey's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? Such a gem? Indeed. Marvelous. In that case, Dewey suddenly erupted into laughter. Moments later, the guard returned. I apologize, sir, but the Lord is currently preoccupied with official matters and cannot receive you. Please return on another day. Preoccupied with official matters? Tang Yin's expression grew meaningful. I see. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without hesitation. Leaving the guard in a state of shocked, as a noble, he accepted such a slight with such equanimity. It was truly peculiar. Tang Yin initially intended to return directly to the inn, yet after exchanging whispers with Ilya, he hesitated, redirecting his steps down another bustling street. This street was comparatively lively, lined with taverns, general stores, blacksmiths, and produce shops, all bustling with activity. Suddenly, Tang Yin halted before a shop, glancing at the sign with a faint smile before stepping inside. Welcome to the House of Potions. What may I assist you with? We have healing potions, mana restoration elixirs, and a plethora of herbs available. A somewhat rotund man greeted him with a broad smile. Healing potions? Tang Yin paused momentarily, then chuckled. Let me see a vial of your healing potion. Certainly. The proprietor swiftly produced a box, opening it to reveal a row of test tubes filled with a bright red liquid. Tang Yin stared in disbelief. Is this a healing potion? Of course. The proprietor replied with pride. This is the work of Howard, the renowned alchemist of Kasparmi Fortress. Each vial is priced at 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins for each vial? Tang Yin was at a loss for words. Indeed, while the price is somewhat steep, the quality of Master Howard's creations is assured. They are indispensable for any adventurer. A set of 10 vials can be yours for the promotional price of 95 gold coins. This is considered a good product. Tang Yin gazed at the box of weak healing potions that even beginners had once deemed unworthy of use, feeling utterly drained of any sarcasm. Chapter 65. Bye. It is worth noting that life potions and healing potions are two distinct entities. An ultra-effective life potion can instantly restore 100% of health, proving invaluable in emergencies, and is favored by most high-level players. Conversely, an ultra-effective healing potion can restore 300% of health over 30 seconds. However, due to its gradual effect, it is primarily employed by tank classes, with ordinary players resorting to it only in situations of sustained damage. Yet the proprietor presented only weak healing potions, of which Tang Yin had already observed the exceedingly poor quality. Restoring merely 20% of health, To claims such a product as good? The assurance of quality was utterly laughable. Tang Yin shook his head inwardly. It seemed that Plander's alchemical standards were no longer to be relied upon. Never mind. I have no need for it. Please put it away. Tang Yin waved his hand, losing all interest in examining it further. After surveying the shop, he inquired, do you have whispering flower pollen, bloodbat fangs, bittervine root, or elemental water? Are you an alchemist? The proprietor's enthusiasm surged. Aside from elemental water, I have everything else. Although the healing potion had not sold, The prospect of befriending another alchemist was far more beneficial to him. Alchemists in Plandar were highly sought after. Only those capable of deftly manipulating mana could become alchemists, so the vast majority were also mages. As is well known, the mage class is notoriously expensive to maintain, which often leads many mages from modest backgrounds to create alchemical potions or scrolls for sale, earning gold for their studies. Unfortunately, few mages dedicate themselves to mastering alchemy, as most focus their energies on enhancing their own powers. Tangen's eyes brightened. Excellent. How many do you have in total? Don did not specify the quantity he desired, but rather inquired about the total available. Upon hearing this, the proprietor instantly recognized the opportunity for a lucrative deal. His spirits lifted, he retrieved a ledger and perused it briefly before stating, "There are 240 boxes of Whispering Pollen, 268 Bloodbat Fangs, and 300 roots of Bitter Vine. How many do you require? What are your prices?" Whispering Pollen is 10 silver coins per box, Bloodbat Fangs are 2 silver coins each, and Bitter Vine roots are 1 silver coin apiece. Don calculated in his mind. Acquiring everything would amount to just over 30 gold coins, remarkably inexpensive. With a grand gesture, he declared, "I shall take them all." The proprietor was overjoyed. These alchemical ingredients had been gathering dust for far too long, severely affecting his cash flow. Don's bulk purchase was a tremendous relief for him. The total comes to 32 gold coins and 36 silver coins. Don nodded but did not settle the bill immediately. He continued, "What about gray thistle, light blossom, silver line flower, black taro stems powder, flame flower, fish liver oil?" He listed a plethora of alchemical ingredients. The proprietor's expression fluctuated between excitement and dismay. While he had most of what Don requested, he lamented the absence of certain expensive materials. "Sir, some of those I've never even heard of." The proprietor wiped his brow, perplexed by the likes of Dragon's Tongue Lily, Light Star, and Stardust, wondering how such items could possibly be found in his modest shop. Ah, indeed. Don snapped back to reality. Having spent so long in Prandal, this was his first encounter with a seller of alchemical materials, and his enthusiasm had led him to overlook this detail. The Dragon's Tongue Lily and similar items were ingredients for concocting 9th-level miracle formulas. Such rare materials were hardly to be found in a shop tucked away in a corner like this. With a face of regret, he had hoped to seize the opportunity to replenish his stock, but it seemed that until he discovered a new source, he would have to conserve his supply. However, "I do have the others. Gray thistle, light blossom, and silver line flower are all available." The proprietor, still sweating, sensed that an extraordinary customer had graced his establishment. "Very well, gather all the materials you have. I will take them all." Not often presented with the chance to procure low-level materials, Don was determined to seize this opportunity, relying on these ingredients to bolster the strength of the Ellington Guard. Absolutely. The proprietor was elated. Clearing out a significant portion of his inventory was a dream come true. After a considerable amount of time, a mountain of packages amassed before dawn, the proprietor calculated the total, and Don's grand shopping spree cost him over 500 gold coins. In a generous gesture, the proprietor waved away the change, accepting only 500 gold coins. Having made a rare substantial sale, he felt magnanimous. Don casually inquired, "What is your name?" The beaming proprietor, barely able to contain his joy after receiving the coins, replied hastily, "Owen Atchison, my lord." Don looked at him in astonishment. "Atchison? Are you of noble descent?" Owen chuckled awkwardly. "That was a long time ago. The Atchison family has long since fallen from grace, leaving only this name behind. Fortunately, thanks to previous connections, I can still engage in the trade of alchemical materials and manage fairly well." Don nodded and said, "Owen, I will leave you a list of materials. Could you assist me in procuring these? I will come by periodically. Is that agreeable?" Of course. Owen was overjoyed. A long-term customer was a boon he could not refuse. Thus, Don enumerated the materials required for basic alchemical potions, and after some thought, he added a few more items, noting, "Please keep an eye out for these. No need to force it, just inform me if you find anything." Understood. Owen carefully stowed away the parchment, then recalled something. "My lord. How should I address you?" "Just call me Don." "Yes, Lord Don, I've noted that." Although Don had not revealed his surname, Owen did not dare underestimate him. Anyone capable of spending such a substantial amount on materials and intending to procure more must certainly be a distinguished alchemist. For an alchemist, ascending to nobility was a trivial matter. "Lord Don, would you like me to deliver these items to your residence?" Don smiled. "Certainly. My home is in Ellington. Please have them sent there." Owen was momentarily taken aback. "Ellington?" Isn't that a town in the south? This, cough, cough, Lord Don. Please do not jest with me that it would take 10 days for a round trip from Caspamib Fortress. I am not jesting. I can carry the items myself, with a casual wave of his hand. All the packages on the table vanished. Owen gasped, staring at Don in astonishment. Spatial equipment. What was spatial equipment? It symbolized wealth, power, and status. Only the most elite of wealthy individuals, nobles, and seers had the opportunity to possess such items. Even if the space was minuscule, its value was enough to drive most nobles and adventurers to madness. This Don indeed possessed spatial equipment? He could not possibly be an ordinary person. Perhaps he was a concealed alchemical master. Owen bowed deeply, his demeanor growing more respectful and cautious, filled with regret. Had he known Don was an alchemical master, he would have gladly given him the materials, even if it cost him nothing. Just by befriending this alchemical master, earning money in the future would be a breeze. With a mere flick of his hand, Don could concoct something worth thousands of gold coins, but it was too late for regrets. Don had already paid him. And now he could only hope for favorable dealings in the future. Don withdrew his gaze, satisfied with Owen's demeanor. He had intentionally revealed his spatial equipment to gauge Owen's character and assess the potential for long-term collaboration. And the outcome was promising. Had Owen displayed any greed moments ago, Don would have had no qualms about eliminating him. Don stated calmly, "Some matters are best kept to yourself. Do not speak of them." "Understand?" Owen, feeling somewhat uneasy, replied, "I understand, my lord. If you serve me well, I shall not treat you poorly. Here, take this vial of life potion. Sell it at a price you deem appropriate. Keep the proceeds here, and we shall settle accounts when I return for materials." Don tossed a vial of highly effective healing potion to Owen. "Life potion?" Owen was momentarily stunned. He said, "This was a life potion?" Owen's expression turned to one of shock. The difficulty of concocting a life potion far exceeded that of a healing potion. And even Master Howard could not guarantee a successful brew. This lord had casually produced a vial. Owen, with great caution, retrieved a testing instrument crafted by Master Howard, specifically designed to assess potion purity and magical content. As the probe of the instrument was inserted into the life potion, the crystal atop the device emitted a blinding red light, followed by a resounding explosion as the instrument shattered. Owen's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he stared at the transparent vial in his hand. Utterly incredulous. This is no mere life potion. This is, without a doubt, the blood of the goddess. Only the most exceptional life potions earn the title of blood of the goddess, which is not merely symbolic but a testament to their unparalleled efficacy. Only the blood of a goddess can instantaneously heal all injuries and grant rebirth. Overjoyed, Owen was at a loss for words to express his current elation. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and clutching the vial of divine blood, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, then carefully placed it in an inconspicuous box. This vial of divine blood would become the prized possession of his shop. Don watched Owen with bemusement. Why were people so obsessed with the notion of goddess blood? "Owen, I'm back." At that moment, a person burst into the shop.